The Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets. Veritas Aequitas. Gregory Garrett. This is an anthology. This book is an anthology of my writings and others on the topic of flat Earth plane cosmology of all types, enclosed Earth, hollow Earth, concave Earth, infinite plane Earth, the Enochian Earth model, etc. I have attempted to assemble the best research on the general idea of flat plane Earth possible, and posit various explanations, theories, observations, conjectures, and empirical facts regarding this topic. This book is book 1 of the Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets series I am writing to encompass the core themes of flat Earth, as well as going into great detail into various theories otherwise not explored within the traditional canons of flat Earth pedagogy. My hope is that the ideas expounded in this Flat Earth Trilogy series will provide compelling justifications for the claim that no curvature can be found on the Earth, which points to the empirical conclusion that we live on a plane and not a spinning ball in science fiction outer space. The details regarding the possible topography of the Earth are discussed in depth in this book, but ultimately, the absolute true topography of the Earth is not known by anyone. I have my preferences of course, but in laying out as much information and theoretical material as possible pertaining to the topic of flat Earth, I would hope that you draw your own conclusions and create your own geographical preference. As I have mentioned in other books I have written, it is never any one data point that proves the validity or non-validity of a theory like flat Earth or any other theory. It is the summation of myriads of data points that points to the high plausibility of such a theory as an almost certainty, which is as good as science ever gets with any theory. For instance, the world used to subscribe to a flat plane model, then it was a geocentric sphere model, and then a heliocentric sphere model, and now it is a flat plane model again. The data points amassed to support the flat plane model of the Earth, though the details of that model are still being investigated by millions of people even as I write this, suggest a wide array of possible Earth topologies, including models such as enclosed cosmology, hollow Earth cosmology, geostationary Earth cosmology, infinite plane Earth cosmology, etc. The Jesuit priesthood has done all they can to baffle and confound the world with extraneous and misleading mathematics to create convoluted and superfluous details to hide the true topography of the Earth for reasons I examine in this book. And you know what they say, the devil's in the details. Jesuit devils. Gregory Garrett acknowledgements many thanks to all the fearless and tireless explorers of this flat Earth idea before me. Few, if any, launch out to become a flat earther. There are few stances which garner as much mockery, ridicule, and condemnation as the topic of flat Earth. You are immediately ostracizing yourself as persona non grata for even mentioning the idea, in fact. So why would anyone even investigate it? And that's exactly the point. You are not supposed to investigate too deeply into it, ever. The mockery and ridicule exist as the gatekeepers against you ever looking too deeply. Why this situation exists will thoroughly be explained in this book, as well as the remaining books of this Flat Earth Trilogy. Most are extremely frightened of venturing out of their epistemological comfort zone to explore ideas that the populace has not accepted yet. We are social animals. We want to be liked and accepted for both physical, as well as psychological survival reasons. Being shunned by the group for thinking outside of the groupthink box will generally not win you more prosaic friends. However, the eclectic friends it will win you will be authentically and legitimately far more equal to you intellectually and spiritually. That much is for sure. Dedication. This book is dedicated to those who have decided to uphold empirical science, instead of science fiction fantasy as way of exploring the true contour of the world they live in. Though the idea of putting one's trust in the charlatan scientism priesthood of modern science is irresistible to the ignorant and fearful, with their mesmeric trappings of PhD, peer review, and epistemological claims to authority. There are those who still trust their own eyes, and their own mental faculties to investigate truth. We have all been MKUltra-style brainwashed, and mentally abused by our Jesuit/Masonic educational system to believe nothing but lies and illusions. We were taught to obey and trust in authority from day one of kindergarten when we were first shown a globe and told it was where we lived. We were too young to question what was being told us. The brainwashing started young, as all social engineers know works best. This book is for all those courageous enough to take back their mind. Introduction. Arthur Schopenhauer quote, "All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident." Arthur Schopenhauer, German philosopher, 1788 to 1860, in a nutshell, you are not supposed to ever discover anything I have been talking about. The elite have been very cautious to cover their tracks with breadcrumbs of plausible deniability, and mountains of occultism hidden in plain sight. I am here to crush all that. One unavoidable conclusion from learning about the flat earth model is that the Bible has more validity and truth in it than once thought. The Enochian biblical interpretation of cosmology clearly reveals a flat earth. And so, I unabashedly mention the Bible thought out this book. I am not claiming to be a Bible scholar. Nevertheless, I think there is much more to the Bible than, did Christ die for your sins? The blood sacrifice idea. Satanic cults actually kill people and drink the blood and eat the flesh of their victims. Christians do not do this. The two should not be conflated to be the same. I am not so much trying to push biblical authenticity as much as look at the alternative paths, and their necessary bad consequences. The attempt to achieve immortality through works and personal effort is the Luciferian way, which leads to death, because we all die. The only path that does not contain this method is Christianity. The idea that God would take human form and die for his creation does not seem satanic to me at all. Christianity does not ask for human sacrifice, or to drink blood and eat flesh. It is the non-Christian religions and cults that do, like the Catholic Church, for instance. Christianity is a faith. You are not forced to accept it. What I have done is show the alternative to Christianity, scientism and Luciferianism, an entire world lost in the idea that they can earn salvation, when we all die in the end. If you prefer Luciferian ideologies, that is your choice. That is pretty much what I keep saying, it is your choice. There are a million arguments to reject Christianity, some of them you have made. The morality found in the Bible does not lead to more sin or Satanism. If it did, we would have a case to reject Christianity based upon its obvious decadence. If you choose to reject Christianity, again, it is your choice. Then you are left with anything else, and anything else is actually Luciferian at its core when you examine the world deeply. That should tell you a lot. A process of elimination and deduction actually leads one back to Christ, and not to a blood sacrifice of Christ fixation. There is simply a lot more to all of this than the pigeonholing of Christianity as a pagan satanic cult. The fruits of Christian morality do not reflect that view in the slightest. However, we know Christianity has been infiltrated by Satanism to make it seem so. The elite created law to enslave the masses. It protects them, only. They legalize their own criminal activity. Legalize equals legal lies. Definitions. To set the stage for this book, a good understanding of what good science is seems appropriate. Good science. The basic goal of good science is to develop a theory, paradigm, or model that provides a basis for research to understand the phenomena being studied. The model is useful only insofar as it helps to explain the observations. To this end, science develops by a formal procedure, usually termed the scientific method. Not all fields of science, however, arrive at conclusions in the same way. The physical sciences, such as physics and chemistry, use experimental forms of the scientific method. Experiments are performed to gather numerical data from which relationships are derived and conclusions made. The more descriptive sciences, such as archaeology and anthropology, may use a form of the scientific method involving the gathering of information by visual observation of material remains and researching documentary evidence. What is common among all sciences, however, is the forming of a hypothesis to explain observations that are made, the gathering of data, and, based upon this data, the drawing of conclusions that confirm or deny the original hypothesis. The difference between the types of sciences is in what is considered data, and how data is gathered and processed. The basic steps involved in the scientific method, especially as applied to archaeology, are as follows. The order of these steps is not rigid. Make observations, collect facts and data. All science must begin with observation. Science is only concerned with objects or events that are observable, either directly or indirectly. An example of indirect observation is the study of atoms which are not readily observed, but their effects are observed using instruments. In archaeology, objects or events are usually observed in the natural world, or it may be that previously collected data is examined, in which case primary rather than secondary sources should be used. It is important that the observations be repeatable and verifiable. Create a hypothesis to explain the observations. A hypothesis is a tentative explanation to account for the observations made. The hypothesis unifies the data into a generalization from which predictions can be made. Truly scientific hypotheses must be testable, thus, are erroneous hypotheses able to be falsified. The step from isolated observations to generalization is often called induction, or inductive reasoning. The step from generalized question to prediction of outcome is often called deduction, or deductive reasoning. Deduce the implications of the hypothesis. Implications are predicted based on the hypothesis. The hypothesis might be thought of as the first part of an if-then statement, the then predicting the result of the hypothesis. It is these implications that are then verified or rejected by testing through further observation. Test the implications. Further observation and experimentation is made to collect data, which are compared with the predicted implications to determine if the data confirm or deny the hypothesis. It is very important that all data be considered, not just those that support the hypothesis. Also bear in mind that even if the data support the hypothesis is not necessarily proven to be true. It simply renders the premise that much more plausible. The ultimate test of the validity of a scientific hypothesis is its consistency with the totality of other aspects of the scientific framework. Re-evaluate the hypothesis. Was the hypothesis confirmed or denied by the further observation or experimentation? If it was denied, then a new hypothesis must be formed to encompass the new data. Back to step 2 above. A hypothesis is valid only so far as it is consistent with the data accumulated. A good hypothesis is also consistent with the greater corpus of scientific knowledge. If it is not, then it is incumbent upon the one proposing the hypothesis to reconcile the contradictions before it can be considered to be true. If the evidence in favor of a particular hypothesis is convincing, then the hypothesis is elevated to a theory. A theory is a formalized set of concepts that organizes observations and predicts and explains phenomena. A theory is the fruit of much research, and it demands a solid empirical base of evidence. Subject the hypothesis to peer review. A valid hypothesis will withstand outside scrutiny by other researchers in the field. Making the hypothesis available for constructive criticism is a necessary step in the formulation of valid theories. It allows others to repeat steps 3 and 4 above, thus providing a wider base of knowledge to verify the hypothesis. If any criticism cannot be effectively refuted, then the hypothesis must then be reformed, again, back to step 2 above. Scientists, like other human beings, may individually be swayed by some prevailing worldview to favor certain results over others, or to intuit some broad theory that they then seek to prove. The scientific community as a whole, however, judges the work of its members by the objectivity and rigor with which that work has been conducted. In this way the scientific method prevails. The scientific method is a process by which we systematically advance our understanding of the world. True scientists adhere strictly to this method. It is considered to be the foundation of all branches of science. In fact, a result can only be called scientific if it has been subjected to the standards of the scientific method. Both the power and the limitations of science are the result of the rigorous attention to this method. In The Demon-Haunted World, p. 261, Carl Sagan wrote, "Science is different from many another human enterprise not, of course, in its practitioners being influenced by the culture they grew up in, nor in sometimes being right and sometimes wrong, which are common to every human activity. But in its passion for framing testable hypotheses, in its search for definitive experiments that confirm or deny ideas, in the vigor of its substantive debate, and in its willingness to abandon ideas that have been found wanting. If we were not aware of our own limitations, though, if we were not seeking further data, if we were unwilling to perform controlled experiments, if we did not respect the evidence, we would have very little leverage in our quest for the truth. Through opportunism and timidity, we might then be buffeted by every ideological breeze, with nothing of lasting value to hang on to. False reality. Your perception of reality was created through descriptive language. Long ago, the Luciferian elite figured out they could control the masses through mind control, using science, and gradually altered the description of reality until all were under the spell of their descriptions. Prayer. That will be done. I come from a philosophic and scientific background, not a Christian background. But the idea of prayer and higher consciousness intrigues me, in the same way as quantum entanglement and the holographic universe theory intrigues me. If you know anything about quantum entanglement and the holographic universe theory, you would realize that these two ideas from science prove almost conclusively that prayer is actually a very real phenomena, and very easy to support through quantum modeling, and the implicate and explicate hierarchies of physicists. David Bohms and Carl Pribram. It's that if you penetrate through and look at the universe with a holographic system, you arrive at a different reality. And that other reality can explain things that have hitherto remained inexplicable scientifically, paranormal phenomena, and synchronicities, the apparently meaningful coincidence of events. Carl Pribram. Certainly, prayer could be inclusive in this model, but that's another paper. In this one, I want to address what prayer might be or might not be. Christian prayer. Christian prayer is a form of petition, plea or submission to the authority of an a priori, eternal creator, a kind of act of emotion, surrender, and alignment with a will greater than your own. You are not praying for God to do as He pleases, though that is very quaint and amusing, non-Christian notion. You are praying for yourself to find God's will. It is a mental and emotional entreaty, an act of petition. It is amusing how so many who have not really studied Christianity think that Christians are taught to pray for God to do His own will. It is the type of absurdly inaccurate thinking that we generally see coming from the atheist mind. Naturally, if you have no belief in a cause to space-time, this would be a meaningless gesture on your part to even consider. The Christian position states that you have free will. You can choose anything you want, and God does not stop you. You are designed absolutely free by your Creator. Whether you choose to believe in a Creator or not does not affect this. But this does not mean all people choose with wisdom. Many people choose unwisely and suffer consequences, as we all know. Prayer is for you, not God. It is a concession designed for you to correct yourself. The assumption is God has a will, and you can be either seeking that will or not. Prayer was designed to aid a person to listen for, to seek, and find God's will. That is what "thy will be done" is referring to. Often people say God is a tyrant for demanding worship or for wanting His creation to seek His will. But this is laughable in Christian doctrine because God's will is not a demand, but rather, it is merely wisdom. The real tyrant is the natural world. The natural world is a ruthless tyrant, with a rigid and brutal will. For instance, when you avoid jumping off a 3,000-foot cliff, you are surrendering and submitting to the fact that nature has a way of its own which trumps you, a will, so to speak. Transgress nature's will, and nature will swiftly kill you. Jump off a 3,000-foot cliff, unaided to test me on this. Nature has a will of its own which pulls objects down to the earth, even if it is your will to deny that fact and jump unaided. Nature is ruthlessly rigid about this. If you disobey the will of nature, you die, in most cases. Toy with a lion, get eaten. Swim in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, with no wetsuit, die of drowning rather rapidly. A materialist might say that will be done about nature and seek to learn the will of nature so as not to die. Failure to learn the will of nature, which we could refer to as the laws of physics, most assuredly will lead to a rapid death. Just cross a 4-lane highway blindfolded to test this hypothesis. But arrange a funeral ceremony first. A theist, however, would add, "Thy will be done" about a creator, and seek to discover God's will in order to morally navigate existence. Thus, nature's will is expressed physically, whilst God's will is expressed morally. And so, we have two fundamentally different purposes between the will expressed within natural law, and the will expressed within divine law, but both must be learned and obeyed or there are dire consequences. Defy the will of nature, and you lose your physical body. Physical survival defy the will of divinity, and you lose your soul. Spiritual survival traditionally, the way of the latter consequence has been to simply express a disbelief in any gods, the atheist position. In the mind of the atheist, if there is no God, then there is no soul, which means there is no reason to pray for guidance to purify that imaginary soul or act in any particularly moral fashion, since there are no eternal consequences to face for immorality without a God to enforce them. This is not to say all atheists are immoral, but rather, that the pressure is off for an atheist to be moral because, if they can get away with murder and not get caught here on earth, that is all that need be considered. The theist, on the other hand, tends to accept the limitations of the human existence to know all things without help from a creator. They are more convinced that there are metaphysical repercussions to their deeds, and prayer might be a concession and petition, which would assist in their spiritual survival. Pascal's wager. Essentially, we are looking at Pascal's wager here. Pascal's wager is an argument in philosophy presented by the 17th century French philosopher, mathematician, and physicist Blaise Pascal. It posits that humans bet with their lives that God either exists or does not. If God is a real force to confront, and you ignore that fact, it might not go well for you after death. So, the theists hedge their bets by seeking God, even though they are still investigating into the nature of God and divinity their entire lives. I would never base my spiritual life on Pascal's wager, but it is an interesting response to theism, nonetheless. One amusing notion is posited by asserting that God does not really care about a person's atheism. They are still bound by metaphysical consequences. There are no easy answers to the metaphysical questions of ontology. Some say, agnosticism is the most intelligent and intellectually honest position to take in the spiritual fray of theistic debates. Some say playing it safe and asserting a theistic claim is the wisest choice. Some say that ignoring the entire thing altogether, a kind of apatheism, is the key to happiness. Finally, prayer is all about free will. You are free to choose free will as well, or deny that there is such a thing, and flirt with soft determinism versus hard determinism, etc. You have the free will to claim you have no free will, paradoxically. But whatever conclusion you come to, the petition of prayer is a way of seeking more wisdom. If you seek wisdom from nature only, so be it. But I would never fault anyone for seeking for more wisdom, though a metaphysical agency. Who am I to assert that there is no causal metaphysical agency to space-time? I would have to know all things to assert something so final. I suspect I do not have enough faith to be an atheist. Esoteric versus exoteric meaning of NASA in the occult. The outward, unhidden meaning of a word is the exoteric meaning. The hidden meaning is the esoteric meaning. NASA, or, more correctly, nasar, which is a primitive verb root meaning to lift, bear up, carry, or take, which is the common understanding of what NASA's honorable intentions are all about. However, this is a deception, and knowing that NASA is an occult organization, we find their true esoteric meaning derived from a common root word, nasha. The primitive verb root which in Hebrew means to beguile, or to deceive is, which is transliterated as nasha, pronounced nashar. Additionally, how interesting the context in which both first appear, nasha, in reference to Eve being deceived by the serpent, and nasa, in reference to Cain's punishment after killing his brother Abel. What I find most intriguing, however, is that in the original writings, there were no vowel or pronunciation markings over and under the letters. So, in the text, they would both appear exactly the same way, spelled as Nun Shin Aleph. Thus, it would not at all surprise us if NASA knowingly pulled another fast one on us. Chapter 1. The flat-out plain truth. Once you go flat, you never globe back. Flat Earth and a New Age of Luciferianism. Two trees in the Garden of Eden. I often speak of the secret knowledge of the Babylonian mystery schools that all the New Age zealots are desperate to get their hands on. I relate how it is linked to the serpent Lucifer tempting man with the apple of forbidden knowledge and the promise of apotheosis for mankind. Forbidden fruit is a phrase that originates from the book of Genesis concerning Adam and Eve in Genesis 2:16-17. In the narrative, Adam and Eve eat the fruit of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden, which they had been commanded not to do by God. However, there was a second tree in the Garden of Eden as well. The other tree in the Garden of Eden, the tree of life, which at first, Adam and Eve were allowed to eat from, but after their disobedience, were forbidden this eternal life through the tree of life because of their sinful state. Then God said, "Now, what if he, man, also reaches out his hand to take fruit from the tree of life, and eats of it, and lives forever?" The Lord God, therefore, banished him from the Garden of Eden, Gen 3:22-23. You may well ask, how does the knowledge of good and evil equate to apotheosis using secret knowledge to achieve it? Well, my underlying thesis is that mankind, in addition to the perils of being disobedient to his Creator by eating of the forbidden tree, is also, by proxy, not capable of handling the secret knowledge that the occult so willingly administer to the public in their Hollywood films, New Age bookstores, and just about everywhere else in the world now. In essence, the type of Luciferian arrogance required to disobey God and think you can live forever through your own works, based upon the use of occult knowledge, is the reason man should not be seeking all these esoteric Mystery Babylon teachings coming to us from the occult nurseries of Freemasonry, in the first place. It makes total sense why God would forbid man to eat of the tree of life after man had proven himself untrustworthy to obey the simple request from God to not eat of a singular tree. Man was no longer relying on his Creator. Man was worshipping himself and his own abilities to live forever through his own cunning, without God. In short, mankind is not able to safely wield such occult knowledge. Nevertheless, certain key figures have arisen in history to push man even closer to the abyss of occult doom. Occultist, John Dee, Sir Francis Bacon, Madame Helena Blavatsky, Albert Pike, etc. And now just about millions of sun-worshipping New Agers on the internet are pushing for apotheosis through the use of esoteric secret knowledge. They encode it with terms like ascension into the infinite, and universal consciousness, and cosmic consciousness, and whatever else works to describe mankind's quest to ascend into the stars and merge with the pantheistic universe, rather than obey and dwell with the Creator Elohim, author of the earth and firmament. The forbidden knowledge that man seeks, however, the entire occult edifice collapses to the ground if anyone reveals that reincarnation, random mutational-based evolution, and heliocentrism are occult hoaxes. How can man be embroiled within an epically lengthy evolutionary journey to ascend into the cosmos through evolving mentalism, using secret knowledge, if there is no many lifetimes, force of evolution, or even a cosmos to evolve into? The evolution of man into Superman was always the purpose of the ancient mysteries, and the real purpose of modern masonry is not the social and charitable purposes to which so much attention is paid, but the expediting of the spiritual evolution of those who aspire to perfect their own nature and transform it into a more godlike quality. Apotheosis, and this is a definite science, a royal art, which it is possible for each of us to put into practice. The meaning of Masonry, W. L. Wilmshurst, p. 47. Putting this all together, flat Earth poses a huge problem for this entire Freemasonic-driven, New Age movement. What does Freemasonry teach? It teaches that Lucifer is God and the sun is the source of all worship. They call their god Helios, and the worship of the sun is called heliocentrism, based upon ancient Hermetic occult mysticism. And part and parcel to the Freemason Helios-worshipping religion is the occult doctrines of reincarnation and evolution. It all goes hand in hand. And then you have gravity, Big Bang cosmology, and ancient aliens to assist in the heliocentric fantasy that the cosmos is evolving, etc. And so, the entire Freemasonic framework potentially collapses when we assert the Earth is not a spinning ball in a heliocentric universe. Reincarnation, evolution, gravity, Big Bang cosmology, outer space, and alien ancestor fantasy all goes by when we assert the Earth is flat. However, a problem has arisen. The flat Earth model has been surgically removed from its biblical underpinnings, so millions are teaching that the Earth is flat, but also that occult secret knowledge is man's way to ascension, enlightenment, and ultimate apotheosis here on Earth. Again, in man's arrogance, the age of Luciferian seduction from the garden is returning. Man falls for it by reflecting Lucifer's arrogant nature and eats from tree of the knowledge of good and evil, in disobedience to man's creator. It becomes apparent that God had established an order and logic to the creation, where man had his place in it, but Lucifer seduced man to seek a higher place, to the extent of even choosing to live forever as gods, themselves, apart from God's authority or approval. Apotheosis. The serpent Lucifer, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Genesis 3:5. The book of Genesis shows that God put Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. They were allowed to eat the fruit of all trees, including the tree of life, but not the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, Genesis 2-3. Eating the fruit of the tree of life represented choosing total reliance on God to show what is good or evil, through His law and Holy Spirit. Eating the fruit of the latter tree represented human beings choosing for themselves what is good and evil, rejecting any direction from God. Mankind has chosen to be the arbitrate for himself. Mankind has chosen to decide what is allowed and not allowed, what is good or evil for himself, without God's approval. It is the kind of thing we see in the New Age, where morality is relative, and anything goes because you have zillions of lifetimes to make mistakes and flounder about in seething sexual promiscuity, drugs, and adultery. Purely because you have decided these things are just fine for you and God's laws are irrelevant, archaic, and interfere with your fun. This is the New Age in a nutshell. It preaches that there is no sin, and in obeying their New Age counterculture guru, Aleister Crowley's "do as thou wilt" maxim, they brandish a satanic pride at the infamously pagan, EDM, sex and drug orgy Tomorrowland festivals. These festivals being nothing more than occult Babylonian revivals. Flat Earth needs a biblical context to be of use to the world. Flat Earth in itself is not the answer. God is. Flat Earth can potentially be a path to God if we remind others of its proper biblical context, the road to the turning of heads back to Christ. Why did God prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned? In Genesis 2:9, we are told that in the midst of the Garden of Eden, God placed the tree of life as well as the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Adam was permitted to eat of every tree in the garden except for the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God warned that if Adam ate of its fruit, he would surely begin to die. See this article for an explanation of why that is the best understanding. In Genesis 3, the Bible describes the fall of mankind, and how sin, death, and suffering entered the world when Adam disobeyed God's commandment and ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Towards the end of Genesis 3, we read, "Then the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us in knowing good and evil. Now, lest he reach out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he was taken. He drove out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he placed the cherubim, and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life." Genesis 3:22-24. This raises an interesting question. Why would God prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned? The Bible tells us that the last enemy to be destroyed is death. 1 Corinthians 15:26. But if death is an enemy, wouldn't it have been a good thing for Adam to live forever by eating from the tree of life? If God did not prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned, a future redemption through the physical death of one of Adam's descendants, Jesus Christ, would not have been possible. When Adam sinned, mankind became estranged from God and physical death entered the world. In this way, through one man, physical death entered the world, cf. Romans 5:12-17, and through Adam, death now came to all men. If Adam had eaten from the tree of life after he sinned, he would have lived forever, but he would have lived in a state of eternal estrangement from God. While death is tragic and an enemy to God's perfect creation, this same curse of death, is also what allowed Christ to become incarnate as a man and to actually die on the cross as a ransom for his people. If Adam had eaten from the tree of life after he had sinned, all mankind would have lived forever, estranged from God, and Christ, our kinsman redeemer, would not have been able to die on the cross in redemption. In other words, if God did not subject sinful humanity with a curse of death, sinful man would not have any chance of being reconciled back to God. If God did not prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned, a future redemption through the physical death of one of Adam's descendants, Jesus Christ, would not have been possible. So, the irony of it all is that while the wages of sin is death, and while death is the last enemy that would eventually be destroyed at the final consummation of all things, the entrance of physical death is also the mechanism that allows for the gospel of redemption. No physical death, no redemption by a kinsman redeemer, no hope for a future restoration and union with Christ. As Romans 8:20-23 explains, the entrance of physical death in Genesis 3, through Christ, serves the purpose of bringing about the eventual spiritual reconciliation and physical resurrection of all believers, and so that creation itself would one day be set free from the curse. So while death is an enemy, and while creation itself was subjected by God to futility, and while the wages of sin is death, Romans 6:23, through Christ, one day, at the final consummation, death will lose its sting, 1 Corinthians 15:54-56. Through Christ, the entrance of physical death into the world as a result of sin, serves as the means through which the Messiah would be able to reconcile his people back to himself by dying on the cross in redemption. Through Christ, creation itself would one day be restored to its former glory and more. Finally, through Christ, all who believe in him would one day be redeemed, resurrected and restored in perfect union with God. God will recreate a new heaven and a new earth, and death itself would one day be destroyed forever. 1 Corinthians 15:26. As Romans 8:20-23 explains, the entrance of physical death in Genesis 3, through Christ, serves the purpose of bringing about the eventual spiritual reconciliation and physical resurrection of all believers, and so that creation itself would one day be set free from the curse. For the creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. And not only the creation, but we ourselves, who have the first fruits of the Spirit, groan inwardly as we wait eagerly for adoption as sons, the redemption of our bodies. The biblical account of creation in Genesis, the historical reality of the fall of man, and the entrance of physical sin, are all central to the gospel and our blessed hope. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more, neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away. And he who was seated on the throne said, Behold, I am making all things new. Revelation 21:1-5. One day, all of creation would be restored to its former glory. Death, suffering, sin, and the curse will be done away with. When that happens, believers will once again have access to the tree of life, which will once again be present in the new heaven and new earth. Revelation 2:7, 22:2, 14, 19. The historical reality of Adam's exclusion from the tree of life in Genesis 3:22, the protevangelium of Genesis 3:15, and the God-man of Genesis 4:1, all point us forward to what Jesus would eventually do on the cross 2,000 years ago, and how the curse of sin would one day be destroyed. Together, these verses paint for us the foundational elements of the gospel. Through the first Adam, death entered the world. Through the last Adam, Jesus Christ, death on the cross becomes the means through which creation is reconciled and restored, and when all is completed, death itself, the last enemy, will be forever destroyed. 1 Corinthians 15:26. This is the reason why God forbade Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned. The Gospel—the Bible tells us that the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord, Romans 6:23. In other words, the reason we die and the reason we are in need of salvation is because we are all sinners. All of Adam's descendants are sinful from conception, Psalm 51:5. Romans 3:23 tells us that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Thankfully, we also know from the next 3 verses that follow, that Jesus came to undo the curse of sin, and to grant us eternal life. How is this possible? The Bible tells us that to redeem us, God had to become incarnate as man, live a perfect sinless life on our behalf, and then, as our kinsman redeemer, die on the cross to pay the penalty for our sins. By paying the penalty for sin through his death, those who believe in him might be reconciled back to God, cf. John 3:16. As our substitute on the cross, Jesus satisfied the wrath of God through his death, and all believers are in turn credited with the righteousness that belongs to Christ. John 3:18 tells us that whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only Son of God. John 3:18. One day when Christ returns, Jesus will restore his, Acts 3:21, creation to a state where once again, there will no longer be any more death and suffering. Jesus will redeem, restore, recover, return, renew creation, and resurrect every believer. As Jonathan Sarfati points out, all these speak of a restoration of the very good creation that was once marred by sin. By Joel T. Psalms 19:1, hiding in plain sight Nazi founder of NASA, Wernher von Braun, was a German, Nazi scientist, later American aerospace engineer, and space architect. He was the leading figure in the development of rocket technology in Germany, and the father of rocket technology and space science in the United States. He converted from being atheist all his life to believing in God 10 years before he passed away. He was deeply immersed in perpetuating the heliocentric globe deception. However, on his gravestone was posted the following, Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. KJV. This says volumes about NASA and why it was invented, to hide the true topography of the earth. In closed cosmology theory, we must remember that everyone is still exploring this newly revived territory of flat earth. And so, the term theory is important to add. Many theories exist regarding to the shape of the earth, aside from the heliocentric model, which I will easily discard as rubbish in this book. There is enclosed cosmology theory, infinite plane flat earth theory, hollow earth theory, concave earth theory, etc. I am not going to entertain every flat earth theory under the sun in this book, but I will give some information on the major ones. The final frontier, and here is where even the bravest truth investigator fears to tread, that final frontier to boldly go and seek out new and etc. Well, you know the rest. We've been participating in a mediated quasi-psychedelic experience, parceled out by digital CGI computer-enhanced media, Jesuit-governed Hollywood science fiction film, and Nazi occult-created NASA images claiming to be from the ISS, Hubble telescope, and Voyager 1 probe. giving us a techno-celestial Luciferian fabrication of authentic spirituality. Outer space is a Kabbalistic Luciferian metaphor for spirituality. We were all indoctrinated into this Luciferian outer space cult religion from birth. Imagine realizing you have spent your entire life living inside a Star Trek episode? How did the Luciferians accomplish this? Well, just think, your perception of reality is created through descriptive language. Long ago, the Luciferian elite figured out they could control the masses through mind control, using alchemical metaphysics, which eventually became modern science, and gradually they altered the description of reality until all were under the spell of their descriptions. Welcome to the New World Order. It is not a jackboot on your throat until the end of time like you were warned. Rather, it is an AMOLED display consisting of an active matrix of OLED pixels generating luminescence upon electrical activation, which has been deposited or integrated onto a thin-film transistor array, which functions as a series of switches to control the current flowing to each individual pixel. Digital alchemy is all that is needed to control the world now. The magic and wizardry of modern technology dazzles and subjugates the masses into willful submission. It was upon these digital imaging grounds that the Luciferian elite have successfully steered the destiny of the world to this final lowered capstone of the great work of ages. Essentially, all that is required now is for any image or series of images to be shown to the entranced masses, drugged with high-tech and Luciferian scientism mythologies, and they will accept any reality that is presented before them as real, unquestionably. The Nikon P900 resolution one cannot run forever from the truth, calling everything fake news if it does not fit one Star Trek fantasy version of the world. It is well known that the Nikon P900 is not powerful enough to achieve tremendous visual acuity detail depth, because its aperture is too small. Even the manufacturer explains that it cannot surpass 2,200 kilometers for detail sharpness because of the size of its aperture. Anything beyond 2,200 kilometers with the Nikon P900, and all you have is a blurred blot of light. And so, how does the Nikon P900 see the absolute detailed clarity of the Moon's craters? Thousands of pictures have been taken of the Moon's craters by professionals and amateurs using the Nikon P900, and they show visually acute sharpness and detail of the craters. Yet the Moon is said to be 294,000 miles away? This is far beyond the ability of the Nikon P900 to see. Hence, the Moon is not that far away. In fact, it cannot be beyond 2,200 kilometers away, unless you are brainwashed by Jesuit Vatican heliocentric fantasies. The luminaries, the immaterial nature of the satellites of the Earth. The satellites of the Earth are not material. The result of sonoluminescence, they are luminous and transparent disks without substance. The Moon, in particular, conveys the impression of being an ethereal manifestation. And the uncertain and elusive character which is usually associated with this satellite results precisely from its immaterial nature. Sonoluminescence is the emission of short bursts of light from imploding bubbles in a liquid when excited by sound. Wikipedia properties of sonoluminescence can occur when a sound wave of sufficient intensity induces a gaseous cavity within a liquid to collapse quickly. This cavity may take the form of a pre-existing bubble, or may be generated through a process known as cavitation. Sonoluminescence in the laboratory can be made to be stable, so that a single bubble will expand and collapse over and over again in a periodic fashion, emitting a burst of light each time it collapses. For this to occur, a standing acoustic wave is set up within a liquid, and the bubble will sit at a pressure antinode of the standing wave. The frequencies of resonance depend on the shape and size of the container in which the bubble is contained. The light flashes from the bubbles last between 35 and a few hundred picoseconds long, with peak intensities of the order of 1 to 10 milliwatts. The bubbles are very small when they emit the light, about 1 micrometer in diameter depending on the ambient fluid, example, water, and the gas content of the bubble, example, atmospheric air. Single bubble sonoluminescence pulses can have very stable periods and positions. In fact, the frequency of light flashes can be more stable than the rated frequency stability of the oscillator making the sound waves driving them. However, the stability analyses of the bubble show that the bubble itself undergoes significant geometric instabilities due to, for example, the Bjerknes forces and Rayleigh-Taylor instabilities. The addition of a small amount of noble gas, such as helium, argon, or xenon, to the gas in the bubble increases the intensity of the emitted light. Wikipedia Cymatics, Stars and Wandering Stars, Planets, the process in which the stars, wandering stars, planets, and even the sun and moon, most probably, are created is through the process of cymatics. Cymatics, from ancient Greek, kappa mu alpha, meaning wave, is a subset of modal vibrational phenomena. The term was coined by Hans Jenny, 1904 to 1972, a Swiss follower of the philosophical school known as anthroposophy. Typically, the surface of a plate, diaphragm or membrane is vibrated, and regions of maximum and minimum displacement are made visible in a thin coating of particles, paste or liquid. Different patterns emerge in the excitatory medium depending on the geometry of the plate and the driving frequency. Wikipedia: though vibrations in the crystalline, metallicized glassy vitreous dome above the Earth, different patterns emerge, known as cymatics. The stars and wandering stars fixed within the waters above are the result of electromagnetic-induced sound upon the myriads of tiny bubbles fixed in the firmament. The result is the emission of short bursts of light from imploding bubbles known as sonoluminescence. The light flashes from the bubbles last between 35 and a few hundred picoseconds long, with peak intensities of the order of 1 to 10 milliwatts, as experiments in laboratories reveal. And the oscillations per second of sonoluminescent bubbles causes a cavity to form in the bubble which can either implode or explode. Again, sonoluminescence can occur when a sound wave of sufficient intensity induces a gaseous cavity within a liquid to collapse quickly. This cavity may take the form of a pre-existing bubble, or may be generated through a process known as cavitation. Sonoluminescence in the laboratory can be made to be stable, so that a single bubble will expand and collapse over and over again in a periodic fashion, emitting a burst of light each time it collapses. For this to occur, a standing acoustic wave is set up within a liquid, and the bubble will sit at a pressure antinode of the standing wave. The frequencies of resonance depend on the shape and size of the container in which the bubble is contained. Phases of multi-bubble sonoluminescent stars are divided into spectral classes, which help to identify their color, size, and luminosity. One could assume that there may be traces of helium, argon, or xenon, as well as the celestial waters, to increases the intensity of the emitted light. E.g., argon is a noble gas, and it does not react with any other element. Consequently, argon does not react with water. Solubility of argon and argon compounds. Argon has a water solubility of 62 mg/L at 20 oC and pressure equals 1 bar. Traditionally, these spectral classes are determined by a classification method. Harvard Spectral Classification O, blue 28, 000-50, 000K, radius 20, mass 40, B, blue-white, 10, 000-28, 000K, radius 5, mass 0.1 A, white, 7, 500-10, 000K, radius 2, mass 10F. White yellow, 6, 000-7, 500K, radius 1.2. Mass 1.5 G, yellow 4, 900-6, 000K, radius 1, mass 1K, orange 3, 500-4, 900K, radius 0.3, mass 0.5 M, red 2, 000-3, 500K, radius 0.1, mass 0.1. However, in actuality, this entire system is based upon the entirely false assumption that stars are billions and billions of miles away, made up, silly, stupid distances, and massive burning infernos of vast amounts of hydrogen and helium, when they clearly exhibit the signature of sonoluminescence far more than the burning nuclear inferno theory. What stars really are? Stars exhibit color, size, and luminosity depending upon what stage they are in the pulsation and size index. Using the Harvard spectral classification system again. But correctly, O, blue, small bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. B, blue-white, small bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. A, white, small bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. F, white-yellow, medium-sized bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. G, yellow, above medium-sized bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. K, orange, larger bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. M, red, largest bubbles fixed in the rotating firmament. The life cycles of stars. White dwarf stars are tiny bubbles. Red giant stars or larger bubble. Quasar are merely bubbles which have a lot of red shift from their size, and not their distance. They are actually close to the firmament, and the vitreous nature of the dome affects the refractive index with respect to the wavelength of red in their dispersion. Nebula are simply a stage of sonoluminescent pulsation. Protostars / T Tauri phase, or brown dwarfs, are transitioning bubbles. Blue supergiant are hyper-resonating small bubbles. Neutron star is merely a bubble approaching explosion. Supernova is an exploding bubble into the celestial waters. If the firmament. Black holes are imploding bubbles which create an whirlpool in the celestial waters in the firmament. This why black holes appear to be star eaters. What they are actually doing is sucking in nearby water like a common ocean tide pool. The swirling you see is like the swirling you see in a tide pool when a pinwheel eddy forms to suck in surrounding debris. Red and blue shift. Redshift and blue shift describe how light shifts toward shorter or longer wavelengths as objects in space, such as stars or galaxies, move closer or farther away from us. The concept is key to charting the universe's expansion. Visible light is a spectrum of colors, which is clear to anyone who has looked at a rainbow. https://www.space.com/25732 redshift blueshift.html. When the sonoluminescent bubbles implode, they get blue. When they explode, they get red. Nothing is moving out into outer space, or contracting into a Big Bang. That is all science fiction nonsense. The stars are extremely small pinpricks of sonoluminescent light, and not expanding nor contracting out. The entire redshift/blue shift paradigm is meaningless rubbish. The red and blue shifts are not indicating velocity. They are merely indicating implosion and explosion of tiny bubbles, no larger than a marble, most likely. Magnitudes of order. Stars could be the size of a whale, a car, or could be the size of a marble or grains of sand, but certainly not millions of miles of magnitudes. It is hard to say because sonoluminescent bubbles burn tens of thousands of degrees when they implode or explode, and they are being magnified by atmospheric lensing as well. It does not take a huge bubble of such luminous spectral intensity to be seen a few hundred or thousands of miles from the Earth's surface. Think of the halogen flashlight. Need I say more? The stars are fixed and rotate in a circular pattern. If you look at time-lapsed photography of the stars, they show a perfect circular pattern. This has to indicate that the stars above us are centralized above us. If not, we wouldn't have a North Star. If the stars are circling, this means the Earth is not moving. If the Earth were moving through space, then the path of the stars would have a tunnel effect, and not merely exhibit a circular pattern. The fact that the constellations have remained unchanged for all centuries also supports the fact that the Earth does not move through space. This disproves heliocentrism on its face. Now if one adds the Michelson-Morley experiment, 1887, to prove the Earth is not moving at all, and one is left with the fact that we are under a kaleidoscope of stars that rotate a full turn once every 24 hours. In a dome structure above the Earth. Lastly, Polaris never moves from the center, which proves that the stars are pivoting around the fixed North Star, Polaris. Putting it all together, what are the stars, galaxies, and solar systems, actually? NASA says Polaris is 2 quadrillion million miles away. Again, big scary numbers to spellbind you, and make you submit independence of the authority of NASA, since you cannot verify the legitimacy of such huge number claims. You do not have the big telescopes, or big computers, or big egos that NASA has to determine these things, remember. And then NASA says the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on its axis, while orbiting the Sun at 67,000 miles an hour, while spiraling around the outer arms of the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, with the Milky Way galaxy shooting out through the universe at 670,000 miles per hour, and you magically do not feel any of that insanely contrary motion? There are no stars, per se, in the way we were taught, as nuclear furnaces, trillions and trillions of miles away. That is all bullshit. Remember, scientism is all about using huge numbers and huge distances to spellbind you and rape your intellect into compliance with their occult Kabbalistic reality. Stars are only a few thousand miles away, and are actually only pulsating frequencies of sonoluminescence, the emission of short bursts of light from imploding bubbles in a liquid when excited by sound, in a rotating firmament above the Earth. The stars rotate around the polar North Star, Polaris, as an interconnected unit. That's why no matter how many years transpire, the constellations are still locked in a fixed position, never changing at all. Scientism priests invented a mystical magical stellar parallax theory to explain why the stars appear to never move, and the world was once again razzle-dazzled by the sleight of mathematical hand of Semitism. Stellar parallax theory states, stellar parallax created by the relative motion between the Earth and a star can be seen in the Copernican model, as arising from the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. The star only appears to move relative to more distant objects in the sky. In a geostatic model, the movement of the star would have to be taken as real, with the star oscillating across the sky with respect to the background stars. The fact that stellar parallax was so small that it was unobservable at the time was used as the main scientific argument against heliocentrism during the early modern age. It is clear from Euclid's geometry that the effect would be undetectable if the stars were far enough away, but for various reasons such gigantic distances involved seemed entirely implausible. Wikipedia. So, scientism countered back with more theoretical mumbo-jumbo like, in 1989. The satellite Hipparcos was launched primarily for obtaining improved parallaxes and proper motions for over 100,000 nearby stars, increasing the reach of the method tenfold. Even so, Hipparcos is only able to measure parallax angles for stars up to about 1,600 light-years away, a little more than 1% of the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy. The European Space Agency's Gaia mission, launched in December 2013, will be able to measure parallax angles to an accuracy of microarcseconds, thus mapping nearby stars and potentially planets, up to a distance of tens of thousands of light-years from Earth. In April 2014, NASA astronomers reported that the Hubble Space Telescope, by using spatial scanning, can now precisely measure distances up to 10,000 light-years away, a tenfold improvement over earlier measurement. Wikipedia and then Wamo. They got ya. You do not own the Hipparcos satellite, nor the Hubble Space Telescope, so you cannot prove anything suddenly. NASA takes over all conclusions with the big tech guns of science. That has always been their game. Our data is sovereign because have the top technological equipment to ferret out data, says NASA. So then, even if the entire world uses logic and reason to realize the constellations would be sifting dramatically over the days and months and drastically shifting over years and decades, not to mention centuries, with all that violent contrary motion the Earth is involved in. You are wrong and NASA is right because they have big numbers, big distances, and big data to make you submit. Consider this though, the Sun, Moon, and stars are all rotating around a central point over the North Pole. The underlying cause for this rotation is a vast cornucopia of stellar systems orbiting around its center of attraction, an imaginary point of shared attraction. This is an extrapolated and more complex binary star movement. Think of a binary 2-star system which moves around an invisible common barycenter. Now add a third body which shares that common center of attraction. Now a fourth. When we add enough bodies, the system looks like a swirling multiple system. More details on stars. The stars in the night sky rotate around common barycenters above the Earth just as the Sun and Moon do. From a location on the Earth's surface, the stars in the sky might seem to scroll across the night sky with Polaris at the hub. Each star in a cluster is attracted to one another through gravitational vectors. Formation is created through gravitational capture. At least 3 objects are actually required, as conservation of energy rules out a single gravitating body capturing another. The stars maintain their movement over the years through Newton's first law. An object at rest tends to stay at rest, and an object in motion tends to stay in motion with the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. The stars in the night sky trace almost perfect circles around the hub of the Earth, because by necessity the mechanics of a multiple systems rely intimately on the movements and vectors of every member body. Circular movement is the most perfect, stable movement. If one celestial body is out of place or moves in a different fashion than the other bodies of the group, the entire system becomes inherently imbalanced. Eddies, or stars that move out of tandem, will either leave the system entirely, or are compelled by the stellar system to move back into its locked pace and apogee. This is why there are no elliptical orbits. Finally, the Milky Way is the result of fissures and disturbances in the dome structure above the Earth. The dome is denser than water and vibratory-based disturbances become fixed as imprints and residues. That's what the galaxy and solar systems actually are, and they are only several thousand miles above us, and not trillions of light-years away. More observations showing NASA to be deceptive Luciferian propaganda masters, a warm-hearted question that is often asked among fellow converts to biblical cosmology is this. What one observation finally caused you to become a Copernican heliocentric theory questioner? We all speak so nostalgically of our final surrender, because it was that victorious moment when we recognized our own condition, blindness. But the resulting irony is, for the first time in our life, we could finally really see the world as God created it. For me, as it seems to be with many, that eye-opening moment was realizing that I could no longer argue with the heavens above me. It was all so simple, really. The constellations haven't changed since the beginning of recorded history. Genesis 1:1. I've put together 12 observations which aided in my final acknowledgement that we're living on a flat, stationary, and circular Earth, with a solid firmament above us. Consider this a beginner's guide to the geocentric flat Earth, strictly where the stars are concerned. I hope this information is helpful, perhaps even enlightening, to your own journey. NASA and modern astronomy say the Earth is a giant ball tilted back, wobbling and spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its central axis, traveling 67,000 miles per hour in a 584 million mile revolution around the Sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, while the entire galaxy rockets a ridiculous 670,000 mph through the universe, with all of these motions originating from an alleged Big Bang explosion some 14 billion years ago. That's a grand total of 670,568,000 miles per hour in several different directions we're all supposedly simultaneously speeding along at, yet no one in all of human history has ever seen, felt, heard, measured, or proven a single one of these motions to exist whatsoever. Meanwhile, we can feel the slightest breeze tickle our skin. I can drive at a cruising speed of 50 miles per hour down the I-95 in my Ford F-350 and feel motion. Tell me you've been on a roller coaster and never felt motion. We all feel motion. Globe believers are relativists, and therefore like to argue this point, because our every real observation in nature is apparently relative to providing the numbers and equations on a chalkboard that make up this tall tale ball theory. Let's be practical about this. If any of what NASA says is true, then why haven't the constellations, with their wild variation of chaotic speeds in an infinite smorgasbord of uncharted destinations, measurably changed in the whole of human history? NASA says Polaris, or the North Star, is 2 quadrillion miles away. With the speed of travel measurements previously stated under consideration, how is it even conceptually possible that Polaris always maintains its alignment perfectly with the North Pole? It's 2 quadrillion miles away. Also, how can they possibly measure something 2 quadrillion miles away? Again, let's be practical about this and use common sense. What NASA is really telling you is this: from 2 quadrillion miles away, Polaris is simultaneously mirroring Earth's every wobbling, spinning, spiraling, and shooting motion, basically mimicking us like two comedians attempting to become the other's funny reflection in a mirrorless frame. And utilizing acrobatic skills that defy even our 670 million miles per hour too, just to pull off the magic of false perspective as our ball Earth wildly wobbles, also that God may fool the bulk of human history into thinking we remain perfectly fixed in place. Wow! Unlike those pyramid builders, I'm so glad we've become an enlightened people. If the Earth really revolves around the Sun, as globe believers claim, then the continual change in our position, all 190 million miles of our supposed annual orbit, should constantly rearrange our own perspective of the stars and constellations above. Even if the stars were to remain fixed in place while we rotated. Yet their angles, and the measured distance between each one of them, have never changed in all of human history, not from one week, month, decade, century, or millennia to the next, which permits any rational observer only one conclusion. We're not being hurtled through space on a ball. I'll say this again. In the northern hemisphere you will always see Polaris above the North Pole, always. If you can see Polaris out of a north-facing window, then you can expect to see it out of the very same pane of glass year-round, just as you would see the same painting on the wall next to it year-round. With the Earth's annual tilt, orbiting the 190 million miles needed for one complete trip around our Sun, such an observation is simply impossible. After a proposed 189-degree orbit, the Earth would be millions of kilometers out of line with Polaris. Supposing the stars did not move, the angle of the Earth would still have to change continually in order to keep the North Star always above the North Pole. If the Earth is truly a sphere, then Polaris should not be visible anywhere in the southern hemisphere, not a single degree below the equator. In order for this to happen, the observer would have to see through many miles of transparent curvature, and yet the North Star has long been observed by navigators so far south as 20 degrees below the equator, even the Tropic of Capricorn. By the way, while I may be putting extra special attention on Polaris, many constellations can be seen well beyond the supposed curvature. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. These are all only possible because the hemispheres are not spheres at all but concentric circles of latitude extending outwards from the central North Pole with the stars rotating over and around. The supposed South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Saturn Crux and other constellations cannot be seen simultaneously from every vantage point in the southern hemisphere the way Polaris can in the north. Rather, they sweep over a great southern arc, much as one would expect on a flat, stationary Earth, where the southern hemisphere forms the wide outer rim of our plane. Long exposure photography produces something we call star trails. How can a photographer take a long exposure photo of the night sky and have it come out so seamlessly perfect every time, assuming he doesn't wobble his own tripod, if he is also standing on a spinning, wobbling, tilting ball? To the careful observer, star trails simply dismantle a globe Earth. Take two photographers, one at the North Pole and the other on the equator. They're both making separate motions, because the person on the North Pole is spinning in tiny carousel-like circles while the person on the equator is being slingshot-ten around the entire circumference of the globe. Yet the two photographers on completely different motions and altitudes of the Earth's supposed curvature will capture the same trail of stars every time, should they compare notes, with the heavens revolving around Polaris, despite their change of perspective. The only way this is possible, that both photographers could capture the same star trail, as if they're standing on the same plane of a stationary planet. Olber's paradox states that if there were billions of stars which are suns, like ours, then the night sky would be filled completely with light. As Edgar Allan Poe said, were the succession of stars endless, then the background of the sky would present us a uniform luminosity, since there could exist absolutely no point, in all that background, at which would not exist a star. The fact is our night sky is not filled with 1 billion. 0.00000000000, that's 1 billion trillion, suns, as NASA claims. Why does the light of so few stars, with visible stars being so far as quadrillions of miles away, reach our planet? It's because there isn't that many, nor are they so far away. Such a belief defies rationality. Despite the brilliant display of stars here on Earth, NASA dislikes showing us such majesty in space, if our planet, or the Moon, or any other local planets happen to be in view. Keep that often debated fact in mind. Oh sure, distant galaxies light up in spectacular ways, just not ours. Can you guys at NASA please just flip Hubble around and photograph Earth for once? Thanks. Astronomers will strongly contend that stars are visible in space. Actually, they'll claim, we can see them better from space than through our thick atmosphere, which is the very reason we keep launching satellite telescopes. But aside from their refusal to deliver the goods, there's another glaring problem. Both Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, along with numerous other Apollo astronauts, contended that they never once saw a single star or planet anywhere during their entire Apollo 11 mission, not in low orbit, lunar orbit, standing on the moon, or anywhere in between, even if the sun wasn't in view. NASA has apparently since asked astronauts to change their account of Earth orbit, because after 50 years, space travelers can once again see them. The Bible makes the issue surrounding our sun and stars abundantly clear, and in its very first chapter. There is the greater light to govern the day, our sun, the lesser light to govern the night, our moon, and quite separately, the stars. Not distant suns. In order to convince you that our sun is simply another unimportant star drifting without reason through some cosmic back alley, heliocentric scientists claim there are 10 billion observable galaxies, each containing 100 billion stars per galaxy, with a grand total of 1 quadrillion. 0,000,000 observable stars in all, and with any number of added planets rotating around those many stars. Really? Okay. That may be, as the Copernican model is concerned, but the Bible disagrees. In the first chapter of Genesis, the sun, moon, and stars were placed under the firmament. That would be the glass dome we live under. And does anybody recall what the firmament separated us from? Water. Lots and lots of water. Does anybody recall where the water came from that flooded the whole world? The windows of heaven. The firmament. The stars are under the firmament. The psalmists later attest to the fact that there's still a lot of water up there, guys. Thank the Lord, God promised that He'd never flood the world again, despite the fact that we're all sitting around in a gigantic Shamu splash zone. It makes one wonder what those stars really are, especially since amateur footage seems to indicate that what we're actually seeing is something very different than what NASA would have us believe. But more on that another time. Noel J. Hadley, March 20, 2017, Our Way is the Highway. The planets. Planets are kind of like stars, definitely not terra firma planets, making them a set of similar but different stars. The sun isn't the same as other stars, since it doesn't twinkle. In fact, our sun is very normal and no stars twinkle. The perceived phenomenon comes from Earth's atmosphere interfering with their light. If the planets are round, why isn't the Earth? The 2007 retrograde of Mars. Retrograde motion occurs from the fact that the planets are revolving around the sun, while the sun itself moves around the hub of the Earth. This particular path the planets take makes it appear as if several of them make a loop along their journeys across the night sky. This logic applies to other retrograde motions as well. Planets, from ancient Greek sigma Tauro pi lambda alpha nu tau eta, aster planets, wandering star, or just pi lambda alpha nu tau eta, plants, wanderer, are orbiting astronomical objects. The Earth is not a planet by definition, as it sits at the center of our solar system above which the planets and the sun revolve. The Earth's uniqueness, fundamental differences, and centrality makes any comparison to other nearby celestial bodies insufficient, like comparing basketballs to the court on which they bounce, or billiard balls to the billiard table on which they roll. Just because there are non-flat things in the world does not mean the Earth must be a non-flat thing. In fact, that is the logic of children, or Neil deGrasse Tyson. Same thing, I suppose. Why do planets retrograde in the sky? Retrograde motion occurs from the fact that the planets are revolving around the sun, while the sun itself moves around the hub of the Earth. This particular path the planets take makes it appear as if several of them make a loop along their journeys across the night sky. The animated illustration above represents retrograde motion from a geocentric, Earth-centered, perspective. Here the Earth is depicted in the center of a planetary orbit, for example Mars. Because the Earth is assumed to be fixed and stable in the center of the cosmos, geocentric and geostatic, and further, all heavenly bodies are assumed to move around the central Earth. Some device was needed to describe the apparent retrograde loop that planets make when in opposition to the Sun. To account for the apparent backward looping of the planet, Claudius Ptolemy, FL 140 AD, devised a very elegant geometrical construction to describe this motion. His model involved a large circle, deferent, and a second smaller circle, epicycle, on which the planet moved. The result was that the planet moved with a double motion. Specifically, the planet moved with uniform angular speed around the center of the epicycle, and in turn, the center of the epicycle moved with uniform angular speed around the equant point. The equant point, by definition, was an imaginary point situated near the Earth. Its exact position varied from planet to planet. In each case its location was determined by observation and calculation. The result was a simple and accurate description of planetary motion. But theory aside, what would you see? Viewed from Earth, the planet would appear to undergo a looping retrograde motion against the backdrop of the fixed stars. To all appearances, the planet would move in its direct order, gradually slow down and finally appear to stop, stationary. Point 1. The planet would then appear to reverse its direction, undergo retrograde. After reversing direction, the planet would again slow down, and appear to stop a second time, stationary. Point 2. Finally, the planet it would reverse direction a second time, and continue to move its original direction. In sum, from a geocentric perspective, retrograde motion was one of the major astronomical problems requiring attention in order to save the appearances. To this end, Ptolemy's model was unsurpassed for simplicity, accuracy, and elegance until Copernicus some 1,400 years later. But a footnote is perhaps in order. Copernicus' cosmological contribution was not without a certain irony. Celebrated for having put the Earth in motion about the Sun, Copernicus roundly rejected Ptolemy's equant point as inelegant and contrary to Plato's dictum. Driven by empirical evidence, Ptolemy was indeed forced to introduce the now infamous equant point and thereby abandon Plato's dictum. By tradition at least, Plato's dictum held that planetary appearances were to be accounted for by means of uniform circular motion, or compounded uniform circular motion, around a central point. Copernicus boldly followed tradition in rejecting Ptolemy on this point. But the Copernican achievement, at least in retrospect, had a planetary downside. To be sure, Copernicus' model explained away the sun-linked motions of Mercury and Venus, just as it accounted for the periodic uniformities in each element of Ptolemy's model, 1 Earth year. And most importantly, for present purposes, the Copernican system explained away retrograde motion. It was not a real motion, Copernicus argued, but an illusion resulting from the very structure of the planetary system. But less celebrated consequences were pointed out by later Copernicans, notably Kepler and Boolio. While the specific model proposed by Nicholas Copernicus was ingenious from a cosmological perspective, it was quite useless in describing the subtler motions of the elliptical way. Arguably, to end animated pedagogy with a scholarly suggestion. Copernicus represents a retrograde step for geometrical astronomy. http://users.clas.ufl.edu/ufh/pages/03-sci-rev/sci-home/resource- The Sun is already mentioned, the sun's light is very nearly the same as a sulfur lamp, and meteors show the sun to be composed primarily of an iron/nickel alloy with a smidgen of cobalt thrown in var. Therefore, the sun is an inducting light bulb magnification of the sun at sunset Q. If the sun is disappearing to perspective, shouldn't it get smaller as it recedes? A. The sun remains the same size as it recedes into the distance, due to a known magnification effect, caused by the intense rays of light passing through the strata of the atmosphere. From Chapter 10 of the book Earth Not a Globe we read, it is well known that when a light of any kind shines through a dense medium it appears larger, or magnified, at a given distance than when it is seen through a lighter medium. This is more remarkable when the medium holds aqueous particles or vapor in solution, as in a damp or foggy atmosphere. Anyone may be satisfied of this by standing within a few yards of an ordinary street lamp and noticing the size of the flame. On going away to many times the distance, the light upon the atmosphere will appear considerably larger. This phenomenon may be noticed, to a greater or less degree, at all times, but when the air is moist and vapory it is more intense. It is evident that at sunrise, and at sunset, the sun's light must shine through a greater length of atmospheric air than at midday, besides which, the air near the earth is both denser, and holds more watery particles in solution. Then the higher strata through which the sun shines at noonday, and hence the light must be dilated or magnified, as well as modified in color. Samuel Burley Rowbottom. The next time you observe the sunset, notice how the sun is much hazier, diluted, and less intense than when it is overhead at noonday. This is a telltale sign that its rays are passing through a thick horizontal atmosphere, much like the light rays from a distant street lamp. The sun's intensity is so diluted when it is low in the sky that it is possible to look directly at it without squinting. If you've ever seen a city at night, you would know that distant light sources appear magnified from afar because they are shining through an atmospheric medium. The farther you move away from the source, the more medium you put between you, the more magnified the light appears. As you move towards the source, the magnified lights shrink in appearance. As you move away, the lights grows in diameter again. Height of the sun. There is a lot of controversy and discrepancy regarding the true height of the sun. The 94 million miles away nonsense of NASA is not even on the table anymore from its absurdity. In one flat Earth model, the sun is 32 miles in diameter, and about 3,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Other popular models include Volova model, results the Zetetic, Rowbottom model, Eratosthenes model, the heliocentric globe model. With respect to flat Earth models, about the best one can say is that the sun's height is between 300 and 4,000 miles above the Earth. A little trigonometry shows that, using the values 50 degrees and 60 degrees as measured on a trip, with b equals 1,000 miles, we find that the height is approximately 2,000 miles. This relatively close sun would have been quite plausible to the ancients. Continuing the calculation, we find that it is approximately 2,400 miles, and the two distances are 1 and R2 are approximately 3,000 and 3,900 miles, respectively. However, with the dome being thought to be no more than 898 to 1,000 miles high at its summit, how can this be? So, obviously there is still more work to be done in reconciling these discrepancies in the flat Earth model. Asteroids. The sun is still in the sky, which means it consists of an incredible amount of iron-nickel-cobalt alloy whose composition does not exist on Earth at all. In fact, chondrites consist of other minerals unique to themselves. There are generally many inclusions of assorted minerals, including nickel-iron grains, iron sulfides, magnetite, and many other minerals, some unique to asteroids. Many speculate that asteroids are the result of chunks of the firmament becoming dislodged from electromagnetic discharge. *1 possibility, these are bits of the sun ejected by electrical surges. Therefore, they consist of the same elements as iron meteorites, but super hot. Meteorites. The main mass of the sun is the iron-nickel-cobalt alloy. All meteorites consist of the same very few components in different ratios in the same pattern and format and consistency. Also, iron meteorites are easily confused with rusted pieces of man-made iron and steel. Not forgetting, there is a humongous amount of almost pure glass in the sky 100 kilometers high, the composition of which is never found on Earth naturally, the same glass composition found in glassy meteoric rocks found in deserts. *1 possibility, these are bits of the sun ejected by electrical surges. Therefore, they consist of the same elements as iron meteorites, but super hot. Galaxies. There is a possibility that space isn't a vacuum, but was instead filled with argon gas. A sulfur lamp filament surrounds itself with argon gas, so maybe the sun's engineers did the same. Argon is the first noble gas molecules found in space in the Crab Nebula. In their theory, this is a star that went poof 1,000 years ago. It is understandable that hydrogen and helium are their lightest gases, but not argon. What's the bets that this formed when hydrogen seeped through a meteorite-made hole in the glass and mixed with the noble gas much higher up in the cavity to form argon hydride? Argon may not be such an unreactive gas in the charged thermosphere perhaps. The Crab Nebula formed when heated and charged argon gas mixed with light hydrogen gas from the Earth's atmosphere. Yes, the Crab Nebula isn't a galaxy, but some of them look similar and to be made of gas. Most galaxies are also spiral-shaped. Maybe the center is a meteoroid which has gained an electric field, solar wind, therefore also experiences electrical surges which throws out tiny parts from it. These tiny parts follow the star's field. Why do only relatively few stars/asteroids gain electric fields to become galaxies? Superhot metal is not supposed to be able to have an electric current, highly resistant, however, if the highly reflective Schreibersite layer is still on the outside of the iron/nickel meteoroid/star, or actually consists of pure Schreibersite only. Then these stars will reflect the sunlight away, reducing their temperature enough to form its own electric current as it moves through the cavity's magnetic field. So galaxies would be bits of the sun with a low enough temperature to gain an electric field. These galaxies have probably also reacted with hydrogen/argon etc. as well to form gases. Black holes and the Luciferian cult of death. It just sounds like such a satanic fantasy to imagine some cosmic place where light itself cannot escape. Black holes are science fiction. They were merely created to create terror in the individual about their place in the universe. Black holes are said to eat stars, and even light cannot escape. It is obvious why the elite Luciferian scientists would worship the black hole, for its obvious satanic and dark occultic overtones. Black holes are not observable nor apparent. It is merely an anomaly in the firmament where some perturbation in the sonoluminescence is evident. So what? Black holes are just mathematical tools to balance the nonsense caused by fictional gravity. Black holes are the ultimate fictional phenomena and representation of death, and a pit of metaphorical and literal nothingness. Black holes were created to assist in the fictional narrative of an evolving universe, where the black hole is model of the final singularity which would kill everything. Like most information attempting to push the idea of gravity, or for that matter any portion of our cosmos that we cannot actually see, black holes are pure fiction. All that Einstein did was create a bunch of mathematical formulas to describe what is essentially no more than world building for a novel. Lots of fun, even fascinating to play with, but not true. Nothing means devoid of everything, thus implying that nothing can act or react, therefore nothing cannot exist. Zero-point energy is a scientific fallacy. It uses the word zero, which represents nothing, as being a source of infinite power. This is impossible. This reality is based on a simple rule of action/reaction, or cause and effect. Nothing cannot react with something to create any type of explosion, especially a universally big one. Black holes are just a fear-mongering tactic. Stars and planets are the luminaries. They don't explode and make black holes. Black holes are make-believe, just like planets, wandering stars, Santa Claus, and a globe Earth. A black hole is a reverse-engineered Big Bang, which is another occult fantasy. A singularity, the idea is that the laws of physics break down and all of life collapses into nothingness, is merely another terror tactic to make mankind feel helpless and meaningless in a vast and different universe. The singularity is all occult fabricated nonsense, with no observable nor real scientific empirical validity whatsoever. The Copernican universe is just a huge fictional death machine, where extreme cold, heat, asteroids, distances, black holes, singularities, supernovas, etc., are there to kill you. The occult hypnosis of outer space fantasy, satanic fantasy, is the elite Luciferian method of control over the world. The elite occultists have used science to share with us a dark and perilous imaginary realm, using Hollywood, NASA, and modern education to share it. The elite's realm is infinite, disordered, and perilous. But the occult elite have woven so many fun and exciting tales to prop up this outer space fantasy that parents purchase their kids Star Wars action figures, board games, video games, even cereal bowls and lunch pails to help them see the beauty and potential of this dark chalkboard where theory and fiction merge into an addictive storyline which the masses cannot get enough of. And most assuredly, this dark dream ends in a demonically deceptive alien disclosure. The moon. The moon creates its own light. It does not reflect the sun. The moon is activated by the same electromagnetic source as the sun, coming from the conductive properties of the metallic vault of heaven, the dome. The moon's light is significantly cooler and different in nature than the sun's light. NASA and modern astronomy maintain that the moon is a solid, spherical, Earth-like habitation which man has actually flown to and set foot on. They claim the moon is a non-luminescent planetoid which receives and reflects all its light from the sun. The reality is, however, that the moon is not a solid body. It is clearly circular, but not spherical, and not in any way an Earth-like planetoid which humans could set foot on. In fact, the moon is largely transparent and completely self-luminescent, shining with its own unique light. The sun's light is golden, warm, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the moon's light is silver, cool, damp, putrefying, and septic. The sun's rays decrease the combustion of a bonfire, while the moon's rays increase combustion. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose the tendency to decompose and putrefy. Grapes and other fruits become solid, partially candied, and preserved like raisins, dates, and prunes. Animal flesh coagulates, loses its volatile gaseous constituents, becomes firm, dry, and slow to decay. When exposed to moonlight, however, plant and animal substances tend to show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. In direct sunlight, a thermometer will read higher than another thermometer placed in the shade, but in full, direct moonlight a thermometer will read lower than another placed in the shade. If the sun's light is collected in a large lens and thrown to a focus point, it can create significant heat, while the moon's light collected similarly creates no heat. In the Lancet Medical Journal, from March 14, 1856, particulars are given of several experiments which prove the moon's rays when concentrated can actually reduce the temperature upon a thermometer more than 8 degrees. So, sunlight and moonlight clearly have altogether different properties, and furthermore the moon itself cannot physically be both a spherical body and a reflector of the sun's light. Reflectors must be flat or concave for light rays to have any angle of incidence. If a reflector's surface is convex, then every ray of light points in a direct line with the radius perpendicular to the surface, resulting in no reflection. On a clear night, during a waxing or waning cycle, it is even possible to occasionally see stars and planets directly through the surface of the moon. That the moon is not a perfectly opaque body, but a crystallized substance, is shown from the fact that when a few hours old or even at quarter we can through the unilluminated portion see the light shining on the other side. Stars have also been observed through her surface. J. Atkinson, Earth Review magazine. A star occulting a crescent moon has long been a popular symbol of Islam, was the symbol of the Ottoman Empire. It is found on the flags of Algeria, Azerbaijan, Libya, Malaysia, Mauritania, Pakistan, Singapore, Tunisia, Turkey, and in the coat of arms of countries from Croatia to Germany, Ireland, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Sweden, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Its origins can be traced back thousands of years to ancient Hindu culture, where it is found in the symbol for the word Om, the primary name for the Almighty, representing the union of God Shiva and goddess Shakti. Why the symbol has carried such widespread historical significance is open to interpretation, but regardless of interpretation, the image of stars occulting the moon has long been a prevalent and meaningful picture. That stars and planets have been seen through the moon is a fact, but to this day NASA, modern astronomy, and a world full of brainwashed heliocentrists maintain that the moon is a spherical, Earth-like habitation capable of landing spaceships on. They claim the moon, and Mars for that matter, are habitable desert planets, much like Star Wars Tatooine, Dune's Arrakis, and other such imaginary science fiction worlds. Since long before the staged Apollo moon landings, these Masonic sun-worshipping heliocentrists have been claiming the moon to be a solid planetoid complete with plains, plateaus, mountains, valleys and craters, though nothing of the sort can be discerned even using the best telescopes. Eric Dubé. The moon's magnitude of reflected brightness. The time-averaged distance between Earth and moon centers is 385,000.6 kilometers, 239,228.3 miles. The actual distance varies over the course of the orbit of the moon, from 356,500 kilometers, 221,500 miles at the perigee, to 406,700 kilometers, 252,700 miles at apogee, resulting in a differential range of 50,200 kilometers, 31,200 miles. Wikipedia. Okay, so let's think this through. The moon is supposed to be 238,900 miles away, and yet its brilliance is so bright it can often light up the entire ground of the Earth. Have you ever walked at night when the moon is full? You can see amazing details everywhere, because of how bright the moon gets. So, let's say this is all true, which is obviously insane, but let's just entertain the craziness of this claim. If the moon were receiving enough brilliant photonic energy from the sun to illuminate the Earth that much from 238,900 miles away, can you imagine how intensely blazing, dazzling, brilliantly bright the surface of the moon would have to be to reflect such photonic energy? And yet, the images from NASA always show the astronauts in a dullish gray moon environment. There was no talk of using lens filters on the moon ever. Overexposure washed-out images are all we would have seen. In traditional photography, overexposure is a term used to describe the process of exposing film to too much light, which results in the photograph being too bright and washed out. Nothing adds up. NASA was and is lying to you. Earthshine hoax, astronauts on the moon. So, when you look at the NASA footage that was on television for billions to look at, you see the astronauts standing on the moon with the Earth on the horizon. There is even a famous image called Earthshine, where the Earth is on the horizon of the moon, supposedly proving that the Earth is round and is seen from the moon's surface, etc. However, NASA made a huge fatal flaw with their Earthshine hoax. The moon is supposed to show one side at all times to the Earth, and that side is the lit side of the moon, where the astronauts were said to be, standing upon the gray moon environment that we are all familiar with from hundreds of NASA images of astronauts on the moon. But, if the Earth were on the horizon of the moon, it would have to be at roughly a 90-degree angle from the moon. How could this be if the moon is supposedly geosynchronously tidal locked, facing the Earth straight on? Tidal locking happens because an object that is orbiting a faster spinning object, or that is spinning faster than its orbit, will transfer some of the spin angular momentum to the orbital angular momentum via tidal effects. It will do this until the spin period equals the orbital period, as is the case for the moon's spin orbit. It should be noted that the tidal lock idea is just more science fiction nonsense to further convince you of an absurd moon in orbit idea, with one face forever locked to Earth, as though one side of the moon was a strong magnet and the other half was much weaker. With tidal locking, only one side of the moon is always facing the Earth. This is where Pink Floyd got their idea of the dark side of the moon, which we never see. And, so the obvious hoax of the Earthshine image is immediately apparent, not to mention that Photoshop experts have changed the resolution of the NASA Earthshine image to reveal that it is actually a paper cut out of the Earth pasted in the background of a moon image. Double epic fail by NASA. The Sun and the Moon Earth is a realm, it is not a planet. It is not an object, therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine, it is a Tesla coil. The Sun and Moon are powered wirelessly by the electromagnetic field, the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity, because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Nikola Tesla think of the Sun and the Moon as complementary poles of a single system, the Sun being positive, and the Moon being negative. They circle electromagnetically, above us around the North Pole, Polaris. The Sun transfers electromagnetic energy to the Moon, and the Moon uses that energy to illuminate herself. The Moon does not reflect the Sun's light, however. The Sun and the Moon serve as great clocks spinning above us. The Moon gives the month, and the Sun gives the hours and days. The Sun and Moon luminaries revolve around the Earth once every 24 hours, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The Sun's annual journey from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length and character of days, nights and seasons. This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the Sun. Their flawed current model even places us closest to the Sun, 91,400,000 miles, in January when it's actually winter, and farthest from the Sun, 94,500,000 miles, in July when it's actually summer throughout much of the Earth. They say due to the ball Earth's tilt, different places receive different amounts of direct sunlight, and that is what produces the seasonal and temperature changes. This makes little sense, however, because if the Sun's heat travels over 90 million miles to reach the ball Earth, how could a slight tilt, a mere few thousand miles maximum, negate the Sun's 90 million mile journey, giving us simultaneous tropical summers and Antarctic winters? Eric Dubé. The Earth is a stretched-out structure which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the Sun into north and south declination. The longest circle round the world which the Sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the Sun makes a circle round the equator. Still pursuing a northerly course as it goes around and above the world, in another 3 months the greatest northern declination is reached, when the Sun again begins to go towards the south. In northern latitudes, when the Sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon and sets later, while in southern latitudes at the same time the Sun as a matter of course rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon and sets earlier. In northern latitudes during the southern summer, say from September to December, the Sun rises later each day, is lower at noon and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement around the Earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the Sun is south of the equator it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the Earth revolves in an orbit round the Sun. It is said that summer is caused by the Earth being nearest the Sun, and winter by its being farthest from the Sun. But if the reader will follow the argument in any textbook he will see that according to the theory, when the Earth is nearest the Sun there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner when it is farthest from the Sun. It must be winter all over the Earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe Earth would then be farthest from the Sun. In short, it is impossible to account for the recurrence of the seasons on the assumption that the Earth is globular, and that it revolves in an orbit around the Sun. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony, 124 to 125, the seasons are caused by the Sun's circuit around the Earth in a spiral ecliptic. In the winter solstice, December 21st, the Sun is vertical over the Tropic of Capricorn. Looking south from London, he appears to make a small circuit in the southern sky. During the same period he is seen to cross the sky at almost overhead in Cape Town, thus causing summer in the southern hemisphere. In the summer solstice, June 21st, the Sun is vertical over the Tropic of Cancer, nearly overhead in London, while looking north from Cape Town, he appears to make a small circuit in the northern sky, causing winter in the southern and summer in the northern hemisphere. E. Eschini, Foundations of Many Generations, 7. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's shape. Heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of the ball Earth occulting the Moon. The idea is that the Sun, Earth, and Moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row so that the Sun's light casts the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. Unfortunately for heliocentrists, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. For the Sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the Moon, the 3 bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century over 50 eclipses have occurred while both Sun and Moon have been visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook. The terrestrial plane. As early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the Sun and Moon are visible in the sky. The Greenwich Royal Observatory recorded that during the lunar eclipses of July 17, 1590, November 3, 1648, June 16, 1666, and May 26, 1668 the Moon rose eclipsed whilst the Sun was still above the horizon. McCulloch's Geography recorded that on September 20, 1717 and April 20, 1837 the moon appeared to rise eclipsed before the sun had set. Sir Henry Holland also noted in his Recollections of Past Life the April 20, 1837 phenomena where the moon rose eclipsed before the sunset. The Daily Telegraph recorded it happening again on January 17, 1870. Then again in July of the same year, and it continues to happen during lunar eclipses to this day. Therefore, the eclipser of the moon cannot be the Earth's shadow, and another explanation must be sought. As for gravity, it does not exist. If you fill a balloon with helium, a substance lighter than the nitrogen, oxygen and other elements which compose the air around it, the balloon will immediately fly upwards. If you fill a balloon with hydrogen, a substance even lighter than helium, the balloon will fly upwards even faster. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away, and slowly, but eventually fall to the ground. And if you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. Now, this has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. The fact that light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of weight. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crash into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth, while causing Earth itself to revolve ellipses around the sun? The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Take the case of a shot propelled from a cannon. By the force of the explosion and the influence of the reputed action of gravitation, the shot forms a parabolic curve, and finally falls to the Earth. Here we may ask, why, if the forces are the same, viz., direct impulse and gravitation, does not the shot form an orbit like that of a planet, and revolve around the Earth? The Newtonian may reply, because the impulse which propelled the shot is temporary, and the impulse which propelled the planet is permanent. Precisely so, but why is the impulse permanent in the case of the planet revolving around the sun? What is the cause of this permanence? N. Crossland, New Principia. If the sun is pulling with such power at the Earth and all her sister planets, why do they not fall down upon him? A. Giberne, sun, moon, and stars. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects, gravity, is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which by virtue of its mass alone causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball, or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off, and nothing sticks to or orbits it. To claim the existence of a physical law, without a single practical evidential example, is hearsay, not science. That bodies in some instances are seen to approach each other is a fact, but that their mutual approach is due to an attraction, or pulling process, on the part of these bodies, is, after all, a mere theory. Hypotheses may be sometimes admissible, but when they are invented to support other hypotheses, they are not only to be doubted but discredited and discarded. The hypothesis of a universal force called gravitation is based upon, and was indeed invented with a view to support another hypothesis, namely, that the Earth and sea together make up a vast globe, whirling away through space. and therefore needing some force or forces to guide it in its mad career, and so control it as to make it conform to what is called its annual orbit around the sun. The theory first of all makes the Earth to be a globe, then not a perfect globe, but an oblate spheroid, flattened at the poles, then more oblate, until it was in danger of becoming so flattened that it would be like a cheese, and passing over minor variations of form. We are finally told that the Earth is pear-shaped, and that the ellipsoid has been replaced by an apoid. What shape it may assume next we cannot tell. It will depend upon the whim or fancy of some astute and speculating scientist. Lady Blount and Albert Smith, Synthetic Astronomy. How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans? Buildings and people stuck to the underside of the ball Earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely. How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of the ball Earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require two foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit and prevent pulling them into direct collision courses. As for how big the flat Earth is, it's still a mystery whether the Antarctic ice plateau which surrounds us terminates in an edge-like dark city, a barrier/dome like the Truman Show, or is an infinite plane like video games. How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it, are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Synthetic Astronomy, Earth not a globe. Exactly why does the bird tweet and fly, while the snake hisses and slithers? The sun and moon are the way they are and move the way they do because they were designed that way. You are intelligently designed too. What physical law causes the sun and moon to move the way they do? What physical law causes you to be the way you are and move the way you do? What physical law causes objects denser than the medium surrounding them to fall and objects less dense than the medium surrounding them to rise? Is it gravity? Is it just weight/density? It is what it is regardless of what you name it. Nature is nature and is the way it is because it was designed to be that way. Physical laws are just observations of nature extrapolated into language. They are not things in and of themselves somehow above nature causing nature to be the way it is. The conscious intelligent creative force behind nature, i.e. God, Brahma, Tao, oneness, infinite consciousness etc., is why the sun and moon move, look, act, and feel the way they do. The atheistic scientific materialistic establishment has taught you there are physical laws randomly and unconsciously created by their Big Bang non-God, and this non-God's laws are the reason everything is the way it is and moves the way it moves. The days in Antarctica are comparatively short to everywhere else on Earth, with swifter dawn and dusk periods also. From approximately May to July every year there is perpetual night, and the sun never makes it over the Antarctic horizon. They lie to us and claim Antarctica has a midnight sun like the Arctic, periods of many days/weeks of continuous sunlight as seen here. You can find many such videos of the Arctic midnight sun online, but you'll only find this one following. Clearly fake video of the Antarctic midnight sun full of cut scenes claiming the sun never sets in Antarctica, which is a total lie. The sun is never seen directly overhead at the high noon position in Antarctica at any time during the year. In fact, it barely rises more than 20 to 30 degrees above the horizon daily, and never stays above the horizon for anything close to 24+ hours as it does in Arctic regions. How to calculate the size of the Sun and the Moon? By measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the Sun and Moon figure to be only about 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 miles away. Regiments of figures are paraded with all the learned jargon for which science is famous, but one might as well look at the changing clouds in the sky and seek for certainty there, as to expect to get it from the propounders of modern astronomy. But is there no means of testing these ever-changing, never-stable speculations and bringing them to the scrutiny of the hard logic of fact? Indeed, there is. The distance of the Sun can be measured with much precision, the same way as a tree or a house or church steeple is measured, by plane triangulation. It is the principle on which a house is built, a table made, or a man-of-war constructed. The Sun is always somewhere between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, a distance admitted to being less than 3,000 miles. How then can the Sun, if being so many thousand miles in diameter, squeeze itself into a space of about 3,000 miles only? But look at the distance, say the professors. We have already done that, and not one of the wise men we have so often challenged has ever attempted to refute the principle on which we measure the Sun's distance. If the navigator neglects to apply the Sun's semi-diameter to his observation at sea, he is 16 nautical miles out in calculating the position his ship is in. A minute of arc on the sextant represents a nautical mile, and if the semi-diameter be 16 miles, the diameter is of course 32 miles. And as measured by the sextant, the Sun's diameter is 32 minutes of arcade, that is 32 nautical miles in diameter. Let him disprove this who can. If ever disproof is attempted, it will be a literary curiosity, well worth framing. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony, 114 to 120 or. You can just believe the constantly changing figures coming from the Ball Earth authorities' tongue. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time Copernicus calculated the Sun's distance from Earth to be 3,391,200 miles. The next century Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton once said, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." How scientific! Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hines stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. As the Sun, according to science, may be anything from 3 to 104 million miles away, there is plenty of space to choose from. It is like the showman and the child. You pay your money for various astronomical works, and you take your choice as to what distance you wish the Sun to be. If you are a modest person, go in for a few million, but if you wish to be very scientific and to be mathematically certain of your figures, then I advise you to make your choice somewhere about 100 million. You will at least have plenty of space to retreat into, should the next calculation be against the figures of your choice. You can always add a few million to keep up with the times, or take off as many as may be required to adjust the distance to the very latest accurate column of figures. Talk about ridicule, the whole of modern astronomy is like a farcical comedy, full of surprises. One never knows what monstrous or ludicrous absurdity may come forth next. You must not apply the ordinary rules of common sense to astronomical guesswork. No, the thing would fall to pieces if you did. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony. The diameter of the Sun and Moon. Some flat earthers say the Sun and the Moon are both in the same orbit. The stationary Earth, are both 32 miles in diameter. The Earth realm. Earth is a realm, it is not a planet. It is not an object, and therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine, it is a Tesla coil. The Sun and Moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnet levitation disproves gravity, because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. Darrell Fox. The solid vault of heaven, dome. The solid vault of heaven refers to the dome. The dome rotates, east to west on its center axis, Polaris, the North Star, with all the luminaries fixed inside it, except the Sun and the Moon. The constellations are fixed and unchanging in the rotating vault of heaven, and this is why they never change. There is no outer space out there where the universe is expanding out into billions of light years of distance. From the earliest times it has been believed and said that the heavens were not an empty space, but a solid surface. The Chaldeans and Egyptians regarded the sky as the massive cover of the world, and in India and Persia it was thought to be a metallic lid, flat or convex, or even pyramidal. Up to the 17th century the earth was always regarded as the center of an empty sphere with solid walls, and on this account, it was always represented with a cover. This indispensable complement, however, was eliminated upon the advent of the theory of gravitation, for convenience sake. As a solid dome limiting the space round the Earth would have rendered impossible the extravagant motions of the planets which were sent revolving in the air at phenomenal distances. Thus, from this time, the fact universally accepted for thousands of years, that the sky is a firm surface, completely disappeared. Nevertheless, the possible existence of a solid vault over the Earth is a question of great importance in view of the tremendous consequences which would result from this fact, if it happened to be true. There is no doubt that the general reaction is one of incredulity, but, on the other hand, it can be considered that it is not without reason that the ancients believed in the existence of the material vault of heaven, nor without reason either. That this notion should have been consistently handed down through the ages, since the earliest times up to the 17th century, in all parts of the world. The only alternative would be to be able to prove the fact, but it would certainly appear at the present time that there is no means of doing so. It may be discovered, however, that a solid dome effectively exists above our heads, in an indirect and quite unexpected manner, which the erroneous interpretation put on the composition of the planets had not so far permitted to do. It can be stated at this juncture, by anticipating on the next chapter which deals with this particular subject, that the planets are not solid, opaque masses of matter, as is believed. They are simply immaterial, luminous and transparent disks, and in view of these circumstances, it is plain that the craters, asperities, mountains and valleys which were thought to exist on the surface of these imaginary masses are the topographic features of the solid vault of the sky which are illuminated and thrown into relief by the luminous and transparent disks which we call planets. It is also to be realized that the lens of the telescope creates an appearance of convexity which, standing out in relief, conveys the impression of a spherical mass, but this convexity effect is merely an optical illusion. The dome of the sky can be seen not only through the transparent satellite disks of the Earth with the help of the telescope, but also with the naked eye in rare circumstances, it is true. i.e. when it is lighted by flashes of lightning during night thunderstorms. By a remarkable chance and in similar conditions, the author has seen the vault of heaven entirely illuminated, and has even been able to observe it steadily for several minutes. due to a rapid succession of sheet lightning discharges providing a perfect and continuous visibility. The remark may now be made that, if the ancients maintained that the sky was a solid mass, it was for the reason that they had ascertained the fact in the same circumstances, as many observers will now be able to do in the future. The possibility, therefore, of taking photographs by night of large areas of the vault of heaven can now be foreseen, particularly in those parts of the world where, owing to the frequency of thunderstorms, there are numerous opportunities of doing so. The aspect of the vault was that of a rather steep, slightly sloping dome of pyramidal shape, and it appeared to be composed of a bright metallic dark gray matter, uniformly showing small regular inequalities like lead which has been beaten or chiseled. The larger details, particularly the craters, were clearly visible against the background, but the most impressive circumstance yet was the incredible nearness of the vault, the highest point of which did not appear to be, at the most, any more than 60 kilometers from the earth. It may be recalled in this connection that in one of the texts of Homer, it is stated that the height of the bell-shaped vault which surrounds the earth is only twice that of Mount Olympus, approximately 6 kilometers. This estimation, evidently impossible, and which must have probably resulted from the exceptional purity of the atmosphere in Greece, which may be deceptive, gives, nevertheless, an idea of the manner in which this question of the distance of the vault of the sky from the earth, to which we shall return later on, is to be envisaged. It results, therefore, from the foregoing explanations, that the existence of a dome of matter encircling the earth cannot be denied, and this fact completely revolutionizes the present-day concepts on the outer world. The earth is not freely suspended in space, but it is resting on the floor of a cavity whose walls surround it on all sides. The sidereal expanse does no longer extend over unlimited and undetermined distances. The dimensions of our universe are now known to be restricted, and they are confined by the circular wall which encircles the earth. It is by this obstacle that the radar waves are reflected, and we may also recall, in this respect, the theory of heaviside leading to the existence of an upper, wave-resisting atmospheric layer, which is no other than the solid vault of the sky. There is absolutely no solid body between the earth and the dome of heaven, since the constellations, like the planets, are nothing but luminous phenomena. The meteorites are obviously fragments which become detached from the vault and reach the earth. These masses, when analyzed, prove to include a high percentage of metal, from which we can conclude that the inherent brilliance of the sky is due to the presence of metals in its composition. W.H. Close. The fact is that the earth, at the beginning of time, must necessarily have become separated from the adjoining mass which constitutes now the vault of heaven, and, therefore, the parts now divided must contain the same elements. All the metals and ores of the earth are consequently present in the surface of the sky. An association is actually made between metals and the sky, since the latter is instinctively compared to lead and copper in very hot countries where broiling temperatures intensify its metallic action and render it more perceptible. In classical literature there are two specific references to the metallic nature of the sky, apart from the one to be found in the Egyptian cosmology, but the former may not be independent of the latter. First, we read in the poems of Homer that star-strewn Olympus, dwelling of the gods, is made of glittering bronze, and secondly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Job gives what may be regarded as an exact definition of the sky when he proclaims it to be a mirror of metal. It is to be observed, in this connection, that when poetical reference is made to the silver mirror of the moon, it is the metallic surface of the dome appearing under the transparent disk which, in reality, may be described as a silver mirror. It may further be remarked that in the mythology of the Orient the attribute of the sun goddess is the sacred mirror. This is another association with the true nature of the vault, and it must be admitted that the latter, especially when it shines and sparkles under the sun, undoubtedly looks like a mirror. It has frequently been observed that there is a resemblance between glass and the sun. In the 6th century BC, Empedocles regarded the sun as a vitreous body which collects and reflects the light of the ether, but has no luminous power of its own. The British astronomer Palmer, in the last century, held the view that the sun is a lens which, he also said, transmits to us the rays emanating from the Almighty. It is further known that Ptolemy in his system of the constitution of the universe, speaks of the existence of a crystalline sky, i.e. a sky in the nature of a transparent mineral substance. Wow. One may think, in this connection, that it is not impossible that due to the heat developed by the passage of the sun's disk, there may be a fusion and vitrification of the siliceous materials contained in the vault, so that it becomes coated in certain places with a layer of glass, which would communicate to the solar disk by transparence, identical properties, so that it might become similar to a lens. The presence of dross or slag similar to that formed on fused metal has also been observed on the surface of the sun, which is really, owing to its transparence, the foundation of the sky. And this seems to confirm the possibility of thermal and chemical reactions taking place among the elements which compose the vault. It can now be understood that the light and the heat which appeared to be produced by the sun do not proceed from this source, but are due to a burning glass effect which is generated by the brilliant metallic surface of the vault under the luminous disk. Under these conditions, all the vivifying and beneficial properties which are attributed to the sun must be transferred to the solid dome of the sky, as well as the rays. These are not the sun's rays, but they are the rays of the metallic surface of the vault. It is also obvious that the electrical discharges which produce lightning take place between the mass of the earth and that of the dome of the sky. It can further be surmised that parts of the dome expand and split or explode under the stress of the passage of the intense electrical currents and of their discharge, hence the short detonations called thunder claps, which are later amplified into loud rumblings and reverberated in the interior of the vast cavern which contains the earth. It can further be remarked that crashes of thunder are always immediately followed by a metallic resonance similar to that of bronze or brass, and it can be said that this particular resounding, which is clearly perceptible, is certainly produced by the metallic walls of the vault which are made to shake and vibrate under the stress of the detonations. The ancients have said that rain is part of the waters which exist on the other side of the vault, and which pass on to this side through cracks. It may be remarked, in this connection, that rain is always discharged at the end of a thunderstorm, that is, after the sound of the splitting of the dome, otherwise the thunder, has been heard, and this fact would seem to substantiate the theory of the ancients. Lightning is a phenomenon which results from the electrification of the vault, but it must be explained that the luminous branches and ramifications which are observed in what is called forked lightning are not lightning at all. Strictly speaking, neither do they traverse the atmosphere as is believed. They correspond to luminous electrical currents which travel in the vault of the sky itself, where they follow irregular tracks, probably metallic veins, and it can also be seen that they adopt the convex shape of the vault. These currents contribute eventually to the accumulation at a certain spot of the quantity of electricity which is required to cause a discharge towards the earth, which occurs then in a direct line. The comets, meteors and shooting stars are phenomena which also have their origin, like the so-called forked lightning, in the mass of the vault. The author, definitely, knows this to be the case. Comets are spontaneous luminous manifestations which are created by electrical reactions occurring in the vault of the sky, and this explains their unexpected and sudden appearances, as well as their rapid and erratic movements, indifferently direct or retrograde. The passage of a comet is not accompanied by sound, that is to say that there is no electrical discharge like in the case of lightning which causes the vault to split and detonate. It can be surmised that lightning takes place in the thickness of the vault, whereas a comet is a surface phenomenon. The orbit of comets which may be seen to sweep across the vast expanse of the sky is described as parabolic. This means, in fact, since the passage takes place on the surface of the dome, that the orbit follows exactly the curvature of same and acquires, therefore, a seemingly parabolic shape. The formation of comets seems to be due to the influence of the satellite disks of the Earth as they pass at certain points of the vault of the sky. Otherwise, when they occupy certain degrees of the zodiac, particularly the 29th degree of Sagittarius. In the case of Encke's comet of December 21, 1795, the Sun was at the 29th degree of Sagittarius. In that of Brooks' comet of November LL, 1911, Mercury was passing at the same degree, and again for Donati's comet, October 2, 1858, it was Mars which was affecting its passage at this very spot. The same remark applies, moreover, to the third degree of various signs, particularly Gemini. In the last case mentioned, that of Donati's comet, Uranus was at the third degree of Gemini. For Halley's comet which returned on March 4, 1910, Mercury was at the same degree, Venus at the second degree of Libra, Mars at the second degree of Cancer, while simultaneously Saturn passed at the 29th degree of Aries, etc. All these circumstances, which cannot be coincidences, point evidently to the existence of a mathematical law governing the formation of comets. Through the combined agencies of the satellites when they pass simultaneously at various degrees of the zodiac, and since the satellites have a regular motion asterisk, it follows that the periodicity of comets, if it does exist, may be due to this fact. Shooting stars are not to be confused with the stars in the ordinary sense, which form the constellations, and move at a very slow pace. They are luminous manifestations which glide rapidly on the surface of the vault of heaven, without any electrical discharge towards the earth. They are, thus, related to vault lightning, especially as they sometimes can be heard to emit crackling sounds like sparks. Meteors are also luminous phenomena resulting from electrical reactions which occur in the vault of the sky. It has been observed that they are frequently accompanied by detonations and by a sound similar to that of thunder, which is, therefore, caused by the splitting of the dome, so that there can be no doubt as to their real origin. It has been calculated that the height of meteors never exceeds 90 kilometers, and this figure confirms the estimate which is given further on of the probable distance of the vault of the sky from the surface of the earth. Not bad. From the ancients we know that the heavens at the beginning of time were adjacent to the earth, which is consistent with the primeval dislocation from the surrounding mass, and that they were progressively lifted in the course of ages. This rising of the vault could not have been very great. The mere fact that the latter can be seen through a telescope under the satellite disks of the Earth, as well as with the unaided eye, as stated previously, indicates that it cannot be very far away. It is not true, either, that man's eyesight can cover an infinite distance, even with the help of the most powerful instruments, keeping in mind at the same time a possible magnifying effect due to the different densities of the various atmospheric layers. So that it must be accepted that the dome of the sky is incredibly low. If it were at an enormous distance, meteorites would disintegrate and become pulverized, and rain be volatilized before reaching the earth. There is not, and there never will be, an absolutely reliable method whereby the exact distance separating the surface of the earth from the sky may be ascertained. It is very doubtful, as a matter of fact, whether the laws of physics which apply to terrestrial conditions would be still valid in the case of the upper atmosphere and of the spaces adjacent to the top of the dome, but certain data can be considered. The height of the heaviside layer, which is the dome of the sky, has been measured by the time taken by radar waves to return to Earth. This distance has been given as being from 40 to 50 kilometers in the daytime, and 90 kilometers during nighttime, but the figure obtained for the day may be considered unreliable, since it may well be believed that an acceleration takes place in the propagation of the waves due to the heat of the sun. It is known, on the other hand, that the thickness of the atmosphere has also been measured. But the atmosphere is invisible, and since the dome is the only surface on which the eye can rest, it is clear that the thickness of the atmosphere means the height of the dome. In the 11th century the Arabs, by measuring the duration of twilight, assuming that their method is acceptable, established that this thickness is 92 kilometers, impressive, and nowadays, by the same method, a figure of 64 kilometers has been obtained. A similar indication comes from Ceylon, where the inhabitants claim that the dome is there particularly low, being only 40 miles high, i.e. 60 kilometers from the earth, and it does not necessarily follow, whether this statement is based on conviction only or not, that it is untrue. This figure is also consistent with the impression of the author, who has seen and observed the dome of the sky during a sufficiently long period of time to enable its probable distance to be judged as well as humanly possible, and the conclusion is that the distance separating the surface of the earth from the sky, and which may vary in some places, does not exceed 80 to 90 kilometers. Impressive. The first telescope used by Galileo, which was of his own construction, had only a threefold magnifying power. Nevertheless, he could with this small instrument see the eminences of the vault, described by him as being the mountains of the moon, that is to say, that instead of saying 80 to 90 kilometers, 50 to 60 might be nearer the mark. The vault of the sky may not be absolutely rigid, but may at intervals, alternately recede and advance, so that under these conditions the changes of atmospheric pressure would obviously result from the varying heights of the vault. Copied from the book, Heaven and Earth by Gabriel Henriot. From 1958 the dome, firmament, the dome, which is referred to as the firmament in the Bible, is metallic in nature, owing to the mineral composition of the chips that fly down from it, known as meteorites and asteroids. Additionally, we know the dome to be metallic from the electromagnetic nature of the sky from the dome's metallic conductive properties, giving us lightning. With the ensuing thunderclaps the vast entirety of the dome vibrates from the electromagnetic discharge and the Earth's electromagnetic poles. Because of its mirror-like metallic nature, it creates a glassy vitreous, optical obscuration of the blue waters above the firmament, which we see as the blue sky, and this also accounts for the optical illusions we see in sun appearing to set, as it reflects off the dome, as well as other optical effects such as rainbows. If one believes in Tesla's view of the electric universe, and if you believe that the dome is an electrostatic generator, and if you believe that plasma, magnetism, and electrodynamics is involved the production of sun and moon light and diamagnetic materials, like water, or water-based materials, are repelled by magnetic fields, then one can say by observance and testable predictions, hypothesize that there is a dome above. https://www.quora.com/ is a Rainbow 100 proof of the dome and flat Earth. The height of the dome. Operation Fishbowl was a series of high-altitude nuclear tests in 1962 that were carried out by the United States as a part of the larger Operation Dominic Nuclear Test Program. Wikipedia from observations and high-altitude nuclear testing done under the auspices of military Operation Fishbowl in the 1960s. It can be assumed that the dome is no higher than about 898 to 1,000 miles high at its summit and gradually decreases as it curves down towards the Antarctic shelf at 360 degrees. Above that are the waters above the dome. Operation Fishbowl's maximum altitude nuclear blast was roughly 898 miles high. According to a number of flat earthers, a rocket happened to hit the dome at about 70 miles. Others say the dome is roughly 320 miles at the summit, and would dwindle down to the Antarctic shelf, ice wall, at what is referred to as the edge. It's really hard to know, ultimately. The blue sky and waters above the blue sky is caused by the sun's effect upon the waters above the dome. When you look up, you are not looking into outer space. You are looking at the vitreous ocean above the dome. When water is in a large volume and sunlight hits it, it looks blue. The oceans are blue for this reason. Additionally, the azure color of the atmosphere may be due to the presence in the surface of the sky of certain metals or of their alloys, which provide a blue coloring matter, such as copper oxide or cobalt. This latter metal, particularly, which is used for producing blue-colored glass, is found in very large quantities in meteorites, and its color could be diffused by the sun onto the atmospheric layers. Even if they do not completely reach the top of the dome, as the latter could cast a reflection from a distance. It might also be inferred that the reddish tint of the transparent disk of Mars is due to the fact that the part of the dome which underlies its orbit contains iron oxide, which provides a compound of this color. The enclosed waters above the waters above do not flow off the dome, because the waters are within the confines of an enclosed system. Picture a transparent lunch thermos. Often the walls are hollow with some water or other liquid within the enclosed walls to help maintain whatever temperature you heat the thermos to. Similarly, the waters above the solid vault of heaven are enclosed and pressurized in one vast enclosed cosmology, where the waters above the dome, the earth, and the foundations of the earth are all assembled together in one system. Stars in the dome UV-sensitive or photochromic pigment changes color from white to its respective color when exposed to bright sunlight, or when placed under a UV black light. Likewise, upon the dome, electromagnetic-driven sound creates sonoluminescent colors and shimmering. Stars are close. Likewise, we conclude that the Milky Way is driven by electromagnetic sound, which creates sonoluminescent colors and shimmering. These are what are commonly referred to as stars. It is too uncannily peculiar how similar the pointillisms are between photochromatic effects and stars to be accidental. The entire dome rotates, hence the seasons and zodiac in fixed positions. They found the upper limit of the dome, and they immediately set out to punch through it with nuclear arms. Do not let anyone fool you. We live under a dome with electromagnetically driven sonoluminescent stars. Now, whether the dome is constructed of vitreous metallic elements or merely electromagnetic shielding, we are all still investigating this. Nevertheless, stars are quite near sonoluminescence. Rainbow's rainbow is proof of atmospheric reflection, refraction, and dispersion under the metallic dome. When sunlight reflects under the metallic, mirror-like dome, it curves and spreads out to look like a rainbow. Rainbows only happen where water vapor is present. Rainbows can be formed through water droplets in practice. And as for the wave model of light, the reflection and refraction light experiences through water is similar to that as if it went through a prism, which is to say it spreads a color spectrum. We all know the Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon album cover illustrating this. The rainbow is circular because when a raindrop bends light, the light exits the raindrop at an angle 40 to 42 degrees away from the angle it entered the raindrop. Testable, repeatable science. Now, whether the dome helps to create the sprawling rainbow shape we all know, or whether it is purely the wave model of light for reflection, refraction, and dispersion that is responsible for the rainbow shape is a moot point. The presence of a vitreous, reflective dome may or may not affect the shape of a rainbow, but this theory is not why the dome is thought to exist. The fixed, unchanging, and rotating constellations are much more solid proof. Antarctica, the ice wall along the edge of our local area, exists a massive 150-foot ice wall. The 150-foot ice wall is on the coast of Antarctica. The ice wall is a massive wall of ice that surrounds Antarctica. The shelf of ice is several hundred meters thick. This nearly vertical ice front to the open sea is more than 50 meters high above the water's surface. The ice wall was discovered by Sir James Clark Ross, a British naval officer, and polar explorer, who was among the first to venture to Antarctica in an attempt to determine the position of the South Magnetic Pole. Upon confronting the massive vertical front of ice, he famously remarked it was an obstruction of such character as to leave no doubt in my mind as to our future proceedings, for we might as well sail through the cliffs of Dover as to penetrate such a mass. It would be impossible to conceive a more solid-looking mass of ice. Not the smallest appearance of any rent or fissure could we discover throughout its whole extent. And the intensely bright sky beyond it, but too plainly indicated the great distance to which it reached southward. Sir James Clark Ross. Sir James Clark Ross and his expeditionary fleet sailed around the ice wall for a number of months in circumnavigation. Between pit stops at the Cape of Good Hope and his polar expeditions, he spent the next several years of his life circumnavigating the southern coast vainly in search of a South Sea passage to the other side. Beyond the 150-foot ice wall is anyone's guess. How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it, are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness. Some hold that the tundra of ice and snow stretches forever eternally. Formation: the ice wall surrounds 95% of the Antarctic coast. The ice wall is a natural formation, a thick mass of floating ice that is attached to land, formed from and fed by tongues of glaciers extending outward from deep within the uncharted tundra into sheltered waters. Where there are no strong currents, the ice becomes partly grounded on the sea bottom and attaches itself to rocks and islands. The wall is pushed forward into the sea by glacial pressure, until its forward growth is terminated. The entire coast of the ice wall is not one single complete wall, however. There are actually a series of 1,000-mile-long walls, divided by transantarctic mountain ranges up to 11,500 feet high. The weight of the ice walls is so enormous that they have literally pressed the land 2/3 of a mile, 1 kilometer, into the earth. Under the massive forces of their own weight, the ice walls deform and drag themselves outward. Very large glaciers called ice streams flow through them continually, transporting ice from deep inland out to the sea. Temperatures are thought to approach absolute zero the further one explores outwards. Exploration in this type of pitch-black freezing environment is impossible for any man or machine. We live on a vast plain with an unknown diameter and an unknown depth. Dr. Samuel Burley Rowbottom held that knowing the true dimensions of the Earth may be something that is forever unknowable by man. The ice ring model: for this model, we are going to start with a circle. Several people in the past have tried to sail around Antarctica, and have logged distances in excess of 60,000 miles. Additionally, we know that explorers have penetrated Antarctica at least 800 miles. So, let's see what happens if we use the 60,000 miles as our initial starting circumference. This gives us a starting diameter of 19,099 miles. Then we widen it by 800 miles on each end. That yields a total diameter of 20,699 miles, a circumference of 65,028 miles, and a surface area of 336.5 million square miles. That would be 1.7 times the land area of the standard model, even though the ice ring itself takes up 15% of this total area. If we pretended this massive area of ice ring wasn't really there, the total area inside the 60,000-mile circumference would still be 286.5 million square miles. A massive area that is close to a third larger than the standard model. Conclusion: I think the best way to determine the actual size of the flat Earth is to circle Antarctica, in full, with modern equipment. Then we still need to walk in a straight line until we touch the firmament to know the size of the ice ring, after dealing with that pesky military blockade. Until we get those results, I'm just going to assume the circumference of Earth is roughly 65,000 miles in circumference, and almost 21,000 miles across, not including the infinite plane that may exist beyond the Antarctic ring. Hiding the dome in Antarctica immediately after World War II, the U.S. Navy launched the largest military operation ever down to Antarctica called Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd, a 33-degree Freemason, led the expedition of 30 ships and 4,700 militarized soldiers. The mission had 3 task forces that were sent out in different directions, and was to last 6 to 8 months, but the fleet came back in just 6 weeks. Admiral Byrd reported UFO sightings, but that was a public relations ruse. They were really trying to find out about the electromagnetic field above the ice wall and the edge of the dome. Just several years later, the US and the Russians began firing over 49 high-altitude thermonuclear rockets up into the dome with Operation Fishbowl and Dominic. Rockets went haywire and many had to be aborted as they tried to blast through the dome. Then both the Russians and the US signed off on a ban on any more tests of the dome as the space race, and the fake moon missions were sold to the world. Why is Antarctica under military occupation? This mission was created on the fly. Even the ship's admirals complained they did not know their mission. This was right after World War II, and they even had to recommission ships in post-haste for the effort with rookie sailors and pilots who had never flown in Antarctic conditions. Why was the rush? 3 task forces went down for a 6-8-month mission with Russia, Britain and Norway, yet returned in just 6 weeks. What happened? The next year, Secretary of Navy James purportedly commits suicide, and the following year, Admiral Byrd, who led all Antarctic missions, and a 33-degree Freemason, is knocked off. Why? Then, in 1962, both Russia and the US set off over 40 thermonuclear devices at the dome trying to blast through it. Then in 1963, test ban of high nuclear devices, Kennedy announces moonshot, and then was assassinated. Were they trying to find the dome? What they found was mass electromagnetic energy at 600 miles up, exactly where the dome is supposed to be, and, in the same year, the Van Allen belts are discovered located at 600 miles up. This is the exact same field that Nikola Tesla was referring to in his work. Admiral Byrd was an active Freemason. He became a member of Federal Lodge No. 1, Washington, D.C. on March 19, 1921, and affiliated with Kane Lodge No. 454, New York City, September 18, 1928. He was a member of National Sojourners Chapter No. 3 at Washington. He and his pilot, Bernd Belchin, dropped Masonic flags on the 2 poles. Belchin also added his shrine fez. In the Antarctic expedition of 1933 to 1935, 60 of the 82 members were Freemasons, and on February 5, 1935 established First Antarctic Lodge No. 777 of New Zealand Constitution. It seems incredible that so shortly after a war that had decimated most of Europe and crippled global economies, an expedition to Antarctica was undertaken with so much haste. It took advantage of the first available Antarctic summer after the war, at such cost, and with so much military hardware, unless the operation was absolutely essential to the security of the United States. Speaking of the state of the world, what is hidden in Antarctica? Why would you be arrested for exploring the Antarctic Circle? Why did so many nations sign the Antarctica Treaty and restrict your travel south? Operation Fishbowl was a series of high-altitude nuclear tests in 1962 that were carried out by the United States as a part of the larger Operation Dominic nuclear test program. According to Wikipedia, the Soviet Union's K-Project nuclear test series was a group of 5 nuclear tests conducted in 1961 to 1962. These tests followed the 1961 Soviet nuclear tests series and preceded the 1962 Soviet nuclear tests series. The K-Project nuclear testing series were all high-altitude tests fired by missiles from the Kapustin launch site in Russia across central Kazakhstan toward the Sari Shagan test range. Has modern science discovered the firmament? Is the Van Allen belt part of it? Why has NASA, on more than one occasion, wanted to blow it up and or punch holes in something they readily admit is here for our protection? How come Orion, NASA spacecraft, can't get through the Van Allen belt, yet we were told Apollo had no problem doing so 40+ years ago? Credit to Rob Skiba in Closed Cosmology. The shape of all things. Nobody knows for sure the exact shape of God's realm, but from ancient maps and modern estimates, we can assume it of enclosed and probably spherical in total, with the flat or slightly concave earth resting midway between the heavens and the lower regions of Sheol, and the waters below. And below that the pillars hold up the world. References to cosmology in the book of Genesis in the Hebrew Scriptures, aka Old Testament. The following quotations are taken from the King James Version of the Bible. It is not the easiest translation to read. However, it does help us avoid copyright problems. We will give only the literal interpretations of these passages. Genesis 1:6-8, And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called the seas. We are introduced to the cosmology of the ancient Hebrews at a point only 6 verses into the beginning of the first book in the Bible, Genesis. The term firmament meant a dome over the earth supported by mountains around the edge of the earth. Chapter 1 contains contradictions in terminology. Verses 6, 14, 20, 24, and 26 imply creation by word - God spoke the universe into existence. This is a rare concept among the pagan religions in the area of the ancient Hebrews. The Genesis account may have been copied from, or inspired by, a similar myth about the Egyptian god Ptah, who also created by divine command. 3 verses 7, 16, 21, 25, and 27 imply creation by action - God physically made the world. This concept is more common among the neighboring pagan cultures. This conflict may have been caused by the authors of Genesis combining 2 ancient pagan stories into one biblical creation account. One biblical commentary explains that the Hebrew word translated as firmament is a plate of metal. This formed a vault over the ocean that supported the weight of the water above the vault. 3 According to another biblical commentary, a translucent dome, like an inverted basin, placed in the midst of the waters defines the spatial boundaries of God's further work. The solid hammered-out firmament restrains the waters of chaos from above and receives its blue color from them. Heaven is therefore the upper protected limit of created order. Genesis 1:9-10, And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called the seas. Here, God is seen as dividing the flat earth under the translucent dome into dry land and oceans probably by raising mountains. http://www.religioustolerance.org/cosmo_bible2.htm. Finally, if you believe that you live on a spinning globe, think again. The spinning globe Earth paradigm is 500 years and running, but weary and ready to break conspiracy perpetrated by the Jesuits, the Vatican, Kabbalists, and the Freemasons. There is no observable curvature on Earth, and motion has never once been detected. NASA has never been past low Earth orbit, and the moon landing was obviously staged. Proofs that disprove the globe model of Earth: Michelson-Morley experiment, Michelson-Gale experiment, Aries failure experiment, Sagnac effect, Alais effect, De Palma effect, Kozyrev effect, Lamoraux effect, Biefeld-Brown effect, Casimir effect, scalar physics, gyroscopes, human eyeballs, gyroscopes, periscopes, non-south pole pointed compasses, shadows from sundials, Polaris crepuscular sun rays, circumscribed halos, cold moonlight, incorrect terminator line on moon during day, lunar waves, star trails, unchanged constellations, wind currents, ocean currents, red and blue shift rainbows. No Coriolis effect, no measurable curve, always level water, Bedford level, frozen lake, Baikal eye level, horizon, Atmos magnification and refraction, laser tests, laser directed energy weapons, ham radios, U-2 recon planes equals satellites, non-curved mountain shadows, skydiving onto an exact target, high altitude weather balloon, stationary ground under helicopters and Harrier jets. Live flight paths, all flight simulators use a stationary plane, non-curving chemtrails, non-curving railroads, non-curving bridges, lighthouses, no north to south circumnavigation. Density/buoyancy/pressure from ether waves, electromagnetism, electromagnetic monopoles, electromagnetic levitation, cymatic effects, superconductivity, the torus fields, seabed, fiber optic, telecom cables, parabolic planes, desalinated water pools operation, high jump operation, fishbowl operation, deep freeze operation, starfish prime operation, Dominic operation, teapot, Van Allen radiation, belts, Antarctic treaty system, fake moon landings, CGI satellites, CGI globes, CGI Hubble and Sophia images, CGI ISS footage, ISS water bubbles, all ancient cosmology, Rahu and Ketho, dark orbs, the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Jasher, every single book in the Bible. Horizon always rises to eye level. Water always finds its level. Gyroscopes always remain level throughout worldwide airplane flight travel. Polaris never moves from its position despite Earth's travel through space. No measurable curvature. Terminator line on the moon during daytime often does not coincide with sun's directional light. Gravity is simply buoyancy and density. No photographic evidence of satellites. Questionable flight paths in southern hemisphere. Antarctic treaty forbids freedom of movement in Antarctica. Van Allen radiation belt makes space travel impossible. Water bubbles on ISS film footage. The fake moon landing, the sun and globe Earth model contradiction, etc. Chapter 2. Flat Earth in a New Age of Luciferianism. Genesis 3:3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? 2. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. 3. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. 4. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. 5. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. 6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. 7. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. 8 And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. 9 And the Lord God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? 10 And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. 11 And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? 12 And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. 13 And the Lord God said unto the woman, That is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. 14 And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field, upon thy belly shalt thou go. And dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. 15 And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. 16 Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow, and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. 17 And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake, in sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. 18 Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. 19 In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. 20 And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. 21 Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins and clothe them. 22 And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. 23 Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. 24 So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. King James Version 2 Trees in the Garden of Eden. I often speak of the secret knowledge of the Babylonian mystery schools that all the New Age zealots are desperate to get their hands on. I relate how it is linked to the serpent Lucifer tempting man with the apple of forbidden knowledge and the promise of apotheosis for mankind. Forbidden fruit is a phrase that originates from the book of Genesis concerning Adam and Eve in Genesis 2:16-17. In the narrative, Adam and Eve eat the fruit of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden, which they had been commanded not to do by God. However, there was a second tree in the Garden of Eden as well. The other tree in the Garden of Eden, the tree of life, which at first, Adam and Eve were allowed to eat from, but after their disobedience, were forbidden this eternal life through the tree of life because of their sinful state. Then God said, Now, what if he, man, also reaches out his hand to take fruit from the tree of life, and eats of it, and lives forever? The Lord God, therefore, banished him from the Garden of Eden. Gen 3:22-23. You may well ask, how does the knowledge of good and evil equate to apotheosis using secret knowledge to achieve it? Well, my underlying thesis is that mankind, in addition to the perils of being disobedient to his Creator by eating of the forbidden tree, is also, by proxy, not capable of handling the secret knowledge that the occult so willingly administer to the public in their Hollywood films, New Age bookstores, and just about everywhere else in the world now. In essence, the type of Luciferian arrogance required to disobey God and think you can live forever through your own works, based upon the use of occult knowledge, is the reason man should not be seeking all these esoteric Mystery Babylon teachings coming to us from the occult nurseries of Freemasonry, in the first place. It makes total sense why God would forbid man to eat of the tree of life after man had proven himself untrustworthy to obey the simple request from God to not eat of a singular tree. Man was no longer relying on his Creator. Man was worshipping himself and his own abilities to live forever through his own cunning, without God. In short, mankind is not able to safely wield such occult knowledge. Nevertheless, certain key figures have arisen in history to push man even closer to the abyss of occult doom. Occultist, John Dee, Sir Francis Bacon, Madame Helena Blavatsky, Albert Pike, etc. And now just about millions of sun-worshipping New Agers on the internet are pushing for apotheosis through the use of esoteric secret knowledge. They encode it with terms like ascension into the infinite, and universal consciousness, and cosmic consciousness, and whatever else works to describe mankind's quest to ascend into the stars and merge with the pantheistic universe, rather than obey and dwell with the Creator Elohim, author of the earth and firmament. The forbidden knowledge that man seeks, however, the entire occult edifice collapses to the ground if anyone reveals that reincarnation, random mutational-based evolution, and heliocentrism are occult hoaxes. How can man be embroiled within an epically lengthy evolutionary journey to ascend into the cosmos through evolving mentalism, using secret knowledge, if there is no many lifetimes, force of evolution, or even a cosmos to evolve into? The evolution of man into Superman was always the purpose of the ancient mysteries, and the real purpose of modern masonry is not the social and charitable purposes to which so much attention is paid, but the expediting of the spiritual evolution of those who aspire to perfect their own nature and transform it into a more godlike quality. Apotheosis, and this is a definite science, a royal art, which it is possible for each of us to put into practice. The meaning of Masonry, W. L. Wilmshurst, p. 47. Putting this all together, flat Earth poses a huge problem for this entire Freemasonic-driven, New Age movement. What does Freemasonry teach? It teaches that Lucifer is God and the sun is the source of all worship. They call their god Helios, and the worship of the sun is called heliocentrism, based upon ancient Hermetic occult mysticism. And part and parcel to the Freemason Helios-worshipping religion is the occult doctrines of reincarnation and evolution. It all goes hand in hand. And then you have gravity, Big Bang cosmology, and ancient aliens to assist in the heliocentric fantasy that the cosmos is evolving, etc. And so, the entire Freemasonic framework potentially collapses when we assert the Earth is not a spinning ball in a heliocentric universe. Reincarnation, evolution, gravity, Big Bang cosmology, outer space, and alien ancestor fantasy all goes by when we assert the Earth is flat. However, a problem has arisen. The flat Earth model has been surgically removed from its biblical underpinnings, so millions are teaching that the Earth is flat, but also that occult secret knowledge is man's way to ascension, enlightenment, and ultimate apotheosis here on Earth. Again, in man's arrogance, the age of Luciferian seduction from the garden is returning. Man falls for it by reflecting Lucifer's arrogant nature and eats from tree of the knowledge of good and evil in disobedience to man's creator. It becomes apparent that God had established an order and logic to the creation, where man had his place in it, but Lucifer seduced man to seek a higher place, to the extent of even choosing to live forever as gods, themselves, apart from God's authority or approval. Apotheosis. The serpent Lucifer, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Genesis 3:5. The book of Genesis shows that God put Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. They were allowed to eat the fruit of all trees, including the tree of life, but not the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, Genesis 2-3. Eating the fruit of the tree of life represented choosing total reliance on God to show what is good or evil, through His law and Holy Spirit. Eating the fruit of the latter tree represented human beings choosing for themselves what is good and evil, rejecting any direction from God. Mankind has chosen to be the arbitrate for himself. Mankind has chosen to decide what is allowed and not allowed, what is good or evil for himself, without God's approval. It is the kind of thing we see in the New Age, where morality is relative, and anything goes because you have zillions of lifetimes to make mistakes and flounder about in seething sexual promiscuity, drugs, and adultery. Purely because you have decided these things are just fine for you and God's laws are irrelevant, archaic, and interfere with your fun. This is the New Age in a nutshell. It preaches that there is no sin, and in obeying their New Age counterculture guru, Aleister Crowley's "do as thou wilt" maxim, they brandish a satanic pride at the infamously pagan, EDM, sex and drug orgy Tomorrowland festivals. These festivals being nothing more than occult Babylonian revivals. Flat Earth needs a biblical context to be of use to the world. Flat Earth in itself is not the answer. God is. Flat Earth can potentially be a path to God if we remind others of its proper biblical context, the road to the turning of heads back to Christ. Why did God prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned? In Genesis 2:9, we are told that in the midst of the Garden of Eden, God placed the tree of life as well as the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Adam was permitted to eat of every tree in the garden except for the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God warned that if Adam ate of its fruit, he would surely begin to die. See this article for an explanation of why that is the best understanding. In Genesis 3, the Bible describes the fall of mankind, and how sin, death, and suffering entered the world when Adam disobeyed God's commandment and ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Towards the end of Genesis 3, we read, "Then the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us in knowing good and evil. Now, lest he reach out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he was taken. He drove out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden he placed the cherubim, and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life." Genesis 3:22-24. This raises an interesting question. Why would God prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned? The Bible tells us that the last enemy to be destroyed is death, 1 Corinthians 15:26. But if death is an enemy, wouldn't it have been a good thing for Adam to live forever by eating from the tree of life? If God did not prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned, a future redemption through the physical death of one of Adam's descendants, Jesus Christ, would not have been possible. When Adam sinned, mankind became estranged from God and physical death entered the world. In this way, through one man, physical death entered the world, cf. Romans 5:12-17, and through Adam, death now came to all men. If Adam had eaten from the tree of life after he sinned, he would have lived forever, but he would have lived in a state of eternal estrangement from God. While death is tragic and an enemy to God's perfect creation, this same curse of death is also what allowed Christ to become incarnate as a man and to actually die on the cross as a ransom for his people. If Adam had eaten from the tree of life after he had sinned, all mankind would have lived forever, estranged from God, and Christ, our kinsman redeemer, would not have been able to die on the cross in redemption. In other words, if God did not subject sinful humanity with a curse of death, sinful man would not have any chance of being reconciled back to God. If God did not prevent Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned, a future redemption through the physical death of one of Adam's descendants, Jesus Christ, would not have been possible. So, the irony of it all is that while the wages of sin is death, and while death is the last enemy that would eventually be destroyed at the final consummation of all things, the entrance of physical death is also the mechanism that allows for the gospel of redemption. No physical death, no redemption by a kinsman redeemer, no hope for a future restoration and union with Christ. As Romans 8:20-23 explains, the entrance of physical death in Genesis 3, through Christ, serves the purpose of bringing about the eventual spiritual reconciliation and physical resurrection of all believers, and so that creation itself would one day be set free from the curse. So, while death is an enemy, and while creation itself was subjected by God to futility, and while the wages of sin is death, Romans 6:23, through Christ, one day, at the final consummation, death will lose its sting, 1 Corinthians 15:54-56. Through Christ, the entrance of physical death into the world as a result of sin, serves as the means through which the Messiah would be able to reconcile his people back to himself by dying on the cross in redemption. Through Christ, creation itself would one day be restored to its former glory and more. Finally, through Christ, all who believe in him would one day be redeemed, resurrected and restored in perfect union with God. God will recreate a new heaven and a new earth, and death itself would one day be destroyed forever. 1 Corinthians 15:26. As Romans 8:20-23 explains, the entrance of physical death in Genesis 3, through Christ, serves the purpose of bringing about the eventual spiritual reconciliation and physical resurrection of all believers, and so that creation itself would one day be set free from the curse. For the creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. And not only the creation, but we ourselves, who have the first fruits of the Spirit, groan inwardly as we wait eagerly for adoption as sons, the redemption of our bodies. The biblical account of creation in Genesis, the historical reality of the fall of man, and the entrance of physical sin, are all central to the gospel and our blessed hope. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more, neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away. And he who was seated on the throne said, Behold, I am making all things new. Revelation 21:1-5. One day, all of creation would be restored to its former glory. Death, suffering, sin, and the curse will be done away with. When that happens, believers will once again have access to the tree of life, which will once again be present in the new heaven and new earth. Revelation 2:7, 22:2, 14, 19. The historical reality of Adam's exclusion from the tree of life in Genesis 3:22, the protevangelium of Genesis 3:15, and the God-man of Genesis 4:1, all point us forward to what Jesus would eventually do on the cross 2,000 years ago, and how the curse of sin would one day be destroyed. Together, these verses paint for us the foundational elements of the gospel. Through the first Adam, death entered the world. Through the last Adam, Jesus Christ, death on the cross becomes the means through which creation is reconciled and restored, and when all is completed, death itself, the last enemy, will be forever destroyed. 1 Corinthians 15:26. This is the reason why God forbade Adam from eating from the tree of life after he had sinned. The Gospel, the Bible tells us that the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord, Romans 6:23. In other words, the reason we die and the reason we are in need salvation is because we are all sinners. All of Adam's descendants are sinful from conception, Psalm 51:5. Romans 3:23 tells us that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Thankfully, we also know from the next 3 verses that follow, that Jesus came to undo the curse of sin, and to grant us eternal life. How is this possible? The Bible tells us that to redeem us, God had to become incarnate as man, live a perfect sinless life on our behalf, and then, as our kinsman redeemer, die on the cross to pay the penalty for our sins. By paying the penalty for sin through his death, those who believe in him might be reconciled back to God, cf. John 3:16. As our substitute on the cross, Jesus satisfied the wrath of God through his death, and all believers are in turn credited with the righteousness that belongs to Christ. John 3:18 tells us that whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only Son of God. John 3:18. One day when Christ returns, Jesus will restore his, Acts 3:21, creation to a state where once again, there will no longer be any more death and suffering. Jesus will redeem, restore, recover, return, renew creation, and resurrect every believer. As Jonathan Sarfati points out, all these speak of a restoration of the very good creation that was once marred by sin. Christianity is very difficult because it requires faith. As I have shown in my last book, the Luciferian occult have invested over 2,000 years and close to $100 trillion in the control of all governments, religions, media, education, and business to make sure nobody on the earth has any faith in this free gift of salvation. The elite teach that you are a good person, and there is really no sin, and no need of a savior. The elite know that it is not about our bodies and physical health that we are here. It is about the soul's connection to the Creator. We were all genetically stained long, long ago. Christ was the atonement for our ancestors' sins. And there is no correlation between physical health and spiritual health. Some of the most spiritually advanced people on the planet have been incredibly sick their whole lives. They realize we all die anyway, so it is vain attempt to try to extend your life. This is a very mystical thing. That we are allotted but one life and that's it. The Luciferian occult are going to offer you eternal life through their technologies. If you accept, you will lose your soul. If you deny them, they will kill you. There will be no other option soon. This is not the game people think it is. It is very serious. And this why they must make sure you have zero faith in Christ at all costs. All of Hollywood is Luciferian and teaches you to seek superpowers, and enlightenment, and avoid Christ at all costs. They created the idea that Christianity was just another Babylonian sun worship religion to turn the world away from faith in Christ. I have had contempt for Christ my whole life, because the world made me hate Christianity, and discarded as simple-minded crutch for the ignorant and weak. When you study Luciferianism deeply, however, you learn another story. Gregory Lessing Garrett. Chapter 3. Glow Birth Indoctrination Science. No. It's always been pear-shaped. It's just so subtle you cannot see it. Like curvature. Or satellites. Or gravity. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to. Or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean, or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes around the sun, and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? 1984, George Orwell. NASA worships Apollyon. Heliocentrists worship the Sunday. Modern science is nothing but a religion. You have to believe in it, for it to be true, even without any actual evidence to back up its claims. There is no proof that we live on a spinning ball that's hurtling through space. There is no proof of gravity. There is no proof of evolution. There is no proof of dinosaurs. There is no proof of the Big Bang either. Science is nothing but a dogma. It is a religion. The definition of religion is as follows: a particular system of faith or worship. That is all that science is today. It is a faith-based system with no actual evidence to prove so. People worship NASA and the heliocentric model. That in itself is a religion. We do not live on a spinning ball that's hurtling through space, but rather a stationary plane that's fixed under a firmament, just as it appears. Jesuit agents tried to mock the flat Earth fact by injecting absurd conclusions into children's texts books that suggested you would fall off the edge if the Earth was flat, in order to repel children from investigating into the actual shape of the Earth. Then, by the time these children were in high school and thoroughly brainwashed by the educational system, Hollywood sci-fi, and the NASA CGI movie-making company, they would never look back, but rather, they would fight and defend their Jesuit masters and their occult fantasy globe model. Even as I say this, most who read it will have a deeply instilled gut reaction to defend the globe model. It was sufficient drilled and socially engineered into you by the Royal Society of Great Britain and the Tavistock Institute, using Jesuit Vatican occultism, and the American educational systematized psychodynamics. Now, most believe they are actually live on a spinning ball in space, as if Star Trek were actually a reality. You did not learn science in school. You learned Babylonian Hermetic and Kabbalistic fantasy repackaged as actual science. To the extent that one is afraid or too self-censored enough to investigate into the occult roots of modern science, is a measure for one's ignorance. Newton made up the theory of gravity. Newton made up the theory of gravity, and later they realized the calculations all lead to a giant singularity where all of the universe gets squished into oblivion. To counter that, they made up dark energy, which is basically anti-gravity, but then calculations now showed everything will move away from each other until dark energy rips the very fabric of outer space, so to balance both, they made up dark matter to hold gravitons and dark energies together. It is one imaginary justification, after another to fit in with other made-up bullshit. I love it because it gives the flavor of how science is just so much unproven speculative theory, after 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 so much unproven speculative theory. After. Gravity debunked. What is gravity? Gravity was only really developed by Freemasons to push their heliocentric globe theory, you know, orbits, and that kind of crap. No. It's always been pear-shaped. It's just so subtle you cannot see it. Like curvature. Or satellites. Or gravity, or dark matter, or dark energy, or black holes, or evolution. Please ask yourself how great a gravitational force would be required to hold 535 quintillion gallons of water to a spinning ball. Take a 1 square mile of ocean, 500 feet deep. How much force is required to keep that square mile on a ball? Yet butterflies, birds, insects all can fly about with ease. The force needed to keep all that water stuck to a ball would be so great you wouldn't be able to move. Think about it. Or if you fill a balloon with helium, a substance lighter than the nitrogen, oxygen and other elements which compose the air around it, the balloon will immediately fly upwards. If you fill a balloon with hydrogen, a substance even lighter than helium, the balloon will fly upwards even faster. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away, and slowly, but eventually fall to the ground. And if you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. Now, this has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. The fact that light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of weight. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Most people in England have either read, or heard, that Sir Isaac Newton's theory of gravitation was originated by his seeing an apple fall to the earth from a tree in his garden. Persons gifted with ordinary common sense would say that the apple fell down to the earth because, bulk for bulk, it was heavier than the surrounding air, but if, instead of the apple, a fluffy feather had been detached from the tree, a breeze would probably have sent the feather floating away. And the feather would not reach the earth until the surrounding air became so still that, by virtue of its own density, the feather would fall to the ground. Lady Blount, Clarion Science versus God's Truth. Wilbur Voliva, a famous flat-earther in the early 20th century, gave lectures all over America against Newtonian astronomy. He would begin by walking on stage with a book, a balloon, a feather and a brick, and ask the audience, "How is it that a law of gravitation can pull up a toy balloon and cannot put up a brick? I throw up this book. Why doesn't it go on up?" That book went up as far as the force behind it forced it, and it fell because it was heavier than the air, and that is the only reason. I cut the string of a toy balloon. It rises, gets to a certain height, and then it begins to settle. I take this brick and a feather. I blow the feather. Yonder it goes. Finally, it begins to settle and comes down. This brick goes up as far as the force forces it, and then it comes down, because it is heavier than the air. That is all. Any object which is heavier than the air and which is unsupported, has a natural tendency to fall by its own weight. Newton's famous apple at Woolsainthorpe, or any other apple when ripe, loses hold of its stalk, and, being heavier than the air, drops as a matter of necessity, to the ground, totally irrespective of any attraction of the earth. For, if such attraction existed, why does not the earth attract the rising smoke which is not nearly so heavy as the apple? The answer is simple, because the smoke is lighter than the air, and, therefore, does not fall but ascends. Gravitation is only a subterfuge, employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the earth revolves round the sun, and the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. David Wardlaw Scott. Terra firma, cool. The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean, and this most exact of all sciences. This wonderful feat of the intellect becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition, and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed. Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony. Einstein's theory of relativity, and the entire heliocentric model of the universe hinges upon Newton's law of gravitation. Heliocentrists claim that the Sun is the most massive object in the heavens, more massive even than the Earth. And therefore the Earth and other planets by law are caught up in the Sun's gravity and forced to orbit perpetual circles/ellipses around it. They claim that gravity also somehow allows people, buildings, the oceans, and all of nature to exist on the underside of their ball Earth without falling off. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the Sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crash into the Sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth, while causing Earth itself to revolve ellipses round the Sun? The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Take the case of a shot propelled from a cannon. By the force of the explosion and the influence of the reputed action of gravitation, the shot forms a parabolic curve, and finally falls to the Earth. Here we may ask, why, if the forces are the same, viz., direct impulse and gravitation, does not the shot form an orbit like that of a planet, and revolve round the Earth? The Newtonian may reply, because the impulse which propelled the shot is temporary, and the impulse which propelled the planet is permanent. Precisely so, but why is the impulse permanent in the case of the planet revolving round the Sun? What is the cause of this permanence? N. Crossland, New Principia. If the Sun is pulling with such power at the Earth and all her sister planets, why do they not fall down upon him? A. Gibern, Sun, Moon, and stars. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects' gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which by virtue of its mass alone causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball, or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off, and nothing sticks to or orbits it. To claim the existence of a physical law, without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. That bodies in some instances are seen to approach each other is a fact, but that their mutual approach is due to an attraction, or pulling process, on the part of these bodies, is, after all, a mere theory. Hypotheses may be sometimes admissible, but when they are invented to support other hypotheses, they are not only to be doubted but discredited and discarded. The hypothesis of a universal force called gravitation is based upon, and was indeed invented with a view to support another hypothesis, namely, that the Earth and sea together make up a vast globe, whirling away through space, and therefore needing some force or forces to guide it in its mad career, and so control it, as to make it conform to what is called its annual orbit round the Sun. The theory first of all makes the Earth to be a globe, then not a perfect globe, but an oblate spheroid, flattened at the poles, then more oblate, until it was in danger of becoming so flattened that it would be like a cheese, and passing over minor variations of form. We are finally told that the Earth is pear-shaped, and that the ellipsoid has been replaced by an apoid. What shape it may assume next we cannot tell. It will depend upon the whim or fancy of some astute and speculating scientist. Lady Blount and Albert Smith, Zetetic Astronomy. How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans? Buildings and people stuck to the underside of the ball Earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely. How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of the ball earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require two foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit and prevent pulling them into direct collision courses. That the Sun's path is an exact circle for only about 4 periods in a year, and then of only a few hours, at the equinoxes and solstices completely disproves the might have been of circular gravitation, and by consequence, of all gravitation. If the Sun were of sufficient power to retain the Earth in its orbit when nearest the Sun, when the Earth arrived at that part of its elliptical path farthest from the Sun, the attractive force, unless very greatly increased, would be utterly incapable of preventing the Earth rushing away into space in a right line forever, as astronomers say. On the other hand, it is equally clear that if the Sun's attraction were just sufficient to keep the Earth in its proper path when farthest from the Sun, and thus to prevent it rushing off into space, the same power of attraction when the Earth was nearest the Sun would be so much greater that, unless the attraction were very greatly diminished, nothing would prevent the Earth rushing towards and being absorbed by the Sun, there being no counterbalancing focus to prevent such a catastrophe. As astronomy makes no reference to the increase and diminution of the attractive force of the Sun, called gravitation, for the above necessary purposes, we are again forced to the conclusion that the great discovery of which astronomers are so proud is absolutely non-existent. Thomas Winship. Zetetic Cosmogony, 44-45. We are asked by the Newtonian to believe that the action of gravitation, which we can easily overcome by the slightest exercise of volition in raising a hand or a foot, is so overwhelmingly violent when we lose our balance and fall a distance of a few feet, that this force, which is imperceptible under usual conditions, may, under extraordinary circumstances, cause the fracture of every limb we possess. Common sense must reject this interpretation. Gravitation does not furnish a satisfactory explanation of the phenomena here described, whereas the definition of weight already given does, for a body seeking in the readiest manner its level of stability would produce precisely the result experienced. If the influence which kept us securely attached to this earth were identical with that which is powerful enough to disturb a distant planet in its orbit, we should be more immediately conscious of its masterful presence and potency, whereas this influence is so impotent in the very spot where it is supposed to be most dominant that we find an insurmountable difficulty in accepting the idea of its existence. N. Crossland, New Principia heliocentrists claim the ball Earth is perpetually spinning on its axis at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour, or 19 miles per second, and somehow people, animals, buildings, oceans, and other surface phenomena can stick to the underside of the spinning ball, without falling or flying off. Take a ride on the gravitron at your local amusement park, however, and notice how the faster it spins, the more you are pushed away from the center of spin, not towards it. Even if the centripetal, inward pulling, force of gravity did exist, which it does not, the centrifugal, outward pushing, force of the ball Earth's supposed 19 mile per second spin would also exist, and have to be overcome. Yet neither of these opposing forces have ever been shown to have any existence outside the imaginations of heliocentric scientists. Gravitation is the term now used to explain what common-sense people look upon as inexplicable. Globularists say that all orbs in space are globes gravitating towards each other in proportion to their magnitude and power of attraction, there being a centripetal force, tending towards the center, and a centrifugal force, tending from the center. But how inert matter can set up any automatic force, and cause one body to gravitate towards another body, has never yet been made palpable to the senses. It belongs to the regions of metaphysics, existing only in thought. Lady Blunt, Clarion Science vs. God's Truth, 40-41. We are not like flies which, by the peculiar conformation of their feet, can crawl on a ball, but we are human beings, who require a plain surface on which to walk, and how could we be fastened to the earth whirling, according to your theory, around the sun, at the rate of 18 miles per second? The famed law of gravitation will not avail, though we are told that we have 15 pounds of atmosphere pressing on every square inch of our bodies, but this does not appear to be particularly logical. For there are many athletes who can leap nearly their own height and run a mile race in less than 5 minutes, which they could not possibly do were they thus handicapped. David Wardlaw Scott. Terra firma. The attraction of gravitation is said to be stronger at the surface of the earth than at a distance from it. Is it so? If I spring upwards perpendicularly, I cannot with all my might ascend more than 4 feet from the ground, but if I jump in a curve with a low trajectory, keeping my highest elevation about 3 feet, I might clear at a bound a space above the earth of about 18 feet, so that practically I can overcome the so-called force, pull, at the distance of 4 feet, in the proportion of 18-4, being the very reverse of what I ought to be able to do according to the Newtonian hypothesis. N. Crossland, New Principia. Newton also theorized, and it is now commonly taught that the Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. If the Moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter, and the Earth 8,000 miles, however, using their own math and law, it follows that the Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger object should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. If the Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the Moon in orbit, it is impossible for the Moon's lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further outtrump the Moon's. Not to mention, the velocity and path of the Moon are uniform, and should therefore exert a uniform influence on the Earth's tides, when in actuality the Earth's tides vary greatly. Furthermore, if ocean tides are caused by the Moon's gravitation, how is it that lakes, ponds, and other smaller bodies of standing water remain outside the Moon's grasp, while the gigantic oceans are so affected? If the Moon lifted up the water, it is evident that near the land, the water would be drawn away, and low instead of high tide caused. Again, the velocity and path of the Moon are uniform, and it follows that if she exerted any influence on the Earth, that influence could only be a uniform influence. But the tides are not uniform. At Port Natal the rise and fall is about 6 feet, while at Beira, about 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. This effectually settles the matter that the Moon has no influence on the tides. Tides are caused by the gentle and gradual rise and fall of the Earth on the bosom of the mighty deep. In inland lakes, there are no tides, which also proves that the Moon cannot attract either the Earth or water to cause tides. But the fact that the basin of the lake is on the Earth which rests on the waters of the deep shows that no tides are possible, as the waters of the lakes together with the Earth rise and fall. And thus the tides at the coast are caused, while there are no tides on waters unconnected with the sea. Thomas Winship, Synthetic Cosmogony, 130-131, it is affirmed that the intensity of attraction increases with proximity, and vice versa. How then, when the waters are drawn up by the Moon from their bed, and away from the Earth's attraction, which at that greater distance from the center is considerably diminished, while that of the Moon is proportionally increased, is it possible that all the waters acted on should be prevented leaving the Earth and flying away to the Moon? If the Moon has power of attraction sufficient to lift the waters of the Earth at all, even a single inch from their deepest receptacles, where the Earth's attraction is much the greater, there is nothing in the theory of attraction of gravitation to prevent her taking to herself all the waters which come within her influence. Let the smaller body once overcome the power of the larger, and the power of the smaller becomes greater than when it first operated, because the matter acted on is nearer to it. Proximity is greater, and therefore power is greater. How then can the waters of the ocean immediately underneath the moon flow towards the shores, and so cause a flood tide? Water flows, it is said, through the law of gravity, or attraction of the Earth's center. Is it possible then for the moon, having once overcome the power of the Earth, to let go her hold upon the waters, through the influence of a power which she has conquered, and which, therefore, is less than her own? The above and other difficulties which exist in connection with the explanation of the tides afforded by the Newtonian system, have led many, including Sir Isaac Newton himself, to admit that such explanation is the least satisfactory portion of the theory of gravitation. Thus, we have been carried forward by the sheer force of evidence to the conclusion that the tides of the sea do not arise from the attraction of the moon, but simply from the rising and falling of the floating earth in the waters of the great deep. That calmness which is found to exist at the bottom of the great seas could not be possible if the waters were alternately raised by the moon and pulled down by the earth. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom. Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe. 159 to 175. Even Sir Isaac Newton himself confessed that the explanation of the moon's action on the tides was the least satisfactory part of his theory of gravitation. This theory asserts that the larger object attracts the smaller, and the mass of the moon being reckoned as only 1/8 of that of the Earth, it follows that, if, by the presumed force of gravitation, the Earth revolves round the Sun, much more, for the same reason, should the moon do so likewise, instead of which that willful orb still continues to go around our world. Tides vary greatly in height, owing chiefly to the different configurations of the adjoining lands. At Chepstow it rises to 60 feet, at Portishead to 50, while at Dublin Bay it is but 1-2, and at Wexford only 5 feet. That the earth itself has a slight tremulous motion may be seen in the movement of the spirit level, even when fixed as steadily as possible. And that the sea has a fluctuation may be witnessed by the oscillation of an anchored ship in the calmest day of summer. By what means the tides are so regularly affected is at present only conjectured. Possibly it may be by atmospheric pressure on the waters of the great deep, and perhaps even the moon itself, as suggested by the late Dr. Rowbottom, may influence the atmosphere, increasing or diminishing its barometric pressure, and indirectly the rise and fall of the earth and the waters. David Wardlaw Scott, Terra Firma, 259 to 260, bearing this fact in mind, that there exists a continual pressure of the atmosphere upon the earth, and associating it with the fact that the earth is a vast plain stretched out upon the waters, and it will be seen that it must of necessity slightly fluctuate, or slowly rise and fall in the water. As by the action of the atmosphere the earth is slowly depressed, the water moves towards the receding shore and produces the flood tide, and when by the reaction of the resisting oceanic medium the earth gradually ascends, the waters recede, and the ebb tide is produced. This is the general cause of tides. Whatever peculiarities are observable, they may be traced to the reaction of channels, bays, headlands, and other local causes. That the earth has a vibratory or tremulous motion, such as must necessarily belong to a floating and fluctuating structure, is abundantly proved by the experience of astronomers and surveyors. If a delicate spirit level be firmly placed upon a rock, or upon the most solid foundation which it is possible to construct, the very curious phenomenon will be observed of constant change in the position of the air bubble. However carefully the level may be adjusted, and the instrument protected from the atmosphere, the bubble will not maintain its position many seconds together. A somewhat similar influence has been noticed in astronomical observatories, where instruments of the best construction and placed in the most approved positions cannot always be relied upon without occasional readjustment. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Earth Not a Globe. Second edition, 108 to 110. In the past several decades, NASA has shown video of astronauts, supposedly in low Earth orbit, experiencing complete weightlessness, or zero gravity. How is this weightless effect achieved if gravity doesn't exist? As it turns out, for the past several decades, NASA together with Boeing have been perfecting so-called zero-G planes and zero-G maneuvers, which are able to produce weightlessness at any altitude. Aboard modified Boeing 727 specially trained pilots perform aerobatic maneuvers known as parabolas. Planes climb with a pitch angle of 45 degrees using engine thrust and elevator controls, then when maximum height is reached the craft is pointed downward at high speed. The period of weightlessness begins while ascending and lasts all the way up and over the parabola until reaching a downward pitch angle of 30 degrees, at which point the maneuver is repeated. Therefore, all NASA's footage of astronauts aboard space shuttles, or the International Space Station can be easily hoaxed and simulated in Earth atmosphere aboard a zero-G plane. In fact, watching footage of zero-G plane flights alongside footage of NASA astronauts supposedly floating around their space shuttles and space stations, no observable difference can be seen between the two. Astronomers claim to have measured all the planets' distances, shapes, orbits, weights, relative positions, and times of revolution, all based on the law of gravitation, and without gravity, their entire cosmology folds under its own weight. Without gravity, people cannot stand upside down on a ball Earth. Without gravity, the Earth and planets cannot be revolving around the Sun. Without Newtonian gravitation, Einsteinian relativity, Copernican heliocentricity, and the entire Big Bang ball Earth mythos cannot exist, and falls to pieces. Gravity, both metaphorically and quite literally, just does not hold any water, not as a sound theory of cosmology, and not as a law supposedly responsible for holding in the world's oceans. Man's experience tells him that he is not constructed like the flies that can live and move upon the ceiling of a room with as much safety as on the floor, and since the modern theory of a planetary Earth necessitates a crowd of theories to keep company with it. And one of them is that men are really bound to the Earth by a force which fastens them to it like needles round a spherical lodestone, a theory perfectly outrageous and opposed to all human experience. It follows that unless we can trample upon common sense and ignore the teachings of experience, we have an evident proof that the Earth is not a globe. If we could, after our minds had once been opened to the light of truth, conceive of a globular body on the surface of which human beings could exist, the power, no matter by what name it be called, that would hold them on would then, necessarily, have to be so constraining and cogent that they could not live. The waters of the oceans would have to be as a solid mass, for motion would be impossible. But we not only exist, but live and move, and the water of the ocean skips and dances like a thing of life and beauty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. William Carpenter, 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe, 21-88. Nearly 100 years ago Kepler had suggested that some kind of unknown force must hold the Earth and the heavenly bodies in their places, and now Sir Isaac Newton, the greatest mathematician of his age, took up the idea and built the law of gravitation. The name is derived from the Latin word gravis, which means heavy, having weight, while the law of gravitation is defined as that mutual action between masses of matter by virtue of which every such mass tends toward every other with a force varying directly as the product of the masses, and inversely as the square of their distances apart. Reduced to simplicity, gravitation is said to be that which attracts everything toward every other thing. That does not tell us much, and yet the little it does tell us is not true, for a thoughtful observer knows very well that everything is not attracted towards every other thing. The definition implies that it is a force, but it does not say so, for that phrase mutual action is ambiguous, and not at all convincing. Gerard Hickson, Kings Dethroned, 14-15, the system of gravitation which makes the Sun the moving center of the universe. The awkward principles of which are anything but certain since they apply to invisible circumstances, so that they cannot be checked, is here replaced by the old geocentric system, universally accepted until the 17th century in view, of course, of its undisputable obviousness, and in which the Earth, in a state of immobility and surrounded by the planets visibly moving round it including the Sun, is at the center of our universe. These two facts which explain almost everything are firstly, the positive existence above the Earth of a solid dome constituting the sky, and secondly, the non-material nature of the planets and constellations, which are not physical masses, but merely luminous manifestations without substance. These are the two circumstances which lead today to the fundamental transformation of astronomy. Gabriel Henriot, Heaven and Earth. The theory that motions are produced through material attraction is absurd. Attributing such a power to mere matter, which is passive by nature, is a supreme illusion. It is a lovely and easy theory to satisfy any man's mind, but when the practical test comes, it falls all to pieces, and becomes one of the most ridiculous theories to common sense and judgment. Professor Bernstein, Letters to the British Association. Gravity does not exist. Gravity is meaningless and utterly useless word in terms of science, and should be completely redefined. So, the density of water is affected by temperature. When water is heated, it expands, increasing in volume. The warmer the water, the more space it takes up, and the lower its density. The cooler the water, the denser. Because objects float better on a dense surface, they float better on salt water than fresh water. The denser the salt water, the easier it is for objects to float on top of it. Water is weird though, because when you cool it below 4 degrees Celsius, it starts to expand when you cool it further. So, when water turns to ice, the molecules line up in that special way, and the ice actually takes up more room than the liquid. This goes a long way toward explaining the ocean tides without using the ridiculous moon and sun gravity theory. There is no gravity. There is only the influence of hot and cold sources of light like the sun, and the moon defying gravity. I have been trying to wake people up to do their own research and thinking instead of trusting the scientism priests to think for them. One thing I often hear is, if gravity is a real force, how come it arbitrary can hold down trillions of tons of ocean water, and yet something as light as helium balloon floats up effortlessly, defying gravity? Yeah, I know, that's a song from the smash hit musical, Wicked. The pun was intended. And why is gravity so arbitrary and nonsensical when you actually think about it? Do the Earth's oceans form a massive weight of their own when the trillions of ocean drops are together, causing the Earth gravity to hold it down like a massively heavy weight? But then a little tiny drop of water should float up like a balloon, since it weighs a fraction of what a balloon weighs, so it cannot be a weight issue. So, what gives? Well, the answer is a lot easier than you would imagine. The answer is: gravity is an illusionary, fictional fantasy from ancient Hermetic and Kabbalistic occultism, and nothing more. Electromagnetics, density, and buoyancy are all that is necessary to explain all Newtonian physical properties and actions. Those sun-worshipping heliocentrists, ignorant of the properties of mass, weight, inertia, centripetal and centrifugal forces, g-force, and angular velocity, and the vector analysis of these properties often state that the Earth's rotation, at approximately 1,000 miles per hour, which is nothing more than an ancient occult fantasy, of course, is too slow in relation to the total mass of the Earth for any on the Earth to feel its centrifugal rotational vector. In Newtonian mechanics, the centrifugal force is an inertial force, also called a fictitious or pseudo-force, directed away from the axis of rotation that appears to act on all objects when viewed in a rotating frame of reference. The ignorant masses believe this fraudulent explanation, because they have been brainwashed to believe that the Earth is a massive spinning ball, which would seem to be rotating quite slowly if it were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour with such a huge mass. But these magically fictitious explanations, coming from the Freemasonic cartels of epistemologically radical empiricism, fail the test of actual science. To begin, Freemasonic scientism, commonly known as Newtonian mechanics, tells us gravity is a magnetic force keeping us and all on the planet Earth. So, let's go with science, even though I have little respect for it in many cases, as much of it are theories, just as it is with gravity. We are told a man called Isaac Newton gravity is a lie discovered gravity, and what its effects are after seeing an apple fall from a tree. Fairy tales for children. Well, I am here to say this is utter rubbish. So, let's go with Newton's theory, and that's all it is, a theory. No proof whatsoever exists to this day to conclusively prove gravity. Now Newton's theory is basically we are stuck to Earth due to a magnetic force, or an attraction of sorts. Now this would make sense if we didn't have mass or g-force on planet Earth. Yes, that's right, mass and g-force will destroy Newton's gravity theory. It is simple enough to prove gravity is not keeping us on the Earth. TWO very simple experiments with one basic item will solve this for you. Get a magnet of a sensible size and place some objects onto a table. Start with something small like paper clips, and gradually work up in mass to something heavy like a bike. So, a very simple experiment anyone can do at home. Now place the magnet over the paper clip. You will see the magnet drags it off the table with ease. A very strong gravitational force, then work your way along the objects from smaller lighter items to larger heavy items, and you will find out one thing. The magnetic field is far more powerful on smaller items of less mass, and the heavier higher mass items are barely affected by the magnetic field, as in they won't be lifted from the table. The larger items will not lift off the table with the magnet. So, experiment TWO, find a large open area such as a field, and take the same items you have used for the table experiment with you. Now start with the heavier higher mass items, and stick them to the magnet. Now hold the magnet in your hand and spin around as fast as you can. You will witness the heavier higher mass items will easily drop off the magnet even at slow speeds. Yet the lighter items of less mass, such as a paper clip, will stick to the magnet regardless of how fast you spin. So, by doing this simple experiment, you will have discovered that items of high mass are much easier to lose gravitational pull than items of lesser mass. Now we turn this experiment to the planet Earth and we apply the same to the things around us, bearing in mind the Earth is apparently spinning at high speeds, thus hampering the theory of gravity. As if the Earth is spinning, then g-force will be trying to drag all from Earth as it was in the field experiment? So, bearing in mind your two experiments and the supposed laws of gravity, what items should be easier to pull away from the gravity of Earth? The heavier higher mass items surely should succumb to g-force and fail under the theory of gravity? You did the experiments? You acted as the Earth spinning in experiment TWO, and you acted as gravity with the magnet in experiment 1? So why is it that gravity is not acting as it should? Surely the smaller items on Earth should be nearly impossible to lift due to the gravitational pull, and the larger items with greater mass should be easy to lift? Yet, as we see, the opposite is the case. Let's look at a bike wheel. We turn the bike upside down and we place water on the back wheel, then turn the pedals, and watch as the water is propelled/displaced from the tire. Try this with heavier items such as mud/soil. You will see it leaves the tire even faster as it has more mass and is propelled by g-force. So, what we find is, we can't have g-force and gravitational pull working against each other, as it wouldn't work. The larger and heavier the item on Earth, the lighter it would be with G-force. The Earth spinning as G-force is dragging such items away from the spinning Earth? Yet if we go with the immense pull of gravity, then the smaller items on Earth would be impossible to lift and the heavier of greater mass would be easier to lift. So hopefully I have cleared up the myth of gravity and placed some thoughts into your mind to help you see we are being fooled by science into believing the impossible is normal. Gravity is their God. I'm reading a great book on anti-gravity. I can't put it down. But seriously, gravity is Disney magic to people who do not understand science. They play the gravity card to explain away anything they cannot explain, otherwise, in the same way many theists play the God card to explain things that have no other explanation. Whenever something is unknown or mysterious in its movement on Earth or in science fiction space, science invokes unseen, magic ball Disney gravity because gravity is magic. However, religion admits that it is a faith-based, and subsequently, if it wants to invoke an unseen God, that is allowed in a faith-based religion. But science is supposed to be empirical evidence-driven. Its conclusion must be based solely upon observation, repeatable, measurable, and otherwise empirical sense data, and yet it is invoking unseen mystery glue, gravity? And yet, there is no data to prove the existence of gravity, only faulty inferences from poor observational skills. Gravity is the holy sacrament of the scientism religion. Density and pressure, even Einstein proclaimed there is no gravity. He talked about mass, angular velocity, and curved space, but no gravity, per se. Based on this thought experiment, Einstein concluded that gravity is not a force of attraction, for no such force is required. Instead, it is something quite different, a curvature in the fabric of spacetime. Gravity is like a fictional mathematical abstract number, and nothing more. Gravity is nothing more than the interplay between atmospheric pressure, or medium, and the density of objects. A feather falls slower in the air than in a vacuum because of the density of the medium of air versus a vacuum, in relationship to the density of the feather. If gravity existed, no matter how much helium you put in a balloon, it would go nowhere. Helium does not overcome gravity, ridiculous. It changes the relationship of the densities of objects versus mediums involved, hence floating. Because there is a up and a down, does not even remotely suggest there is this magical Disney force called gravity pulling things towards the center of the Earth again. Even Einstein confirmed that there is no gravity, rather, merely curved space. It is density and pressure that determines if things rise or fall. In water, styrofoam floats because of its density in relationship to the density of the water. Basic fluid dynamics in density and pressure physics. And styrofoam falls in the air because of its density in relationship to the density of the air. The density of objects and the medium's atmospheric pressures they travel through determine it all. Gravity does not exist. If gravity was a real force, the styrofoam would fall equally in water or air, regardless of the medium. If gravity was a real force, the moon would be stolen by the sun, because apparently the sun's gravity is so strong that the Earth cannot escape it, with its massively larger mass than the moon. How would a smaller mass body resist the sun's gravity? At her very least, every time the moon positioned itself in between the sun and the Earth, there would be massive tug-of-war between the sun and the Earth to keep possession of the moon. But there is not, according to NASA. In fact, any elliptical orbital trajectory the moon takes does not extend itself towards the sun. So much for magic ball sun gravity too. What about the pull you feel going straight up in a rocket? You feel heavier. Is not that a proof of gravity pulling you down? No, it is not. It is a demonstration of something pushing against you, the seat beneath you. You are literally in the way of the seat wanting to rise up with the rocket, and the set pushing up against you makes you feel like you are being pulled down by magic ball Disney gravity. If gravity was a real force, the pull on the surface of the Earth would be greater than the pull down from 30,000 feet. It is not. You weigh the same in either location. If gravity was a real force, you would not be able to toss a ball into the air or even move your limbs. If gravity is strong enough to capture the massive moon at 238,900 miles away, and keep it from flying off into space, it would be unbearably strong on the surface of the Earth. If gravity was a real force, lighter objects would fall faster than heavier objects in a vacuum. Weight being mass times gravity, W equals mg. They do not. What about objects falling in a vacuum? Indeed, they fall at the same rate because the pressure and density in the vacuum are equalized. There is no discriminatory density or pressure to the medium, vacuum environment, in which the objects are falling, so they fall at the same rate. For instance, in air, helium is lighter than the medium it is in, so a helium balloon floats. But in a vacuum, there is no air, so now the helium balloon is not lighter than the medium it is in, so it falls. The helium balloon is less dense than the vacuum medium. Also, the baseball next to it falls at the same rate in the vacuum, because there is no density issue impeding its fall as well. Some say that pressure and density are only half of the equation of weight. Mass x gravity. They say you need gravity to pull things down in order for objects of varying pressure and densities to navigate through mediums of varying pressure and densities, either going up or... Oh really? And it has to be magical gravity, a force so unseen and so weak it is called one of the weakest forces? This does not add up. What makes more sense is that the Earth is electromagnetic in nature. We essentially live in an electromagnetic field. And magnetic fields possess electromagnetic static energy. Things are naturally pulled down to the Earth, because this is the electromagnetic static electric design of the Earth. Even science admits electromagnetism is far stronger than this mythical magical gravity. We basically live on a ring magnetic, like the kind you see driving your car speaker. They have a center magnetic pole, drawing things to the center. What does the Earth have? It has a magnetic center called the North Poles, and everything is drawn to it, electromagnetically. The South Pole is not an attractor, though it plays a part in the electromagnetic field of the Earth, obviously. Gravity is an unproven myth. Electromagnetism is a proven usable fact. Tesla's dynamic theory of gravity and acceleration. Nikola Tesla did much to advance our understanding of why we are pulled down to the Earth, based upon the electromagnetic architecture of the Earth, and its interwoven electrodensities. To explain, since all solid matter is continually hurling through space, always in motion, it is always subjected to the etheric wind and ZPR, zero-point radiation, interactions. These effects are not perceived except during changes in the orientation of mass, or its velocity. All mass in space has dielectric properties. Differences in dielectric properties cause changes in the electromagnetic displacement within mass, and the etheric wind. Earth's electric field creates dielectric displacement effects within ether, and mass within Earth's electric field. This being the case, gravity is actually the difference between the dielectric displacement within a mass and the dielectric displacement outside the mass, and the etheric wind creates a downforce in the direction of the negative polarity. As the etheric wind blows through a mass. That's all mistakenly called gravity actually is an electromagnetic differential. Tesla's extraction of cosmic energy. According to Tesla, the ether is not an energy source, since it is composed of tiny independent carriers immersed in an insulating fluid. The ether, therefore, is a medium through which energetic transferences and transmutations can be effected, and electric and magnetic tubes of force can be created and carried into a body from space, giving it momentum to propel it. Cosmic radiation is not the ether, but starlight, what Tesla called the primary solar rays. This extremely high-frequency light of much tinier wavelength than visible light, UV, X-rays, and gamma rays, also emitted by our Sun and other stars, is the ZPR. Tesla stated that the zero-point radiation gives rise to secondary radiations through impact with the cosmic dust of space, which are commonly called cosmic rays today. In 1935, Tesla objected to the observations of the German radiologist, Dr. Werner Kohlhoester, saying his observations were another confirmation of his own theory of cosmic rays originally advanced in L896, but asserted that Kohlhoester's 1935 theory was erroneous. Because light is a wave motion of definite velocity c, determined by the elastic force and density of the medium, while cosmic rays are particles with velocities determined by the propelling force, which therefore could be much slower or faster than that of light. Since the velocities of the two radiations would not, and could not, coincide, Kohlhoester's observations, which coincided with the light observed, would not be accurate. Here, Tesla distinguished between the cosmic radiation he proposed in 1896, which was particles, which were propelled by ultra-high-frequency primary solar radiation, which I equate to the ZPR, which are light rays traveling at c. Because of their extremely high voltages, levels and frequencies, they can propel cosmic dust particles faster than c. When of sufficiently high voltage levels and frequency. Turner acceleration opponents to anything but magic gravity, as the force which pulls objects down to the earth, often bring up the issue of acceleration. If there is no gravitational force pulling objects towards the Earth at 9.8 m/s/s, then why do things accelerate as they fall, based on mass? At first this seems to be a daunting win for adherents to magic ball gravity, but upon thinking in Tesla's vernacular, acceleration is quite easily explained in electromagnetic terms. Acceleration, likewise, then becomes the shifting differential potentials between the dielectric displacement within a mass and the dielectric displacement outside the mass, and the etheric wind creates a downforce in the direction of the negative polarity, as the etheric wind blows through a mass. In other words, as a body gets nearer the Earth, the electromagnetic field that constitutes the Earth kicks in stronger and stronger. In much the same way there is a stronger and stronger attraction from a magnet the closer you get to it. The shifting differential electromagnetic potential, as the etheric wind blows through a mass, clocks at Newton's 9.8 m/s/s. There only appears to be this mythical, unseen and unmeasurable force called gravity. But rather, it is simply the very measurable and provable force of electromagnetism. We manipulate electromagnetism every day, and hence know of its existence. Your car stereo speakers are based upon electromagnetic principles. However, we never manipulate gravitational fields, or use gravity in any practical engineering applications ever, since it does not exist. We manipulate weight, but weight, as was stated, is the difference between the dielectric displacement within a mass and the dielectric displacement outside the mass, and the etheric wind creates a downforce in the direction of the negative polarity, as the etheric wind blows through a mass. In his 1938 lecture, Tesla said he was progressing with the work, and hoped to give the theory to the world very soon, so it was clearly his intent to give it to the world, as soon as he had completed his secret developments. The two great discoveries to which Tesla referred were the dynamic theory of gravity, which assumed a field of force which accounts for the motions of bodies in space. Assumption of this field of force dispenses with the concept of space curvature. A la Einstein, the ether has an indispensable function in the phenomena of universal gravity. Inertia, momentum, and movement of heavenly bodies, as well as all atomic and molecular matter, and environmental energy, the discovery of a new physical truth. There is no energy in matter other than that received from the environment. As for Tesla's theory, we have hints, such as, that the Earth is the star of human birth. In poetic expressions, he had scientific meanings in statements such as, that using the thunderbolt of Jove, the Indo-European sky god, man annihilates time and space, an allusion to the use of electropropulsion, thunderbolts, to travel so fast, that time and space are annihilated. Where the government has stolen his papers, we must search for meaning elsewhere. In an article, Man's Greatest Achievement, Tesla outlined his dynamic theory of gravity in poetic form, paraphrased. Asterisk that the luminiferous ether fills all space. Asterisk that the ether is acted upon by the life-giving creative force. Asterisk that the ether is thrown into infinitesimal whirls, microhelices, at near the speed of light, becoming ponderable matter. Asterisk that when the force subsides and motion ceases, matter reverts to the ether, a form of atomic decay, that man can harness these processes. 2. Precipitate matter from the ether create whatever he wants with the matter and energy derived alter the Earth size control Earth seasons, weather control, guide Earth's path through the universe, like a spaceship cause the collisions of planets to produce new suns and stars heat. And light originate and develop life in infinite forms. Essentially, from Tesla's understanding, Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object, therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine, it is a Tesla coil. The sun and moon are powered wirelessly by the electromagnetic field, the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity, because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Nikola Tesla – William R. Line, an excerpt from Occult Ether Physics. Remember, you can just as easily say that atmospheric pressure is a component which causes things to rise, contingent upon mass and density. Asserting that things want to naturally fall, because of magic gravity, is but another mere assumptive, and proven theory. Electromagnetism is empirical science, verifiable, practical, measurable, usable, technologically applicable. Gravity is fictional nonsense, mythological, non-observable, non-empiric, pure assumptive conjecture, and unproven hypothesis. Gravity not so constant after all. The order of size and mass of the planets in relation to the Sun, given in the heliocentric model, makes no sense. How does the size of the planets jump from Mars to roughly Earth size, to the gas giant Jupiter? How does gravity hold all these different size planets at different distances with the alleged constant, consistent force of gravity if gravity were real? The distance of each respective planet from the Sun versus the gravitational pull emitted should be scaled accordingly. Tiny Mercury is closest to the Sun, and should be pulled into the Sun if the Sun's gravity is strong enough to hold the much more massive Earth at a greater distance from the Sun than Mercury. It makes no logical sense. Gravity is erratic, inconsistent, nonsense used by heliocentrists to explain everything celestial which is unexplainable. The abracagravity in mathematics of mathematicians. From the introduction page of Robert Otte's Gravity is a myth, and does not exist. In the course of this book I will prove that the force called gravity by Newton and later modified by Einstein and others, does not exist, and is purely mythical in its creation. The consequences of this conclusion are immense. It means that a huge list of non-existent entities have been conjured up by academic scientists, based on the mathematics of a non-existent force. For example, dark matter, dark energy, black holes, singularities, event horizons, WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics. MACHOs, massive astrophysical compact halo object. Neutron stars, gravitational collapse, gravitons, gravity waves, quantum gravity, inward pulling gravity, gravitational lensing, gravitational constant. Schwarzschild radius, gravitational radiation frame, dragging, general relativity, anti-gravity, virtual gravitons, quantum field theory. Why gravitational waves are nonsense. The Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO, is a large-scale physics experiment and observatory to detect cosmic gravitational waves, and to develop gravitational wave observations as an astronomical tool. Wikipedia, as most of you have heard. Tomorrow is the day of the big announcement from LIGO regarding their gravitational wave detection experiment. As my readers have come to expect, I always have a rebellious point of view in matters concerning physics, artificial intelligence, and computer science. Once again, I am to please. I detest relativistic physics about as much as I detest mainstream AI. Einsteinian physics has retarded progress in our understanding of the universe by at least a century, in my opinion. I have written about this on many occasions in the past. See the links at the end of this article. Below I explain in simple terms why gravitational waves are crap and why any announcement from anybody that such waves have been detected is either fraudulent or another pathetic error. There are many reasons that gravitational waves are nonsense, but what follows is my favorite. It is very simple, and it won't take long. As usual, it has to do with infinite regress. In my research, I have found that nearly everything that is wrong with both classical and quantum physics is almost invariably due to infinite regress. So here goes. Gravity affects everything that exists equally regardless of mass, and this includes massless particles. Both Newton and Galileo understood this centuries ago, even though relativists claim that they are the ones who figured it out. Go figure. The problem is that this undeniable principle means that gravity also affects gravitational waves. Since these waves affect themselves, they either cancel themselves out or amplify themselves recursively. The same objection applies to so-called curved space, and to hypothetical intermediary particles such as gravitons. In other words, if it exists, regardless of its mass, gravity affects it. The infinite self-referential regress is too painful to even contemplate. Conclusion: Paul Feyerabend was right when he wrote in Against Method, "The most stupid procedures and the most laughable result in their domain are surrounded with an aura of excellence. It is time to cut them down to size and to give them a lower position in society." Einsteinian physics is indeed laughable. To borrow the words of Wolfgang Pauli, it is not even wrong. https://eternian.wordpress.com/evidence. Natural philosophy and physics. Philosophy is the rational investigation of the truths and principles of being, knowledge, or conduct. Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. As such, it covers a wide range of topics, some of which are so esoteric as to be incomprehensible or irrelevant to the average person. Example, the question of whether or not the observation of things verifies their actual existence and properties, or merely some imaginary construct which leads to their apparent existence and properties. One subset of this range of topics is natural philosophy, which is concerned with the nature of the physical world and physics, the application of natural philosophy to those parts of the physical world which can be explained by theories which are consistent within themselves, and with each other, and can be tested by experimental means. Note that if a theory cannot be tested by any means, it may be a perfectly acceptable theory philosophically, but it is not a proper theory of physics. My response: so, what does this say about Einstein's armchair theories which cannot be tested? They are false according to this definition. It is this sort of distinction that is sometimes used to try to separate religion, which is based on faith, rather than experimental proof, and science, which is presumably based on experimental proof, and not faith. Einstein's and Hawking's thought experiments are no more valid than religious faith. They are based on faith in his so-called genius, which cannot, and is not based on experimental proof. However, most scientists, it should be noted that the term theory means many things to different people. In the ordinary world, saying that something is only a theory implies that it is mere speculation, worthy of no serious interest or consideration. In physics, a theory is an exact, specific statement about the way that things work, which is in some way testable by the application of physical thought and mathematics. An experiment, and most physical theories are so well grounded in experiment and careful comparison with other physical considerations that they are, within the experimental error, as accurate a statement of how things work as any other statement that we can make. My response: Einstein's theories, nuclear theory, quantum and string theories are not in accordance with this definition of theory. This does not, unfortunately, mean that all theories are true, and this discussion is centered on three theories of motion in general, and gravity in particular, that have occupied Western thought during the last few millennia. Each of these theories explain the basic experimental observations, but they look at the nature of motion, gravity, and even the space and time we live in very different ways. What is gravity? Gravity is the easily observable phenomenon that things fall and have weight. If you pick up something, you perceive the gravitational effect on it as the weight that presses downward against your effort to lift it. If you let go of it, you perceive the effect as the nearly constant downward acceleration that it experiences, causing it to fall faster and faster, until it hits the ground, or the air resistance caused by its speed prevents its going any faster. Note that gravity is always downward, and in fact is used to define down, and the opposite direction up. Why things have weight and fall is not known. It is just a fact of nature, which we describe with mathematical statements, and explain with one physical worldview, theory, or another. My response: Russell explains so-called gravity as stillness which centers electric potential of light bodies. Smaller electric bodies seek rest in larger bodies of greater electric potential. At the present time, most people use a theory proposed by Newton, which states, as discussed in more detail below, that gravity is a force exerted by objects on each other, according to their mass and distance from each other. In almost every circumstance known, Newton's law of universal gravitation perfectly explains the gravitational effects and motions we observe. My response: Perry Spolter points out that masses are not needed to explain the law of universal gravitation, as is claimed by the astronomy prof. Here, but there are rare circumstances in which his law is not correct, and according to Einsteinian relativity theory, gravity is not a force at all, but a condition of spacetime, or rather an odd amalgam of space and time, which varies according to the motion of the observer, which mimics a force. The exact mathematics and physics of Einsteinian gravity are beyond the comprehension of most people, not because they are incapable of understanding the theory, but because they don't have the requisite background in mathematics and physics. But Newton's description is perfectly adequate for all ordinary, everyday purposes. Only certain extreme situations, such as a complete understanding of black holes, and the structure of the universe, require the use of Einstein's relativity theories, and even then, the basic concepts can be described reasonably well by the use of various analogies. My response: black holes don't exist, so no need for Einstein's gravity theory, and the structure of the universe is completely unknown in modern science. This is the way that we weigh the universe. Things that weigh more have more gravitational force on them. But, according to Newton's third law of action and reaction, if more force is exerted on something, then it exerts more force back on you. In the case of gravity, Jupiter has over 300 Earth masses. This means that the Sun would have to pull on Jupiter over 300 times harder than on the Earth, if they were in the same place, in order to move at the same amount, which it would do, willy-nilly, because gravity moves all things in the same way, regardless of their mass. But if the Sun pulls on Jupiter 300 plus times harder, Jupiter must pull back on the Sun 300 plus times harder, and in fact, Jupiter must pull on everything 300 plus times harder than the Earth does, given the same distance between everything and the Earth/Jupiter. Example, Moon going around the Earth, semi-major axis, A equals 250,000 miles, orbital period, T equals 27 1/3 days. Now, let's make each of these 1 unit. 1 squared equals 1 cubed is Kepler's third law. Semi-major axis, A equals approximate 250,000 miles, orbital period, P equals approximate 1.5 days, 18 times less than for our Moon, even though the orbit is the same size. The rotation of Jupiter is much faster than the Earth, and this is the reason for the greater velocities of the moons around Jupiter. They were born from Jupiter with a much higher rotational centrifugance. 1/18 squared is not 1 cubed, but put in the mass of Jupiter, approximate 18 squared times 1/18 squared is equal 1. That's how we know that Jupiter is over 300 Earth masses, and exerts over 300 Earth gravities on things at the same distance. Do the same thing with the Sun and Earth, semi-major axis, equals 400 times Moon's orbit, orbital period, equals 13 times Moon's orbit. 13 squared not equal 400 cubed. 170 not equal 6400000. But if the Sun is 333,000 Earth masses, then 333,000 times 170 is equal 264,000,000. So, that's the mass of the Sun. Kepler's so-called third law. Somehow gravity knows how hard to pull on things, to make them fall the same way, despite their difference in mass. If something has a small mass m, weight equals mass, times, acceleration of gravity small w equals small m, times, constant of gravity. If something has a big mass, m, weight equals mass, times, acceleration of gravity big W equals big M, times, constant of gravity. Gravity is the only force that works this way. So, you can measure the mass of an object by seeing how much it weighs, or by how hard it pulls on other objects. My response: Perry Spolter has proved empirically that the addition of mass, or the product of two masses to be exact, has nothing at all to do with so-called universal gravitation. Newton added these masses purely ad hoc, and Kepler's third law explained the so-called effects of gravity, really electric potential, without the introduction of the masses. The result of Newton's mistake has created a neurotic view of the cosmos where masses pull on each other with more strength the larger the masses become, and somehow know just how much pull to dole out to all bodies. This leads to the absurdity that planets and moons speed up and slow down according to how much pull is exerted upon them. There is no pulling force anywhere in our universe, nor is gravitation a pulling force. Gravity is points and shafts of stillness, which centers all masses. The effects we see are due purely to electric potential. Julie Wood fabrication. Albert Einstein limits light's so-called speed in his theory to 186,000 miles/sec, then he multiplies the speed of light times itself, c², so it now travels 186,000 times faster than the theoretical limit he imposed upon it. A Jewish scientific Hollywood genius for the Jewish-controlled banks, military-industrial complex, corporations, media and academia. Einstein claims that a body at rest possesses a quantity of energy equivalent to its mass, and that kinetic energy of motion likewise corresponds to an equivalent amount of mass. A body in motion therefore acquires an additional mass, which varies with changes in its energy and becomes infinite when q, the velocity, approaches 1, the velocity of light. 61 According to the theory of relativity, Einstein says, there is no essential distinction between mass and energy. Energy has mass and mass represents energy. The reciprocal system of theory, formulated by D.B. Larson, is in direct conflict with this interpretation of the equation. From the fundamental postulates of this system we find that energy is a one-dimensional displacement of spacetime, whereas mass is a three-dimensional displacement, rotational. Under appropriate conditions the dimensions of the displacement can be altered, hence mass is convertible to energy and vice versa. The displacement can exist either as mass or as energy, that is, either in three dimensions or in one dimension, but obviously not as both simultaneously. Mass is not associated with energy. It is convertible to energy, and the mass-energy equation merely indicates the relation between the magnitudes involved when and if the conversion takes place. Energy is mass only if it is converted to mass, and when such a conversion takes place, so that a quantity of mass makes its appearance, the equivalent quantity of kinetic energy ceases to exist. Many of Einstein's conclusions have been accepted without adequate critical scrutiny, and this mass-energy relation, E equals mc squared, definitely falls in this category. If this relationship is examined from the standpoint of logic, it is apparent that Einstein's contentions are internally inconsistent and must eventually fall of their own weight, irrespective of what any other theory may say. Mass cannot be something that is associated with energy, and therefore increases as the energy increases, and at the same time something that is convertible to energy, and therefore decreases as the energy increases. If mass and energy are only different expressions for the same thing, 61 as Einstein declares, then we cannot have a conversion of one to the other, we cannot convert anything into itself. But such a conversion clearly does take place. An atomic explosion, for example, is not a mere alteration in terminology or a conceptual reorientation, it is an actual physical event, and hence Einstein's viewpoint cannot be correct. It does not meet the requirements of elementary logic. It is generally believed that the hypothesis of an increase in mass accompanying increased velocity is firmly established by experiment, and scientific literature is full of positive statements to that effect. Yet, oddly enough, while a host of scientific authorities of the highest rank are thus proclaiming that the postulated increase of mass with velocity has been proved by experiments with high-velocity electrons or protons and verified by the successful use of the theory in the design and construction of the particle. Accelerators. Almost every elementary physics textbook admits, explicitly or tacitly, that this hypothesis of an increase in mass is only an arbitrary selection from among several possible explanations of the observed facts. The truth is that the experiments with high-velocity particles and the experience with the particle accelerators merely show that if a specific force is applied to a specific mass, the acceleration decreases at high velocities, following a pattern which indicates that it will reach zero at the velocity of light. If we are to maintain the relation A equals F/m, it then necessarily follows that either the mass increases or the force decreases, or both. Certainly, the hypothesis of an increase in mass is consistent with the observed facts, but this is by no means the equivalent of the proof that is claimed. The door is wide open for any alternative explanation which calls for a decrease in the effective force, either a decrease in the magnitude of the entity responsible for the force, an electric charge. In the usual case, or a reduction in the effective component of the force, the second choice is obviously the correct interpretation, because a mass becoming infinite, solely because it is accelerated to the speed of light, reeks of stupidity. Intuitively speaking, it makes one sick to think of such a retarded and insane academic theory. As velocity increases, the velocity difference decreases, and hence the effective force also decreases. In the limiting condition, when the mass already has unit velocity, the force, the tendency to cause unit velocity, has no effect at all and the effective force component is zero. The acceleration is then also zero, as the experimental results indicate. Beyond Newton, Part 4, the basic error in this case is the assumption that a force applied to the acceleration of a mass remains constant irrespective of the velocity of the mass. If we look at this assumption only from the standpoint of the force concept, it appears entirely logical. Force is a tendency to cause motion, and it seems quite reasonable that this tendency could remain constant. When we look at the situation in its true light as a combination of motions, rather than through the medium of an artificial representation by means of the force concept, it is immediately apparent that there is no such thing as a constant force. The spacetime progression, for instance, tends to cause objects to acquire unit velocity, and hence we say that it exerts unit force. But it is obvious that a tendency to impart unit velocity to an object which is already at a high velocity is not equivalent to a tendency to impart unit velocity to a body at rest. In the limiting condition, when the mass already has unit velocity, the force of the spacetime progression, the tendency to cause unit velocity, has no effect at all, and its magnitude is zero. It is evident that the full effect of any force is only attained when the force is exerted on a body at rest, and that the effective force component in application to an object in motion is a function of the difference in velocities. Ordinary terrestrial velocities are so low that the corresponding reduction in effective force is negligible, and at these velocities forces can be considered constant. Experiments indicate, however, that acceleration decreases rapidly at very high velocities and approaches a limit of zero as the velocity of the mass approaches unity. Relativity theory explains the experimental results by the assumption that mass increases with velocity and becomes infinite at unit velocity, the velocity of light. In the theoretical universe being developed from the fundamental postulates, this explanation is not acceptable as mass is constant, but the same results are produced by the fact that force is a function of the difference in velocities and drops to zero when the velocity of the mass reaches unity. In mathematical terms, the limiting zero value of a in the expression A equals F/m, which is the fact determined by experiment, is not due to an infinite value of m, but to a zero value of f. The structure of the physical universe, Chapter 4, therefore, we can easily see that Einstein's absurd idea that mass becomes infinite as it approaches the speed of light is just as stupid as the idea that the infinite universe was once smaller than an atom. Before the imaginary Big Bang placed all of the galaxies, stars, planets, and moons in their present orbits. The limit placed on mankind's thinking by Einstein's dysfunctional theories, quantum mechanics and string theory, have helped keep mankind in its cage of mental confinement, while the energy barons run free and wild. With riches beyond the dreams of the common grunt who is being gutted by them financially, without even knowing of the beautiful alternative world we could have with a technological system which copies nature and produces abundance for all. Instead of greedy fat cats sitting at the apices of financial and social pyramids of control. When ugly ideas like mass becoming infinite as it approaches the speed of light are spouted in schools, the natural reaction should be a stomach-churning revulsion to such statements by the students exposed to these types of fraudulent conclusions and baseless theories. The fact that so many lemmings go on to parrot these immediately objectionable lies, is proof that there have always been an abundance of fools available in rank and file to parrot any system of provable lies that may be touted by the social engineers, who they serve, as the truth and definitive proof of their theories. A very important point that has been staring humanity directly in the face for over 100 years now, yet I have never ever heard anyone comment on it even once, is the fact that the equation E equals mc squared is an absolute absurdity according to Einstein's definition of light. It is so simple and so obvious. The fact that no one has ever commented upon it reveals the power of social engineering to completely destroy the thinking capacity of humanity anywhere it touches people via its schools, and its other insidious vectors of social indoctrination. The punniness one feels when faced with these megalithic propositions parroted by those who pontificate such absurd pronouncements is surely imposing, and this is the strength of academia in its ability to crush opposition, and to smirk at dissent within its ranks. Einstein absolutely believed that nothing could travel faster than light, yet in his infamous equation we have Einstein multiplying the speed of light by itself, c squared. This equals a mathematical velocity, which is an immediate physical absurdity according to Einstein's well-defined theoretical limit. However, light does not travel, it reproduces itself from wave field to wave field at the so-called velocity of light. Yet here Einstein claims it travels, and has a limit to its so-called velocity. So, he was immediately wrong on both counts, which are the foundation for his strange equation. We are supposed to forget this, however, and believe that in the abstracted world of academic mathematics the rules are all changed, and we can work with numbers which do not even come close to representing the physicality of the real universe, which they are supposedly based upon. So, immediately we can see that the Einstein's proposition has diverged into the fantasy world of armchair theories, where the impossible becomes the normal. Wow, what a leap of faith! Insofar as mathematics is true, it does not describe the real world. Insofar as it describes the real world, it is not true. Albert Einstein, right here Einstein himself is telling us point blank that the math is a myth. It's just a model, folks, and a bad one at that. We are supposed to accept all of the harebrained mathematics based on this idiotic concept, which is an absurdity even according to the wigged-out scientific savior, who created this false limit to the velocity of light and plagiarized this bizarre equation, calling it his own. Now, thanks to the Jewish academic/media-generated hero worship of their tribe's staggering genius Einstein, so-called academic scientists cannot believe that anything can travel even 1 mile an hour faster than Einstein's stultifying theoretical limit. Physics is not the science of measurement, or of energy, or of math. Physics is the study of those things that exist. Therefore, quasars and pulsars, which are traveling faster than the so-called speed of light, need to have all sorts of deranged scientific theories dreamed up, to cover up the fact that they have both violated Einstein's dysfunctional limiting dictates relating to the so-called velocity of light. In the mythical world of egghead mathematics, traveling faster than Einstein's imposed limit, multiplied by the square of that limit, is no problem, however. It's just like in the Road Runner and Coyote cartoons we watched as kids. Anything is possible, no worries. It is the modern equivalent of Jesus walking on water, raising the rotting dead, or feeding thousands of people with a few fish. The content of the story tells us instantly that we have diverged into the realm of the mythological, because as we all know these acts are physically impossible. The so-called modern Jews, Khazarian/Ashkenazi bloodlines combined with the admixture of many races, not just Semites, really love this myth-making stuff. It has served them well for several millennia as a means of social control and financial exploitation for those who they subjugate with their deception. Unfortunately, the scientific sycophants forget this fact when they mistake the fantasy world of their mathematical myths for reality itself. which has the same effect of glorifying their so-called scientists, and raising them to the level of academic saviors and heroes, to be praised and endlessly worshipped by the masses for their vastly superior intellects. Einstein is still worshipped in the media today, even though he has been laughed at by academicians since the 1940s and mostly ignored by the so-called pioneers of modern academia, string theorists. That speaks a great deal about how this hero/genius propaganda is managed and who benefits from its lies. Idols and belief systems are built up by the academic system, and then torn down when it becomes financially profitable to do so, by those who enjoy this control. Pythagoras believed the cosmos is a mathematically ordered whole, based upon his harmony of spheres theory. He believed that the key to the universe was the science of numbers. So, Pythagoras made the same mistake most mathematicians make in substituting their mechanistic, time-stopped, straight line, two-dimensional models, for the perpetual wiggliness of the forms found throughout the real universe we live in. Triangles and the other geometric figures so cherished by those who have accepted this philosophy are unnatural forms, and do not represent the real universe we live in. Rather, they are forms of reductionism which remove motion and straighten the object's true wiggly form, so that they may be calculated using simple math like algebra and trigonometry. This childlike simplification gives mankind a false understanding of the fundamental nature of reality. Newton continued this tradition which has come down to us as an entrenched mindset in academia and glamorized in the media for mass consumption by Einstein, Hawking, Sagan, Michio Kaku, and the rest of their corporate-owned ilk. What pulls things down if not gravity? Cutting to the chase, the word gravity is used as a red herring to hide the fact that the Earth's electromagnetic field is cooperating with density and buoyancy. If gravity were a real force, it would indiscriminately pull anything down until it hit a solid impenetrable barrier, like the bottom of the holding tank. Liquid mercury is not a solid impenetrable object. Look how easily it flows over the anvil. It is density and buoyancy that are creating the division between the mercury and anvil. There is no mythical gravity pulling anything down. Denser objects sink. Simply fluid dynamics. Some like to ask, then why do things fall down? That's like asking, why is helium lighter than air? Why do birds get to fly and dogs don't? Why is the color green green? Why do denser things get to sink? Why do magnets have magnetism? These are all nonsensical questions in science. There is an established order of natural events and objects. Taxonomy. It is simply the way nature was designed. Mankind can discover this natural order, but why the natural order was created is philosophy and theology. You might as well ask, why does gravity pull things down and not sideways? Since gravity does not even exist, you can make up anything you like regarding it. You might as well say gravity is a force that pulls all object up, but density pulls objects down to Earth. You could just as easily postulate the world to operate that way. You can do this because gravity is a malleable, fictional, fantasy force, with no real scientific support. Adding gravity to the equation is superfluous drivel. It achieves nothing. Denser things sink. Gravity is absolutely unnecessary. Additionally, mythical gravity explains nothing. If gravity is strong enough to keep trillions of tons of ocean stuck to the Earth, why can little butterflies defy this insane string gravity? How can gravity keep a massive boulder glued to the Earth, and yet a fragile helium balloon can completely overpower gravity and float up? You see, gravity is a mythical, Disneyland, Goldilocks force, created by Vatican Jesuits and Freemasons to make the rest of their heliocentric evolving universe religion more palatable and feasible. Nobody said overcoming a lifetime of brainwashing would be easy for anyone. The scientism fabricated Big Bang and black hole. The mathematics of the black hole scam revealed by Stephen Crothers. The authorities have telescopic equipment, an extension of their senses, which can see a so-called quasar they claim is at a distance of 13.7 billion light-years from Earth. This so-called quasar is said by astronomers to be the most distant object in the visible universe, solely because of its observed red-shifted light, and they call the bubble created by the extension of the radius in all directions, our entire universe, with Earth as its center and reference point. Scientists believe that quasars get their fuel from supermassive black holes that eject enormous amounts of energy as they consume surrounding matter. This is thinking with the senses and based on appearances, which is pure academic lunacy, because quasars are rejected baby galaxies birthed by their mother galaxies, and the energy they exhibit is the result of the violent explosions which birthed them, not from some bizarre and exotic form of energy production within them. Like the non-existent theoretical black holes of academic fantasy, or the nuclear furnaces said to be in stars. Observe the following scholastic understanding postulated by these odd folks to explain their faulty, sensory-based observations and the poorly imagined theories they cough up to support them. The distant galaxy, dubbed J1148 plus 5251, contains a bright quasar powered by a black hole at least 1 billion times more massive than the Sun. The galaxy is seen as it was only 870 million years after the Big Bang. The universe now is 13.7 billion years old. J1148 plus 5251 would have been among the first luminous objects in the universe. The original atoms formed in the universe within the first 3 minutes of the Big Bang were only hydrogen and helium. Carbon and oxygen, the atoms making up carbon monoxide, had to be made in the thermonuclear furnaces at the cores of the earliest stars. Associated Universities Incorporated. How many weak, non-provable and seriously flawed theories and ideas do we witness in this paragraph of arrogant, academic garble above? I count at least 10. This is typical academic ooze which claims to know everything in a haughty, self-righteous manner, yet proves nothing. The Big Bang theory created by the Catholic priest Georges Lemaitre with his dogmatic religious agenda has been proven false since its immaculate inception. These scholars have told us that they are looking at a quasar, powered by a black hole 1 billion times more massive than our Sun, when the universe was only 1/16 its current age. Just emerging from the primeval dark ages before light could travel freely through the cosmos. Can you see how deranged scientific thinking can get? I guess they think there was a time when light did not travel in their heavily flawed cosmology. If that was the case, then it would not be what eggheads call light, now would it? It would be still magnetic light, which is not even a part of their cosmology, understood by them in the least, or even fits correctly into this academically flawed scenario. How do these nut baskets know that there were only hydrogen and helium in the first 3 minutes after their beloved, theoretical Big Wank? Did Ramtha travel backwards through space and time with a spectrograph from the 20th century to measure it? It sure looks that way. It is just another fairy dust scenario. Actually, once again it is due to their weird academic ideas based on equations. One must wonder how scientists got these freaky, minutely detailed conclusions about the proportions of hydrogen and helium in our universe and the absence of all of the other elements, simply from gawking at numerical equations. Oh yeah, that's right, this is all just a bunch of stupid mathematical theories that make academicians feel like they are intellectual giants, and this is based not on observation at all, because it never happened, and even if it did there would have been no one around to witness it. Being that there were only two elements present, 3 minutes after YHWH said, "Let there be light," according to their bizarre idea of a big wank. Since there was nothing before the big wank, where did YHWH come from? You see how stupid religion can make the average numbskull? The Big Wank theory was in fact created by a Catholic priest named Monsignor Georges Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre. He was also a professor of academia. Do you see how blatant the mind control apparatus is? Surely no one with a correctly functioning mind could accept such an arrogant pronouncement as the Big Bang, and its evolution as postulated, using egghead math by a Catholic priest with a well-documented historical agenda. Academic parrots are so used to these kind of baseless and grandiose statements, that they don't even flinch from writing such absurd, ego-stroking lies. This is exactly the way the Church has functioned throughout history, and relies on the invisibility of its God, in the same way the Big Wank is invisible to us. The white hole/black hole reworking of academic cosmology using Einstein's field equations, which are provably mathematical bullshit, and do not represent the real universe. Note that the computer screen on the right represents Walter Russell's cosmology of twin opposing electric vortices. No credit is being given to him for his model. Nassim Haramein is trying to create a mathematical formula based on reworked Einsteinian field equations, in the left-hand screen to describe Russell's model of twin opposing electric vortices on the right-hand side and claim it as his own. Walter and Lau Russell say from their graves, "Forgive him, Father, for he knows not what he does." Quackademic mathematicians' theoretical fields do not exist, end of story. The mathematicians have no rational answers to any of the foregoing questions. These are not trivial semantic issues, but fatal conceptual objections. As an exhibit, the mathematical field is invalid. What can be neither continuous nor discrete has no chance of being categorized as an object. In addition, the arguments reinforce that field and space cannot be synonyms under any circumstance, mainstream position. I now take this one step further and argue that field is unscientific. The anachronistic term field does not even belong in physics. It belongs exclusively to the transcendental world of religion. Anybody who uses the word field to explain a theory should be treated as an idiot and kicked out of science. Nothing less will do. Did you hear that, Nassim? Academia is in the process of reworking its black holeo theory, and now we have the black hole/white hole theoretical model being sold to the New Age crowd as new dissenting science. This is all based on Einstein's field equations, which our academic refuse not worth wasting one's time on, because there are no fields in science. These mathematicians have no idea what their theoretical field is anyway, by their own definitions. The fact that anyone would try and resurrect the doomed black holeo theory reveals instantly who will profit from the continuance of this absurd academic lie, and who is supporting it. The dysfunctional egghead, cartoon fantasy, black hole galaxy. The academicians saw these images, and had to add the accretion disk to the black holeo theory. The artist's conception below is the attempt to bring the dysfunctional theory into line with the observable data. What was once a black hole which no light could escape from an academic theory, has morphed into the very image of twin opposing electric vortices whose imploding currents were detailed by Walter Russell in 1927 in the Universal One. Imploding electric vortices meets head-on at the apices of the two opposed cones, thereby creating the inertial plane of gyroscopic magnetic stillness and centrifugens, witnessed directly in astronomical observations. How can a black hole have mass if it is a hole? Yet, it is a billion times more massive than our Sun, the size of a galaxy. Forget about telling me how the academic parrots explain it. An extremely dense, collapsed star at its center would not make a hole, it would be a spherical mass, not an empty area, which is what a hole is by definition. Black holes are said to be at the center of all galaxies, where in fact we see a massive white bulge. So, the scientific types are oblivious to the observations which lay directly in front of them. They believe more in their deficient mathematical equations than they do in the direct, glaring and blatant observation of the physical universe around us. Therefore a white bulge is not a black hole no matter what the eggheads tell us with their superior mathematical insights. The galaxy a huge spherical white center. Exactly the opposite of the egghead, black hole myth. It never seems to occur to these academic dummies that their horribly pathetic, mathematical theories relating to gravity are the cause of their idiocy, regarding the fictitious Big Bang, black holes, red shifts, neutron stars, event horizons and gravitational collapse, dark matter, dark energy, WIMPs, machos, gravitational lensing, etc. They see a massive white bulge at the center of every galaxy, or a brilliant quasar with their telescopes and call it the opposite, a black hole. There is no hole in the center of our galaxy, from which light cannot escape as they have told us. In fact, this is where the light in every galaxy is most concentrated, brilliant, expansive and spherical. End of story. Nor would there be a sci-fi wormhole to a parallel universe, because there are none, despite what you have seen on fantasy shows like Sliders or Stargate SG-1. Think about it. Why would there need to be an infinite number of universes if the universe is already infinite? The theory of general relativity has already been falsified by several observations. One of these is that stars at the outer edge of a galaxy orbit about as fast as those near the center. This phenomenon cannot be described or modeled with relativity's field equations. Rather than discard GR as required by the scientific method, the mathematicians postulated yet another ad hoc, and conveniently unverifiable, variable they called dark matter mass, a concept that makes the equations come out right. This miraculous substance is self-servingly transparent, because it does not mask stars in the background, and very heavy for no reason other than to prevent anyone from falsifying relativity in the short run. It is also for this reason that dark matter is not white or red. This would have been too easy to detect, and research funds would have dried up quickly. By making dark matter conveniently dark and mysterious, the researchers are able to justify funding for years to come. Now all that the astronomers have to do to win a Nobel is discover what the mainstream has decreed is a necessity. In a nutshell, the mathematicians believe that the luminous stuff, stars, galaxies, gases, we see with our telescopes only constitutes 4% of all the matter in the universe. The rest consists of invisible dark matter, 23%, and mysterious dark energy, 73%. And then, of course, we should not forget that the whole of space within which all this matter sits is also made of particles. The only things which are not made of particles are black holes. They are 100% mass. The mathematicians are looking for those too. I mean, they have already found those too. Contrast this with photons, which have zero mass and zero size, which miraculously we can see as well. That's the state of the relativistic universe in a nutshell for you. You stupid relativists, the Big Bang was at the pinnacle of egghead science. Would anyone accuse the great creator spirit animating our universe of being infinitely redundant? Once again, I repeat for the brave hero/martyr, Bruno, as he spoke 400 years ago, so that this faculty of the intellect is not vain or arbitrary, that ever will or can add space to space, quantity to quantity, unity to unity, member to member. Their theory about quasars has fallen into the oblivion of Big Banger cosmology like most of their other dark, sordid and depraved scientific ideas. The Big Bang Theory theology is based on a misinterpretation of redshift. The redshift of a distant galaxy is measured in the light coming from that galaxy. Lines in the spectrum of that galaxy show a shift toward the red compared with the same lines from our Sun. Hult and Arp discovered that high and low redshift objects are sometimes connected by a bridge or jet of matter. So redshift cannot be a measure of distance. Most of the redshift is intrinsic to the object. But there is more. Arp found that the intrinsic redshift of a quasar or galaxy took discrete values, which decreased with distance from a central active galaxy. In Arp's new view of the cosmos, active galaxies give birth to high redshift quasars and companion galaxies. Redshift becomes a measure of the relative ages of nearby quasars and galaxies, not their distance. As a quasar or galaxy ages, the redshift decreases in discrete steps, or quanta. Arp's observations were made using actual telescopes, and the actual light that he was capturing. A new series of telescopes, Virtual Newton Telescope, the William Herschel Telescope, the Hubble Space Telescope, rely on a multitude of reflected and refracted images to create a visual image, which is a virtual composite created by a computer brain. A new generation of cameras, the Rosat Wide Field Camera and WFPC-2 Planetary Camera Simulator, is coming online, which have computer-generated virtual reality programs and are now bringing us preloaded images and backgrounds which confirm the false theories which astronomy is founded upon. We can be assured that the quacks who operate them will be discovering all sorts of bizarre, unbelievable, sensational, hair-raising surprises which confirm the brilliance of our dedicated scientists and validate the valiant work they are doing for humanity. NASA's hanky-panky, be extra sure to completely ignore the religious rambling of this whistleblower. The points made about the new virtual reality images are very significant. However, heliocentric nosedive heliocentrists often insist that aircraft gyroscopes adjust their aircraft to always fly at a slight descent to account for the curvature of the Earth. They say that gravity makes the adjustment automatically on their gyroscope to dip the nose of their aircraft enough to cause the aircraft to not keep going in a straight line and gain altitude on a curved Earth. They say that a plane will fly at a constant altitude and will follow the curvature of the Earth, and would not gain altitude during a level flight. There are 4 types of gyros. One is called an Earth gyro. Earth gyro has freedom of movement in all 3 planes, but is held in one plane by Earth's gravity. You will find this gyro in an attitude indicator. Attitude indicator equals artificial horizon in an airplane instrumentation. Now, if a plane is cleared to maintain 35,000 feet, by regulations, the pilot must maintain that level based on a standard barometric pressure setting, 29.92 nhg or 1013 millibars. Hence it would stay at that altitude, FL 350, because the pilot is either controlling the plane manually or has engaged the autopilot to achieve that. There are 2 basic instruments that enable this procedure, an altimeter and a vertical speed indicator, VSI. The VSI provides short-term changes in pressure and indicates whether the plane is climbing or descending. These changes will give an indication to the pilot so that he would level the plane to maintain 35,000 feet. He will adjust the controls very slightly by use of the elevator and trims. This can be performed automatically by the autopilot as well. As such, the flight controls are constantly moving very subtly to maintain the correct attitude. Level flight is flight that maintains a set distance from the center of gravity. It is not flight in a straight line. Gravity and lift are opposing forces that raise or lower the plane until it reaches an equilibrium. From then on, the plane will fly level, bearing a change in lift, so the plane's path will follow the curve of the Earth. And others claim the Earth's gravity is causing objects traveling in straight line to curve. As they see it, you aren't descending at all, you are flying a smooth geodesic line which is a curve because of gravity, which maintains a constant altitude level MSL, mean sea level. This geodesic follows the line of constant acceleration due to gravity, technically. Density changes in the Earth would cause it to vary slightly, but these changes are microscopic compared to the buffeting the plane receives from the air itself. It takes extremely precise measurements to detect these subtle differences, such as being done by the GRACE project at NASA. Because the Earth has curved space around itself, due to mass, it bends the very concept of a straight line into a circle around itself. If the plane didn't follow this geodesic, it would be climbing or descending. This is what defines ascending/descending. Ignoring secondary changes such as the weight of the plane, as it burns fuel. And the atmosphere itself, air density is constantly changing. Then to remain at a fixed altitude the plane, pilot or autopilot, has to adjust the controls to maintain a specific amount of lift to offset exactly the constant acceleration due to gravity dash. That amount of lift doesn't change as you fly around the world. The plane cannot tell the difference between straight and level, and this geodesic, it is straight and level from that inertial reference frame. Every bit of excess lift causes the plane to climb and any shortage causes it to descend. It all sounds pretty convincing, doesn't it? But is it true? Let's look deeper into it. Some contradictions to all this. 1. How does an airplane's gyroscopic artificial horizon account for the Earth's curvature? As I understand it, a gyroscope keeps absolute position, and the aircraft rotates around it, allowing the instrument to show the plane's attitude on the artificial horizon. But logic would dictate that if I flew around the world, the artificial horizon should show me upside down half the time. What does it do to account for this, and prevent erroneous readings? If you fly around the world, the gyroscope will show you upside down half the time. Now, since it obviously doesn't, think about why it doesn't. But any heliocentrists will cry, gravity. If you confront them with this, gravity is always the way out of anything that is illogical. Gravity magically keeps an aircraft's delicate guidance system pointing the nose forever downwards. Yeah, right. 2. A gyroscope will maintain its position in space and any change to the gimbal position will not alter it. Any plane autopilot relying on a gyroscope horizon can be sure that a gyroscope never lies. People lie. A gyroscope not only proves positive all the nonsense of a ball Earth, also shows the impossibility of any spinning of the ground. Pause, take a breath and take in the facts. A gyroscope is the ultimate lie detector. 3. Gravity is a mythical force, never seen, measured, or detected. Gravity is merely the scientism priest's god in the gaps. If a plane can move up/down left and right at speeds of 500 miles per hr, then it would have overthrown gravity in the first place. If the plane engines shut off at some point, gravity would overpower the plane, and take over, pulling the plane to the ground. To overcome the gravity, the plane must gain speed and create lift. At the moment the plane wills leave the ground, gravity is no longer affecting the plane. As we all know, a very large amount of speed is required to defy gravity, as I'm sure each of you has experienced sitting in a plane as it takes off. 4. That being the case, a plane flying horizontal at 60,000 foot moving at 500 miles per hr would have to have its nose pointing down to maintain any elevation if the Earth is round, because there is no gravity force in effect based on the object's weight and speed. A 100-mile-long flight from sea level produces 6,700 vertical foot of drop to sea level 100 miles away. A plane flying at 500 feet has no gravity acting on it as it has already defied it. The plane would gain altitude of 6,700 feet in 60 minutes. Single-engine Cessna. The plane's altimeter would rise at a rate of 110 feet per minute. In 5 minutes, the altimeter would read 1,050 feet. Of course, the plane's altimeter does not do this because sea level is flat everywhere. 5. Seattle to New York is 2,831 miles. Vertical drop is 1,017 miles, 2,831 x 2,831 x 0.67 feet, 8 inches, /5280 feet per mile. 4 hours of flight time equates to 4.24 miles per minute, or 22,374 feet per minute, or 373 feet per second of vertical drop due to Earth curvature. I challenge any pilot or aerospace engineer to specify what mechanical system on an airplane automatically adjusts for this constant vertical drop requirement. The pressure reading thing is an accuracy reading for calibrating the altimeter because pilots discovered that the altimeter reading changes with pressure. If the pressure reading changes, the pilot will adjust the altimeter to account for the new pressure. For example, the reading is 30,000 feet at XXX pressure. The pressure reading is based on the takeoff airport location and altitude at that location. After 10 minutes of flying at 600 miles/hr. Horizontally there is 223,740 feet, 40 miles, of vertical drop from curvature. It would take the plane 7 minutes with it nose down at 600 miles/hr. To get back to the 30,000 feet. I have never been on a plane that goes on a roller coaster ride up and down every 7 minutes for 4 hours. The notion that this would not be detectable to passengers due to being acclimated to motion is patently absurd, since everyone knows what it feels like to descend even a little in an aircraft, as your stomach drops and ears, nose, and throat system detect even the slightest motion for survival purposes. This is simple science and math. Since the plane is already defying gravity by lifting into the air, and maintaining a speed, gravity has no effect. Gravity would take over and pull the plane towards Earth when the speed reduced to a place where the airplane weight-fall force is greater, allowing gravity to take over. Calling all pilots and aerospace engineers to specify the mechanical system required to balance the roller coaster. Pressure and gravity science are not relevant. 6. Neither instrument tracks the Earth's center of gravity, nor is either instrument affected by it. The instruments merely sense pressure differences to that found at sea level. The aircraft's elevator keeps it at a constant altitude, not standard pressure. Air pressure is sensed by the altimeter, which then converts it into a visual indication of altitude above sea level, or vertical speed, in the case of the VSI. The bottom line is, the operation of the altimeter remains an undebunked fact that tends to prove the Earth is flat. Globalists have their own undebunked arguments that tend to support a spherical Earth. Trying to explain away the true nature of an altimeter is silly, especially for a pilot, and, ultimately, undermines globalists in general. The altimeter basics that tend to prove the Earth is flat are simple enough for pretty much anyone to understand. 7. Some state, the pilot will adjust the controls very slightly by use of the elevator and trims. This can be performed automatically by the autopilot as well. As such, the flight controls are constantly moving very subtly to maintain the correct altitude. In autopilot, the control surfaces may be constantly moving, however. That is not what happens when a plane is trimmed with autopilot off. However, all trim does is keep the elevator in a fixed position during flight. With a pilot's hands off the yoke or trim, a plane on a fixed heading would generally gain altitude over time if the Earth were a globe, but this does not happen. An observant pilot knows that fact, however. Whether that pilot is able to admit that fact publicly or not is a whole other discussion. 8. We are told that an airplane is a part of our atmosphere, therefore no corrections are needed. Of course, the official explanation is in line with everything else, believe us, because we say this is the way it works. The aircraft is usually flown along the density altitude, by pilot or autopilot, as the case may be. As long as the aircraft is flown at a certain altitude, it will be following the Earth's curvature, as the atmosphere is attached to the spherical Earth and has same properties at same distance from the center, in an ideal case, as the altitude is measured from the surface, which is curved, and not a plane. There is no adjustment needed as the aircraft will naturally follow the curvature of the Earth without any input from the pilot. This is because the aircraft flies through the atmosphere, which also follows the curvature of the Earth. Funny how this atmosphere thing is the solution for everything which contradicts simple observations. Because of the atmosphere, we do not need to account for the curvature or the rotation of the Earth. Funny how it works the exact same way when you fly over a flat non-rotating Earth. 9. Ran into this NASA reference publication 1207, Derivation and Definition of a Linear Aircraft Model. After a whole bunch of formulas, we have this conclusion stating, this report derives and defines a set of linearized system matrices for a rigid aircraft of constant mass, flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Both generalized and standard linear system equations are derived from nonlinear 6-degree of freedom equations of motion and a large collection of nonlinear observation, measurement, equations. This derivation of a linear model is general and makes no assumptions on either the reference, nominal, trajectory about which the model is linearized, or the symmetry of the vehicle mass and aerodynamic properties. 10. Aircraft guidance equipment was not always as sophisticated as it is today. So, even if one posits the argument that sensitive altimeters are facilitating an aircraft nose to dip in accordance to gravitational vectors over a curve, long ago, no such sensitive equipment even existed, and yet, planes did not adjust for curvature, either manually or via autopilot. The altimeter in an airplane is a pressure device. In aircraft, an aneroid barometer measures the atmospheric pressure from a static port outside the aircraft. Air pressure decreases with an increase of altitude approximately 100 hectopascals per 800 meters or 1 inch of mercury per 1,000 feet near sea level. The aneroid altimeter is calibrated to show the pressure directly as an altitude above mean sea level, in accordance with a mathematical model defined by the International Standard Atmosphere, ISA. Older aircraft used a simple aneroid barometer where the needle made less than 1 revolution around the face from 0 to full scale. This design evolved to altimeters with a primary needle and 1 or more secondary needles that show the number of revolutions, similar to a clock face. In other words, each needle points to a different digit of the current altitude measurement. However, this design has fallen out of favor due to the risk of misreading in stressful situations. The design evolved further to drum-type altimeters, the final step in analog instrumentation, where each revolution of a single needle accounted for 1,000 feet, with 1,000-foot increments recorded on a numerical odometer-type drum. To determine altitude, a pilot had first to read the drum to determine the thousands of feet, then look at the needle for the hundreds of feet. Modern analog altimeters in transport aircraft are typically drum type. The latest development in clarity is an electronic flight instrument system with integrated digital altimeter displays. This technology has trickled down from airliners and military planes until it is now standard in many general aviation aircraft. Modern aircraft use a sensitive altimeter. On a sensitive altimeter, the sea level reference pressure can be adjusted with a setting knob. The reference pressure, in inches of mercury in Canada and the US, and hectopascals, previously millibars, elsewhere, is displayed in the small Colesman window on the face of the aircraft altimeter. This is necessary, since sea level reference atmospheric pressure at a given location varies over time with temperature and the movement of pressure systems in the atmosphere. In aviation terminology, the regional or local air pressure at mean sea level, MSL, is called the QNH, or altimeter setting, and the pressure that will calibrate the altimeter to show the height above ground at a given airfield is called the QFE of the field. An altimeter cannot, however, be adjusted for variations in air temperature. Differences in temperature from the ISA model will accordingly cause errors in indicated altitude. In aerospace, the mechanical standalone altimeters which are based on diaphragm bellows were replaced by integrated measurement system which is called Air Data Computer, ADC. This module measures altitude, speed of flight and outside temperature to provide more precise output data allowing automatic flight control and flight level division. Multiple altimeters can be used to design a pressure reference system to provide information about airplanes' position angles to further support inertial navigation system calculations. How airplane trim debunks curvature. My previous post How ascending planes debunk the globe, Part 2 describes, using simple trigonometry, how the ascent rate of an airplane is impossible on a globe. The rebuttal to this was that the airplane somehow still follows the curve while ascending. However, an airplane cannot simultaneously follow the curve, which requires the trim to be constantly in the upward position, nose down, while at the same time ascending, which requires the trim to be in the completely opposite position, nose up. Therefore, during takeoff and descent, the total amount of curvature that should be accounted for by the trim is non-existent. Just take some time and think about that. What, exactly, is trim, or the trimming of an airplane? This is from Wikipedia. The use of trim tabs significantly reduces pilots' workload during continuous maneuvers, e.g. sustained climb to altitude after takeoff or descent prior to landing, allowing them to focus their attention on other tasks, such as traffic avoidance or communication with air traffic control. Both elevator trim and pitch trim affect the small trimming part of the elevator on jet airliners. The former is supposed to be set in a certain position for a longer time, while the pitch trim, controlled with the landing pilot's thumb on the yoke or joystick, and is thereby easy to maneuver, is used all the time after the flying pilot has disabled the autopilot. Especially after each time the flaps are lowered or at every change in the airspeed, at the descent, approach and final. Elevator trim is most used for controlling the attitude at cruising by the autopilot. As you can see, once the elevator trim is set, it is rarely adjusted by either the autopilot or the pilot. Even if we allow for the trim to be constantly adjusted, it is not designed to, nor does it ever constantly adjust for curvature. However, if we assume that curvature does exist, to satisfy those who insist on curvature, then the trim would have to account for it. You can't have one without the other, folks. Here is the curvature math and geometry. This is because a curve is a nonlinear shape that requires a constant change in pitch to maintain a constant altitude and thereby follow the curve. For each change in pitch, the trim must add each subsequent change to maintain the nonlinear shape. I've used the curvature math above, but also included the speed of the aircraft to calculate instantaneous curvature, or how much curvature must be accounted for over a certain period of time, and velocity. Assuming an aircraft with a velocity of 500 miles per hour, the amount of curvature increases by 0.309 inches/second. This might seem like an inconsequential value at first, however. This is an accumulative value that increases over time. For example, after the first 30 seconds, the amount of curvature that the trim would need to adjust for is 10 feet. After 760 seconds, 12 minutes, the trim needs to adjust for 1.41 miles of curvature. If the trim is constantly adjusting for curvature, then no drastic motions would be felt by passengers and crew. However, this would cause the trim to be in an impossible state after just a few minutes of flight. But this is somewhat of an academic exercise, since neither pilots nor the autopilot adjusts the trim in this fashion. This question was posed to a pilot in a forum, and part of his answer was, "You said that, if the plane was trimmed for a straight and level flight, it would gain altitude while flying as the Earth's surface fell away due to the curvature of the Earth." Well, that would probably happen in a perfectly motionless atmosphere where the plane would fly dead ahead, and over time gain altitude, provided it has sufficient thrust, as the Earth curves away from under the airplane. In reality, a constant altitude must be kept using the standard pressure, and that means a fixed distance to the Earth's center of gravity is maintained, making the path of the plane a curved one. Even the pilot acknowledges that the aircraft would gain altitude over time if the trim was set. He follows up saying that in reality, this does not happen. Instead of saying to himself, that contradicts the spherical hypothesis of the globe, maybe it's wrong, he evokes gravity and standard pressure. But neither the standard pressure nor gravity can fix this conundrum, since the trim must continually be altered to follow the curve, and we shall see in a moment, gravity is not the answer either. He talks about the trim by saying, as such, the flight controls are constantly moving very subtly to maintain the correct attitude. I would agree, but he's not applying a spherical model to the response, only a flat surface model. If he was flying over a sphere, the trim would have to adjust every second. Here is the formula used: R/cos V*T/5280/69.1 R*5280 R equals radius of spherical Earth. How should an aircraft maintain altitude on a sphere? For every 69.1 miles of flight, a 1-degree change in pitch must take place. If the pilot makes only a single 1-degree change in pitch over a 500-mile trip, a total of 7.2 degrees of pitch change, then the airplane will be 6.2 degrees off of level. A single 1-degree pitch change from a particular starting position produces a slope, not a curve. To maintain a curve, the pitch change must increase with time. So, to travel 6,219 miles on a sphere, the trim of the aircraft would have to account for 90 degrees from the starting position. This is regardless of gyroscopes or accelerometers. Unless the aircraft follows the curve, it will increase in altitude, and to follow the curve, the trim must be in a constantly increasing, upward position. No pilot would ever adjust the trim to such a degree, since it would cause a major imbalance in the aircraft. In other words, this could not happen, nor does it happen, because we don't live on a sphere. Rather, it is indicative of a flat surface. If a pilot or autopilot had to change pitch to maintain level flight, by pushing forward on the column or modifying the trim, the pilot or autopilot could not nor would not pull back on the column nor put the trim back to the original position once the adjustment was made otherwise. They would continue to fly in a tangent to the surface of the sphere, and subsequently start gaining altitude again. Again, any pilot would tell you, the trim is not continuously adjusted for curvature, nor are they continuously pushing forward on the column. The point being that once trim is set to a particular level, especially the elevator trim, it is left alone. This totally contradicts what should happen on a sphere, but is complete what we would expect on a flat surface. Gravity to the rescue. Now some of the globe folks, including pilots, will evoke gravity to fix this rather intractable problem. However, to evoke gravity at this point and say that it keeps the plane level is to ignore the obvious. The aircraft has already overcome the supposed effects of gravity, otherwise it could not be in flight. Even NASA agrees. Weight is a force caused by the supposed acceleration due to gravity, and the lift forces have already overcome the weight of the aircraft and thereby gravity. Level flight is, either by line of sight, i.e. pilot flying level to horizon, or via the gyro, not due to gravity. However, and for the sake of argument, if gravity was responsible for level flight on a sphere, by constantly forcing the aircraft level, or tangent to the sphere, then the ability of the aircraft to ascend or descend would be impossible, since it could never increase its angle of attack from level. This, of course, does not happen in reality. Starting position. The problem of arguing whether the Earth is spherical or flat using everyday experiences, i.e. flight, is that if the Earth is flat, those who do subscribe to a spherical Earth will be using experiences of a flat Earth to try and describe a spherical one. In other words, they use actual events and then describe those events through the lens of a spherical model, i.e. since the Earth is a sphere, and planes fly level, it's due to gravity. Instead, they should be describing events as they should happen on a sphere, not on a flat plane. The model should be predictive, not reactive. In other words, does the spherical model describe our experiences? For example, the gyroscope is known for its ability to maintain rigidity in space, and provides empirical evidence for a flat surface rather than a sphere. However, the subscribers to the spherical model say that the gyroscope is modified during flight to account for the change in pitch. There are several problems with this. 1. The aircraft must follow the curve regardless of what the instruments say, or bad things will happen. 2. To follow the curve, a real change in pitch must happen. It cannot be ignored by modifying the gyro. 3. Even if the gyro was modified to continually adjust for pitch changes, it does not alter the fact that the trim must be continually changing position to adjust for real pitch changes. 4. A small aircraft, like a Cessna, does not modify or have the ability to modify their gyros during flight, i.e. Schuler tuning, which debunks the notion that this happens with larger, commercial aircraft. But even if we allow for that, it doesn't fix the problems with the spherical model, as has been explained. Do airplanes adjust their flight down to adjust for a curve? Confessions and comments. Let's say you fly at 2 Mach speed, 1,500 miles/h, equals 1,500 divided by 60 is equal to 25 miles/min. 8*25 squared equals 5,000 divided by 12 is equal to 416.66 feet equals 126 m/min. 126 over 60 equals 2.1 m per second, so you have to nose down your airplane 2.1 meters, 693 feet, per second. If you applied this same simple calculation for State Route 71, Blackbird, aircraft which flies at 3.2 Mach speed, 3,840 kilometers per hour, you would get next result. Blackbird pilot should nose down his aircraft 5.3 meters every second in order to stay level in relation to the spherical shape of the Earth. 1. I know you haven't had the opportunity, up until now, to read this quote. Since you don't understand how aircraft trimming works, as a PSA for you and others I will try and explain it. All aircraft are armed with something called a trimming system. It's a set of tabs on the vertical and horizontal stabilizer of an aircraft. When a pilot is at his cruising altitude, he trims the aircraft. There is a wheel inside the cockpit that you roll forwards or backwards, and this adjusts the trims on the wings of the aircraft. This changes the way air or wind travels over the shape of the wing, thus creating lift, up or down in altitude. Autopilots also can automatically trim the craft for you, but you must engage it manually. This way, the aircraft holds its altitude without descending or ascending. This relieves the pilot, as well, of back or forward yoke pressure. Once the aircraft is trimmed, it's trimmed and will hold its altitude, mean sea level, MSL, all day long, weather permitting. If there was a curvature to the Earth, the amount of altitude loss would not only be visually noted on the altimeter, but your body would feel pressure of constant G-force as you would have to push the nose of the craft down to hold your altitude along the curvature of the Earth. If this was an automatic system, passengers in jets would have a noticeable G-effect happening to their bodies, because of the speed of the aircraft having to constantly descend to maintain constant altitude. G-force, even if an aircraft's gyro did automatically compensate for the curvature of the Earth, which it doesn't. You would be constantly fighting to properly trim the airplane, as the craft would be constantly trying to adjust its altitude to deal with the curvature of the Earth itself, assuming you are manually flying the aircraft. 2. Is a very simple way how you can check if Schuler tuning is pure imaginary concept that has nothing to do with reality. Put side by side two different gyros, one gyro which is allegedly embedded into Schuler tuning system, and another gyro which works independently of any other system or device. If you can observe significant deviation, or any deviation at all, in functioning, maintaining indicating level flight, of these two gyros, while flying in a straight line, certain number of miles, then you will be able to come back here and before all of us solemnly testify that you have succeeded to measure the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, you will be able to admit to yourself, I have finally found what I was looking for, a convincing proof for the flatness of the surface of the Earth. One thing is sure, Schuler tuning doesn't apply for the purpose of compensation of the non-existing curvature of the Earth. Is there some other application for this system, wander azimuth, Eurocompassing for instance? I don't know, and I don't even care. All I know is what I have already stated, Schuler tuning has nothing to do with the alleged curvature of the Earth. Just use your reason, that's all it takes. A few interesting comments from real pilots. Lee Stevenson. Yes. I hold an airframe and power plant certificate and have since 1991. Also started as aviation electrician AEI and Navy in 1977, where troubleshooting systems down to components was an everyday all day. When you veer from straight and level, the logic system sends an error signal that shows as an indication, whatever it may be. Zero error signal is plain as true on all axes. Period. Now, I haven't been in this field for 20 plus years, and thanks for reminding me of a truth I already knew. THX and cheers. HOGI. Whoever is talking here, this person tells the truth. I am an older guy and learned to fly 40 years ago. A Euro axis does not move if you move the reference frame, fuselage, around it. Foucault, Newton, Tyson, Sagan, Einstein and all this other NASA, ESA, Mafia Freemason idiots are keeping you stupid by teaching you sheeple wrong stuff. Nanovia goddamned business. I never really thought about this before, but on every flight I have ever been on, no matter how long or how short, there is always the same progression, the takeoff, then the climb in altitude, then the leveling off, then the descent, which begins about 10 minutes before landing. There is never any change in altitude mid-flight, unless the pilots have to climb in order to avoid a storm or turbulence, and you can feel the slightest change in the plane's trajectory right there is your seat, even at night, or with the blinds closed. So visuals do not factor into your sense of motion and direction. I think we all have a great sense of the slightest change in our flight path in the air, I know I can feel the slightest banking to left or right, and up or down, everyone can feel that, right? So, if I am on a 12-hour flight between London and Sao Paulo for example, why does the plane flight completely level after climbing for 10 minutes after takeoff and descending 10 minutes before it lands? At some point it must follow the curve of the Earth, right? How come we can never feel it? Logically, the plane flying level for 12 hours should end up out in suborbit if it does not follow the curve of the Earth, right? So how does that work unless the land under the plane is also level for the 12-hour flight? It's not like the pilots can adjust the length of the climb and descents, which are always about 10–15 minutes before you land. Easy to remember that one, because of the landing in bathroom notices the FAs announce before every landing. Ibrahim Munoz, the gyros I worked on were in a vacuum case, and they sat on a fixed place in the plane. There was nothing to correct except for the 15 degrees per hour of the Earth's supposed rotation. This is related to longitude position or east-west movement in relation to magnetic north. For coordinated turns and smooth flight, accelerometers are used. But these do not affect the gyro. So, as far as I remember, the gyro did not receive any correction for the curvature of the Earth. Echo Sabanovic, all I can say is that, I have performed similar tests with gyro, aligned north/south and left spinning on my work desk, electrically powered, from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., no offset at all on gimbal. So, if Earth is spinning, offset should be visible. Tests performed in Singapore, which is basically equator, so if Earth is indeed spinning, offset should be easy visible in 8 hours. Of gyro spinning here. BLK Jet. When I started my 25-year USAF career, I was an automated flight control system specialist, autopilot. The system had a pitch-up command for coordinated turns, so that when the aircraft banked, and the wings lost lift, the resulting altitude loss could be prevented. There was also pitch-up and down commands for terrain following, but no pitch commands to account for the curvature of the Earth. If there were, then there would have to be a continuous pitch-down command to account for the Earth's curvature. I worked both on the flight line, on the aircraft, and the back shop, so I got to learn the complete system, and can tell you that there were never any signals to account for the curvature of the Earth. A little thought experiment. Let's propose a flight experiment. Construct a perfect straight hollow tube 100 miles in length with an inside diameter 3 to 5 times a plane's wingspan. Position the tube 100 feet off the ground of an ocean shore line, while being projected level towards the horizon. Have a pilot fly a plane into the tube, and keep from touching any side. According to the curvature of the Earth, the tube will be 100 feet above the ground at the starting point, and approximately 6,700 feet above the surface of the water at the finish. Because gravity keeps a plane at a constant altitude relative to the ground, and the tube is not following the curvature of the surface of the water. How will the pilot adjust the attitude of the plane to account for gravity pulling and keeping the plane from touching the bottom of the tube? We are to believe that a plane can fly relatively straight and level, and gravity and air pressure will pull the plane perpendicular around the globe. I think it would be obvious if the above experiment could be done. The plane is not accounting for curvature and gravity. The surface of the water is flat because water always finds its level. Gravity is not pulling the plane around the globe because the surface of what we live on is flat. Also, on a globe, as an observer gained altitude, the horizon will fall away. However, no matter how high you climb, the horizon always rises to eye level. Last thing, when a plane's gyros are spun up before taking off, after 6,000 miles of flight, the gyro will be at a 90-degree position relative to start, which should read as a nosedive. However, no indication of that occurs. The Earth is not spinning nor round. Heliocentrists. Heliocentrists habitually dodge the big picture as much as they can, but that big picture will not go away. Scientism is the issue here, and all their efforts to fetch the spinning earth ball toy are only making their Jesuit masters jump for joy. As long as one is only debating the earth's shape, one will forever miss what is really operating beneath all this flattered versus globetard war: the concealing of God in Christ. If you only debate earth's shape, you have been slit at the throat by the Vatican assassins, and their Jesuit Hegelian dialectic entrapped inside their occult web of deception. The funny thing is, you'll have no idea? That is what is intriguing to me. How can someone be looking at all the cards and still not see the hand yet? Very curious. It may be an IQ issue, who knows? Fun fact, Star Trek was created by Freemason. Gene Roddenberry to reinforce their heliocentric Freemasonic sun-worshipping occultic religion in the masses' minds. They did a number on us, and traumatic brain damage was the result. Hollywood, NASA, and the Freemasonic educational system using MK Ultra-style trauma-based mind control have had us in their grips since we were little babies. Gravity and the electromagnetic sun, the proponents of the globe model, who are answerable to the taxpayers, and the manner in which they vehemently respond to the proposition of a flat earth model speaks volumes about them. An angry panic is prevalent amongst most of them, and yet if their heliocentrism is correct, then they have nothing to worry about. I have garnered enough information on the history of the heliocentric model, and the motives of those behind its inception, to not trust it as far as I can throw it. Those with the most to gain from heliocentrism over the centuries have seeded it into the minds of the masses in such a manner that they defend it with a passion, even though, and I am sure you will agree, that the largest majority of the people of all nations have little understanding of the mechanics of the model they defend with a religious zeal rivaling any of the major religions. The reason for that is its inception came from a religion. Now, the proponents of the globe model are happy to argue all day long about the mechanics of it and other models, for most people can't be bothered with advanced arithmetic, so it's easy to deceive by numbers, but what they most certainly cannot abide is the apocalypsing of the heliocentric globe models. Parents and their motives for birthing their corrupt cosmological child. That's what all the fuss about flat Earth is really all about, not the battle between mathematical models presented by honest people on both sides. A flat Earth model trivia: empirical tests reveal using neodymium magnets that water is diamagnetic and repels other magnetic fields. Sun acting as the plus electromagnetic energy causing low tide, and the moon as the negative electromagnetic energy causing high tide. Electromagnetic energy increases when the sun and moon are aligned and decreases when they are not. Stronger and higher tides equals full and new moon furthest and nearest the sun spring tides. Weaker and lower tides equals first and last quarter moon 90-degree angle from the sun neap tides. NEAP equals without the power. Water is diamagnetically opposed to any magnetic field, therefore the tides of water are being pushed, not pulled. Salt strengthens water's ability to conduct electricity. The salty brine of the world's oceans creates a strong opposing magnetic field, creating water turbulence and tidal activity. Cyclone activity, tides and weather patterns are influenced by the path of the sun and moon. The electromagnetic intercourse between the sun and moon and the surrounding atmosphere can be tumultuous or serene according to variable factors. There is a continuous exchange of energy going on between the sun and moon and the electromagnetic energy of flat Earth and its seas. Electromagnetism is at work, and not the Masonic mystical Newtonian wet dream fantasy called the theory of gravity. The source of the sun is projected through the firmament, which acts as a light polarizing filter. The projected sun follows the magnetic field lines unique to each observer on Earth, and is not a solid object. The Sun and the Moon are projections, and are influenced by the fluctuations of the magnetic energies of the North Pole and outer rim. Aurora Borealis. The dome of the heavens can be compared to a celestial hemisphere that conforms to the observer, wherever the observer is. Just as a rainbow is a personal objective projection. Also explains why Sun's predicted time of daily zenith is off every day all over the world from NASA's predictions. Magnetic lines are not static day-to-day scale. They have continuous variation daily equals Sun's apparent location changes. The word gravity is used as a red herring to hide the fact that the Earth's electromagnetic field is cooperating with density and buoyancy. Mathematics is an essential component for empirical technology and engineering, but provides no measurable evidence for hypothetical phantasmas such as gravity. Math is used to mask the electromagnetic/diamagnetic principle in relation with density and buoyancy that works perfectly well on a horizontal plane model of Earth as well as in reality. The phantasma of gravity is an essential blue-tack remedy for the explanation of the absurd idea of the rickety religious heliocentric globe model. The fact that the electromagnetic/diamagnetic principle and the phantasma of gravity are descriptively similar in part, but not as a whole, makes the decipher of the deception of gravity less likely to an undiscerning public, but on closer inspection the sleight of hand becomes glaringly obvious. We don't know what gravity is, saith the scientists. No, but they know what the electromagnetic/diamagnetic principle in relation to density and buoyancy is, and they shamelessly usurp that in an attempt to lend credence to their blue marble phantasma. Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation, and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Nikola Tesla. Gravity is sleight of hand to cloak the electromagnetic flat Earth in a shroud of centric spherical attraction. This working flat Earth model is based on geometry science and observations. You are welcome to debunk it. The Cavendish experiment, pseudoscience at its finest. Don't be surprised if at some point an indoctrinated globehead pulls out the Cavendish experiment as proof of gravity and tries to shove it in your face. Fear not, the Cavendish experiment is another pseudoscience piece of nonsense that has never been replicated and is taken as truth in the fraudulent world of scientism. The Cavendish experiment was initiated in 1797 by Henry Cavendish that supposedly can measure the gravitational attraction of two massive bodies. From there the legend grew to measuring the mass of the Earth, Moon and planetary bodies. There's only one problem: it has never been replicated and is full of more holes than a piece of Swiss cheese, but yet it's still used today as if it were science fact. Here's an article by Scientific American stating that the Cavendish experiment is the basis of measuring planetary weight. How do scientists measure or calculate the weight of a planet? Here's a quote: "Because we know the radius of the Earth, we can use the law of universal gravitation to calculate the mass of the Earth in terms of the gravitational force on an object, its weight, at the Earth's surface, using the radius of the Earth as the distance. We also need the constant of proportionality in the law of universal gravitation, g. This value was experimentally determined by Henry Cavendish in the 18th century to be the extremely small force of 6.67 x 10 to 11 newtons between two objects weighing 1 kilogram each and separated by 1 meter. Cavendish determined this constant by accurately measuring the horizontal force between metal spheres in an experiment sometimes referred to as weighing the Earth. Scientific American. However, everyone can witness that no matter how large and massive of two balls of steel you make and place them close together, that there never ever was a perceptible attraction by Newtonian gravity of one for the other. But everyone can build the tiniest of bar magnets and notice that as you bring the two closer together, that they snap at one another in attraction. Also, the asteroid Ida and its moon Dactyl. Anyone doing the Cavendish experiment and believing it, should look at the asteroid belt, that all the asteroids should have moons based on Cavendish experiment, but the fact is, that gravitational bonding is a rare phenomenon, because, well, gravity is not a real force. And that gravity is simply electromagnetics. So, the Cavendish experiment is a fairy tale experiment, and not physics. Physicists should be ashamed of that experiment, not proud. This is just another example of pseudoscience nonsense that has been intentionally passed along as fact, when in reality it's complete bullpucky. Trust your senses, not mathematical formulas that try to explain away your own senses and perceptions. There's only one problem: it has never been replicated and is full of more holes than a piece of Swiss cheese, but yet it's still used today as if it were science fact. The Cavendish experiment is an exquisite piece of scientism fraud. Go try it. It is rubbish. Hubble and the International Fake Station. There are 3 types of machines said to be in Earth orbit. We have already determined that there is no orbit. Before we look at the possible placement mechanism, let's first look at the 2 most well-known machines said to be up there and determine if they are likely the real deal. Hubble Space Telescope International Space Station. Summary below are 2 columns of pictures. One contains images exclusively from the Hubble telescope, the other those from Earth-based observatories. Which column shows pictures from the Hubble telescope? Apart from all the images being very similar, or identical, they are often composites of 3 or more pictures, each captured through a separate light filter, and then processed further. On top of that, since NASA fake stars and obviously entire images of machines orbiting space, then processing a galaxy in Photoshop isn't exactly revolutionary. These days, they have allowed us to use their online software to touch up raw Hubble images ourselves. They even provide a PDF of instructions. Courtesy of their own YouTube channel, we can compare raw Hubble images and those after processing. I wonder if this could be the real Hubble telescope below. Is the movement across the sky too much for the several minutes of exposure necessary to capture images? It would seem so, although it is probably more a detector than a true optical telescope. I'd love to see how a free-falling Hubble telescope in space stays exactly in one place to the millimeter in order to capture its long exposure times. It is supposed to be at orbital speed, which is 7,600 meters per second. This Earth-based motionless observatory image is a composite of 3 images over 12, 9, and 7 minutes of exposure. In 12 minutes, the Hubble Space Telescope will have traveled 5,472 kilometers, an eighth of the way around the world. The real Hubble telescope? As Saros has also noted, it is odd though why they need an infrared detector at only 12 kilometers altitude. They have the Hubble telescope much further up, 559 kilometers, and there is the ISS, and of course the 1,100 active satellites littered all over the globe. Maybe they need the versatility of choosing exact locations which are not covered by the infrared detecting satellites? Perhaps there aren't many operating scientific infrared detecting satellites up there, and those that are, can only cover a smallish localized area at one time? Or the type of technology needed is not satellite suitable because the instruments need to be changed before each operation, or are too delicate and have to be constantly maintained and tweaked. Best guess. This telescope is designed for infrared astronomy observations in the stratosphere at altitudes of about 41,000 feet 12 kilometers. Sophia's flight capability allows it to rise above almost all of the water vapor in the Earth's atmosphere, which blocks some infrared wavelengths from reaching the ground. At the aircraft's cruising altitude, 85% of the full infrared range will be available. The aircraft can also travel to almost any point on the Earth's surface, allowing observation from the northern and southern hemispheres. Could the Hubble telescope be placed on the glass layer 100 kilometers high? Possible. Except they say that the Hubble needs constant maintenance. Soon after his appointment, Griffin authorized Goddard to proceed with preparations for a manned Hubble maintenance flight, saying he would make the final decision after the next 2 shuttle missions. In October 2006, Griffin gave the final go-ahead, and the 11-day mission by Atlantis was scheduled for October 2008. Hubble's main data handling unit failed in September 2008, halting all reporting of scientific data, until its backup was brought online on October 25, 2008. Since a failure of the backup unit would leave the HST helpless, the service mission was postponed, incorporating a replacement for the primary unit. An earlier space telescope idea. These plans emphasized the need for manned maintenance missions to the telescope to ensure such a costly program had a lengthy working life. All Earth-based observatories have to be maintained. Even on the glass, the environment of the Hubble Space Telescope would be more hostile than a telescope on Earth. Freezing temperatures and all that meteoric dust and micrometeor bombardment. Allegedly 100 tons of the stuff hits the atmosphere every day. I am doubtful it is that much. No one can physically go up and walk on the glass unless the space shuttle stops. And then how does the shuttle get back? It can't. Reality verdict: marketing is code for utter shite. I particularly love all the different altitudes and curves of the Earth and the backdrop. Can't they even get that one straight? What a load of shite. International Space Station. There is also the problem of to rotate or not to rotate. In the 2007 video below of Mike Tyrrell's miraculous captures, aired by the BBC, who at 038 states that no other amateurs in the world have been able to create such stunning images. I bet. The earliest photo of the ISS supposedly viewed through a telescope by an amateur astronomer that I could find was in 2002 by Jerry Xiaojinzhu, followed by nothing until 2005-06 with Philip Mosting/Mike Tyrrell's orgy of images. The ISS had been manned since 1999, so you would have thought NASA, or one of the myriads of observatories littering the globe, let alone another amateur astronomer, would have more than one set of telescope images to show between 1999 and 2006, but no. Then there is the problem of other hobbyists not being able to capture such great images. Before the 2007 barrage, other members on one forum in 2003 said things like no details, it just looked like a fast-moving star, and you can't resolve any features on a satellite with amateur telescopes. And from 2006, you'd have to have a scope able to slew at incredible speeds. There aren't any for amateurs, that I know of. Even as late as 2009, one young lady said, I saw a very bright, very fast streak of light run across my vision. So fast and bright, that I couldn't make out what it was. But it's not just a handful of mistaken incompetence. Amateur astronomer forums such as amateurastronomers.net just has 3 PR articles and certainly no hobbyists' photos. Those amazingly fortunate and plucky young astronomers mostly hang around stargazerslounge.com and iceinspace.com.au, with a few generously donating their incredible gifts at cloudynights.com. The problem is we get the same amazed and incredulous comments such as wow. Impossible job. I tried to track it with my little DOB, but only got a bright dot. ISS does outshine Venus sometimes. It reaches maximum brightness at a whopping -5.9 at perigee. Getting a detailed image of something moving this fast would require a very complex setup. I've had a few tries with LX200, which is supposed to be able to track it but failed miserably. the 2 times I tried to image the station. I got blobs. I only get a blur. I have no idea how the others have captured such detailed pictures of it. The last comment was made by a lady, who had managed to get the bright white dot through her telescope shown in the video below on the left, which looks remarkably like the black and white image of an asteroid on the right. Gosh, it's radiating white hot all over. What a surprise! Who would have thunk it? White hot is 1400 to 1600 degrees Celsius. That's a hot ISS. Speaking of white hot, there are 2 images of the space shuttle through a telescope. With this newfound knowledge of the thermosphere, which image is likely to be correct and which one CGI? Space shuttle with ISS in thermosphere. Real amateur astronomers won't even consider the notion, let alone speak out that these images could be fake for obvious reasons of wanting to believe, all except one, however. Directly viewing the ISS through a privately owned telescope, a Newtonian of 6-inch aperture at low magnification, and using manual tracking. On every occasion I have viewed the ISS, and I am an experienced observer, a perfectly round object is revealed presenting no angular projections whatsoever. Of course, he could only air his findings on a conspiracy forum where the defender of the realm was AUDIOBOOK aka Scott Ferguson. This man is already a quick-hand at Photoshop, as the signature photo on his Twitter account reveals. Astronaut Scott Ferguson, Messier Hunter. One moment, I was standing next to my family. Next minute, I'm beside some dude's telescope. The black line, pretending to be a shadow, nearly all around his cutout makes his figure look pasted in. Couldn't be, nah. Scott was very active on the conspiracy forums defending his ISS images while, through seamless interaction, Gate 420 took over where Astronaut Ferguson had left off. Does an amateur astronomer spend his free time defending his images on conspiracy forums? What about all the media attention these guys get? You may think this is nothing unusual, but today journalism is known as churnalism, where nearly 90% of newspaper articles are not original, and have been written elsewhere as either prepackaged press releases or from a news wire. That means a PR person has thought up a catchy headline, written a suitably informative article, and supplied images to sway public opinion in favor of whatever it is they are selling. Would an amateur astronomer even attempt to do this, let alone have the necessary writing skills? Hardly. Here is a list of incredibly skilled ISS photographers and their press involvement. Dirk Ewer, State German Television. Scott Ferguson, Discover Magazine and ZME Science. Vincent Mio, aka Cookie 8. Australian national newspaper. Tom Gwillim, NASA's Solar System Ambassador. Universe Today and NASA Science News and Como News Network, and the PR feed Newsnook. Rob Bullen, Discover Magazine, and UK national newspaper and NASA and New Scientist, and London newspaper. Ralph Vandenberg, journalist for Space Safety Magazine. Universe Today and Wired and NBC News and NASA Science News. TRILOGY, Discover Magazine, and Universe Today, and UK national newspaper and NASA and more. Mike Salway, online marketeer and Ice in Space forum creator. Universe Today. Mike Tyrrell. The BBC and NBC News and Tech News Daily. About half the authors checked made it into the media. Not including Joe Ricci of Strassenburg Planetarium, or a certain Donald Thomas aka Starlight Knight who loves promoting other ISS photographers, a common theme throughout, and had his images published at ESA. A quick Google search of his name reveals an athlete, an American footballer, and a retired NASA astronaut, come lecturer, come ISS program scientist. Now couldn't be, could it? There are over 3,000 people with that name in the USA alone. 3,000 to 1 isn't good odds, but knowing orbiting is fake, I wouldn't suddenly convulse in apoplectic shock if it were the case. Does this mean that all ISS footage from amateur telescopes is fake? No, it doesn't, just buyer beware. One way to photograph the ISS is by using the full moon as a backdrop. Fortunately, these kinds of images give us some kind of perspective. The poster Danny from Concave Earth Forum received one such image in the Concave Earth Society Facebook page. Danny had already previously photographed a passenger jet against the background of a full moon. By resizing both images so that the moon remained the same size in both, an accurate size comparison of the two objects could be made. The ISS looks to be about half the size of the jumbo jet in the photo. This is confirmed by myself when cropping the objects in the photo and enlarging both by a factor of 10. The jumbo crop was 17.64 x 10.23 centimeters, and the ISS crop was 7.41 x 6.7 centimeters. If I doubled the ISS crop in size, then its area would be bigger than the jumbo jet crop. Also, if you compare the ISS in the photo to its supposed design structure, only the solar panels match, the other appendages do not. ISS size comparison: the ISS is roughly half the size of the jumbo jet. The ISS is said to be the same size as a 747 plane. Danny, nor anyone, knows which type of passenger plane was flying that night when the photo was taken. You can see below that a 727, or even a 737, are approximately half the size of a 747, with the rest in between those two sizes. A passenger jet travels at a cruising altitude of around 10 kilometers. The plane in the photo may not even have reached this altitude yet, but let's assume it has. If the plane in the image was a 747, then the ISS, being half that size, is traveling at twice that altitude, which is 20 kilometers. If the plane were to be a 727, half the size of a 747, then the ISS is flying at 40 kilometers altitude. Either way, the ISS is traveling somewhere between 20 and 40 kilometers high in the sky. Assuming the ISS moon backdrop photos are genuine, then the ISS hoax is just a cover-up for something else that they don't want the public to question. This is very understandable. The ISS doesn't have wings, at least the moon backdrop photo doesn't show any. The ISS is somewhere between 20 and 40 kilometers high, well below the altitude needed to experience Newton's thought experiment, heliocentric orbiting. So, what is keeping the ISS up? Anti-gravity technology they want to keep hidden from commercial interests? That is the probable reason for the cover-up, assuming it is a cover-up. Traversing white dots in the sky, you are now probably thinking about those fast-moving white dots that very occasionally move across the sky at night. We are told that they can be one of three objects: 1. Asteroids, 2. Satellites, or 3. The International Space Station. Now that we know about the thermosphere, which of the three objects fits? At those mythical altitudes, those fast-moving white dots can only be white-hot asteroids. In the night sky, asteroids can move at different speeds, and in any direction, which differentiates them from stars. The ISS, however, only moves from west to east, sometimes from the southwest, sometimes from the northwest, but always west to east. The ISS only moves west to east across the night sky for only a few minutes at the most before it becomes invisible. The trouble is, the ISS has been spotted going both west to east and east to west. One YouTube user, Brain Clark, made the following observation. I installed the NASA app on my tablet, and saw that the ISS was due to fly overhead the last 4 nights in a row for my area, Mid-Atlantic coastal region. I went out and observed it all 4 nights in a row at the direction it said, and at the approximate time, it seems to be a minute or 2 early. Also, I must retract my blinking light statement, as there does not appear to be any kind of blinking light on it, and when I saw it about 2 to 3 years ago, I thought it was blinking, but now I'm not sure. I'll ask my buddy if he remembers it blinking. Anyway, supposedly, what we see is the sun reflecting light off it. However, I don't own a telescope, so all it is to me is a light in the sky. The first 2 nights, it appeared to be way up there. Night 1 it came W to E. Night 2 it came E to W. Night 3 it was much lower and brighter, and came W to NE. Night 4, last night, it came in a W to E general direction, and was in view for a good 10 to 15 seconds, which was rather amazing since I thought the app said it would be visible for only 6 seconds. Also interesting was that each night it fizzled out before going over the horizon. Nights 1 to 3 it fizzled out well before the horizon. Apparently, when it fizzles out, it means the sun is no longer reflecting off of it. Not sure if any of this is relevant. East to west is impossible, of course, unless it is an asteroid, or something else entirely. The blinking is odd too, and Brian is not alone. Kernan 6710 states, I've seen the ISS in the sky myself, it blinks. If it blinks, it is an airplane. Maybe they made an error that night, or perhaps we are being sold a lie. Then there is light intensity problem courtesy of Peter Rock. Here's the reason I think one would need a telescope. The ISS is indeed a 100 times 100 meter square in size. However, the size of objects projected onto the observer's view plane also obeys the inverse square law of the distance away from the observer. The ISS is 10,000 meters square. At its closest distance from a terrestrial observer, the ISS is 340 kilometers, or 340,000 meters away. The projected area of the ISS on the observer's view plane is 10,000 meters / 340,000 meters * 340,000 meters, which is a dot only 8.6505190 times 10 to the power of -8 meters square. If we consider this projection as a square, the side length of this projected square is 0.00029411764 meters, or around 0.3 millimeters. Now, close one eye and hold a ruler 1 meter away. Can you see a width of 0.3 millimeters on that ruler? This is why I think one needs a telescope. The situation gets worse if the ISS is 800 kilometers away. You have to be able to spot 0.1 millimeters on the ruler, and much worse if it's just above the horizon, as some claim they can see with the eye. Then the ISS is about 2,300 kilometers away. If it can, by some miracle, be seen on a close pass, then the observer would see a light that fades into view as it approaches the closest distance, and then fades out of view as it moves past the closest distance. But your video shows a point light with a consistent intensity as it traverses the sky. That space station sure looks a bit too bright for 0.1 to 0.3 millimeters at 1 m distance from your eye, let alone the camera being able to pick up. Science and engineering? They love to show us how they wash their hair, with a ton of very short edits. She's on a G-plane, squeeze water out of a medical drip bag to rounds of fake recorded studio applause, for science no less. How he brushes his teeth, makes a sandwich, shaving their head. Why aren't the ladies' hair shaved military style by the way to stop hair interfering with the equipment? Doing hard work deploying vital tech towards a tight deadline, sarcasm and more short edits. Hint zero gravity plane. Nail clipping in space, how to puke in space, and how to take a dump, I kid you not. The list of irrelevancies is endless with these bozos. Taking a dump is difficult in microgravity. 1. Stick suction hose up back passage. 2. Clench butt cheeks really hard. 3. Don't release until the sausage is fully extended. 4. Switch on suction, gently. And relax cheeks. 5. Pull out hose and put it back in its holder ready for the next lucky astronaut. If only I hadn't eaten too much of that dried space food. This is what they tell the world? Why aren't they showing us the real engineering and science? Simple. These clowns belong to NASA's marketing team, not NASA's industrial arm. They are selling you outer space. That is their reason of being and nothing more. It is pure fiction. Quick question. Which engineer was fired for designing the ISS as a narrow long stick, so that it acts like a pivot putting all the stress on the joints? Answer. No one was fired. The International Fake Station was designed perfectly to mimic microgravity inside a jumbo jet. Then the marketing department helped the engineers along by rendering its solar panels, and voila, we have the ISS. Reality verdict: ISS equals fraud. They are selling us outer space, not doing science or deploying useful technology. Summary: Hubble Space Telescope images are identical, if not subjectively slightly inferior, to those from Earth-based observatories. An image is a composite of 3 or more images, and then processed using Photoshop. This turns a tiny unrecognizable black and white image into what a graphic artist could call a painting. An Earth-based motionless observatory telescope takes minutes to take an image of the night sky. How does the Hubble Space Telescope do this traveling at an orbiting speed of 7,600 meters per second? A 12-minute exposure over a traveled distance of 5,472 kilometers? SOFIA is an infrared telescope on a jumbo jet. Why do they need this if they have the Hubble? The Hubble cannot be placed on the glass layer due to the maintenance needed, especially with all the micrometeors falling down. The space shuttle would have to stop, let the astronauts out to repair the telescope, and start the shuttle again to get back to Earth. The Hubble Space Telescope is merely another marketing ploy to sell us outer space. As a real application, it is unneeded and unfeasible. Images of the ISS said to be taken through an amateur's telescope cannot be differentiated from those that are known to be fake. Mike Tyrrell's 2007 images showed a still motionless ISS at one time, another time a rotating ISS. Does the ISS sometimes rotate? Amateur Astronomy Forum members are in awe of those handful of other amateurs able to capture such clear pictures of the ISS, whereas all they can capture are glowing white-hot orbs, if they are lucky enough to track it at all. Danny from Concave Earth Forum has shown the true altitude of the ISS to be somewhere between 20 and 40 kilometers high thanks to the full moon in the background of 2 different photos, one of the ISS, and one of a jumbo jet. A glowing white ISS looks remarkably the same as an asteroid, or even the space shuttle on its initial re-entry. Over half of all lucky amateurs researched had very strong connections to the space media and official space organizations. The others may also have connections, but I was unable to find out. The ISS has been seen moving east to west, which is the opposite direction than it should travel. The sunlight intensity calculations reflecting of the said size and distance of the ISS make it equivalent to 0.1 to 0.3 millimeters at 1 meter distance. No science is ever shown to be carried out on the International Space Station. We are bamboozled with irrelevant videos to answer questions asked by 6-year-old. The structural design of the ISS as a long stick is all wrong, putting far too much necessary stress on the joints. It would fit much better in a zero-G plane, however. The International Space Station is yet another elaborate marketing gimmick to sell us outer space. We have now reached a pretty solid conclusion that those two space machines are just marketing ploys as a cover for the real space industry, as well as other possible speculative reasons as why they are selling us outer space. It is now time to look at the actual industry and see if we can find things that are genuine, and how they are placed in space. Crushing the globe model is easy. Where the heliocentric model fails, there are 4 pieces of solid evidence that heliocentric theory is wrong, that I know of. The first one requires a bit of visualization, but is very difficult to explain otherwise. 3 others are 99.99% certain, bordering on the ridiculous. You would literally have to make stuff up to try and counter them, and they have. So, without further ado, let's begin. Exhibit A, where is the constant wind? Exhibit B, hovering, flying and falling. Exhibit C, hardly any stellar parallax. Exhibit D, scientific experiments. Conclusion. Exhibit A, where is the constant wind? The density of the Earth has been calculated at 5,515 kilograms per cubic meter, whether accurate or not is unknown. The density of air is 1.204 kilograms per cubic meter at room temperature, 4,580 times less dense than the Earth. A denser solid object does not carry a less dense gas along with it when it moves. This is self-evident, as it is the basis of aerodynamics, as shown in the video below. A moving solid object, 100 km/h car, leaves a gas air behind, creating a 100 km/h wind in the perceived opposite direction of the moving car. When the solid planes are more perpendicular, it will push gas, such as air, away from the solid object, such as a fan. The Earth, although a spinning squashed globe, would push a little air out into space due to its slight undulations, but by and large it would be very aerodynamic, as this man spinning a basketball shows. A very aerodynamic globe. Heliocentric theory states that the Earth rotates at 1,675 km/h at the equator, 1,049 km/h in London, and 231 km/h in Alert, northern Canada. This rotation would cause winds of almost equal speeds on the Earth's surface, constantly. The fastest wind speed known to man is AF5 Incredible Tornado, with wind speeds of 420 to 511 km/h. The tornado in Oklahoma in 1999, which killed 38 people and destroyed 8,000 homes, traveled at 486 km/h, the devastation of which we can see below. If 486 km/h winds did this, what would 1,675 km/h do? There is nowhere on Earth that has a constant wind speed of between 1,675 km/h and 231 km/h. If there were, nobody living below Greenland could venture outside. We would be all living underground in caves. Sometimes there are days of no wind, sometimes a mild breeze. The wind travels in all kinds of directions, sometimes changing by the second. Clouds move with the wind and can travel in any direction, but mostly go from west to east. This contradicts heliocentric theory, as the Earth is supposed to rotate west to east, which would create winds going in the opposite direction, east to west. Oops! Another piece of self-evident incredulity. There's more. Exhibit B, hovering, flying and falling. Even more obvious is the fact that the Earth does not rotate under hovering objects. A helicopter which hovers above the ground at any height from 1 meter all the way to its upper limit of around 8,000 meters never experiences the ground traveling 231 kilometers per hour to 1,675 kilometers per hour west to east, or in any direction in fact. Nope, the Earth is not moving. Still not moving. Who'da thunk it? The same applies to those machines which traverse the sky, such as airplanes. The only differential between a one-way and return flight is changes in wind speed and direction. The rotation of the Earth has no effect on the travel time of an aircraft. It is the headwinds and tailwinds that cause the change in travel times. A mere 65 miles per hour wind is more than enough to cause a difference in travel time of 5 hours when you are traveling long distances. Let's check a flight along the equator just to be sure. Maldives to Singapore and back fits the bill. Singapore Airlines has 2 flights come up. Maldives to Singapore, west to east, takes 4 hours 45 minutes for both flights, and Singapore to Maldives, east to west, takes 4 hours 30 minutes and 4 hours 25 minutes respectively. The Earth is supposed to rotate at 1,675 kilometers per hour west to east at these locations, which are 3,388 kilometers apart. A Boeing 777 travels at 885 kilometers per hour at 10,675 m. Do I really need to do the math? Flying from Singapore to the Maldives would take about an hour, including takeoffs and landing, if the Earth were rotating under the plane. Going the other way, it is worse, as the plane can only fly half as fast as a rotating 1,675 kilometers per hour Earth, and so you would have to continue flying all the way around the globe east to west just to get back to Singapore. This is an obvious fallacy. Singapore to Maldives is a one-way trip with a rotating Earth. So, we have gone from 8,000 m to 10,675 m altitude, and still the Earth does not move under our feet. If we go any higher, there won't be many air molecules left to be magically velcroed to the solid Earth's surface by a mystical, and yet unknown force which there must be for heliocentric theory to exist. But let's go higher anyway. As mentioned in my first post on the mysterious disappearing stars at high altitude, amateurs can now send weather balloons up into the stratosphere as high as 36,000 m. At these heights only about 1% of the air is left, but these few air molecules must also magically stick to the solid surface of the Earth. All these different densities and all somehow staying with the Earth. Look at the time these balloons are in the air, and the difference in distance between landing and takeoff. Here's the first one, launched at 13 hours 7 minutes and 38 seconds, hit the ground at 16 hours 4 minutes and 40 seconds, highest altitude 29.78 kilometers, distance from launch 108.4 kilometers. Launched in Maine, USA, would give a rotating Earth speed of 1,181 kilometers per hour, 45 degrees latitude. That means the Earth should have moved 3,500 kilometers under the balloon, making it land in the middle of USA, but it did not. The second example on that website page is even worse. Let's go higher. Felix Baumgartner on his world record freefall jump reached 38,969 m altitude, and spent 2.5 hours ascending, for 19 minutes falling to the ground, and 7 minutes parachuting the rest of the way down. His distance from launch, Felix Baumgartner landing 70.5 kilometers. So, the 1% of surface air density, and all the other air densities on the way to the ground, and Felix himself being obviously heavier than air, all moved with the rotating Earth in tandem, by some magical mystical force unknown to man. At what height would Felix have experienced the Earth rotating below him? 50 kilometers? 70 kilometers? 100 kilometers? The heliocentric advocates will have to make up a magic number. Why not? It is all fantasy after all. Exhibit C. Hardly any stellar parallax. The stars revolve 360 degrees in 24 hours in an anti-clockwise fashion around the North Polar Star in the northern hemisphere, and clockwise around the Southern Star in the southern hemisphere. Photographers take photos with very long shutter speeds to show this effect. Rotating stars in the sky at night. This, you may think, is a good case for a rotating Earth, but on its own it is also a good case for a geocentric one, as it demonstrates that either the Earth is moving or the heavens. However, after 6 months, those exact same stars are at the exact same location, as can be seen with the naked eye, at which they had been 6 months previously. The annual change in the position of stars in the sky is called stellar parallax. You can demonstrate this lack of parallax by following this experiment devised by Samuel Rowbotham of Zetetic Astronomy. Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder, on the opposite sides of a wooden frame, or a solid block of wood or stone, so adjust them that their centers or axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now, direct them to the plane of some notable fixed star, a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he first sees the same star. A distinct period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signals will follow each other in very rapid succession, but still, the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube towards the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time, without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore, that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. Traditionally, stellar parallax has been notoriously difficult to measure with even the best of modern equipment. The angles involved in these calculations are very small, and thus difficult to measure. The nearest star to the Sun, and thus the star with the largest parallax, Proxima Centauri, has a parallax of 0.7687 plus or minus 0.0003 arcsec. There are 3,600 arcseconds in 1 degree, 180 of which cover the sky at night. No wonder we can't see any movement with the naked eye. Even so, movement for only a tiny fraction of the stars can be measured at all even by modern equipment. In 1989, the satellite Hipparcos was launched primarily for obtaining parallaxes and proper motions of nearby stars, increasing the reach of the method tenfold. Even so, Hipparcos is only able to measure parallax angles for stars up to about 1,600 light-years away, a little more than 1% of the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy. The European Space Agency's Gaia mission, due to launch in 2013, will be able to measure parallax angles to an accuracy of 10 microarcade seconds, thus mapping nearby stars, and potentially planets, up to a distance of tens of thousands of light-years from Earth. There are an estimated 100 to 200 billion galaxies in the universe, which is bunk, as there are no galaxies, each with up to 100 trillion stars. So being able to detect movement in 1% of the stars of our own galaxy is a minuscule amount. We also know about our space agency's weird and wonderful orbiting machines, so even this 1% is unlikely to be true. This is a big problem for heliocentric theory, which states that every 24 hours the Earth rotates on its axis at 1,675 kilometers per hour, revolving around the Sun at 107,000 kilometers per hour, which in turn moves around the center of the galaxy at 900,000 kilometers per hour, which moves in the universe at 2,160,000 kilometers per hour. Apart from the atmosphere disappearing at these speeds, how is there no stellar parallax, especially considering that all the other stars and galaxies are revolving around each other, and the Earth as well? The sky must be a right mess. Each new day must bring a brand new unique constellation in the sky at night, with some new stars getting nearer, so they can be seen with the naked eye, and some traveling further away and disappearing never to return for thousands or millions of years. Before we move on, this lack of stellar parallax is the reason why advocates of heliocentric theory give the unbelievably enormous distances the heavenly bodies must be from Earth. They can't measure it. The stars must be thousands and millions of light years away, with the Milky Way 100,000 light years across, one light year being 9.46 trillion kilometers. Because there is no or little detectable stellar parallax, otherwise heliocentric theory would be definitely wrong. It is clear from Euclid's geometry that the effect would be undetectable if the stars were far enough away. But for various reasons such gigantic distances involved seemed entirely implausible. It was one of Tycho Brahe's principal objections to Copernican heliocentrism that in order for it to be compatible with the lack of observable stellar parallax, there would have to be an enormous and unlikely void between the orbit of Saturn and the eighth sphere, the fixed stars. Not only is there no evidence for such astronomical distances, but we have now proven that the stars are approximately 4,000 miles away. Does making stuff up to support a theory lacking any observational or experimental evidence sound like science to you? Exhibit D. Scientific experiments. How do we know it is not the heavens or space which moves above us, instead of the Earth, which causes both the rotation of the stars and any of their hard-to-detect parallax? We now know it is the former, thanks to an experiment in 1871 by astronomer Royal George Airy, which is this. If stellar parallax is too small to see with the naked eye, then why not artificially increase it? If the Earth rotates at the same speed constantly, then by slowing the light down, by filling the telescope with water, the angle of star movement would increase. If stellar parallax increased, then the telescope would have to be tilted more to see the same star and prove a rotating Earth once and for all. And guess what? As confirmed by others, the most careful measurements gave the same angle for a telescope with water as for one filled with air. This is called Airy's failure. It proved the rotation of the heavens, not Earth, which moves stars. The angle stayed the same, proving that the Earth does not rotate. The heliocentric advocates were now desperate. What was needed was another observable experiment to still offer the possibility of a rotating Earth. Enter Foucault's pendulum in 1885. This pendulum swings back and forth, each swing moving slightly to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere until, at the poles, one full circle is achieved in 24 hours. It doesn't move left or right at all at the equator. Foucault, not to scale, but illustrating the movement as you have noticed. This is the same phenomenon as the stars rotating every 24 hours around the polar star, which was proved not to be caused by a rotating Earth thanks to George Airy. Unfortunately for the heliocentric supporters, Foucault's pendulum also had a problem. In 1954 and 1959, Maurice Allais noticed that during a solar eclipse, which lasted 2.5 hours, the angle of the pendulum changed dramatically by 13.5 degrees. This has been repeatedly observed with positive results on most of the subsequent eclipses, which obviously means that the pendulum isn't registering the Earth's rotation, but the motion of something else instead. With Airy's failure proving that the Earth does not rotate, the heliocentric theorists needed to quickly show with no further doubt that the Earth rotated. Enter two staunch supporters of heliocentricity, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley, who in 1887 set up a device which split up light, one beam in the direction of the Earth's rotation, and one at right angles. The two light beams then recombined and hit a photographic plate. The difference in speed of the two beams would create an interference pattern. They expected to measure a speed of 30 kilometers per second, as that was the speed of the Earth's supposed rotation, but instead registered a variable difference of between 1 and 10 kilometers per second each time the experiment was repeated. They called this a null result. This proves that the Earth is not rotating, and at the same time proved the existence of the ether. Mem experiment. Gosh, the traveling light wasn't rotating with the Earth. Who'da thunk it? It didn't stop there. George Sagnac and Henry Gale conducted similar experiments, but on a rotating platform, which again demonstrated the existence of the ether, already proved by default in 1871 and 1885 by combining the results from George Airy and Foucault's pendulum, and also in 1887 by the Michelson-Morley experiment. How do you think the advocates of heliocentric theory responded? Why, they made something up, of course. What else could they do but invent another wild theory to play down these experimental results, and lead us further into the cesspit of fallacy? Enter showbiz academic of the 20th century, Einstein, and the special theory of relativity. Enter the Einstein clown. Special relativity was invented to make sure all these experiments still gave heliocentric theory a chance of being correct. It needed objects to shrink to a specific size in direct proportion to its speed. These objects weren't measured. The concept had never been observed at all. It was metaphysical only. But it had to be correct, otherwise the unthinkable would be true. The rescue operation was performed by means of a purely metaphysical concept lifted directly from Professors Fitzgerald and Lorentz, who had also been trying to explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and renamed by him the special theory of relativity. What was suggested was that if the dimensions of an object in motion were assumed to shrink exactly in proportion to the speed at which it was traveling by exactly the necessary amount, mathematical calculations could be made to show that the Earth was in motion after all. No one has ever seen an object shrink as a result of being in motion, and indeed one of the world's leading authorities on relativity, Dr. Herbert Dingle, was later to dismiss the theory of relativity as metaphysical nonsense with no basis on what could be observed. Making up a new branch of mathematics to explain the results of experiments that disagrees with your worldview does not a proof make. As a J.J. Thomson once said, we have Einstein space, de Sitter space, expanding universes, contracting universes, vibrating universes, mysterious universes. In fact, the pure mathematician may create universes just by writing down an equation, and indeed if he is an individualist he can have a universe of his own. However, when you make stuff up not based on anything in the real world, it is bound to run into trouble. Ironically, when special relativity failed due to its internal contradictions, Einstein had to invent general relativity to shore up the facade, and in the process, he had to take back the very two foundations he had discarded in special relativity, namely A. that nothing can exceed the speed of light, and B. the existence of ether. In the end, Einstein's theories were a mass of contradictions which are covered over by obtuse mathematical equations. Despite this nonsense, the heliocentric authorities pushed it through with all their media power and academic might so that once this new mathematics was firmly established, they had carte blanche to sneak in other bad science when experimental observations went against them, like black holes, dark matter, wormholes and other such unobservable and unverifiable nonsense. The worst offense though was trying to tie in the Coriolis effect of a rotating Earth with observable atmospheric phenomena. The Coriolis effect is an optical illusion whereby an object traveling in a straight line is seen to be moving in a curved one instead, because the observer is on a rotating platform. The Coriolis effect. This is the complete pattern and scale of any Coriolis effect on the Earth. If something in the real world doesn't match this, it cannot be the Coriolis effect. They say it is this effect which causes moving objects to be deflected in a clockwise direction in the northern hemisphere and anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere, an example of which are large cyclones. This is obviously false. The Coriolis effect is not a force, it is an optical illusion. It cannot cause objects to be deflected, their trajectories remain the same, which is straight. Cyclones do not travel in straight lines, but just appear to be curved because we are on the surface of a rotating sphere. Their size ranges from under 222 kilometers to over 888 kilometers, making their curves far too tight and localized. Plus, there are very high-altitude images looking down on cyclones from above. Is the camera rotating with the Earth to get this curved perspective? Cyclone from above. If you wish to study further the fallacy of linking the Coriolis effect with atmospheric phenomena, then Miles Mathis' work is a must. Otherwise, those inclined to understand cyclones and tornadoes would do well to study the relationship between gravity and electromagnetism, and vortex dynamics instead, as even physicists admit that the Coriolis effect and electromagnetism is eerily similar. What a surprise! Conclusion: so far, we have proved that the Earth does not tilt. The Earth does not rotate. The sun moves, not the Earth. The heavens move, not the Earth, which means that space or the ether moves, and not the Earth. Space moves in a circular motion, and is probably a vortex. Heliocentricity is now dead. The debate is over. However, it is only fair to list the arguments for heliocentric theory, which we will address in Part 2. Unfortunately, you will see that they try and attack one of the models of geocentrism rather than try and support their own concept, but never mind. Let's reply to what they have to say anyway. There are two good essays against geocentrism by Alec McAndrew and Stephen Dutch of the University of Wisconsin. Since we have proven beyond any doubt that heliocentric theory is false, the below arguments against geocentrism may prove useful in eliminating certain geocentric models, and allow us to get a bit closer to the truth. So, let's begin. 1. Satellites are launched to the east because the Earth's rotation boosts the velocity of the satellite, and helps it to achieve orbital velocity. The Earth is used as a slingshot. Satellites don't exist. They are a dog and pony show by our illustrious space agencies to help shore up heliocentricity. How do we know this? One word: thermosphere. 2. Satellite launch sites are as close to the equator as nationally possible for the same reason as 1. Points at rest or in uniform motion in inertial frames of reference, which in Galilean relativity are frames of reference in which a point not under the influence of applied force continues in rectilinear and uniform motion, have no unresolved forces. 3. The Earth has obvious unresolved forces. Items 3 and 4 have relevance in Riemannian geometry too. Yes, it does. Since we have shown that the Earth does not rotate, Where does this movement come from? The ether, of course, as George Airy, Foucault, and Sagnac amongst others have shown us. Read Scientific Experiments in Part 1. 4. Foucault's pendulum demonstrates the existence of unresolved forces at the surface of the Earth. And these unresolved forces come from the movement of the ether. It is space that moves, not the Earth, as proven by George Airy. Maurice Allais has also shown us that Foucault's pendulum does not demonstrate the rotation of the Earth. 5. Weather systems always rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and vice versa in the southern hemisphere owing to the Coriolis force of rotation. Firstly, the Coriolis effect is not a force. Secondly, it cannot cause atmospheric phenomena for a variety of reasons. Read the bottom of Part 1 to see why. It has been proven that it is the heavens which move in a circular motion, not Earth, and Foucault's pendulum shows unresolved forces, which can only come from the movement of the ether as proved by Sagnac and Gale, which therefore gives us the shape of the weather systems. Leading to the probable conclusion that the ether also moves in a vortex fashion, at least whilst in a downward direction towards the Earth. 6. Oblate Earth. The Earth has a greater girth at the equator than across the poles owing to the centrifugal force of the Earth's diurnal rotation. I haven't found any evidence for a pulling centrifugal force at all. Or centripetal force. Either way, the terms aren't relevant in this discussion. See Part 1. The oblate Earth must be that shape for another reason, the ether? Perhaps. 7. Parallax in the star fields as a consequence of Earth's rotation round the center of gravity of the solar system. Nearly all the stars in the sky have no detectable parallax, even by modern equipment, and those that do show such a tiny movement that the only way for heliocentric theory to work is to use astronomical distances for the stars in the millions of light years, where 1 light year is equal to 9.46 trillion kilometers. It has also been proven through both the path of the Sun and George Airy that heliocentricity is 100% false, and so there is no solar system or Earth's rotation to discuss. See Part 1. 8. Red shift in the star field as a result of ditto. I had forgotten about red shift. Let's add that to black holes, wormholes, dark matter, etc. That they keep having to invent to try and keep their worldview together. Astronomy has now been proven bunk, period. See Part 1. 9. A star field with a radius of 14 billion light-years, and a mass 3 times 10 to the power of 27th times that of the Earth, rotating around the Earth once a day, and wobbling with an amplitude of 186 million miles at an angle of 23.5 degrees annually, is an untenable dynamical system in Newtonian mechanics. 14 billion light-years. I stand corrected. And there was me thinking the universe was only millions of light-years across. The Earth has been proven not to tilt at 23.5 degrees annually. Again, the path of Sun amongst other evidence proves heliocentric theory is false, and it is untenable that the star field is 14 billion light-years across if orbiting the Earth. This proves that stars are not that far away after all, or in fact orbit anything, as Foucault's pendulum has shown that space moves, and since George Airy proved that it is the heavens, and not the planet that is moving, then it logically follows that the stars do not orbit at all. 10. Systematic forces which explain the dynamics of retrograde planetary motion are not available in a Newtonian gravitational system. Heliocentricity has been proven 100% incorrect. If retrograde planetary motion is impossible to fit into any geocentric model, then retrograde planetary motion is false, or the Newtonian gravitational system is wrong, or both. There is also strong evidence that planets are not even spheres, let alone orbit anything. Yes, you read that correctly. This is due to chiaroscuro, which we will look into much more in my next post, and also concerns the moon, even more so. This means that the only likely true bodies to consider are the Sun and the Earth. So, to summarize, point 10 could show that planets, at least the retrograde Venus and Uranus, do not rotate or orbit anything and are probably something else. 11. Geocentrism is meaningless in general relativity. 1. Earth's equatorial bulge. It was Newton who realized that if the Earth rotated, and was not perfectly rigid, it should bulge at the equator due to centrifugal force. We don't know the true composition of the Earth. We haven't dug down very far. It is all theory and guesswork. Purists in physics don't like the term for reasons too complex to go into here. Centrifugal force at the equator amounts to about 0.5% of gravity, which is why things don't fly off. Gravity is far stronger than centrifugal force. If the Earth were a fluid, the equatorial bulge should be about 0.5% of its diameter, or about 1/200. The Earth does have some internal strength, so the bulge is less, about 1/298. There is no evidence for the theoretical 0.5% less gravity coming from the centrifugal force of the proposed rotating Earth. In fact, as well as the lack of evidence stated in Part 1, the Yevbush effect only shows longitudinal weight differential, not latitudinal. In the early 1900s decade, a German team from the Institute of Geodesy in Potsdam carried out gravity measurements on moving ships in the Atlantic, Indian and Pacific Oceans. While studying their results, the Hungarian nobleman and physicist Baron Roland von Yevbush, see Laurent Yevbush, 1848–1919, noticed that the readings were lower when the boat moved eastwards, higher when it moved westward. This effect was put down to the Earth's rotation. But thanks to the already mentioned experiments amongst others, we now know it is space which rotates in an anti-clockwise direction. This means that the ether not only has frictional properties, but also affects gravity. This is an important discovery. The fact that gravity is reduced when traveling against the direction of the ether wind makes it very likely to have the same properties as fluids and gases in relation to lift, including differences in pressure, density, compressibility, and obeying Newton's third law, for every action. There is an equal and opposite reaction. The higher the opposing wind speed, the greater the drag and lift. The faster the blade moves, the more drag it experiences. As the blades move faster, lift also increases. The faster that the air passes over the blade, the more lift can be generated. Soaring birds that wish to stay aloft without flapping in normal wind usually fly into the wind for lift. It may even follow the Bernoulli equation, or the Kutta-Joukowski theorem to calculate lift of an airfoil, e.g. wing of a plane. Interesting, the latter uses vortexes, but this would be a subject of further discussion. This figure is known to quite high precision, and a precise knowledge of Earth's shape and gravity is essential for satellite navigation. But the bulge is what counts here. Satellites are marketing bunk from your favorite space agency. Moving around the sun also creates centrifugal force. It's about 1/1600 as strong as Earth's gravity. Again, there is no evidence for centrifugal forces from a rotating Earth, only mathematical models. The Earth does not rotate around the Sun as observing the path of the Sun demonstrates, amongst others. 2. Coriolis effect. This is the effect that causes weather systems and ocean currents to rotate. This is definitely not the case, as weather systems are far too localized, small, and do not follow the very broad and distinct pattern of an object observed moving across a rotating Earth, as has already been demonstrated in Part 1. Basically, if you move over the spinning Earth, the Earth rotates under you. There is no evidence of the Earth spinning under us as high as 40 kilometers. At what magical height are we supposed to see the beginning of this rotation happen? The force is quite weak and doesn't detectably affect driving a car or water draining out of a toilet, contrary to The Simpsons. The force is non-existent. It is not a force. It is an optical illusion. In theory, it affects planes in flight, but normal measures to keep planes on course more than take care of it. In theory, it affects nothing. It is not a force. Trajectories and courses remain the same. It does affect satellites, missiles, and long-range artillery shells. When the Germans bombarded Paris from 75 miles away in World War I, they took the Coriolis effect into account. No, they did not. The Coriolis effect does not alter trajectories. If the shell were visible to the naked eye flying through the sky, then on a rotating Earth, the shell would seem to be in a slightly different position than it actually was. We say Coriolis effect, rather than force, for the same reason we put centrifugal force in quotes above. They are what physicists call fictitious. Correct. Finally, this contradicts everything said so far. They exist to us only because we are on a rotating Earth. Someone outside the Earth would see objects tending to move in straight lines, but being forced into curving paths by the Earth's gravity. Someone outside the Earth would see objects tending to move in straight lines, correct, but only if the Earth were actually rotating, which it is not. Forced into curving paths by the Earth's gravity, true if watching a projectile moving across the Earth slowly falling back down again. 3. Aberration of starlight. If the Earth moves, the stars should appear to shift in position. Either the Earth moves, or the heavens move. When British astronomer James Bradley tried to detect the shift in 1729, he made the surprising discovery that all stars appeared to shift by the same amount. Some 20.5 seconds of arc, about the apparent diameter of a quarter seen from 3 football fields away, either side of their average position. Either Ptolemy was right, and the stars are all attached to a sphere, or there was some other explanation. There was. Indeed. There was. Just as a person walking into the rain sees raindrops hitting at a slant, moving with respect to starlight causes the starlight to appear to come at an angle to its true path. Movement of what? The Earth or the heavens? If light starts from 300,000 kilometers away, it will take 1 second to reach the Earth. In 1 second, the Earth moves 30 kilometers in its orbit. So, the starlight will hit 30 kilometers from its original aiming point. The angle of shift is 30/300, 000 equals 1/10, 000 radian equals 20.5 seconds of arc. What about the solar system's movement through the galaxy at 250 kilometers a second and in turn through the universe at 600 kilometers a second? What about those same stars going through all these exact same movements themselves? It is impossible to take one of these movements in isolation. All 3 of Earth's own movements will have a huge impact on the change of perspective. Also, the fact that every star moves at a maximum 20.5 seconds despite each star having its own unique and varied movements in the universe either means heliocentric theory is bogus, or the stars are so far away up to 14 billion light-years. That their own movement is undetectable. Which option do you think our clever academics chose? This is the same scientific dead end created by the undetectable stellar parallax as explained in Part 1. Unfortunately for the academics, George Airy showed there was no difference in the angle of starlight between that which was slowed down, and that which wasn't, proving that it was the heavens which moved, both hourly, daily, and yearly. We've already proved the Earth doesn't go around the Sun in Part 1, so what could cause the slight displacement each day of the stars in the night sky? What do you think? The ether winds, of course. This proves that the ether winds not only have a 24-hour rotational cycle, at least where the Sun and stars are located, but also a 365-day one as well. This is a vital clue as to the true geocentric model, as we will discuss later. 4. Stellar parallax. What Bradley was looking for was finally observed in 1838. 3 different observers discovered it nearly simultaneously. Friedrich Bessel chose an inconspicuous star, 61 Cygni, but one whose motion across the sky was rapid as stars go, reasoning that it appears to move swiftly, it must be nearby. Maybe, maybe not. Not relevant to the argument. Bessel is generally given credit for the first successful measurement. 2 other observers picked bright stars with measurable motion, figuring that the combination of brightness plus motion implied nearness. Thomas Henderson determined the parallax of Alpha Centauri, thereby winning the nearest star sweepstakes, and Wilhelm Struve measured the parallax of Vega. If the star's position is observed twice, 6 months apart, then we triangulate its position from opposite sides of the Earth's orbit. The angle at the apex of the triangle is tiny. Of course, we don't measure that angle, we measure the angle of the star's parallax as seen from Earth, which is the same thing. And the angles are tiny. One of the pre-Copernican proofs that the Earth does not move was the failure to observe parallax, and the reason it was not observed is that the change in position is far too tiny to measure without good instruments. For the nearest star, Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light-years away, the total shift is 1.5 seconds of arc, or the apparent width of a quarter at a distance of over 2 miles. Astronomy books usually tabulate the shift either side of the star's average position, which is half the total shift, so the parallax of Alpha Centauri is about 3/4 second of arc. There is no evidence that the stars are 4.3 light-years away for reasons already stated. In fact, they are located only about 4,000 miles away. Up until 1997, we had fairly good direct measurements of stellar distances out to 70 light-years or so. In that year the data from the European Space Agency satellite Hipparcos came online and rendered everything before then obsolete. I bet it did. Those good old white-hot satellites. We now have accurate distances, within 10%, for tens of thousands of stars up to a couple of hundred light-years away. A couple of hundred from 14 billion light-years, which is said to be the width of the star field, is 0.00000014% of the total number. Virtually nothing. Not that any of this matters. Lack of stellar parallax is just another reason for the 14 billion light-year width of the universe theory. Remember, nothing is beyond outlandish to heliocentric advocates. As long as it can be conceived in the mind to protect their theory from the observable truth, it will be stated as fact. 5. Geocentrism violates the laws of physics. First of all, there are no known cases anywhere else in the universe of large massive objects circling around small light objects. The actual structure of the universe is completely unknown. It is mere theory built on previous assumptions invented to uphold a fallacy that the Earth must revolve around the Sun. Conservation of momentum requires that when one object circles another, the center of mass of the system must remain fixed. The two objects actually revolve around their common centers of mass. Sure. For double stars with comparable masses, the center of mass is between the stars. We have no idea what stars are. We do know that they are fixed in their position, and that they reside at or very near the center of a concave, bowl Earth. For cases where one object is far bigger than the other, like the Earth and Moon, or the Sun and Earth, the center of mass is within the larger object. But it is never at the center of the larger object. So, if anything revolves around the Earth also has to move. A fantastic argument that there is nothing rotating around the Earth, as all observable evidence and experiments show that the Earth does not move. The plot thickens, finally. Unless you want to postulate that, of all objects in the universe, the Earth is not subject to the laws of motion. But individual pieces of Earth obey the laws of motion. Of course. Tie two rocks to opposite ends of a string and throw them, and they'll revolve around their center of mass. So why would the Earth as a whole be different? Where's the evidence that it is? It wouldn't. There isn't. Heliocentric theory is false, therefore there are no bodies revolving around the Earth. It also demonstrates that the theory of gravity concerning rotating spheres in space is pure speculation, and tying two rocks together demonstrates centrifugal force, of which the Earth/Sun relationship has nothing in common. The truth finally beckons second. If you picture the Earth as not rotating, then everything else is whipping around the Earth every 24 hours. Nope. That is the standard geocentric model. There are others. Anything more than about 4.1 billion kilometers away would be moving faster than the speed of light. The Sun would be moving at 3.6% of the speed of light, and should show measurable relativistic length contraction. Uranus and Neptune should be squashed flat as seen through a telescope, as well as their rings. The theory of relativity is bunk. Believers in weird physics tend to dismiss relativity, but the changes in space and time due to motion were actually worked out by Joseph Larmor, Hendrik Lorentz, and Henri Poincaré before Einstein ever came on the scene. I'm sure they were. They were all at it trying to explain the Michelson-Morley experiment. Even if we could somehow get around the relativistic problem of exceeding the speed of light, there would be some very weird causality problems once we got beyond the solar system. The Voyager and Pioneer spacecraft should long ago have accelerated to beyond the speed of light. Why didn't we see any evidence of it? Forget accelerating beyond the speed of light. They would have been either molten metal or vaporized long ago. But I get your point. This means that the heavenly bodies must be a lot closer than previously speculated, or not revolving at all, the latter of which has been shown to be true. 6. Geocentrism violates its own rules. Remember their definition of proof. By proof we mean that your explanations must be direct, observable, physical, natural, repeatable, unambiguous and comprehensive. We don't want hearsay, popular opinion, expert testimony, majority vote, personal conviction, organizational rulings, superficial analogies, appeals to simplicity, apologies to Galileo, or any other indirect means of persuasion which do not qualify as scientific proof. Okay, so where's the direct, observable, physical, natural, repeatable, unambiguous and comprehensive evidence that the Earth is fixed? Exhibit A, the path of the Sun. Exhibit B, where is the constant wind? Exhibit C, hovering, flying and falling. Exhibit D, hardly any stellar parallax. Exhibit E. Scientific experiments. Exhibit A proves heliocentric theory wrong rather than geocentrism right, but the rest overwhelmingly show that the Earth is not rotating. However, where's the direct, observable, physical, natural, repeatable, unambiguous and comprehensive evidence that the Earth is rotating around the Sun? There is the Yevbush effect, Foucault's pendulum, and the stars rotating around the sky, the last two of which it has been proven to be space that is moving and not the Earth. Where's the evidence that distant objects are moving faster than the speed of light as they whip around the Earth? There isn't any. Where's the evidence that some mysterious force carries everything in the universe around the Earth? We don't know the size of the universe or what bodies truly lie in it. The stars are lights in the sky which we now know are fixed, the distance of which is unknown, although there is no evidence of them being further than 20 kilometers away. There is also evidence of the planets not being spheres and the moon not even being solid, which we will look at in the next post. However, the evidence for this mysterious force or ether has been demonstrated by default by the George Airy/Foucault's pendulum combo, and later proved explicitly by Sagnac, and then Michelson-Gale amongst others. In 1913, Sagnac split light and shone the two beams at mirrors, which reflected them back and forth in opposite directions around a platform, and then recombined them onto the receiving photographic plate. There were interference patterns which meant that the light in one of the directions had been slowed down slightly, changing the time at which the light beams recombined. The platform was then rotated at 2 revolutions per second, changing the pattern of interference at the same amount as Sagnac had calculated it should, further proving the existence of the ether, and a frictional one at that. A beam of light leaves the light source, and is split into 2 different beams, tagged red and blue. They travel around the circuit in opposite directions until they reach the splitter, which recombines them, where they go onto the photographic plate, producing interference patterns, because the ether has slowed one beam down more than the other. A simplified version, the light is split and going in opposite directions. The distance between the mirrors and splitter is always the same, as everything, including the splitter, is moving on the platform together. No matter what the speed of rotation, there should be no interference pattern, but there is, proving the existence of the ether. Where's the evidence that the Earth is immune to the laws of motion? There isn't any. Instead, we have references to Catholic doctrine, to the Bible, to the alleged degenerative effects of heliocentrism, and to attempts to show that heliocentrism can be reinterpreted in geocentric terms. All nice examples of indirect means of persuasion which do not qualify as scientific proof. Using a book as an authority, whether it is the Bible or a textbook, leads us down the road of never-ending assumptions. Only unimaginative fundamentalist Christians reverse the heliocentric model into its directly opposite geocentric one. As we have now seen, both models are false. There are other models of geocentrism, ones which we will be later exploring to determine the correct Sun/Earth relationship. Conclusion: the ether is a frictional force which can be compressed, has various pressures and densities, and obeys Newton's third law. The ether has a 24-hour cycle, as well as a 365 one. Neither the Sun, planets, or Moon can rotate around a completely 100% stationary Earth due to Newton's gravitational laws and the center of mass, which has been clearly demonstrated in the real world. Together with the fact that the Earth has been proven not to rotate, this means that the standard geocentric model, the inverted heliocentric one, is false. It looks like both the academics and fundamentalist Christians have proven very useful in finding the truth of our situation. Neither of their models is correct, and it is no wonder, as both the church and academia have so much in common. They both have men of the cloth with institutional hierarchies. Phases of Venus and the Schroeder effect. First of all, the planets are merely wandering stars, and have no measurable solidity. They are more than likely composed of the same sonoluminescent electromagnetic dielectric differential as any other star. You cannot land on Venus, Mars, Mercury, or any of the other stars and planets any more than you could land on a ball of electromagnetic electricity. But just for argument's sake, let us assume that Venus was a solid planet. Even if this were to be true, the phases of Venus are not explained with the heliocentric model. In fact, the Schroeder effect shows that the phases of Venus cannot be explained within the heliocentric context. In 1793, Schroeder found the so-called Venus phase anomaly. The Venus phase, i.e., the fraction of the illuminated disk visible from Earth, is 6 days, far from the theoretical value. Further investigations and interpretations could be achieved by amateurs using different filters to calculate the relative gap between observation and theoretical value, as it seems to vary especially between red/green and blue/violet light, 95, 184. IR wavelengths are less influenced by our atmosphere, better seeing, less scattering, and because cameras usually have high IR sensitivities. Schroeder made extensive drawings of the features of Mars, yet curiously, he was always erroneously convinced that what he was seeing was mere cloud formations rather than geographical features. In 1791 he published an important early study on the topography of the Moon entitled Selenotopographisch Fragment zur Genauen-Kenntnis der Mondfläche. The visual lunar albedo scale developed in this work was later popularized by Thomas Gwyn Elgar, and now bears his name. In 1793, he was the first to notice the phase anomaly of Venus, now known as the Schroeder effect, where the phase appears more concave than geometry predicts. Wikipedia geocentric phases of Venus. In fact, the only thing that Galileo's findings showed was that the epicycles in the Ptolemaic system were much larger than had previously been suspected. As for the Tychonic model of geocentrism, if one uses the same elliptical orbits of Kepler, the result is that 2 epicycles in the Ptolemaic system will translate into 1 ellipse per planet in the Tychonic system. Thus, around the Sun, Mercury and Venus would each have a perigee and an apogee, and each locus of points along that polarity would show the respective phases of Mercury and Venus, as viewed from Earth. Kepler's fabricated data. Kepler's laws are not observable. In fact, his laws were totally and absolutely faked by Kepler. But a close study of Kepler's new astronomy shows that the plotted points he used do not fall exactly on the ellipse. Of course, measurements rarely fall exactly on a theoretical curve because they usually have random error sources incorporated into them. Curtis Wilson, 1968, however, carries error argument further. The lack of precision inherent in the method would have forced Kepler to use the plotted points only as a guide to his theorizing. After detailed computational arguments, Donahue concluded the results reported by Kepler were not at all based on Brahe's observational data. Rather, they were fabricated on the basis of Kepler's determination that Mars's orbit was elliptical. The scholar, William H. Donahue, said the evidence of Kepler's scientific fakery is contained in an elaborate chart he presented to support his theory. The discovery was made by Dr. Donahue, a science historian, while translating Kepler's masterwork, Astronomia Nova, or the New Astronomy, into English. Dr. Donahue, who lives in Santa Fe, NM, described his discovery in a recent issue of the Journal of the History of Astronomy. The fabricated data appear in calculated positions for the planet Mars, which Kepler used as a case study for all planetary motion. Kepler claimed the calculations gave his elliptical theory an independent check. But in fact, they did nothing of the kind. The Keplerian model leads directly to the three-body problem paradox. This means that the entire foundation of RE/heliocentrical mechanics/astrophysics is based on extremely false premises. Moreover, whoever set up the entire system had to drastically modify the diameters of all the planets, and also their distances from the Earth/Sun in order to construct a system of differential equations which led directly to nonsensical results, i.e., the n-body problem paradox. That is, the three-body problem cannot be explained using the conventional approach, attractive gravity. A system consisting of a star, sun, a planet, Earth, and a satellite of the planet, Moon, cannot be described mathematically. This fact was discovered long ago by Henri Poincaré and was hidden from public view. The Eratosthenes stick and shadow hoax. Here we will run an experiment and prove that light refracts, and even bends in the air. We will show how this affects the famous stick and shadow experiment. We will show that the method by Eratosthenes to prove a round Earth is completely unreliable. We will show how refraction can cause the sun and moon to curve towards you. We will explain why refraction is one of the most important topics in flat Earth, and how it works greatly in favor of it. Other topics covered will be the stratosphere, density gradients, Snell's law, Fata Morgana and mirages, Nikola Tesla, the SunCalc website, sunsets, the azimuth equidistant map, the false math of relativity, the diameter of the sun, the moon's face, light speed fallacy and several other topics. If you want to see specific topics, here is a table of contents. However, we recommend you watch the entire video, especially the parts on refraction. In our last video, we proved that air density can cause the sun to get cut off from the bottom because air isn't transparent. However, now people have asked about the sun's position in the sky, and its elevation angle, and if it truly could set based on estimations of its size. I've decided to make one final video on the subject to cover other important topics, a few which have not been discussed yet in the flat Earth movement. In the experiment, we made sure to make accurate measurements to determine the altitude of a laser pointer using the stick and shadow method. We simulate refraction in the atmosphere using a pail of water. Then we triangulate the difference in altitude. First, you can see the setup of this experiment, so you can try it at home. You would need a laser pointer, pail of water, a thin stick, and a tape measurer. We made measurements and marked them. We ran the experiment several times, and with different lights. The stick and shadow experiment method of measuring the sun's distance is one of the oldest round Earth experiments. It was widely ignored for thousands of years by all major cultures and religions until the theories become popular again in Europe. The technique involves measuring the height of a shadow compared to the object that casts it. Then you have a right-angled triangle. If you measure the distance of that city to a second city, or a city that is 90 degrees below the sun, you can get a very good guess of the height of the sun. Eratosthenes guessed that the Earth might be round because he was unable to get an accurate lock on the sun's altitude from this experiment. It's worth pointing out that the stick and shadow is much worse at predicting the sun's altitude in a round Earth, and it is not even used to do so. The experiment is a complete fallacy. Mainly because the atmosphere is layered. These layers create a density gradient. Each layer will refract light in a different direction because the refractive index of the primary elements it contains will be different. For our example, we prove how when moving from air to water the shadow will increase, resulting in a lower than expected elevation. The reverse is true when moving from water to air. Or more specifically, from a high refractive environment to a low one. Here you can see us move the water in and out of the path of the laser. There are a few things that happens. First, the shadow length increases a couple inches. Also, we can tell that the position of the light on the ground has changed. Additionally, the diameter of the light has increased. This works against around Earth, especially when they say they don't see an increase in the sun's diameter at sunset. Mainly because the sun would pass through water and other refractive mediums and absolutely increase its appearance if their claim had any truth in it. Furthermore, you can even see the angle change within the water, which is quite beautiful. If we film from under the basin, we can see the sun change positions. To prove that the plastic container does not greatly exaggerate the shadow or light, we remove it from the light. Although it does cause a slight difference, it's not as significant as the water. We take water out of the container, and then we pour it back in. In this segment you can watch as the shadow grows in the light. You can also watch the light change positions on the ground. And here, for comparative purposes, we shine a regular light on the stick. Here we show how the shape of the container, such as the case with a cloud, can do the reverse and shrink the shadow, causing the appearance of a higher sun. We show side by side a ball of crystal and the round water container. At the conclusion of this experiment, we triangulated the values of the measurements to show the difference in altitude. The results are shown here. In a moment we will teach you how to triangulate these. Density and buoyancy proves that there is a predetermined order and structure to life. The word gravity is used as a red herring to hide the fact that the Earth's electromagnetic field is cooperating with density and buoyancy. The spectrum of magnetism. First of all, there are many varieties of magnetism, so ferrous elements are not necessary for the Earth magnetic field to manipulate objects. Additionally, quantum electrodynamics and chromo-electrodynamics clearly explain how non-ferrous elements, down to the gluon and quark levels, exhibit magnetic properties. The Earth requires no gravitational field to manipulate objects, ferrous or not. Hierarchy of types of magnetism. 1. Diamagnetism. 2. Paramagnetism. 3. Ferromagnetism. 4. Antiferromagnetism. 5. Ferrimagnetism. 6. Superparamagnetism. Diamagnetism. Diamagnetism appears in all materials, and is the tendency of a material to oppose an applied magnetic field, and therefore, to be repelled by a magnetic field. However, in a material with paramagnetic properties, that is, with a tendency to enhance an external magnetic field, the paramagnetic behavior dominates. Thus, despite its universal occurrence, diamagnetic behavior is observed only in a purely diamagnetic material. In a diamagnetic material, there are no unpaired electrons, so the intrinsic electron magnetic moments cannot produce any bulk effect. In these cases, the magnetization arises from the electron's orbital motions, which can be understood classically as follows. When a material is put in a magnetic field, the electrons circling the nucleus will experience, in addition to their Coulomb attraction to the nucleus, a Lorentz force from the magnetic field. Depending on which direction the electron is orbiting, this force may increase the centripetal force on the electrons, pulling them in towards the nucleus, or it may decrease the force, pulling them away from the nucleus. This effect systematically increases the orbital magnetic moments that were aligned opposite the field, and decreases the ones aligned parallel to the field, in accordance with Lenz's law. This results in a small bulk magnetic moment, with an opposite direction to the applied field. Note that this description is meant only as a heuristic. The Bohr-van Leeuwen theorem shows that diamagnetism is impossible according to classical physics, and that a proper understanding requires a quantum mechanical description. Note that all materials undergo this orbital response. However, in paramagnetic and ferromagnetic substances, the diamagnetic effect is overwhelmed by the much stronger effects caused by the unpaired electrons. Paramagnetism. In a paramagnetic material there are unpaired electrons, i.e., atomic or molecular orbitals with exactly one electron in them. While paired electrons are required by the Pauli exclusion principle to have their intrinsic spin magnetic moments pointing in opposite directions, causing their magnetic fields to cancel out, an unpaired electron is free to align its magnetic moment in any direction. When an external magnetic field is applied, these magnetic moments will tend to align themselves in the same direction as the applied field, thus reinforcing it. Ferromagnetism. A ferromagnet, like a paramagnetic substance, has unpaired electrons. However, in addition to the electron's intrinsic magnetic moment's tendency to be parallel to an applied field, there is also in these materials a tendency for these magnetic moments to orient parallel to each other to maintain a lowered energy state. Thus, even in the absence of an applied field, the magnetic moments of the electrons in the material spontaneously line up parallel to one another. Every ferromagnetic substance has its own individual temperature, called the Curie temperature, or Curie point, above which it loses its ferromagnetic properties. This is because the thermal tendency to disorder overwhelms the energy lowering due to ferromagnetic order. Ferromagnetism only occurs in a few substances. The common ones are iron, nickel, cobalt, their alloys, and some alloys of rare earth metals. Magnetic domains. The magnetic moments of atoms in a ferromagnetic material cause them to behave something like tiny permanent magnets. They stick together and align themselves into small regions of more or less uniform alignment called magnetic domains or Weiss domains. Magnetic domains can be observed with a magnetic force microscope to reveal magnetic domain boundaries that resemble white lines in the sketch. There are many scientific experiments that can physically show magnetic fields. When a domain contains too many molecules, it becomes unstable and divides into two domains aligned in opposite directions, so that they stick together more stably, as shown at the right. When exposed to a magnetic field, the domain boundaries move, so that the domains aligned with the magnetic field grow and dominate the structure, dotted yellow area, as shown at the left. When the magnetizing field is removed, the domains may not return to an unmagnetized state. This results in the ferromagnetic materials being magnetized, forming a permanent magnet. When magnetized strongly enough that the prevailing domain overruns all others to result in only one single domain, the material is magnetically saturated. When a magnetized ferromagnetic material is heated to the Curie point temperature, the molecules are agitated to the point that the magnetic domains lose the organization, and the magnetic properties they cause cease. When the material is cooled, this domain alignment structure spontaneously returns, in a manner roughly analogous to how a liquid can freeze into a crystalline solid. Antiferromagnetism. In an antiferromagnet, unlike a ferromagnet, ferromagnet, there is a tendency for the intrinsic magnetic moments of neighboring valence electrons to point in opposite directions. When all atoms are arranged in a substance so that each neighbor is antiparallel, the substance is antiferromagnetic. Antiferromagnets have a zero net magnetic moment, meaning that no field is produced by them. Antiferromagnets are less common compared to the other types of behaviors, and are mostly observed at low temperatures. In varying temperatures, antiferromagnets can be seen to exhibit diamagnetic and ferromagnetic properties. In some materials, neighboring electrons prefer to point in opposite directions, but there is no geometrical arrangement in which each pair of neighbors is anti-aligned. This is called a spin glass, and is an example of geometrical frustration. Ferromagnetism. Like ferromagnetism, ferromagnets retain their magnetization in the absence of a field. However, like antiferromagnets, neighboring pairs of electron spins tend to point in opposite directions. These two properties are not contradictory, because in the optimal geometrical arrangement, there is more magnetic moment from the sublattice of electrons that point in one direction, than from the sublattice that points in the opposite direction. Most ferrites are ferromagnetic. The first discovered magnetic substance, magnetite, is a ferrite, and was originally believed to be a ferromagnet. Louis Néel disproved this, however, after discovering ferromagnetism. Superparamagnetism. When a ferromagnet or ferrimagnet is sufficiently small, it acts like a single magnetic spin that is subject to Brownian motion. Its response to a magnetic field is qualitatively similar to the response of a paramagnet, but much larger. Although ferromagnetism is responsible for most of the effects of magnetism encountered in everyday life, all other materials are influenced to some extent by a magnetic field, by several other types of magnetism. Paramagnetic substances such as aluminum and oxygen are weakly attracted to an applied magnetic field. Diamagnetic substances such as copper and carbon are weakly repelled, while antiferromagnetic materials such as chromium and spin glasses have a more complex relationship with a magnetic field. The force of a magnet on paramagnetic, diamagnetic, and antiferromagnetic materials is usually too weak to be felt, and can be detected only by laboratory instruments, so in everyday life these substances are often described as non-magnetic. The magnetic state, or magnetic phase, of a material depends on temperature and other variables such as pressure, and the applied magnetic field. A material may exhibit more than one form of magnetism as these variables change. Wikipedia. Additionally, the Earth is magnetic all the way to the quantum level, as quantum and chromo-electrodynamics clearly illustrates. Quantum electrodynamics in particle physics, quantum electrodynamics, QED, is the relativistic quantum field theory of electrodynamics. In essence, it describes how light and matter interact, and is the first theory where full agreement between quantum mechanics and special relativity is achieved. QED mathematically describes all phenomena involving electrically charged particles interacting by means of exchange of photons, and represents the quantum counterpart of classical electromagnetism, giving a complete account of matter and light interaction. In technical terms, QED can be described as a perturbation theory of the electromagnetic quantum vacuum. Richard Feynman called it the jewel of physics for its extremely accurate predictions of quantities like the anomalous magnetic moment of the electron, and the Lamb shift of the energy levels of hydrogen. Wikipedia. Quantum chromodynamics in theoretical physics. Quantum chromodynamics, QCD, is the theory of the strong interaction between quarks and gluons, the fundamental particles that make up composite hadrons such as the proton, neutron and pion. QCD is a type of quantum field theory called a non-abelian gauge theory, with symmetry group SU. The QCD analog of electric charge is a property called color. Gluons are the force carrier of the theory, like photons are for the electromagnetic force in quantum electrodynamics. The theory is an important part of the standard model of particle physics. A large body of experimental evidence for QCD has been gathered over the years. Wikipedia. Chapter 4. Electromagnetic dielectric differential of the etheric wind. Mass equals density x volume. If a mass is lighter, less dense, than its surrounding medium, it will rise. It is this volumetric mass unit per volume index which determines an object's direction, up or down, and not imaginary gravity. Gravity worshippers always bring up, what causes the direction, up or down, in this buoyancy density flat Earth paradigm. Aside from my electromagnetic dielectric differential of the ether wind proposition. Well, there it is. Mass equals density x volume fluid dynamics done. Magnetism together with dielectricity is the progenitor of electricity. Magnetism is much more powerful than electricity. Possibly endlessly more powerful. Dielectricity stills electricity. It is the stillness that centers and balances the two sexes have red and blue force, one force, two sexes Walter Russell, of electricity. It is white centering light, and it is ONE, unity, spirit. Electricity is red and blue light, and it is TWO, duality. Matter, see the South Korean flag. Dielectric from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. A dielectric, or dielectric material, is an electrical insulator that can be polarized by an applied electric field. When a dielectric is placed in an electric field, electric charges do not flow through the material, as they do in an electrical conductor, but only slightly shift from their average equilibrium positions, causing dielectric polarization. Because of dielectric polarization, positive charges are displaced in the direction of the field, and negative charges shift in the opposite direction. This creates an internal electric field that reduces the overall field within the dielectric itself. If a dielectric is composed of weakly bonded molecules, those molecules not only become polarized, but also reorient so that their symmetry acts as a line to the field. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/dielectric magnetodielectricity*. I am not endorsing occultism here. I am simply showing how magnetism exists at every level of observation. Magnetodielectricity acts as the balancing focal point of all waves, the center point of all waves. See my presentations Re the Wave and the Ecliptic. 1. Magnetodielectricity is the standing/longitudinal wave, rarefaction compression, centripetal convergence and centrifugal divergence. See Nikola Tesla. The other, electromagnetic, is the Hertzian/transverse wave. See Heinrich Hertz. One is a pulse, the other is a wave/polarity. One is magnetodielectric/spiritual. The other is electromagnetic/physical. Please read the book The Holy Science by Swami Sri Yukswar as he clarifies these anciently known truths. In this book he calls it divine magnetism and shows how electricity is inferior to it. We are currently in the age of electricity. The age of magnetism is now upon us according to Yukswar. Magnetism can be likened to the interior potency of Sri Radhakrishna, whereas electricity is the external potency, Durga Maya. Notice the word Maya, illusion. The internal/everlasting, unconditioned magnetic world is always superior to the external/temporal, conditioned electrical world. This is Adam, the one, the two and the three, the dielectric, Krishna, the magnetic, Radha, and the electric, Balarama. The false god gravity is in fact nothing other than dielectric acceleration or dielectric voidance. It's the universal principle of inertia and acceleration. The opposite principle being force and motion, magnetism. Here is the Holy Trinity, dielectricity/Krisna, magnetism/Aradharani, and electricity/Belaram, Israel. There are only three field modalities. 1. Dielectricity. 2. Magnetism. 3. Electricity. There is only one field, The ether gravity is a false god that wishes to belong in the Holy Trinity, but cannot due to it being a false doctrine invented by materialist pseudo-scientists inspired by demons. Gravity is the shadow of the three. It is the big G inside the compass and square of the Freemasons. It's their false god. God generation operation dissolution, or dielectricity, magnetism, and electricity is all there is, nothing beyond this exists. Gravity is not an autonomous field modality, there are only three field modalities: 1. Dielectricity, 2. Magnetism, 3. Electricity. Gravity perverts human perception, claiming that there's a constant force pulling one downwards, forever oppressing. You exist where you're meant to exist. No oppression necessary. What I like about electromagnetics, instead of the gravity theory, is it is real, measurable, usable, practical. Your car speakers use electromagnetics. The Earth is electromagnetic, with the North Pole. The Earth is ring magnet with toroidal currents, fact of science. Provable people love gravity because they think electromagnetism only applies to metals. They think electromagnetic dielectric differential could not pull non-metallic objects down. What is this fixation on gravity people have? You put a Nerf ball in the water, it floats, density to water ratio. The idea that gravity is pulling it down is nonsense. Water is actually holding it up. Density. Same difference. But there are other forces? Electromagnetics, the etheric wind of electromagnetic dielectric differentials. All these forces with density and buoyancy create direction, up or down. Gravity is an unseen, and proven, unnecessary, unmeasurable assumption. Hence, the tides are created by magnetic currents. The Creator infused the oceans with salt to assist in this. The moon does 0 to the tides. It is all magnetism, salt, and water. Pure science. Salts in ocean waters exist as positive and negative ions, like sodium and chloride. As water flows around the planet, these ions are deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. Positive ions are pushed one way, negative ions the other. These, in turn, induce magnetic fields. Do you realize salt in the ocean makes the ocean more magnetic? Even atheists rant about the Earth's iron core. I mean, how much more obvious does it have to be? The Earth, as Nikola Tesla said, is governed by electromagnetics. It is real science. Empirical, not imaginary gravity scientism mythology. The etheric wind. People get so upset when you deny the existence of their God, gravity. Always remember, gravity is strong enough to hold the massive moon in orbit. But too weak to stop a helium balloon from rising? Let it sink it, the sheer bullshit factor of this idea. Density and buoyancy explain the balloon rising perfectly. We live in a theory tale: heliocentrism, gravity, evolutionary theory, Big Bang cosmology, all unsubstantiated assumptions. Science is riddled with big fish stories and little empirical evidence to support its claims. Gravity was only really developed by Freemasons to push their heliocentric globe theory, orbits, and that kinda crap. What I like about electromagnetics, instead of the gravity theory, is it is real, measurable, usable, practical. Your car speakers use electromagnetics. The Earth is electromagnetic, with the North Pole. The Earth is ring magnet with toroidal currents, fact of science. Provable. And what does not have water on Earth? Electromagnetic etheric winds are the toroidal currents that are responsible for your compass pointing to the North Pole. They are very strong and real. Gravity is an imaginary fantasy force, with no merit whatsoever. Due to the partial covalency of water's hydrogen bonding, electrons are not held by individual molecules, but are easily distributed amongst water clusters, giving rise to coherent regions capable of interacting with local electric and magnetic fields and electromagnetic radiation. People love gravity because they think electromagnetism only applies to metals. They think electromagnetic dielectric differential could not pull non-metallic objects down. The biggest problem NASA will have with their new oblate spheroid, pear-shaped Earth announcement is the thousands of images they have given the public for decades showing the Earth to be a perfect sphere. Oh, so the Earth just suddenly changed its shape last year? Gravity was the last bastion attempt to save a dying heliocentric model. Science has become its own religion. Believing nothing blew up billions of years ago takes faith. Science has gone beyond observation and lives in perpetual theory. Science's church is state-funded without the consent of the taxpayers. Exactly. That's how ridiculous this Gnostic Luciferian mythology called gravity actually is. Gravity is a jealous god. Gravity is discriminating but inconsistently. Gravity is cartoon land. Gravity is Walt Disney Epcot Center space science. G stands for God, gravity. The god of occult Luciferian Freemasonry. Most people never study this, and just believe whatever scientism preaches from the CERN pulpit or the altars of NASA. NASA is a church. It's nonsense too, when you think about who siphons hundreds of millions of dollars from the public purse to not find what it is looking for. The whole thing is a giant scam. They will toss a discovery out periodically to legitimize the scam, and keep the cash coming in. When an object is immersed in a liquid, the liquid exerts an upward force, which is known as the buoyant force, that is proportional to the weight of the displaced liquid. The sum force acting on the object, then, is equal to the difference between the weight of the object, down force, and the weight of displaced liquid, up force. Equilibrium, or neutral buoyancy, is achieved when these two weights, and thus forces, are equal. When an object is immersed in a liquid, the liquid exerts an upward force, which is known as the buoyant force, that is proportional to the weight of the displaced liquid. Now simply apply this logic to any medium, air, vaporous clouds, upper atmosphere, highlands, etc. The basketball is much less dense than water because it is filled with air. An object, or a fluid, will float on a fluid if its density is less than that of the fluid. If its density is larger than the fluid's, it will sink. The stars and wandering stars, planets, the stars and plants are not solid. They are the result of electromagnetically driven sonoluminescence. NASA has lied to you with CGI computer cartoons of planets and stars for so long you do not trust your own eyes. Get your telescope out and look at them. They are not solid. The phases of Venus have nothing to do with the Sun's position. Venus generates its own light like the stars and all the planets. They all shimmer and appear to have phases through the very understandable science of sonoluminescence. Big electric sun highlights, the Sun as a nuclear reactor is a very far-fetched theory with no experimental evidence. The spectral emissions of the Sun follow sulfur, not hydrogen or helium as I have already shown you. If you superimpose sunlight emissions on top of sulfur lamp emissions you get a match. It's not perfect, but close enough. The light emitted by the Sun is the same as a sulfur lamp. Here are a few examples of wavelengths from other elements. There aren't many wavelengths for hydrogen or helium, are there? And helium is nearly all blue, UV, wavelength. The Sun is a giant ball of plasma in the current model, with a core 150 times denser than water and a temperature of 15.7 million degrees Kelvin. Makes perfect sense. 15.7 million degrees Kelvin. Of course, what else could it be? 15.7 million degrees Kelvin. Reminds me of the zillions of light years distance of stars. A core 150 times denser than water and 15.7 million degrees Kelvin. Sounds so probable and realistic. Come on. It's pure rubbish. Or, the Sun is a sulfur lamp with a temp of 6,000 degrees Celsius and powered by an electric universe. The Sun is not an object of one wavelength, but rather of intensity. This is easy to account for, as I have theorized when looking at meteorites, that the Sun as a sulfur lamp has the highly reflective Schreibersite layer coating the iron/nickel/cobalt Sun, which is the most likely reason for the extra intensity. Mass as gravity is an assumption which experiments have shown to be extremely wanting. It's a made-up theory which they'd used to base their heliocentric model on, which was then found extremely wanting in their space model, so they had to make more stuff up like relativity, dark matter and more stuff. They have just made it up to try and support gravity as mass. Even a few mainstream scientists are now questioning this theory. It's time to stop the inventive patches on Newton and start again. To start again, the shape of the Earth is the first experiment and then work on from there. Which seems more likely? As meteors come from the Sun itself must be made of iron meteoritic components and in its ratios. Thereby, the Sun is mostly made of an iron, 65%, /nickel/cobalt/trace precious metals alloy. There is also a separate graphite component which must be in contact with the very small titanium part, as titanium is only present in meteorites as titanium carbide, stardust. The graphite area is also in contact with the sulfur part, as graphite often surrounds the iron sulfide nodules in meteorites. The graphite doesn't react with the sulfur, however. The iron-nickel phosphide, Schreibersite, component is likely to be a part of the Sun as is, because phosphorus cannot exist on its own as a single element in extreme heat. The same applies to sulfur, but we will see its role later. Schreibersite is found in plate form, and so it is likely plated to the common iron-nickel-cobalt alloy already mentioned. Also, since graphite and troilite are present in most iron meteorites, the former often surrounding the latter, and that they are in the form of nodules in the iron-nickel alloy. All meteors must start life as expulsions of graphite-encompassed sulfur, or occasionally just sulfur, which then hits the Schreibersite, Fe 3p-plated layer of the main iron-nickel-cobalt alloy, which constitutes the bulk component of the Sun. The sulfur has a low melting point and so quickly reacts with the iron from the alloy, forming iron sulfide, troilite. This super high temperature, 5500 degrees Celsius, mass of graphite and sulfur melts the Schreibersite layer, and then melts into the main iron-nickel-cobalt alloy behind it. This molten mass is then ejected away from the Sun in a probably centric fashion, like the phi curve, until it hits the glass layer at 100 kilometers up. At this point, the size of the meteor and/or the angle with which it hits the glass determines how much glass the iron meteor picks up, and how the glass mixes with the meteor, whether through very rare total blending, carbonaceous meteorites, common varied blending, ordinary chondrites, rare no blending, stony iron meteorites, or rare iron meteorites containing no glass at all, even in chondral form. Now we understand the process. What kind of object does the Sun sound like to you? The Sun as an artificial construct. Pure metallic iron alloys are extremely rare in nature. The only example of a naturally occurring iron-nickel alloy is called telluric iron, found only in Greenland. Even then, the composition of this iron is vastly different to that of the meteoric one. In neutron activation analysis of metals, a case study, for example, the nickel content of the Cape York meteoritic iron is about 8%, and that of the telluric iron lies in the range of 1% to 3%, with one specimen of 6.5%. The carbon content should also be useful in this respect, as the Cape York meteorites contain less than 0.08%, while the telluric Ovifac iron ranges as high as 10%. In the Cape York area of Greenland there is 58 tons of the meteoric iron, and over 500 tons of iron meteorites found on Earth so far. The Sun is still in the sky, which means it consists of an incredible amount of iron-nickel-cobalt alloy whose composition does not exist on Earth at all. In fact, chondrites consist of other minerals unique to themselves. There are generally many inclusions of assorted minerals, including nickel-iron grains, iron sulfides, magnetite, and many other minerals, some unique to asteroids. Schreibersite is very rare on Earth, where the only known occurrence of the mineral is on Disco Island in Greenland, but it is common in meteorites. The amount of precious metals, especially iridium, is much higher in meteorites than normally found naturally. Conclusion: the Sun consists of a humongous amount of iron alloy with a unique composition, where iron alloys themselves are nearly never found on Earth naturally. Other materials are also unique to the Sun, or are otherwise very rare compared to the same elements on Earth. All meteorites consist of the same very few components in different ratios in the same pattern and format and consistency. Also, iron meteorites are easily confused with rusted pieces of man-made iron and steel. Not forgetting, there is a humongous amount of almost pure glass in the sky 100 kilometers high, the composition of which is never found on Earth naturally. What are the chances that the Sun is an entity of natural formation? Next to zero, I would say. The Sun must be a technology. What else can it be? If the Sun is a technology, let's look at the properties of the materials of the different parts of the Sun, and how they are used in today's man-made technology to see if we can determine what kind of apparatus the Sun is. The role of each meteoric element. 1. The main mass of the Sun is the iron-nickel-cobalt alloy. The ratio of nickel in the original meteoric alloy is somewhere between 30 to 35%. This alloy has what is called the Invar effect. In 1897 Guillaume I discovered that face-centered cubic alloys of iron and nickel with a nickel concentration of around 35 atomic percent exhibit anomalously low, almost zero, thermal expansion over a wide temperature range. This effect, known as the Invar effect, has since been found in various ordered and random alloys, and even in amorphous materials. Low to zero thermal expansion over a wide temperature range? Funny that. How do we use this alloy in our everyday technology? Iron, nickel, and cobalt-based alloys used primarily for high-temperature applications are known as superalloys. Iron-based superalloys are characterized by high temperature, as well as room temperature strength and resistance to creep, oxidation, corrosion, and wear. High-temperature applications? No surprises there. Are there any other uses that could match the Sun's disposition? The thermal expansion property of this alloy is almost identical to that of hard glass and ceramics. It also generates a very low level of foams when used for hermetic sealing of glass. In addition to these characteristics, the alloy is low in outgassing while it provides outstanding machinability. Therefore, it is widely used for vacuum vessels, CRT electron gun electrodes, and various other precision products. Vacuum vessels? Electrodes for electron guns? Outstanding machinability. It is as if this alloy has been perfectly made for the Sun, which operates in the vacuum of space. If you think these facts are overbearing coincidences, read on. We haven't even started yet. 2. The high concentrations of precious metals, compared to terrestrial standards, in the iron-nickel-cobalt alloy, such as gold, platinum, and iridium probably also have a purpose. Today's technology uses these metals in a variety of ways. Gold, it is almost invariably alloyed with other less expensive metals, such as copper, zinc, silver, and nickel. Important commercial uses include wiring in electronics, semiconductors in tiny computer chips, when combined with silicon and/or other metals, and printed circuits. Platinum is also used in electronics, while its incorruptibility makes it ideal for crucibles. As an alloy with platinum, containing about 1% rhodium, it is used in thermocouples, electrical equipment, and man-made fiber production. The most corrosion-resistant of all elements, iridium is also used to make crucibles and high-temperature lab equipment. Iridium is usually alloyed with platinum, with iridium being less than 20%. The alloy is then used in robust electrical contacts, precision resistance winding. Iridium is 6 times harder, 8 times stronger, and has a melting point 1200 degrees higher than platinum, making it an ideal material for the electrode of a spark plug. So, we have electronics, electrodes, crucibles, and high-temperature lab equipment. It is the same theme again and again, electrics and high temperatures. 3. Carbon, graphite, is also part of the Sun, from which all meteors likely originate. What properties does this material possess? Graphitic substances, due to their exceptional thermal resistance and light weight, can suitably tackle this situation. Some application of graphite in aerospace industry includes engine cases, blast tubes, rocket nozzle, nose cone, different edge components, thermal insulator, etc. Yet another material of the Sun that has exceptional thermal resistance. How do we use this in our everyday technology? This particular structure of graphite in a single layer makes it one of the most stable and unreactive materials that can retain its strength and physical properties at a temperature as much as 2200 degrees Celsius. The atomic structure of graphite reveals that it poses delocalized electrons which are mobile, and is responsible for carrying heat and electricity. A very pure form of graphite is pyrolytic graphite, which is desired for its anisotropic properties. For its superior conductivity and stability, pyrolytic graphite has many advanced uses, for example, ultra-high vacuum crucible, missile components, thermal insulator, rocket nozzles, and aircraft's brake. Yet another material used in a vacuum, just like the Sun. It isn't just used in vacuum crucibles, however. Its main technological purpose is as electrodes for industrial electric arc furnaces used to melt scrap iron and steel. Graphite electrodes carry the electricity that melts scrap iron and steel, and sometimes direct reduced iron, DRI, in electric arc furnaces, the vast majority of steel furnaces. They are made from petroleum coke after it is mixed with coal tar pitch, extruded and shaped, then baked to carbonize the binder pitch, and then graphitized by heating it to temperatures approaching 3000 degrees Celsius, that converts carbon to graphite. Interestingly, the carbon turns to graphite at close to 3000 degrees Celsius, which would perhaps explain why the carbon of the 5500 degrees Celsius Sun is in this form. A large graphite electrode used in an electric arc furnace. So what information do we have so far? The Earth is surrounded by a 99% plus pure glass layer, which is then followed by a vacuum, and then a radiating artificial light. What kind of technology does this sound like to you? You have several of them in your home right now. If the Sun is a light bulb, then the originating component of meteors, carbon, is likely to have an electrode roll. Electricity is never smooth and even in its transmission through a wire or an electrode. There are surges every now and then. They are produced by the random movement of charge carriers, caused by thermal agitation, and by other physical processes in matter that stem from the discrete nature of electricity, as well as by the random variations in instability inherent in a circuit. It stands to reason that the electric current powering the sun light bulb would also have varied surges throughout its shelf life. This would explain solar flares. In fact, these surges may be what causes bits of the graphite electrode to break off and melt through the iron alloy, and then onto Earth as meteors. This is supported by the fact that coronal mass discharges, CMEs, of which iron has been speculated as an element, have a very strong correlation with solar flares, and that both CMEs and solar flares typically erupt from what are known as the active regions on the Sun where magnetic fields are much stronger on average. Could these stronger magnetic fields be where the carbon electrodes are placed? Very likely. For doubt this leaves sulfur as the only possible component for the filament part of the light bulb, especially as graphite is often found in contact with or surrounding iron sulfide in meteorites. To be honest, I had never heard of sulfur as a filament and thought I was barking up the wrong tree, until I found that sulfur lamps had already been invented and exist right now. Sulfur lamps were first researched as a project in 1986, taking 4 years to fully develop. However, being too expensive to manufacture, they were never commercially available until quite recently. A 1994 article mentions them below. The brightest prospect of that kind is a revolutionary prototype bulb developed by Fusion Lighting of Rockville, Maryland, in conjunction with DOE, a tiny closed quartz sphere containing argon gas and a pinch of elemental sulfur. When zapped with ordinary kitchen-grade microwaves, the bulb gives off intensely bright and relatively cool rays that are remarkably similar to sunlight. The sulfur bulb gets so hot that it has to be rotated at 300 to 600 revolutions per minute to prevent the quartz from melting, which it would do in about 2 seconds if uncooled, says Fusion Lighting Vice President Michael Urey. Early prototypes also required 2 fans per bulb. Later versions have eliminated that need. A sulfur lamp is remarkably similar to sunlight and needs to be rotated to avoid melting the glass. Is this why we have day and night, to avoid melting the glass in the sky? If so, each rotation of the sulfur lamp would be equivalent to 1 sun rotation, which is 24 hours. That means that 300 to 600 rotations per minute is equivalent to 300 to 600 days, or 1 to 2 years. Is 1+ years for us equal to 1 minute of the engineer's time? 2 seconds before the glass melts is equivalent to 10 to 20 days Earth time. If the sun is at full power and stops for 20 days, then we could be in trouble. Also, what kind of temperatures does a sulfur light bulb produce to melt the quartz glass in 2 seconds? The answer, 6,000 Kelvin or 5,500 degrees Celsius. Where have we heard that temperature before? Oh yes, the sun of course. The temperature of the corona of the sun is also 5,500 degrees Celsius. Because of the sulfur lamp's remarkable similarities to sunlight, hobbyist and indoor growers are building the lamps themselves. YouTube authors often describe these lamps as the sun on Earth and spectrum. What does full spectrum mean? Full spectrum light is light that covers the electromagnetic spectrum from infrared to near ultraviolet, or all wavelengths that are useful to plant or animal life. In particular, sunlight is considered full spectrum. Even though the solar spectral distribution reaching Earth changes with time of day, latitude, and atmospheric conditions. In fact, when comparing camcorder stills of the sun, and those of a sulfur lamp it is very difficult to spot the difference. If it weren't for the background and the shots below, it would be hard to discern which were which. How similar is the light emitted from a sulfur lamp to that of the sun? The reason for the lack of blue light is unknown to me at this time, but may be because the sun uses carbon electrodes in a vacuum as opposed to an electrodeless sulfur lamp using microwaves to ignite the sulfur which is surrounded by argon gas. Apparently there is a patent for a lamp which uses electrodes, titanium oxide for example, so electrodes are possible. The excess blue light is really only for sunlight above the atmosphere. A sulfur lamp's light wavelengths are tested in our atmosphere. Is the very small scale of the man-made sulfur lamp the reason for the excess blue light absorption in the air between itself and the detector? If a small sulfur lamp were in the vacuum of space, would it also show an excess of blue light to 250 nanometers? I don't know. The lack of yellow and red light is more easily explained and brings us on to the next material. 5. The sun is very likely a parabolic disk which is made of an iron-nickel-cobalt alloy. This is further plated with a schreibersite, iron-nickel phosphide, layer with a hardness of 6.5 to 7, which is somewhere between pyrite and quartz. There is a strong correlation between the hardness of the material and its melting point, as hardness demonstrates strong molecular bonds, which is also the reason for a high melting point. This makes the melting point of schreibersite somewhere between 1200 and 1700 degrees C, but it could be a lot higher as tungsten has a hardness of 7.5 and a melting point of 34-22 degrees Celsius. This might not seem high enough to resist the 5,500 degrees Celsius temperature of the sun, but schreibersite is highly metallic in its luster, which means it is extremely shiny. This would mean that the sun disk would look something like a solar cooker, with most, 95%, of the hot infrared rays being reflected back out, and schreibersite, according to Buchwald VF, 1975, Handbook of Iron Meteorites, Volume 1, is yellow and reflected light. This plated layer is the likely reason for the increase in yellow and red light emitted from the sun, and also perhaps why the sun can be sometimes seen to be yellow/white in color. Perhaps after many years of discharges, the schreibersite layer has revealed some of the iron-nickel alloy underneath, which is adding to the extra blue light seen in the sunlight spectrum. 6. The last component of meteorites is the tiny amount of titanium carbide present. Since titanium is always in the form of a carbide, it must be attached to the carbon electrode of the sun. The role of this element is unknown to me, but due to its very low quantity, a guess would be that it is used as a placeholder for the carbon electrodes, but that is purely speculative. 7. We have covered all the components of iron meteorites and therefore finished with the sun itself. However, there is still the mystery of the incredibly large quantities of magnesium that is attached to the glass layer in the sky, as well as small amounts of calcium, sodium, and aluminum. In meteorites, magnesium is always attached to silicon dioxide in some form as an enstatite, but what is it doing there? Let's look at how magnesium is used in industry to give us a clue. Large transmitting and specialized vacuum tubes often use more exotic getters, including aluminum, magnesium, calcium, sodium, strontium, cesium, and phosphorus. What are getters? When a vacuum tube or an electron gun is pumped to a near vacuum state, not all the air can be physically expelled. To mop up any remaining gas, a highly reactive substance, usually a magnesium ring, is added inside the vacuum tube or electron gun and heated up. This is the reason why there is so much magnesium on the glass layer in the sky. The engineers pumped out, or let gravity take out, as much of the air as possible, and added a magnesium getter probably close to or attached to the sun, as the magnesium needed to heat up and react with the remaining gas that was left. With such high temperatures, the magnesium would have evaporated, fell, and then lined the glass. Conclusion: none of the evidence presented so far is conclusive, but it does make the theory likely. You may be thinking, well, what about those pictures of the sun that show dark spots, like this one below? How can photos like this be taken of such a luminous object, that clearly has no dark spots when seen with the naked eye? A hydrogen alpha filter is added to the camera lens, so that only a very narrow frequency of light can be viewed. How narrow? H-alpha has a wavelength of 656.281 nanometers. A hydrogen alpha filter is an optical filter designed to transmit a narrow bandwidth of light generally centered on the H-alpha wavelength. These layers are selected to produce interference effects that filter out any wavelengths except at the requisite band. Alternatively, an etalon may be used as the narrow-band filter, in conjunction with a blocking filter or energy rejection filter, to pass only a narrow, less than 0.1 nanometers, range of wavelengths of light centered around the H-alpha emission line. Under 0.1 nanometer of light centered around 656.281 nanometers. Of course, the sun has dark spots. If by dark spots they mean areas of the sun that don't emit wavelengths of light under 0.1 nanometers either side of 656.281. Take a picture of a sulfur lamp, or even an ordinary tungsten filament light bulb with the same filter, and you are bound to see something similar. The dark spots of the light bulb mean that the light bulb in your living room is really a spherical solid object generating millions of degrees in temperature because of the nuclear fusion of hydrogen and helium, producing 5,500 degrees Celsius at its corona, obviously. It's such a nonsensical and deceptive proposition that the sun has dark spots, but we are easily fooled without investigating it ourselves. Undoubtedly, it was a way for the Copernicans to try and uphold their illusion of solid spheres whirling around each other millions and trillions of kilometers away. Interestingly, scientists thought the sun was solid and even partly made out of iron in the early 1900s. In principle, it seemed that one might obtain the composition of the stars by comparing their spectral lines to those of known chemical elements observed in laboratory spectra. Astronomers had identified elements like calcium and iron as responsible for some of the most prominent lines, so they naturally assumed that such heavy elements were among the major constituents of the stars. This was no doubt a little worrying for the heliocentric natural philosophers. Galileo's assumption that the entire sun must be made out of gas, because sunspots move around the sun at different speeds, can't be wrong after all. Galileo was the founding father of the gas model theory of the sun. He observed the sun through a relatively primitive telescope and noticed that sunspots did not rotate uniformly across the surface of the photosphere. He also observed that this visible surface rotated at different speeds near the equator than it did near the poles. From his study of sunspots and their uneven rotation pattern, Galileo surmised that he must be looking at some type of gas atmosphere. He was correct in that assessment, although today we know that the photosphere is a form of hot ionized plasma. Unfortunately, however, Galileo also assumed that no other solid layers existed, or could exist, beneath the visible layer of the photosphere. If a light bulb has an electric plasma around it, the whole light bulb must be made out of plasma, so goes the logic. That is not to say that the original early 1900s idea of taking the entire spectrum of the sulfur lamp sun, and then breaking each wavelength down so that it would encompass practically all the elements of the Earth was not exactly a good one. Don't forget, this is sunlight that traveled through the glass layer 100 kilometers high and all the different gases of Earth's atmosphere underneath. so they might be forgiven in using this kind of methodology. In fact, Henry Norris Russell at Princeton had concluded that if the Earth's crust were heated to the temperature of the Sun, its spectrum would look nearly the same. Okay, Henry, really. Never fear though. Galileo must be correct. What we need is some Einstein-esque mathematical make-a-roopery to make sure a broad spectrum of elements magically turns into just one or two gases. The first person to do this will get a statue of themselves and a prize. Enter Cecilia Payne. Cecilia Payne, who studied the new science of quantum physics, knew that the pattern of features in the spectrum of any atom was determined by the configuration of its electrons. Of course she did. She also knew that at high temperatures, one or more electrons are stripped from the atoms, which are then called ions. The Indian physicist M. N. Saha had recently shown how the temperature and pressure in the atmosphere of a star determine the extent to which various atoms are ionized. Payne began a long project to measure the absorption lines in stellar spectra, and within 2 years produced a thesis for her doctoral degree, the first awarded for work at Harvard College Observatory. In it, she showed that the wide variation in stellar spectra is due mainly to the different ionization states of the atoms and hence different surface temperatures of the stars, not to different amounts of the elements. Or it is due to the absorption of the glass/layer, and all the atmospheric gases underneath. She calculated the relative amounts of 18 elements and showed that the compositions were nearly the same among the different kinds of stars. She discovered, surprisingly, that the Sun and the other stars are composed almost entirely of hydrogen and helium, the two lightest elements. All the heavier elements, like those making up the bulk of the Earth, account for less than 2% of the mass of the stars. Problem solved. How on earth did Indian physicist M. N. Saha know the pressure and temperature of stars? He didn't. It's just pure guesswork in their heliocentric model of assumptions. Meghnad Saha's best-known work concerned the thermal ionization of elements, and it led him to formulate what is known as the Saha equation. This equation is one of the basic tools for interpretation of the spectra of stars in astrophysics. By studying the spectra of various stars, one can find their temperature and from that, using Saha's equation, determine the ionization state of the various elements making up the star. Assuming starlight through the glass in Earth's atmosphere gives an accurate spectrum of the star's composition, and that the equation has a true basis in reality. The Saha ionization equation, also known as the Saha-Langmuir equation, is an expression that relates the ionization state of an element to the temperature and pressure. The equation is a result of combining ideas of quantum mechanics and statistical mechanics, and is used to explain the spectral classification of stars. The expression was developed by the Indian astrophysicist Meghnad Saha in 1920, and later, 1923, by Irving Langmuir. Mathematical make-a-roopery again. Let's combine ideas and make something up. Don't study the composition of real things, only things from space, meteorites. Instead, let's conflate everything together using math. Saha had concentrated on the marginal appearances and disappearances of absorption lines in the stellar sequence, not in the upper atmosphere, assuming an order of magnitude for the pressure in a stellar atmosphere and calculating the temperature where increasing ionization, for example, inhibited further absorption of the line in question owing to the loss of the series electron. As Fowler and I were one day stamping round my rooms in Trinity and discussing this, it suddenly occurred to me that the maximum intensity of the Balmer lines of hydrogen, for example, was readily explained by the consideration that at the lower temperatures there were too few excited atoms to give appreciable absorption, whilst at the higher temperatures there are too few neutral atoms left to give any absorption. That evening I did a hasty order of magnitude calculation of the effect and found that to agree with a temperature of 10,000 degrees K, for the stars of type A0, where the Balmer lines have their maximum, a pressure of the order of 10-4 atmosphere was required. This was very exciting, because standard determinations of pressures in stellar atmospheres from line shifts and line widths had been supposed to indicate a pressure of the order of 1 atmosphere or more. And I had begun on other grounds to disbelieve this. The priesthood is a waste of space. They are forever surprised when real data comes in to smack them in the face repeatedly. Instead of all the heliocentric assumptions, temperature suppositions, pressure guesses, made-up equations, just compare the space spectroscopy of the Sun to a sulfur lamp and its composition to iron meteorites and voila, problem solved, just about. No doubt, the high-ups at NASA and certain elements within the U.S. military know the truth of our situation. At least they knew what the Sun really is sometime between 1979, launch of the Space Shuttle, and 1986, the start of the development of the sulfur lamp. The U.S. Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. has installed them, and the Hill Air Force Base hangar, U.S., has many spherical ones littered under the roof. They know. If the Sun is a light bulb filament and there is glass in the sky, then natural philosophers, scientists, will be turning in their beds, as to them a very small technological universe is the equivalent of garlic to a vampire. It is rocket fuel to the God-botherers though. Nevertheless, everything may not be 100% artificial. At least the Earth may have already existed before it was molded and terraformed to the engineer's specifications, or maybe not. We still don't know the purpose of this terraforming, and who did it, and if we were told we would need some kind of a backstory as we have no references. Are these engineers still around? It sounds like we are in someone's grow house, a bit like an indoor vegetable, or weed grower's garden. Are we the plants in someone's garden? Also, what powers the sun lamp? It is the turbulent ether wind which rotates the lamp around itself, probably in a vortex fashion as the ether spins east to west, not the earth spinning west to east, and vortexes, cyclones, are also very common weather patterns. It is the turbulent ether which seems to account for all unresolved forces, and so it is extremely likely that this is what also powers the sun. Considering how much power the sun gives the earth in terms of heat and light to enable the life cycle on earth to function, not including the infinitesimally tiny amount of energy people harness from solar power, the ether must possess virtually unlimited energy, at least energy as we know it. Largely manifesting itself as movement, whatever that is. Obviously, we need to find out how to tap this unlimited energy river directly instead of relying on the indirect byproducts of the sun machine or the wind. How long has the sun been in the sky? When was it manufactured and switched on? How was it manufactured? What is the lifetime of such a piece of equipment? Man-made sulfur lamps last indefinitely, forever. But the sun lamp is losing a little bit of itself all the time, meteors, due to power surges through the graphite electrode. Does this limit its shelf life? Probably, or maybe not. Who knows? Maybe the engineers don't know themselves. Lastly, if the sun is a light bulb with the earth coated around the glass, then we must be on the inside of the crust looking in. It looks like the concave Earth theorists are right after all. Cyrus Teed may still yet get to rejoice from the beyond. The electric sun stellar electric light bodies in the incandescent sun is all idea that Earth knows. The idea of the apple of Earth is in the sun, likewise the wood of the tree, and the violet in the meadow. Likewise, the cool Earth is there with its rivers and mountains. All idea is one idea in the light of the sun. The light of the sun is never divided into its many seeming separate ideas until it is electrically extended from the sun, and those extensions electrically echoed back to it. The sun is a crucible which melts all ideas into one, then sets them out into space to cool and separate into many units of that one, all moving extensions of the one still light, as manifested in the white suns, and the black light of their surrounding spaces, are but extensions of one source. Page 52, The Secret of Light. The evidence proves that the sun is not the theoretical egghead nuke furnace as claimed by academics. The sun's corona is millions of degrees according to academic scientists. Do you see just how confused these folks are? Their reason for believing this absurdity is they think X-rays from the sun are generated thermally, which they are not. So-called electrons are accelerated through the sun's so-called EM field to create so-called X-rays. This is the alternative academic explanation, using academic language. Scientists today state that the sun is a gigantic atomic nuclear furnace radiating a tremendous amount of heat to the satellite planets each second. The temperature at its surface is said to be thousands of degrees, 5,800 K, and the internal temperature, and corona, are supposedly in the millions of degrees. However, it is unexplainable how superheated gases can act magnetically. For it is an elementary fact of physics that a substance loses its so-called magnetism when heated. Since astronomers have definitely recorded magnetic effects upon the sun, we have a direct conflict between the sun's true nature and the suggested temperature. This conflict only indicates that the sun is not the superheated mass of gases that scientists think it is, but rather a cool body as Herschel, Victor Schauberger, and Rudolf Steiner said it was. Astronomers base their calculations on two assumptions. First, they assume the sun is a perfect radiating body. Second, and most important, they assume that the sun is radiating heat. This is because they believe that heat on Earth, as well as heat on other planetary bodies, comes directly from the sun. People feel the heat when they stand in sunlight, so they say the sun must be a burning mass radiating that heat. That is like saying a radio transmitter radiates sound waves, because when we turn on our radios, we hear sound. But we know that such a transmitter radiates radio waves, and that these waves are turned into sound inside the radio. Louis C. Prada, conversion from one form to another is the key, and that is what happens here on Earth as the sun's expanding electric light is converted to heat. Adios solar nuclear furnace. So how can there be the massive solar magnetic fields observed in these extreme temperatures, since substances lose their magnetism when heated? The tragically failed nuclear sun theory also claims that the core of the sun is 15,600 degrees K. The surface is supposedly 5,800 degrees Kelvin, and the corona is over 1 million degrees K and sometimes as hot as 30 million degrees K, if you can stomach that. By what manner does the sun perform this magic that defies all reason, probability, and possibility? Or, could this just be another egghead trick based on the flawed mathematics of Bush's beloved nuclear theory of the atom? The cause lies in the inability of their model to explain anything, therefore ad hoc assumptions must be inserted into their knowledge, so that these flaws can be kept in the dark, and they can pretend to understand their field of so-called study. Measure of heat. For most of our customary purposes this is indeed the case. However, when speaking of the temperature of the sun, for instance, which is supposed to be about 6,000 degrees Celsius at the surface and 20 million degrees Celsius at the center, we may no longer be concerned with thermal temperature, but rather with energetic activity. For according to Isaac Asimov, temperature here has to be distinguished from heat. The temperature is a measure of kinetic energy of the atoms and particles in the gas, but since the particles are few, the actual heat content per unit of volume is low. Moreover, if interstellar space is a near absolute vacuum with thermal temperature of -270.15 Celsius, then how does the sun's supposed heat ever reach us, since, being able to pass through an extreme vacuum, a denser medium is therefore necessary for the propagation of heat rays or infrared rays. Pages 77 to 80, Living Energies, by Callum Coates. Our sun's electric vortices. It happens that the proton-proton chain, very important in the sun, begins with a most improbable event, the collision of two protons resulting in the formation of the heavy isotope of hydrogen called deuterium. Usually the formation of a compound nucleus of two protons simply breaks up into two protons again, rather than ejecting a positron and turning into a deuteron, and very many compound nuclei must form to produce appreciable amounts of deuterium. But even at the high theorized temperatures of stellar interiors, it is extremely hard for two positively charged nuclei to come together to undergo any kind of reaction. One might not expect nuclear reactions to occur at all in stars. Exploration of the Universe, George Ogden Abel, D. Morrison, S. C. Wolf, 5th edition, 1987 p. 520. Advanced atomic energy converters, our sun's cold electric plasma. In such cases as this, where the general trend of thought in any field is on the wrong track, the reason almost invariably is the uncritical acceptance of some erroneous conclusion or conclusions. As will be brought out in detail in the pages that follow, astronomy has unfortunately been the victim of two particularly far-reaching errors. The latter portion of this volume will examine a wide variety of phenomena in which the true relations have not heretofore been recognized because the general submission to Einstein's dictum that speeds in excess of that of light are impossible has diverted inquiry into unproductive channels. More dark futile attempts, which benefit the moneymen. The theories applicable to the more familiar astronomical objects that will be discussed in the earlier chapters have been led astray by another erroneous conclusion also imported from the physicists. This costly mistake is the conclusion that the energy production process in the stars is the conversion of hydrogen to helium, the nuclear furnace theory, and successively heavier elements. Stellar jets are evidence of a star's twin opposing electrical vortices thus far. The thinking about this subject has been dominated by the physicists' insistence that the most energetic process known to them, nuclear fusion, must necessarily be the process whereby the stars generate their imagined energy, regardless of any evidence to the contrary that may exist in other scientific areas. The nested electromagnetic vortices in spherical systems, atoms, suns and galaxies. Note the spinning sacred geometries which give form to these twins opposing EM vortex systems. The most recent change, from the gravitational contraction hypothesis to the hydrogen conversion hypothesis, was preceded by a long and acrimonious dispute with the geologists, whose evidence showed that geological history required a great deal more time than was allowed by the gravitational contraction process. Ultimately, the physicists had to concede defeat. Now the hydrogen conversion, nuclear furnace theory, process is the canonical view, resting on exactly the same grounds that crumbled in the two previous instances. In each case the contention was that there is no other tenable alternative. But in both of these earlier cases it turned out that there was such an alternative. Chapter 1, The Universe of Motion. A serious objection is that reactions of this kind are reversible, and there is no adequate reason why the reaction between helium and the hydrogen isotope H⁻1 should proceed preferentially in the direction H-He. The situation with respect to the H⁻2 and H⁻3 isotopes is entirely different. These isotopes are unstable under terrestrial or similar conditions, and are therefore subject to reactions which convert them into stable isotopes. Such reactions take place spontaneously, but can be speeded up by application of additional kinetic energy, and if H superscript 2 or H superscript 3 are present in the stars in substantial quantities, a process of conversion to helium-4 could be an important energy source. Available evidence indicates, however, that most of the hydrogen in the stars is in the helium-1 state, as would be expected from the probable level of magnetic ionization, and helium-1 is just as stable as helium. At a very high temperature, the chances of an atomic breakup and rearrangement are improved, but this does not necessarily increase the proportion of helium in the final product. On the contrary, we have seen that a greater kinetic energy results in more fragmentation, and it therefore favors the smaller unit rather than the larger. Furthermore, an increase in the amount of space displacement, thermal motion, is not conducive to building up time displacement, mass. The two principal processes which have been postulated as stellar energy sources begin with the reactions H superscript 1 plus H superscript 1 dash H superscript 2 and C12 plus H superscript 1 dash N13 respectively. These reactions involve combination of stable isotopes to form unstable isotopes and combination of smaller units to form larger units. In both of these respects, the direction of the proposed reactions is in direct opposition to the normal probabilities under the prevailing conditions. Solar electric vortices, visible proof that the incandescence of our Sun is manufactured in the upper atmosphere of the Sun, not in a nuke furnace at its core according to academic guesswork. Note the dark interior atmosphere below the roiling upper atmosphere interacting with 315 billion volts of imploding electrical pressure, according to Nikola Tesla. This incandescence does not produce the millions of degree temperatures theorized by academics, because of their dysfunctional understanding of X-ray generation being thermal instead of its true cause, which is electrical. A second objection to the hypothetical fusion reaction is that it is a dead-end process, and as such is open to criticism from both the theoretical and the observational standpoints. The fundamental postulates definitely require all basic physical processes to be cyclic, and any one-way process, such as the conversion of stellar hydrogen to helium, violates this general principle. Also, if this hypothesis were valid, there should be some evidence of the existence of helium-rich structures, representing the later stages of the hypothetical stellar evolution. No such evidence is available. The Structure of the Physical Universe, Chapter 32. We need go no farther than the first deduction that is made from the assumed existence of the hydrogen conversion process to encounter a glaring example of the way in which this pure assumption is allowed to override the astronomical evidence. In application to the question of stellar ages, this hypothetical process leads to the conclusion that the hot, massive stars of the O and B classes are very young, as their output of energy is so enormous that, on the basis of this hypothesis, their supply of fuel cannot last for more than a relatively short time. It then follows that these stars must have been formed relatively recently, and somewhere near their present locations. No theory that calls for the formation of stars within the galaxies is plausible so long as the theorists are unable to explain how stars can be formed in this kind of an environment. One that, in addition, requires the most massive and most energetic of all stars to be very young, astronomically speaking, converts the implausibility into an absurdity. On this basis, the globular clusters are the youngest aggregates of matter, and the stars of these clusters are the youngest of all stars. Thus, the astronomers have their age sequence upside down. The existence of this multitude of commonly recognized contradictions and inconsistencies is a clear indication that there is something radically wrong with the foundations of present-day astronomical theory. Chapter 1, The Universe of Motion. It is claimed by astronomers that the largest and brightest stars are the youngest, because they believe stars require a nuclear fuel, therefore when they are young they are biggest, because they are full of fuel, like a full tank of gas in your car. Then by burning their fuel they get smaller, like less gas in your car's tank. They start out as large blue tanks and end up as smaller red tanks of fuel. This is the exact opposite of the reality by which they operate. The largest typical stars are the adult stars and the smallest are the newborns. They evolve over time into adult stars as they grow, just like everything else in nature, until they reach their age or temperature limit and explode as supernovas, throwing off rings as they expand, which will birth new astronomical systems in their wake. The academic obsession with a fuel for stars to burn is clearly an artifact of the energy barons' manipulation of academic theory, with the funding, peer selection, and tenure processes under their influence or direct control. It profits them greatly for humans to blindly believe that in order to get energy to do our work, we must burn something, which they just happen to own and sell at great cost financially, and to our environment as well. Being that their current profits are astronomically higher than any time in recorded history, we see immediately how much they have to lose if mankind frees itself from their lies. Extending the burning concept from their dysfunctional machines to stars ensures them that mankind will continue to believe that there is no other way to get our energy in great quantities than by blowing up or burning their fuels. In the darkness of this false theory, mankind will believe that even the stars must burn fuel, and therefore, this is the very foundation of energy production in nature. However, this is easily proven to be a lie. The basic energy production process in this universe we find is the conversion of rotational motion, mass, to linear motion, energy, at the age and temperature limits of matter. This one process accounts for the entire range of energy generation, from supplying the modest fuel requirements of the quiet stars, to providing the enormous energy required for the ejection of a quasar. And it requires no special conditions or unusual circumstances to bring it into operation. All matter eventually arrives at one or the other of these limits. Chapter 18, The Universe of Motion, the big scary nuclear furnace sun, raging at tens of millions of degrees, is just another grandiose absurdity of academic proportions. The idea that stellar power is not generated by any of the commonly accepted reaction chains, nuclear furnace theory, has another consequence, namely that our beliefs about stellar ages will be wrong. Stellar ages are inferred from our beliefs that stars derive their power from converting hydrogen into helium. If our beliefs about this process are erroneous, then stellar ages will have to be revised. Generally, this will mean that what are currently believed to be old stars are actually young, and that the young stars are actually old. Because of the implications of this, our views on the evolution of the universe must also change drastically. Advanced atomic energy converters, it is well to remember, for example, that the idea of an infinite and basically non-evolving universe had begun to take root long before the observations of uniformity had become available. This was at a time when it was thought that the universe must go on working forever like some huge powerful perpetual motion machine. Towards the end of the 19th century, however, this idea had run into difficulties with the empirical second law, theory, of thermodynamics. Thus, it has become increasingly clear that it was a natural and inevitable property of all machines we could study in the terrestrial laboratory that their energy eventually became randomized or degraded into heat. Bit by bit, the energy capable of doing productive work wasted away. The ultimate fate of the world seemed therefore to suffer a heat death. Physicists were forced to accept what is the law, theory, of increase of entropy, i.e., the irreversible dissipation of energy, on the largest scale, and they became accustomed to the idea of an evolving universe. The ground was thus well prepared for the discovery, theory, of cosmic expansion. It follows then that if the large-scale uniformity referred to above, in space and time, were truly a fundamental fact, we might have to abandon the Doppler interpretation of cosmological redshifts, and the entropy problem could still be with us. The suspicion would be reinforced that, contrary to local thermodynamic laws, there exists places in the universe where entropy is reduced, e.g. entropy, rather than increased, where dissipated heat energy is somehow collected and converted back into organized motion. The Cosmic Serpent, PGS. 18 to 19, as we read through this honest confession of two Scottish astronomers above, it is clear that they see at least partially the problems with the way astronomy proceeded from its inception. The first mistake was to see a galaxy as a man-made machine operating within the confines of the terrestrial environment. Galaxies do not operate like man-made machines. They function according to their twin imploding electrical vortices which gravitate potential energy and radiate kinetic energy. These vortices convert the potential energy of space into the kinetic energy of suns, which is a cyclical process. The space surrounding the stars are the stars' inverse conditions which are constantly flowing back to their centers and radiated outward again perpetually, because this is the nature of the twin opposing electromagnetic vortices, which give all matter form. The imaginary unidirectional dissipation of energy into nothingness, heat death, is absurd, and is typical of the unidirectional thinking of academicians. Galaxies do not operate in an atmosphere which produces friction, they are in space which does not produce friction. The celestial mechanics there are vastly different than the physical mechanics on the surface of our planet, with its gravity and friction, which produce resistance to our man-made machines. Because academics were forced to accept the absurdity of the provably wrong second, so-called, law of thermodynamics as stated above, they extended these false ideas into more bizarre ideas like an imagined heat death and universal annihilation, entropy, electric vortices and sunspots. This fallacious belief was further extended to an idea of an evolving universe, and consequently it had to have a beginning with a huge wank, otherwise known as the academic Big Bang Theory. Can you see how simple the childlike assumptions of academicians are? They start by comparing man-made machines which are totally unnatural, to the natural galaxies of creation. Our man-made machines are in fact working against nature in our terrestrial atmosphere, due to their unnatural backward designs and the limiting conditions they operate within. Galaxies in great contrast are nature itself, and therefore function naturally. Then academicians extend these false ideas further and further away from reality into their dream worlds of analogies where the comparisons made are not even remotely similar to the objects they pretend to study. Does a galaxy look like a man-made machine to you? If so, I may never be able to reach you with my dissenting assertions. When they state, the suspicion would be reinforced that, contrary to local thermodynamic laws, there exists places in the universe where entropy is reduced rather than increased, where dissipated heat energy is somehow collected and converted back into organized motion. They are admitting it without knowing the answer. There is a cyclical process totally unaccounted for in Newton's fallacious second law, theory, of thermodynamics, which is fully accounted for by the twin opposing north and south polar electromagnetic vortices which recycle radiated kinetic energy from its potential form in nebulous space back into kinetic energy in the condensed form of incandescent stars, perpetually via implosion. Galaxies are visibly vortices. Has it never occurred to these academic dummies that vortices suck into themselves, implode, which is a cyclical process as they radiate their wondrous electric light outward? Unfortunately, the very obvious escapes their academic intellects, because they are mentally imprisoned by so-called academic laws which are in fact, dysfunctional theories and not laws at all. The fact that they compare the unnatural man-made machines on Earth to a natural galaxy in space, reveals instantly, how out of touch academics are with reality. Furthermore, when they say, there exists places in the universe where entropy is reduced, e.g. entropy, rather than increased, where dissipated heat energy is somehow collected and converted back into organized motion. They are treating this anticipated cyclical process as if it is the exception, whereas this is the fundamental means by which all motions of the universe operate, from the so-called subatomic to the supergalactic. It is not the exception, it is the very foundation of creation in all of its forms. In the cyclical spiraling nature of eternity, there is no need for a single direct line of evolution towards some perfected form from another less perfected form. Because the spiral towards evolution is unwound by the spiral of de-evolution. Everything in this universe is birthed, then it evolves to maturity, after which it grows old, de-evolves, and dies, and is reborn again as something else. Since the universe was not birthed according to the provably untenable Big Bang scenario, it is not evolving. It would actually be de-evolving according to this failed theory based on a Big Bang, from a state of organized matter and energy, the observable galaxies and stars, into absolute nothingness, entropy. This ugly academic theory of universal annihilation is due to a falsely imagined heat death because of the theories of those scientists who are slaved into the false and discredited unidirectional thermodynamic laws of academic construction. Principles outlined in a previous article, Advanced Stellar Propulsion Systems, give us reason to believe that the age of a stellar system will correlate directly with the total mass of that system. A binary star system would be older than a single star. A globular cluster, currently viewed as very old, would be regarded as much younger than a spiral arm galaxy. The oldest star systems would be the giant spheroid galaxies like the one in M87. Mainstream scientists are now beginning to realize that stars may be older than galaxies. Science News, April 15, 1995, Volume 147. No. 15 p. 230 Keck finding, did stars predate galaxies? They are also perplexed by evidence that the universe appears to be younger than the oldest stars in the universe. Again, these problems originate largely because of misunderstandings about the true mechanism of stellar power, nuclear furnace fallacy, as well as their belief in the Big Bang origin of the universe. Science News, October 8, October 22, October 29, 1994, V146, Nos. 15, 17, 18, pp. 232 to 234, 265, 278, September 9, 95, V148. No. 11 p. 166, Advanced Atomic Energy Converters. The ionization level in the chromosphere corresponds to the thermal ionization which would exist at a temperature of 20,000 degrees to 30,000 degree K, and in order to explain the still stronger ionization in the corona on a thermal basis, it would be necessary to assume a temperature in the neighborhood of 1 million degrees. The observed level of ionization is therefore inconsistent with a thermal origin, unless a highly abnormal temperature situation exists in this region, and no convincing reason why conditions should be abnormal has ever been discovered. We are thus led to the conclusion that the ionization is not thermal, and that it is a product of the cosmic radiation which, according to theory, should be causing just the kind of an effect which we observe. In the light of this explanation, the location of the maximum ionization in the outer regions of the corona is to be expected, since the matter in this zone is exposed to the maximum cosmic radiation. As this radiation travels inward, it is gradually attenuated by contacts with the diffuse material in the intervening space, and the degree of ionization of the material atoms is reduced accordingly. The Structure of the Physical Universe, Chapter 37, the electrical birthing of stars' plasma cosmology easily steps over this line in the sand which the Big Bang stumbles. Electrical double layers associated with active galaxies and quasars generate copious amounts of X-rays, and they do it the easy way, by accelerating electrons through an electric field, just like your dentist does. There are no black holes lurking in his X-ray machine. The electric universe, nor are there any black holes lurking in the real universe for that matter, eggheads. The conclusions with respect to the origin of the X-rays that are observed in the vicinity of the giant galaxies are also applicable, on a smaller scale, to the production of X-rays in the surroundings of individual stars. These X-rays are believed to originate in the stellar coronas, and it has therefore been concluded that temperatures of 1 million to 10 to 30 million degrees 228 exist in these coronas. Here, again, the existence of such temperatures is excluded by basic thermal principles. Consequently, the X-rays cannot be produced thermally in these locations. But, as in the galactic situation, the X-ray production is easily explained on the basis of leakage of intermediate speed matter from the interiors of the stars, followed by a return to the low speed range in the coronas, which are scalar attributes. In the light of what is known about the fundamentals of heat and temperature, a high temperature in a medium as sparse as that of intergalactic space is impossible. As explained in Volume 2, the temperature of a gas is the result of containment. The pressure is a measure of the containment, while the temperature is a measure of the energy imparted to the gas that is subject to pressure. Thus, the temperature, T, is a function of the pressure, P. For a given volume, V, of ideal gas, the two quantities are directly proportional, as indicated by the general gas law, PV equals RT, where R is the gas constant. If the pressure is very low, as in the near vacuum of intergalactic or interstellar space, the temperature is likewise very low. It is measured in degrees, not in millions of degrees. It is often asserted that portions of the gas in the vicinity of hot stars, coronas, or active galaxies are heated by radiation, the theoretical synchrotron process. But radiation does not repeal the gas laws. Chapter 19, The Universe of Motion. So we can no say sayonara to the luminous crown of the common astronomical egghead, the 1 million to 30 million degree solar corona. Funny thing about that term heat, when relating it to plasmas and things in space, it's not necessarily describing high temperature, though often termed X million degrees, so much as describing high energy. Heat as we generally know it is caused by the movement of particles, that is, the more they move, the hotter the substance they make up becomes. But plasmas in space are, mostly, so diffuse that to think of them as physically hot may be a misdirection of thought. Rather, they are physically energetic. That is, their particles are vibrating so hard or moving so fast that they show lots of temperature without the whole medium feeling hot, so to speak. The age-old idea that the heat from the sun travels through the immense cold of space to heat our planet is false, because once again, it is based on appearances. As can be seen above, heat traveling through the near-freezing, near-vacuum of space is impossible. The condition of the sun's positive electrical polarity is repeated on the side of the Earth which faces the sun. The negative radiating vortices of electrical force spiraling from the sun, anode, reach the inertial plane of equal pressures between the Earth and the sun, where there is a reversal of the reproduction of an expanding counterpart into the reproduction of a contracting counterpart. The universal 1 pg. 30, these negative unwinding vortex waves become positively imploding vortices, as they spiral through the electrical pressure gradients and atmospheric lenses of Earth. The wave fields are compressed and concentrated toward the Earth's center, as they curve inward on their implosive journey through the convex, lens-like atmospheric and electrical pressure gradients, thereby producing light on the side of the Earth facing the sun, cathode. This process produces heat here on our planet as the actinic force of the positively imploding currents of electric light react with the negative, grounding, physical matter of our world. A magnifying lens used to start a fire works upon this principle of bending and compressing wave fields in this same manner. The night side of Earth is simultaneously discharging these positive solar vortex currents through the lens like atmospheric and electrical pressure gradients via the negative electromagnetic radiation of heat and light, otherwise known as cold and darkness, respectively. Stellar temperature tables according to flawed academic astronomy. Academic astronomical tripe. Think about this for a moment. How can scientists know how hot a star is if they have never visited it? Imagine a fire. When you look at the hottest part of the flame, the part closest to the wood, the fire looks blue. As the fire gets further and further from the wood, it gets cooler, and the color changes first to yellow, and then to red. Scientists know that a blue star must be a very hot star, while a yellow star is a medium hot star, and a red star is a cool star. Stars, the above statement should be stated, scientists assume that the star's colors are indicative of their variations in the extreme, million-degree plus temperature ranges attributed to them, because they do not know, they are guessing with their theory. Once again, these flawed scientific ideas are based entirely on appearances, sensory-based information, and not on knowing, mind, self-knowledge. They are not even reasoning correctly with their flawed analogy, which demonstrates the exact opposite of their theory. The nuclear fire gets hotter, not cooler. High up in the corona, it's claimed to be 1 million to 30 million degrees hotter than the surface, according to this cruddy scholastic nonsense. These academicians are describing stars as if they were made of burning wood, as it is seen in the atmosphere of our Earth as an analogy. I am pretty sure we'll all agree the stars are not made of wood any more than the moon is made of cheese. The color classifications attributed to stars and their imagined millions of degrees temperatures are actually varying degrees of electrified conditions of the stars according to their mixture of gases and metals, their sizes. The variations in the electrical pressure conditions of the wave fields they center, and the strength of the electromagnetic Birkeland currents, sympathetic streams, flowing through these wave fields. As they interact with the other stellar wave fields which are spiraling in massive vortices around the galactic center. The temperatures in the millions of degrees associated with this theory have no basis at all in reality. They are a guess based on black body radiation theory, which has been tagged onto star temperature theory. Much in the same way that the theoretical electron of mathematical imagining was tagged onto the Mendeleev periodical table, purely out of convenience, as an easy way to explain something which has no actual basis in reality. The electrons created by mankind are not remotely related to the electrons of the periodical table. They are two entirely different creatures. One is real and is used daily by humans, the other is a theoretical myth, which lets physicists pretend like they have a theory. These imagined temperatures are the result of astronomers clinging to physicists with their nuclear theory of the atom and the nuclear furnace theory of stellar energy production as a way to explain variations in the magnitudes and appearances of the stellar light they view with their limited sensory-based gear, telescopes, when they peer out at the fiery globes and galactic vortices populating our universe. Luminosity and temperature evaluations ignore the electric star hypothesis. This academic guess is based on the appearances of light, and they do not even know what light is, whether particle or wave. So once again, how are we to trust them? I think we can safely disregard the academic color scheme of the extreme temperatures attributed to stars, because it is based upon the appearance of light, which is a simulation, not its cause. The comparison of burning objects here in our atmosphere to the electrical motions of incandescent stars in cold dark space is of course imbecilic. There is absolutely no relationship between the two. So, here again academicians reveal just how far they are removed from the very reality which they are supposed to be studying for the benefit of mankind. The same can be said for the gravity of a star or galaxy bending light from other stars or galaxies, according to Einstein's four-dimensional, curved space and time fantasy. Magnetism is known to interact with light, as demonstrated by the Zeeman and Faraday effects. The starlight refraction has no relation to, nor interaction with, the gravitational field of the Sun, or warped space systems according to Einstein's imagination. Refraction of light waves due to a star or galaxy's electromagnetic, lens-like, plasma and atmospheric wave fields is the cause, not the imaginary textbook version, hawking Einstein's claim that, gravity lines of force curve space around heavenly bodies and drag the imaginary photon wave trains with them. Time as used by mankind is not another dimension according to Einstein's crazy notion of four-dimensional space and time. Time as used by mankind records the motions of material objects within the three dimensions of space we are accustomed to measuring the universe with. It is not a separate dimension. Gr. Einstein's goofy religion of four-dimensional space-time imprisonment concentrated spheres, such as Earth and Sun, are surrounded by layers of light of equal pressures. Clouds float around the Earth in them. The reason they float in curves parallel to the Earth is because of these spherical equipotential planes of pressures which curve as the Earth curves. Curved pressures of light act as lenses to multiply and divide light radially. Spiraling, light rays which pass through curved planes concentrate to a point when projected through light lenses of space in the convex direction and decelerate when they pass through the concave direction. The secret of light, pg. 244, to say that in the presence of large body space becomes curved, is equivalent to stating that something can act on nothing. I for one refuse to subscribe to such a view. Nikola Tesla, New York Herald Tribune, September 11, 32, AL's supercalifragilistic theory. Since space has no mass according to the scholars, how can gravity pull on it and bend it in accordance with AL's supercalifragilistic theory? Mass determines gravity according to academic theory. This bizarre idea came from a guy who could not tie his own shoelaces. Now do you get it? Empty space does not curve in our measurements of it. The three-dimensional Euclidean space we are accustomed to using in our physical observation and descriptions of the universe as a reference system is the direct measure of distance between physical objects, which is measured in straight lines, not curved ones, and is described within the x, y and z coordinates of the academically sanctified Cartesian system. It is therefore impossible for space to curve according to the fundamental academic definition of its measure. Since space is vacuous according to academic sources, there would be nothing to create curves with, in their silly academic theory. The electromagnetic Earth matter is an alternating magnetic field, Gerlach experiment. Therefore, EM waves are constantly being emitted, as EM waves are being produced by alternating magnetic fields, see radio waves. I think this interpretation is foundational. Now when I spin my spoon in my coffee in the morning, I produce one large vortex. When I spin it the other way, which I always do when stirring food and drink for some reason, I notice one or two or more very small vortices are formed which spin out away from the center of the liquid until they dissolve. I think these vortices are EM waves in the ether which are being produced all the time. It is easy to see how these are produced. When the direction of the large magnetic vortex is reversed, it creates a counterflow inside the large vortex, with the original vortex flowing the other way, so little vortices are created and spin out. You will also notice turbulence in the counter-spinning. This I believe is friction and creates heat. There are probably other ways to create these EM vortices without the constant counter-spinning which creates the heat side effect. I have a few ideas there too, but I will leave those to myself. Alright, let's give this a whirl, no pun intended. Remember, this is a purely hypothetical construct and so isn't to be taken seriously, but merely as a curiosity. The ultimate aim is to marry the ether moving through the holes near the poles, and the electrons which power the sun, and offer a theoretical explanation of upward bending light. Due to its hypothetical nature, this is the only article in the concave Earth thesis section which you can safely skip, and move on to the gravity article instead. That is why this article isn't in the main side menu. Whirlpool formation, EM toroids and the sun's electromagnetic field, whirlpools and photons, EM waves. Summary: whirlpool formation, the ether, or electromagnetic current, if you are still too scared to use the forbidden word, shoots the quickest out the hole straight up vertically directly into the opposite pole hole, and at a slower speed laterally, especially along the crust. As it moves over and through the crust, it will start to slow down. A similar principle can be seen in river currents where the water at the edges of the river is the slowest. The difference in speeds between the water at the bank of the river and that further towards the center creates small whirlpools which belong to the phenomenon known as eddy currents. What is an eddy? In simplest terms, it's a place where the current of a river slackens suddenly, or even reverses itself. Eddies are characterized by circular flow patterns. A whirlpool is a kind of eddy. Whirlpool eddy: a small whirlpool eddy formed in the Merced River in Yosemite National Park, California. The ether through the holes would follow the same principle. A river only runs along a surface, and so its changes of pressure are on the horizontal plane only. It is in effect two-dimensional. The ether traveling through the holes near the poles not only exhibits changes in pressure horizontally as it travels through the silicate crust, like a river, but also vertically from the fastest stream pole to pole, central vertical axis of the Earth cavity, to the slowest stream through space which is just above the crust. This gives us the two right-angle swirls, or eddy currents. The electric whirlpool, EW, is spinning radially into the open end of the magnetic whirlpool, MW, which causes a reduction in etheric pressure between them both. This causes a mutual attraction between the two vortices, with the electric whirlpool lodging itself inside the magnetic one, thus forming the basic electromagnetic building block or particle. EM particle: the ether pressure is greatly reduced between the two whirlpools, sucking them together to form the absolute most basic EM particle. EM double whirlpool: a small electric eddy whirlpool stuck in the magnetic one is nearly the same size as its captor. An analogy, albeit very weak. When a small air ring in water moves through the other larger one, it remains the same size as the larger one and turns at right angles, neither moving up nor down. Does this show a natural right angle affinity in vortices? In effect, the electric whirlpool, EW, is wedged into the magnetic one. Of course, there would be electric and magnetic whirlpools of different speed rotations, strengths and sizes, etc. But generally, there would be a lot of uniformity due to the uniformity of the composition of the Earth's crust, 90% silicates, 28% silicon, and the size uniformity of the near-spherical Earth cavity. The size of both joining whirlpools must be a pretty good match, so that one can fit inside the other, hence why it is likely no accident that the Earth is shaped as it is, and the crust is made mostly of silicates. Of course, there would be friction between the two whirlpools, causing the electric whirlpool to bobble and oscillate very tightly within the magnetic one. If the electric vortex were too small, it would be sucked into the magnetic whirlpool, MW, and either spat out or more likely realigned with the bigger magnetic vortex, and become reabsorbed, thereby making the magnetic whirlpool bigger. If it were too big, it would bounce off until the smaller magnetic vortex gets sucked into the electric one and is probably absorbed, or perhaps spat out, this time making the electric vortex bigger. The EW just fits into the MW, which makes the it very slightly smaller. This means that the end of the EW pumps ether into the wall just below the rim of the MW, and not over it to the outside world. This pushing on the magnetic whirlpool's wall spins the entire EM particle, both EW and MW, around another axis. The magnetic whirlpool still pumps some ether out of its end, which always moves the EM particle up a little bit, hence the overall movement starts off as a spin with a slightly open center in the middle of what is now a toroid shape. Toroid pentagram. As the EM particle starts to spin, a toroid is formed with a gap in the center due to the two whirlpools pumping ether out of their ends. As the EW spins, the centrifugal force acts against the MW's centripetal flow directed towards the center of the toroid. This centrifugal force would only nearly cancel all the MW's centripetal push, because the EW is slightly smaller, and hence its spin push is slightly less than the MW's downward thrust, thereby the centrifugal force would also be slightly less than MW's centripetal force. Only the half of the electric whirlpool's snout end nearest to the central eye of the toroid would be equally affected. This might explain why the magnetic wave strength is 3 times 108 weaker than the electric one. This centrifugal force would make any eye at the center of the toroid extremely small, but still present, the difference in size between the very slightly bigger MW and the very slightly smaller EW. Swastika toroid. The eye of any spin would be nearly wiped out by the centrifugal force, greatly weakening the centripetal push of the magnetic whirlpool. This very narrow eye makes the toroid a horn torus. You notice that the EM particle is a square shape and keeps this shape if the central eye is very small. However, the act of rotation of the square creates the illusion of a circle, or does it actually make a circle? A spinning square creates a circle within. Another possibility is allowed with this model. The electric whirlpool is creating the centrifugal force, but it is also being affected by it. This must have some cancelling effect on the ether being pumped out the end of the EW at right angles to the centrifugal force which creates the spin. I don't know how much of the strength of the EW will be affected, but if the centrifugal force cancels a little bit of the EW's right-angled force, then there is less spin and therefore less centrifugal force, creating less EW cancellation, which will then in turn create more spin, etc. And the cycle continues ad infinitum. This will make the eye of the EM toroid continually constrict and dilate, and the circumference of the toroid will be constantly expanding and contracting slightly. This would create regular bumps or knots in the ether flow moving through the eye, like a snake having eaten a rat. The radial spin expanding and contraction would create longitudinal compression waves in the ether. This property could give each EM particle its own longitudinal vibrational frequency. Longitudinal waves are waves of compression and expansion. There may be some evidence for this in the form of an alleged photo of toroids pumping ether to and from each other peripherally in the nucleus of an iron atom. However, I can't find it on the internet, at least. I've no idea what he means by vibrating jets. I have an impression of a vibrating guitar string, which can be a standing wave. John Worst Keeley and Peter Davy spring to mind with their work on resonance. Without the photo, though, I am only guessing. Louis Kevrin's work on low-energy transmutations of the elements was predicted by Kraft's model. And there was a man named Nemos who claimed to have developed a television-type microscope not limited by the optical paths of standard microscopes, and I have a photo he took which shows, it is claimed, the nucleus of an iron atom as a collection of vortices arranged peripherally, non-coaxially. It's like looking down on pearl-like smoke rings connected by vibrating jets. It's an amazing photo. Kraft's prediction was that the proton and electron would be double vortex structures, and the neutron a triple vortex structure. The picture seems to confirm that. Carl Friedrich Kraft and Hilgenberg were early to mid-20th century German quantum/ether theoretical physicists, who thought that three different arrangements of these vortices made up the entire periodic table. Kraft's book The Ether and its vortices can be downloaded, as well as glimpses of the unseen world and structure of the atom. I have no idea if he is correct or not, but it is something to consider if you are interested in taking the toroid hypothesis any further or adapt it. EM toroids in the Sun's electromagnetic field. But this new free toroid is spinning radially against the Sun's all-encompassing electric H field. In order to offer the least resistance, it orientates itself, so that its tiny eye is parallel to the Sun's H field, sucking in the ether through this eye, which will widen it a little. In fact, the ether being pumped through its eye cancels the ether pressure in front and increases it behind, acting a bit like a rocket moving the toroid upwards. This EM particle can now be termed negative towards the Sun's electric field. Electron in an H field. The magnetic orientation of a free electron immersed in the Sun's giant electric H field sucks in the Sun's electric field and pumps it out behind it, driving it upwards. A rocket uses a similar principle whereby the rocket moves upwards, and its exhaust goes the other way. These countless number of negatively orientated spinning EM toroids will now move up through the crust and into the atmosphere towards the glass at 100 kilometers. This means that the entire Earth's crust and atmosphere has an upward-moving negatively charged field, NCF, which the holes near the poles are entirely responsible for. Due to experiments conducted by Hideo Hayasaka and Sakio Takeuchi, where only gyroscopes spun clockwise exhibited less weight. It may be reasonable to conclude that the upward-moving EM toroids in the NCF are also spinning clockwise from the perspective of an observer looking down on the vortex. Source esotericscience.com. This makes even more sense, as according to magnetohydrodynamics the South Pole rotates clockwise, and it is the South Pole sucking in the magnetic field lines into the magnet. However, if this is reversed with its center, I, pumping ether against the Sun's electric field, the toroid is heavy and now falls to Earth, or is really repelled. This heavy electron is probably what they now call a proton. Perhaps a different label applies to protons in matter? Proton in an H field. When a toroid is pumping ether into the Sun's electric H field in which it is immersed, it pushes against it, traveling downwards. This toroid is said to be heavy. As already mentioned in a previous article, a positively charged heavy particle, or the proton, is said to move downwards towards the Earth. Results indicate that mirror points of protons above the belt are continuously lowered into the atmosphere. In fact, because during the day there are protons moving down and attaching themselves to the glass, this causes more electrons to leave the glass and join the Van Allen belts. This positively charged glass in turn attracts electrons from the crust and atmosphere, creating a stronger upward flow in the NCF. I haven't got the most out of this toroid hypothesis just yet. Let's have a look at light, see how it could mechanically bend upwards. Whirlpools and photons, EM waves. You've probably noticed how similar the EM whirlpools are to photons and the typical EM wave through a wire. EM wave through a wire and EM wave along a wire. In order to get this same EM wave with our toroids, we would have to stack them in a line with one half overlapping the other. There would now to be a series of whirlpools next to each other, each one spinning in the opposite direction to the next, which means they would also attract, according to Ionel Dinu's work and another Italian experimenter. Because the entire magnetic and half the electric whirlpool have been weakened due to centrifugal force and coupled with the fact that the EW blocks the other half of the MW from view, the vortices look very much like the typical EM wave. Light counter-rotational radially spinning whirlpools attract each other. The EM particle also spins as a whole to form the toroid shape, each neighboring toroid spinning in the same direction. These whirlpools in series are the real EM wave in 3D. Notice how although the two toroids are spinning in the same direction, the overlap moves in the opposite direction to each other. Funnily enough, this is what Howard Johnson discovered around 1970 when he used the Hall effect on Gauss meter readings to record particles around a DC wire. Taken from his book The Secret World of Magnets. DC current loops. Howard Johnson found his magnetic particles to loop in opposite directions around the axis of a wire with DC current running through it. The two toroids superimposed also remind me of the New Age, and their vesica piscis as the creation of light, as well as Walter Russell, who also mentions the square wave aspect. Vesica piscis. The wishy-washy New Age lot may actually be onto something with light as a vesica piscis. Vesica piscis is a symbol of the sacred Trinity and point of creation. In early traditions, a sphere was used to represent the perfection of the Supreme Being, continually existing with no beginning and no end. The addition of a second sphere represented duality, the division of male and female energies, God and Goddess. When the two spheres are overlapped, this is the point of creation. Also, the toroid spin doesn't just push the ether behind themselves, but also causes the backflow to be shaped as a helix, just like the observations of magnetohydrodynamics. It is also the same principle describing electric current, whereby electrons as particles are moving up the wire and the current, or in this theory, the electron pump's etheric backflow, is moving in the opposite direction down the wire. Electron flow may not exactly be true for current through a wire, as we have just seen, but it is a good analogy for the electron flow around the sun. So, although electrons would flow from negative to positive, by convention, agreement. Physicists refer to conventional current as a flow from high potential/voltage, positive, to low potential/voltage, negative. Electrons move from areas where there are excess of negative charges to areas where there is a deficiency, or positive charge. Electrons move from dash to plus, but conventional current is considered to move in the other direction. When you set up a circuit, conventional current is considered to move from the plus to the dash side. Electron helix. When toroids spin, they create a helical back current, whether around a magnetic field or through a wire. If we were to take this model of light, at least as they would when traveling through a wire, and have it traveling through the negatively charged field, the photons would lift. The lift is the same regardless of the wavelength of light, but because longer wavelengths are bigger, there would be less of them for the same distance traveled. So, if 100 photons are lifted, the gradient over 1 kilometer for one wavelength would be the same for a much longer one over, say, 100 kilometers. NCF photons. The NCF lifts longer wavelengths less, because there are fewer of these photons in a certain distance than shorter length EM waves. Summary. Remember, these points are mostly hypothetical only, and are merely a thought curiosity than anything else. The ether through the holes near the poles slows down as it travels along the crust and through space. These speed variations create eddy currents known as whirlpools, which are naturally at right angles to each other. The horizontal whirlpool along the crust is now the magnetic whirlpool, MW, whereas the vertically aligned whirlpool is the electric one, EW. Due to reduced ether pressures which they themselves create, both are attracted to each other with the EW wedging itself inside the MW. The MW pushes ether towards the center, centripetal force, whereas the EW pushes ether against the wall of the MW. This causes a spin around the central axis, forming a toroid shape. Centrifugal force does not overcome the centripetal force, but greatly weakens it, causing the whirlpools to spin very tightly around their axis, the horn torus. The whirlpool units take up a unit of space that is a cube. A spinning square creates the image of a circle, and so, a spinning cube creates a sphere, the horn torus. The EW is also weakened by the very centrifugal force that its own spin creates. This creates an expansion and contraction radially, both around the circumference of the eye and the outer rim of the toroid itself. The effects are bulges in the ether traveling through the eye and regular expanding and contracting waves of compression, longitudinal waves. A toroid that is pumping ether in the same direction as the electric field has lift and is said to be light. A toroid that is pumping ether against the electric field is being repelled, and is said to be heavy. In order for the two whirlpool unit to look like electromagnetic waves, one toroid must be placed in front of the other, overlapping like a vesica piscis. These adjacent whirlpools are spinning counter-rotationally to each other, but the adjacent toroids are spinning in the same direction. The latter causes the vesica piscis to look like it has opposing spins. These toroids are formed in a line with ether current being pumped out backwards and the toroid fields moving forward. This ether back current is helical shape due to the toroid spin, and also contains bulges due to vibration. The negatively charged field pushes light which is parallel to the Earth upwards. Longer wavelengths have less of an upward gradient due to the larger size, wavelength, of their toroids. Whether the above hypothesis is true, half-true, true within a limiting model for the mind, or complete bullshit, you've done well to read through all this theory. None of this is fundamentally important at all, but at least attempts to offer a deeper mechanical explanation of what could be going on inside the Earth cavity. However, the only evidence presented so far of the Sun's electric H field is the holes near the poles and the Van Allen belts. There is another perhaps even better piece of evidence, and that is the center of gravity in a concave Earth. Where does cosmic background radiation come from? The popular myth in science is that the universe emits a background radiation which points to a Big Bang. It is all based upon assumption and the ad hoc faith in a Big Bang. Cosmic microwave background. The cosmic microwave background, CMB, CMBR, is electromagnetic radiation as a remnant from an early stage of the universe in Big Bang cosmology. In older literature, the CMB is also variously known as cosmic microwave background radiation, CMBR, or relic radiation. The CMB is a faint cosmic background radiation filling all space, that is an important source of data on the early universe because it is the oldest electromagnetic radiation in the universe, dating to the epoch of recombination. With a traditional optical telescope, the space between stars and galaxies, the background, is completely dark. However, a sufficiently sensitive radio telescope shows a faint background noise, or glow, almost isotropic, that is not associated with any star, galaxy, or other object. This glow is strongest in the microwave region of the radio spectrum. The accidental discovery of the CMB in 1964 by American radio astronomers Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson was the culmination of work initiated in the 1940s and earned the discoverers the 1978 Nobel Prize in Physics. Wikipedia. But upon closer scrutiny, by looking at the real world, it is easy to see that this background radiation is nothing other than a product of our known Earth and firmament, and is not the result of some imaginary, science fiction universe that extends beyond the dome above the Earth. Radio waves and microwaves radiation explain this background radiation 10 times more reasonably than the Big Bang fantasy, radio waves due to Lenz's law. The sun changes its magnetic polarity every 6 months. Therefore, the polarity, direction, of the electric field, solar wind, also changes its direction perpendicular to this magnetic field. This alternating current produces radio waves, albeit extremely low-frequency radio waves. It is basically an electromagnetic field changing direction every 6 months. When a direct electrical current is applied to a wire, the current flow builds an electromagnetic field around the wire. When the current is removed, the field collapses, which again sends a wave. If the current is applied and removed over and over for a period of time, a series of waves is propagated at a discrete frequency. If the current changes polarity or direction repeatedly, that could make waves too. This phenomenon is the basis of electromagnetivity and basically describes how radio waves are created within transmitters. When you slow down the frequency of an alternating current, you generate less and less strong radio waves with a given conductor in which your current flows. And when you stop the current alternation altogether, and have a DC current, you do not generate a radio wave anymore. What you now generate is a weak magnetic field attached to the wire, and which won't propagate. An inductor, e.g. the sun, can make a great radio wave transmitter. Another way to make the field strong at 1/4 wave distance is to use a very small inductor, but crank up the inductor's current to a much higher value. In this case, even a very tiny coil could emit plenty of EM radiation. Microwaves. The sun can also produce microwaves. A microwave oven creates microwaves with a cavity magnetron, a high-powered vacuum tube that generates microwaves using the interaction of a stream of electrons with a magnetic field while moving past a series of open metal cavities, cavity resonators. Bunches of electrons passing by the openings to the cavities excite radio wave oscillations in the cavity. There looks to be a possible parallel with the concave Earth system. Stream of electrons is the solar wind, magnetic field is the cavity H field, vacuum is the vacuum of space, and cavity is the Earth cavity. Microwave ovens are basically accelerated radio wave machines that contain a concentrated radio frequency inside a chamber. The solar wind accelerates the sun's 6-month oscillating magnetic field, super low frequency radio wave, in the Earth cavity chamber. The super low frequency radio wave will nearly completely travel through the crust. This could be gravity, but a little bit still gets reflected and resonates inside the Earth cavity. Together with the solar wind, these back and forth reflections, oscillations, eventually creates the cosmic microwave background, CMB, which ranges from 0.3 GHz to 630 GHz. Anything above 300 GHz is said to be in the infrared spectrum, so 630 GHz is only just in the very edge of infrared. The CMB is geocentric and has been nicknamed the axis of evil. This is because the CMB aligns with the ecliptic plane of our heliocentric solar system. The CMB is the entire universe, yet it aligns with the Earth/Sun on the equinoxes. This has been verified by 3 consecutive satellites. Last one was in 2013, proving that this alignment is not a fluke due to faulty machinery. They say, why CMB patterns are oriented to the solar system is not at all understood at this time. Yes, it is understood. The Earth is concave. The ecliptic is the space between 2 attracting magnetic fields. 9 frequencies of the cosmic background microwave radiation show concentrations along the ecliptic. This is the shape of the field holding sporadic meteorites in our solar system. It also has an ecliptic. So, the CMB originally emanates from the Sun as super low-frequency electromagnetic waves, which increase in frequency via the solar wind until the resonant 630 GHz frequency is reached. Big bullshit. Why Big Bang fails and a proposed alternative. The Big Bang theory has been the centerpiece of modern cosmology for decades despite the fact that it makes no sense whatsoever. To give some background, here's the basic history of the Big Bang. In the earlier part of the 20th century, a few astronomers supposed that measurements of the redshift of galaxies meant that the spacetime of Einstein's general relativity was expanding. Then a Catholic priest was like, hey, maybe that means if we turned the clock back far enough all of matter would be smashed into a single point for some reason. With that stroke of genius, Big Bang was born. Although most cosmologists at the time thought the universe was eternal, eventually they learned how to drink the Big Bang Kool-Aid. That acceptance was helped along in the 1960s when a faint light was measured to be coming from all directions in the microwave frequency spectrum. Physicists decided that this clearly was the afterglow of the Big Bang explosion. History of the Big Bang theory. Ever since then, cosmology and astronomy have been dutifully contorted by any means necessary to make sure Big Bang theory fits any new evidence such that physicists can turn around and say, wow, look how well the Big Bang fits the evidence. It's basically a proven fact trademark now. The way this new age science works is physicists retroactively amend their mathematical models for Big Bang whenever they feel like it in order to predict the present. I put predict in quotes there because Big Bang has enough variable initial conditions which can be tweaked as necessary to fit whatever the present observations are. If you already know the answer to the prediction, i.e., what we see presently, then it's not a prediction. Amazingly, the circular reasoning has gotten so obvious that even some of the physicists are starting to recognize it. But really these issues are secondary, and have no relevance to the irrationality of the proposed explanations. Supposing physicists were in fact making genuine predictions, it wouldn't make any difference. The main problem with Big Bang is that it claims that an abstract mathematical concept called spacetime can expand. What could this possibly mean physically? Literal usage of the verb expand requires a physical object with shape capable of doing the expanding in order to rationally understand the meaning of the term. Math concepts do not have shape, and so it's meaningless to assert that they can expand. Figurative illustrations of math concepts like as in the above serve no other purpose, but to give the layman the impression that there's an actual explanation somewhere in Big Bang theory. Expanding. Spacetime is nothing but metaphorical speech, like saying psychedelic drugs will expand your mind. There's no object with shape called mind which is literally getting bigger in size, just as there's no object called spacetime which is literally getting bigger in size. You need an object like a balloon or bubblegum to conceive of literal expansion. It is simply astounding that this is somehow lost on physicists. That alone destroys Big Bang theory. If your proposed explanation invokes processes and entities which cannot even be imagined, then it's impossible to rationally understand the proposal, and it clearly has no hope of explaining anything. As such, it doesn't matter what the evidence is because Big Bang suffers instant death before the first telescope is pointed at the sky. Nevertheless, I still think it's pertinent to address the alleged evidence. As indicated above, the two main pieces therein are the cosmological redshift of galaxies, supposedly caused by expanding spacetime, and the cosmic microwave background radiation. All of those colored little specks represent galaxies surrounding us, and our Milky Way galaxy located in the very center in between the blue specks. The zone of avoidance is the obscuration of our line of sight that occurs when the telescopes are pointed in the direction of the center of the Milky Way. The much greater density of stars in that direction interfere with any more distant extragalactic light sources. Zone of avoidance. What the two-mass image makes clear is the trend of galaxies going from the blue end of the visible color spectrum, through green, yellow, and orange, and finally to red as the galaxies become more distant from us. This is what's known as the cosmological redshift. The galaxies do not necessarily literally appear to us through our telescopes to be these colors. This is just a way of showing the trend of increasing redshift with increasing distance, the distance having been measured using a variety of different techniques. Most of the galaxies are red-shifting, the blue-colored ones are red-shifting the least, the dark red ones are red-shifting the most. Redshifting is measured by looking at the frequencies of light originating in these galaxies and comparing them to the expected frequencies. The way this works is the various elements have natural resonant frequencies of light that they emit. For a particular element, those frequencies form what's known as a spectral series, or an emission spectrum. Using spectroscopy, it's possible to identify the spectral signature of an element by analyzing the light originating from it. Visible hydrogen emission lines in the Balmer series under the rope hypothesis, where it is assumed that all atoms are connected by DNA-like ropes, the electron balls of yarn forming the surface of all atoms are incessantly expanding and contracting, i.e., pumping, in a process that contemporary physicists refer to as atom-electron transition, or quantum jumping. The pumping of the electron shell torques the ends of all the ropes extending from an atom, like as if you were to twist the end of a straightened and taut clothesline, and consequently the ropes twist in situ. The twisting of the ropes is the phenomenon known as light. Gravity, light, electricity, and magnetism under the rope hypothesis, alternating EM fields, mathematics, versus the rope, physics. A rope naturally satisfies the frequency, wavelength, and amplitude properties of light. Frequency, wavelength, and amplitude. In the case of spectral lines, the atoms comprising an element have multiple layers of electron shells, comprised of gazillions of threads, pulsating at different pump speeds. And these speeds correspond with the various rope wavelengths/frequencies seen in an emission spectrum. For cosmological redshift, physicists use the emission spectrum of hydrogen, since it is by far the most abundant element in the universe. They compare the emission spectrum they see through the telescope to the one we normally see on Earth, and this allows them to calculate the degree of redshifting, i.e., how much longer the wavelengths seen through the telescope are in comparison to the regular wavelengths. Z in the redshift key of the two-mass image up above is the difference in wavelength divided by the regular wavelength. Now here is where things get a little silly. Physicists assert that the cosmological redshift isn't caused by the greater distance, but by allegedly greater recessional velocities the farther away the galaxies are from us. In other words, as the galaxies go from blue to red, the redshift isn't because they are farther away, but because it just so happens that the farther away they are, the faster they are receding from us. The physicists claim that empty space is an object like bubble gum which can expand, and it's expanding into, well, you're not actually allowed to ask into what. You'll be told that is a nonsense question, kind of like their nonsense theory. The expanding universe physicists profess that just as if you were to tape pennies to a balloon and blow it up such that the distance between all the pennies is growing. The universe is like some kind of bubble that is getting bigger, only it's not like a balloon or a bubble at all, because those are objects as opposed to the abstract mathematical concepts that physicists confuse with reality. The farther a galaxy is from us, the faster space itself is growing, and thus the greater the degree of the so-called cosmological redshift. Note, this is a different mechanism from the Doppler effect, which happens with light in a similar way that it happens with sound. Just as the ambulance has a higher pitch when it comes toward you and a lower pitch when it drives away, a galaxy moving toward us is blue shifted, whereas one moving away is redshifted. The effects of cosmological redshift and Doppler shift combine, along with some other effects, to produce the observed shifting. Because the overall trend is supposedly that the universe is expanding, most galaxies appear redshifted. In cases where a galaxy happens to be moving toward us, if the Doppler blueshift is significant enough, it can overcome the effect of the cosmological redshift and produce a net blueshift. Doppler shift. This may sound awkward, seeing as how physicists seem to be claiming that the expanding universe forces most galaxies to move away from us in a scenario that appears to be indistinguishable from the Doppler effect. But what they're really saying is that space itself is expanding. In that sense, the galaxies aren't moving away from us like in the Doppler shift. The spacetime between the galaxies is growing. Somehow this stretches the wavelength of a photon, which is also awkward because when the photon strikes a detector, it's a zero-dimensional size, less shapeless mathematical abstraction. How can a 0D object with no physical extent have a wavelength? Or exist at all, for that matter? There's simply no way to make sense out of these absurdities. The ever-elusive zero-dimensional, size-less, shapeless photon, at any rate, as stated above, the link between expanding spacetime and Big Bang is that if you turned the clock backwards, the universe would shrink. Turn it back far enough and eventually all of matter smashes into a tiny dimpled pea for some reason. Why couldn't the universe bubble oscillate back and forth forever instead? Because physicists say so. Big Bang singularity. Just after she blows, one of the more obvious questions here is, why would physicists opt for an interpretation of cosmological redshift that entails an expanding universe? What if light just becomes increasingly redshifted the farther it travels to get to us? Couldn't we be looking at a more or less steady-state universe where cosmological redshift is purely a factor of distance? Indeed, this has been proposed before. The phenomenon is known as tired light. And you know what physicists' response is? They can't think of any mechanism that would cause light to become redshifted as a result of distance traveled for a photon, therefore we have no choice but to go with expanding spacetime. Well, thankfully the rope hypothesis provides a potential mechanism for tired light. Intergalactic ropes binding atoms which are millions or billions of light years away from one another have longer rope wavelengths for the same atomic pump speed applied to a longer rope. Perhaps it's similar to how a guitar string resonates at a higher note when you place your finger somewhere along the fretboard. A hydrogen atom's pumping plucks, i.e., torques, the end of a rope, and the longer the rope, the longer the wavelength for any particular emission line. Unlike the guitar string analogy, however, with the subatomic rope, the effect of tired light only starts to become apparent at astronomical distances. This explanation is nice because it knocks out two birds with one stone. As stated at the beginning, the other piece of evidence allegedly in favor of Big Bang is the cosmic microwave background radiation. There's apparently a faint signal coming from all directions in the microwave frequency range. Physicists interpret this as the afterglow of the Big Bang explosion. Cosmic microwave background radiation. Several 100,000 years after all of matter magically appeared from nothing, the universe bubble cooled down enough for plasma to turn into hydrogen atoms. And this caused the primordial photons to decouple from matter and scatter off of the newly minted electrons. This is when God said, "Let there be light." Because the temperature of the universe bubble was mostly uniform, the microwave background we see today, comprised of these primordial photons, forms what's known as a blackbody curve. A blackbody curve plots light intensity, effective amplitude, on the y-axis and frequency on the x-axis, and the light being measured/plotted is caused by the heat motion of atoms within an object of more or less uniform temperature. These atoms are producing what's known as thermal radiation. An object placed under increasing heat will glow red, then orange, and so on, towards the blue end of the color spectrum. Blackbody curves, intensity versus frequency for each temperature curve under the rope hypothesis, whereas electron shell pumping is one mechanism by which the ropes are torqued. The atoms in an object also incessantly and chaotically move around in the 3 degrees of freedom, sliding back and forth in all directions along the interconnecting ropes within the phenomenon known as heat. This torques the ropes in the direction of motion and generates rope torsion, i.e., light, in the form of thermal radiation. The greater the temperature of the object, meaning the faster the atoms are moving, the higher the rope frequencies are that result, just as a faster pump speed results in a higher rope frequency. If you analyze the frequencies of light emitted by an object like the sun and plot them along with the intensity at which each frequency is emitted, you'll end up with a blackbody curve. The sun, of course, is fairly toasty, and so the atomic heat motion, along with the atomic pumping, contribute to the range of frequencies at which the ropes extending from the sun are torquing. Given that there's many frequencies occurring simultaneously, the sun appears white, or sometimes yellow/orange/red depending on how it's interacting with Earth's atmosphere. Interestingly, the frequency most intensely generated by the sun is that of green. Blackbody curves of the sun and Earth. The Earth also has a blackbody curve, although it peaks at a lower frequency than the sun because the Earth has a much cooler temperature. In fact, even you act as a blackbody which emits thermal radiation that peaks in the infrared range. That's how government drones can dispatch you with extreme prejudice even if you're hiding in the dark. Sort of like Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Hasta la vista. In any case, the cosmic microwave background radiation allegedly generates a blackbody curve due to the uniform temperature distribution that was present a few 100,000 years after the bang. The primordial photons from this time which continue to wander around the cosmos still bear a blackbody-style distribution of frequencies resulting from the thermal radiation in the early universe. And those frequencies peak in the microwave spectrum because the wavelengths of the primordial photons have long since been stretched by the continually expanding spacetime. Amazingly, the blackbody curve of the CMBR is the most perfect one ever measured. Physicists love to brag about this. In fact, it's so close to an ideal blackbody, specifically with root mean square deviations not greater than 50 parts per million of the peak brightness of the CMBR spectrum, that it almost looks like made-up horseshit. Incredible. Near-perfect blackbody measured by COBE-UC. Following the Challenger disaster, the government space program needed a comeback, and in 1987 NASA Administrator Jim Fletcher declared that COBE, the satellite used to measure the CMBR, was the centerpiece of the agency's recovery. The FYZZ whizzes were under enormous pressure to deliver, and boy did they come through big. Pierre-Marie Robitaille, a professor of radiology at Ohio State University, and an expert when it comes to instrumentation and signal analysis, he conceived and directed the construction of the world's first 8 Tesla magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) scanner, not exactly a lightweight. Leveled what appears to be some seriously damning criticisms against NASA's COBE, and also WMAP space probes which were used to measure the CMBR. Robitaille argues that the physicists weren't picking up the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, but a microwave signal originating in the Earth's oceans which was diffracting over the RF shield and leaking into the sensitive detection horn. That would certainly explain why Earthshine never generated interference throughout the history of measuring the CMBR. The Earth itself may have been the primary source of the supposed CMBR signal. This would also help explain the near-perfect blackbody curve. CMBR, whether or not Robitaille's analysis is accurate, the practically ideal blackbody curve for the CMBR presented as a triumph of modern science sure looks suspiciously like a government agency that badly needed a victory in the eyes of the public. There are no other examples in nature of actual blackbody curves that I'm aware of which look like COBE's. Here, give me a few gazillion tax dollars, and I'll pull that curve out of my arse too. That all being said, I wouldn't be surprised if there is indeed a genuine microwave background signal. If we are to entertain the rope hypothesis mechanism for tired light, then we should expect that at far enough distances intergalactic ropes extend to the point where their frequencies fall off beyond the infrared and into the microwave spectrum. Whether or not this might produce an apparent blackbody curve, it would certainly explain a faint microwave signal seemingly coming from all directions. The source would be all the stars and galaxies which are tremendously far away and surround what we know as the visible universe. EM spectrum. Visible light from violet to red, then infrared and microwave. I took the 2-mass galaxy catalog and shrunk it down to generate the redshift map on the right, which is surrounded by a layer of infrared, and then microwave spectrum redshifted light originating from super distant galaxies. The mock-up is not supposed to be to any scale, it's just to demonstrate how tired light can explain both the cosmological redshift and the CMBR in one fell swoop. There's no need to invoke the irrational expanding spacetime or exploding dimpled P of the Big Bang. While there's much more that can be said on these topics, for now I want to finish up by briefly outlining an alternative cosmology if we are prepared to toss Big Bang in the loony bin where I think it belongs. Under the rope hypothesis we return to the eternal universe. All matter and motion are eternal, there never was any beginning nor will there ever be any end. Underlying the rope hypothesis configuration, and weaving into every single rope and atom is one single continuous loop of thread. If one could untangle all the ropes and atoms, completely picking apart the Gordian cosmos, the result would look like the image below. Unlike all the above hydrogen atom scale objects, such as galaxies, stars, planets, and life forms, the thread did not form at any point, nor will it ever come undone. Likewise, without a beginning the thread cannot be said to have any age. The concept of age is predicated on the concept of time, and time is a comparison between a periodic motion and another motion, like as if I count the ticks on my watch in relation to someone running the 10-meter dash. I can't think of an example of time which doesn't resolve to a comparison between a bare minimum of two motions. Even the psychological perception of the passage of time resolves to a comparison between neural processes and another motion. Age then is the concept of time applied to how many counts of a periodic motion transpired from the moment of the formation of a composite object, like a human being, to the present. The thread was never created or assembled and therefore it is both ageless and timeless. Although causality and our memory give us the strong impression that the past somehow exists, all there really is in the rope hypothesis universe is one present moment in which all of matter and life are bound into a single cosmic web. So, why is the thread here at all, and why this specific interconnected architecture? The rational scientific method begins by assuming existence. In the case of the rope hypothesis, the thread and its motion are the ultimate assumptions, and therefore they cannot themselves be explained since they are used to explain everything else. Perhaps that's not very satisfying as an answer, but matter and motion being eternal, whether that's in the rope hypothesis proposal or some other theory, is the only rational possibility because the other option, something coming from nothing, inevitably invokes a process whose mechanism cannot be shown in a movie or rationally understood. Beyond Big Bang failing on account of the irrationality of treating spacetime as if it were an object when it's an abstract mathematical concept by definition, this being an example of the fallacy of reification, aka the fallacy of hypostatization or the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Insofar as some versions of the proposal allege the possibility of something coming from nothing, here too Big Bang fails to qualify as an actual explanation because such a mechanism cannot be imagined. Consequently, the Big Bang theory is not a valid theory of science, nor does it enlighten us as to any possible explanation for the two main lines of evidence, the cosmological redshift and the CMBR. which are supposed to act as its veritable proof. The physicists will never let go of this ridiculous idea. There is no possible way to reform the system or change physics from the inside. In the 21st century, it is high time that independent thinkers break all ties to academia and begin forming our own parallel system of scientific development and achievement. Chapter 5. Discourse on the factors affecting the apparent versus actual size of the encroaching and receding sun. The vanishing point. Wow, no kidding. Someone demonstrated that the sun gets smaller as it recedes into the distance. Because of the vanishing point for the human eye on any flat plane, objects get smaller and smaller as they recede into the distance and finally are beyond vision. The sun does not dip below a curve. If it did, it would not drastically change size. And atmospheric refraction would not reduce its size either. It would only obscure the image. Real people using real camera equipment to show what has been hidden by Jesuit globe nonsense. Additionally, the human eye cannot see forever, so at the vanishing point, the sun enters a distance so far from the observer that its light is no longer visible, and you have, wait for it, night. If the sun was 93 million milliliters away, its measurable size at midday compared to its size at sundown would be imperceptible. 0.0043% difference. On the other hand, if sun is only several thousand miles away, it would be quite measurable, as it recedes to vanishing point from midday. Hundreds of people have actual camera footage of this fact. It has been easily documented and is quite measurable on photographs. The vanishing point is created/determined by the visual limitations of the optic, naked eye/telescope, which also involves the convergence of two horizontal/parallel elements, sky/ground. The horizon is created when the sky merges with the ground. The convergence of the sky/ground that creates the horizon is visually there, but isn't physically there in the reality, and that's the perspective or optical illusion. Train tracks will appear to converge, ceilings/floors in very long hallways will appear to converge. And the common theme here is the convergence of flat level objects or surfaces. Notice the angle of the sky while observing sunsets or any time near the horizon. Notice how the sky appears to be on a downward trajectory angle or slightly vertical. That's an optical illusion because the sky remains horizontal/parallel above the earth planes. Visual acuity. How far can the human eye see on perfectly flat land? The sun is approximately 3,000 miles above you as it passes. This is why airplanes often report seeing sun hotspots on the water. Only a local light source can produce such an effect, as any physics professor will gladly inform you. As the sun recedes into the distance, as it travels away from you across the earth, there is a point where the human eye cannot see it. We call that a sunset, which is highly misleading, of course, since the sun never sets. It merely keeps traveling in a spiral around a plane, coming in out of your vision, and working with the moon to define day from night, as it travels the earth. The human eye cannot see forever across a plane, as any weather report will tell you. Visibility high today. Visibility low today because of fog. Etc. It depends on atmospheric conditions, since air itself and things in the air block and scatter some of the light passing through. If you look horizontally, you can't see as far as if you look vertically because there is more atmosphere in the horizontal direction. In very clean air, horizontal visibility is about 50 miles. More typical visibility levels are 2 to 20 miles. In a heavy rainstorm or snowstorm, visibility can go down to a few feet. Again, visibility is one of the items reported in a standard weather report. For instance, Wonderground.com tells me that the visibility right now in Lowell, Massachusetts is 10.0 miles, meaning that if I look out over the trees, I could see mountain 10 miles away, but not 11 miles away. I hear people saying on here that sight is infinite when a horizon or surface and/or atmosphere is not involved, but this is untrue. I think you may be seeking how far we can see without an obstructive view such as surface curvature or atmosphere. Here is my understanding. As you watch a plane fly up into the atmosphere, it gets smaller and smaller as it gets further up. If that plane could or would fly up further, it would reach a disappearing point to our perspective's eyesight view. Our eyesight is like looking into a pyramid from the bottom to the point at the top. What is below us v's upwards, and what is above v's downward, and on each side, v's inward, left to right and right to left to a point. It is like looking down a long hallway, and the further down it you look, it seems as if the walls are all becoming smaller and converging to a point. As our eyes view in this perspective manner, there is a point of sight that becomes the vanishing point with the naked eye that makes things appear to vanish, not actually doing so. It even exists with telescopes only based upon its magnification. This is why they use radio telescopes to understand and be able to create composite images of things at greater distances than the eye can see, which are not measuring sight, but waves such as X-rays, gamma rays, ultraviolet rays, etc. Which is how they explain how they have measured and mapped the universe to see further away. Things like the Hubble use actual sight, and thus has a vanishing point, as well as you find in the Deep Space View, and NASA lets you know that is the greatest distance they can see with that telescope's magnification. If they would or could make a lens that could magnify greater, they would be able to see further, and perhaps more galaxies. They also state that there may be more galaxies, and maybe multiple amounts more, but perhaps the light has yet to travel that far into its magnified range of view. As our eyes have a vanishing point, everything will appear to vanish even if there was no surface or atmosphere to block or obscure our view. I also hear people say that we can see billions of light years away to the fact that we see stars. This is a fallacy. We are not seeing light years away. What we are seeing is the light from that distance that has traveled our way up to and closer to our viewing point. Just as the plane would come back into sight and grow larger the closer it gets to us, the same thing happens as light travels to us. People who say they see satellites crossing the night sky are not seeing satellites. What they are seeing is the sun's reflective light reflecting off the satellite, if anything. As a satellite is only about a school bus-sized instrument, as far up in low Earth orbit as it is said to be would be beyond our vanishing point for a thing of that size. But, as the reflective light travels from the satellite, it comes up to the vanishing point, and into our perspective vision. Thus we are not seeing the satellite, but the light reflecting off of it because of the light traveling in our direction. To experiment this fact, take a walk down a straight road, or even across a dark open field at night. You shouldn't have to go far. Put a flashlight at one end and walk away from it. You can even bring a mirror to make the light reflect off of it, and the effect is the same. You will see the light, and even its luminescence becomes smaller the further you get away from it. This is due to two things. Light dissipates the further the source of it is away from you, and our perspective view v's it out the further we travel from it. While atmosphere does play a part in our viewing ability as to distances within it, our sight still has a vanishing point because of the way perspective vision works. I have never measured what the distance is that makes the vanishing point, but I also know it has to do with the size of the object we are viewing because it takes up more of our perspective viewing area. So, while a bird may be lost to view beyond the vanishing point at a short distance up, an airplane would be able to go further up before it appeared to vanish out of sight simply because it takes up more perspective space. If you want to know more about vision, simply ask your or an optometrist about it, and they will tell you the same. That is what I did, and this is the answer I was given, and who better to know than an eye doctor? I am actually amazed at how many people do not understand perspective view. Even before I asked my optometrist, I knew the basics of eyesight, and that it is not infinite. Even our peripheral vision pyramids and V's out to a point. So, what we see in the distance, whether straight on or through peripheral vision, is all V'ing out to vanishing points. The reason why we see sky in all direction is because it is in all directions, and is so large it fills our perspective view completely, thus it does not vanish from sight simply because of its size, and because we are enveloped by our atmosphere. Objects that can move away from us, or that we can move away from, become smaller and smaller, until it reaches the vanishing point and beyond our perspective view. Vision, 20/20ths, far-sighted or nearsighted all work the same, but the way you see may be because of the distortion in the lens or iris depending upon the problem with your sight. So, while one may allow you to see further, and the other for shorter distances, your perspective view of V'ing out still remains the same and comes to a vanishing point, although a person with perfect sight, their eyesight's vanishing point may be of greater distances than one with poor eyesight. On a flat surface its vanishing point is closer, because it is an object of itself creating a horizon, and as our eyesight converges upwards and downwards it creates a vanishing point on the surface you may be on. This is based upon how high your eyes are from the surface. For instance, if you were laying down on that surface, your distance of that surface as to how far you could see across it would be extremely shorter than if you were just a foot above it, but standing about 5 ft 9 in. To 6 ft tall you can see about 12 miles to the vanishing point on that surface. The taller or higher you are, the greater the amount of surface, as well as the spread of the surface, can come into view. If you had an object upon that surface traveling away from you, when it got to the surface vanishing point it would appear as if it was sinking into the ground from bottom to top and look like it was sinking into quicksand. This also depends on the size of the object, because if it is a Matchbox toy car, it would not even reach up to the horizon before it reached the vanishing point for something of that size for you to see, but a bus would, and it would seem to sink as it continued further away on a flat surface because of visual convergence to the surface you are on. I hope I was of some help and helped to understand vision and perspective better. Vanishing point semicircle. Before vanishing, any round object begins to exhibit a semicircle as it gets further away, and then it sets. Which is really the object being so far away upon a plane that the vanishing point takes over. You can illustrate this for yourself easily. Take a quarter and stand it on its end on a flat table like a big sun, and put your eyes on the surface of the table. Now move the quarter away from you. You will observe that the quarter gets smaller, then begins to look like a semicircular, and then finally it is beyond your vision if your eye is at the level of the table. This is referred to as vanishing point in classical science and art. Semicircle before disappearing. Simple physics, not rocket science. Visual trickery. The sun goes beyond our perspective, and that is the main reason we don't see it after a certain point. Find yourself a very flat area, and get a friend to hold a light above his head as he walks away from you. At a certain point, he'll look as if he goes into the earth, and the light will disappear after he does. Or merely look down a very long hallway, and you'll see what perspective all is about. This is not hard to understand, but most people have been so severely traumatized and brainwashed by our Masonic/Jesuit heliocentric-based educational system that they find it hard to grasp the simplest empirical facts of perspective and vanishing point. Here is another simple test. Get a long table and get down level with it, and look just at the surface, and then see if you can tell how long the table is. I bet you can't, because it will look like a sliver, and the only way to see more of the surface is for you to rise higher. Does that mean the table is curved? Of course, it isn't curved, and the only way to see the whole length of the table is to be directly over the table looking straight down at it. Atmolayer density, distance, and the sun disappearing in addition to the sheer distance from the observer that the sun is when far away, no light whatsoever penetrates the thick atmolayer that covers the earth, as would account for the disappearance of the sun. Most everyone has experienced how headlights appear quite suddenly on the highway on a foggy night. First there is complete darkness and low visibility far ahead, and suddenly a car's headlights are right your eyes. Similarly, as the sun recedes, it finally reaches a critical mass point where the combination of distance from the observer and the thick density of the Earth's atmolayer extinguish the visibility of the sun like a candle flame. It is particularly intrigued that setting occurs right at the astronomical horizon regardless of the source's intensity. Also, if you take a Nikon P900 camera and zoom in on the sun right as it is disappearing, you will see that it is actually not dipping below eyesight. It is actually still, hovering above the Earth as it disappears, demonstrating the combined efforts of distance, as it recedes from you at an altitude of approximately 3,000 miles above the Earth, and well over 40,000 miles away. And the effects of the Earth's atmolayer in squashing all visibility in an instantaneous moment, just as fog does to your hand or any bright headlight on the highways as you drive. Objects come at you instantaneously and disappear instantaneously in heavy fog. And thousands of miles of the Earth's atmolayer, as you gaze across the Earth at the sun, is hundreds of times denser than any fog you have ever been in. Thousands have verified this fact to prove it is true. The sun does not dip below the horizon ever. It merely hovers above the horizon in the distance until the atmolayer and vanishing point take over, and then it disappears. Additionally, without the Nikon P900 camera, one sees the optical illusion of vanishing point along a flat plane. If your eyes are at the surface of a flat plane, as a round object recedes, it starts to appear like a semicircle because the vanishing point on a flat surface truncates objects as they move away from the observer. You can demonstrate this with a quarter on a flat table. Place your eyes at the edge of the table and slide a quarter, edge up, away from you. The bottom begins to disappear until you only see a semicircle, and then finally the entire quarter disappears from vision. It is still on the table, but you cannot see it because of vanishing point perspective rules. This is analogous to the setting sun illusion we see with the sun. And so, yes, we can see the sun drop to an angle of elevation of less than 0 degrees. There doesn't seem to be universal agreement amongst flat Earth proponents about exactly how high the sun is above the Earth. Let's suppose the Earth is flat with the sun 3,000 miles above it. The distance across land to the point where the sun is directly overhead, when it is at an angle of elevation of x degree, would be given by 3,000 divided by 10x degree on a flat Earth. At an angle of elevation of 10 degrees, the distance is 17,000 miles from the observer. If the sun was 3,000 miles above a point on a flat Earth, the sun would have to be above a point 34,000 miles away from the observer, assuming an angle of elevation of 5 degrees, etc. Now, the idea that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,901 miles is merely a number with zero credibility at all, other than in the eyes of the Vatican Jesuit scientism priest who assisted in concocting this heliocentric deception. The actual size of the Earth may well be beyond 100,000 miles for all anyone knows. And nobody knows. Certainly, no scientist knows. With nothing but fake CGI from NASA to lead the way, we can expect scientists to have the worst understanding of the size of the Earth. Hence, with the combination of the receding sun and tens of thousands of miles to recede it, and the obfuscation of the Earth's atmolayer, the disappearing sun is quite logical and understandable. Atmospheric refraction or lensing and diffusion. Atmospheric refraction is the deviation of light or other electromagnetic wave from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to the variation in air density as a function of height. This refraction is due to the velocity of light through air decreasing. The refractive index increases with increased density. Atmospheric refraction near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, or stretch or shorten, the images of distant objects without involving mirages. Turbulent air can make distant objects appear to twinkle or shimmer. The term also applies to the refraction of sound. Atmospheric refraction is considered in measuring the position of both celestial and terrestrial objects. Wikipedia. Diffuse reflection is the reflection of light or other waves or particles from a surface such that a ray incident on the surface is scattered at many angles rather than at just one angle, as in the case of specular reflection. An ideal diffuse reflecting surface is said to exhibit Lambert-Ean reflection, meaning that there is equal luminance when viewed from all directions lying in the half-space adjacent to the surface. Wikipedia. Many things must be considered when considering the apparent size of the sun compared to the actual size of the sun. For instance, refraction, which is light bending, as well as diffusion, in addition to perspective and visual acuity, must be considered. The reason why light is refracted at a different angle is because light is slowed in velocity as it passes through a medium. Snell's law may be derived from Fermat's principle, which states that the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found giving the path taken by the light. Therefore, no matter the wavelength or frequency of the light, it will become refracted all the same as it slows in velocity through a medium. Since the degree of Snell's law is dependent on wavelength, it just means that some wavelengths are refracted slightly farther than others. The prism experiment would demonstrate nothing, since all wavelengths of light are still affecting much of the sun's spotlight during the course of the day. The only noticeable difference might be at the edge of the spotlight when the sun sets. And, as we all know, the sun changes to a reddish color at its setting. This is due to the very same quality of Snell's law you are describing. Red refracts the least, which is a strong indication that refraction is occurring. Why does the sun go down? The sun never sets or rises, it stays the same distance over the Earth throughout its daily/annual journeys around. The appearance of rising and setting is all based on the law of perspective on plane surfaces. The sun and moon spotlights are perpetually hovering over and parallel to the surface of the Earth. From our vantage point, due to the law of perspective, the day/night luminaries appear to rise up the eastern horizon, curve peaking high overhead, and then sink below the western horizon. They do not escape to the underside of the flat Earth as one might imagine, but rather rotate concentric clockwise circles around the circumference from tropic to tropic. Eric Dubé. Sun over horizon on flat Earth explained. Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the Earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. A flock of birds, when passing over a flat or marshy country, always appears to descend as it recedes, and if the flock is extensive, the first bird appears lower, or nearer to the horizon than the last. The farthest light in a row of lamps appears the lowest, although each one has the same altitude. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the Earth, must appear to ascend when approaching, and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Earth Not a Globe. Second edition Law of Perspective. This law of perspective meets us on every hand, and cannot be gainsaid. If, in a straight line, we look at a frozen lake from a certain distance, we shall observe people who appear to be skating on their knees, but, if we approach sufficiently near, we shall see them performing graceful motions on their feet. Farther, if we look through a straight tunnel, we shall notice that the roof and the roadway below converge to a point of light at the end. It is the same law which makes the hills sink to the horizon as the observer recedes, which explains how the ship's hull disappears in the offing. I would also remark that when the sea is undisturbed by waves, the hull can be restored to sight by the aid of a good telescope long after it has disappeared from the naked eye, thus proving that the ship had not gone down behind the watery hill of a convex globe, but is still sailing on the level of a plain sea. David Wardlaw Scott, Terra Firma. What can be more common than the observation that, standing at one end of a long row of lampposts, those nearest to us seem to be the highest, and those farthest away the lowest, whilst, as we move along towards the opposite end of the series, those which we approach seem to get higher, and those we are leaving behind appear to gradually become lower. It is an ordinary effect of perspective for an object to appear lower and lower as the observer goes farther and farther away from it. Let anyone try the experiment of looking at a lighthouse, church spire, monument, gas lamp, or other elevated object, from a distance of only a few yards, and notice the angle at which it is observed. On going farther away, the angle under which it is seen will diminish, and the object will appear lower and lower as the distance of the observer increases, until, at a certain point, the line of sight to the object, and the apparently uprising surface of the earth upon or over which it stands, will converge to the angle which constitutes the vanishing point, or the horizon, beyond which it will be invisible. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe. 230-1, Why a ship appears to go down over the horizon. Another favorite proof of ball-earthers is the appearance from an observer on shore of ships' hulls being obfuscated by the water and disappearing from view when sailing away towards the horizon. Their claim is that ships' hulls disappear before their mastheads, because the ship is beginning its declination around the convex curvature of the ball-earth. Once again, however, their hasty conclusion is drawn from a faulty premise, namely that only on a ball-earth can this phenomenon occur. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates the exact same occurrence. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the earth the farther away she walks. Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until after about half a mile it seems like her dress is touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. The same happens with cars speeding away. The axles gradually get lower, and the wheels vanish until it appears as if the car is gliding along its body. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Conspiracy. Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the Earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. A flock of birds, when passing over a flat or marshy country, always appears to descend as it recedes, and if the flock is extensive, the first bird appears lower, or nearer to the horizon than the last. The farthest light in a row of lamps appears the lowest, although each one has the same altitude. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the earth, must appear to ascend when approaching, and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. Dr. Samuel Rowbottom, Earth Not a Globe. 2nd edition, 85, Clouds at distance appear to be going down on the horizon. Same with the sun. Yet it is really just following a circle's trajectory far away. Enclosed cosmology denial and vanishing point. When you talk to someone in the denial phase of enclosed cosmology, the first thing they say is, why can't you see across the earth if it is flat? Then I remind them you can barely see an airplane light through the atmosphere 100 miles away, because of the limitations of the human eye. Visual acuity drops off. And they expect to see the sun across 20,000 miles of terrains. It is actually beyond humorous to anyone who understands the vanishing point of vision, and how objects disappear at a certain point on a flat plane. That, coupled with the drop-off of visual acuity, does the trick. It just shows how deep the denial defense system is in people who were brainwashed by the Jesuit heliocentric sun-worshipping religion, Helios. I even try to help them by reminding them they can easily see how vanishing point perspective works with an ordinary quarter on a flat table. At eye level, the quarter becomes truncated and turns into a semicircle, setting sun, as you move it away from you, sliding it on the surface. Then it disappears from a vision. But of course, it is still there, just like the sun is, but beyond vision because of the vanishing point. I think at first this is tricky for people to grasp. Then when they study perspective and visual acuity and the limitations of the human eye, they get it. It takes time for some. Considering the absolute threshold, the brightness of a candle flame, and the way a glowing object dims according to the square of the distance away from it, vision scientists conclude that one could make out the faint glimmer of a candle flame up to 30 miles away. But how far away can we perceive that an object is more than just a twinkle of light? For something to appear spatially extended rather than point-like, light from it must stimulate at least two adjacent cone cells, the elements in our eyes that produce color vision. Under ideal conditions, an object must subtend an angle of at least 1 arcminute, or 1/60th of a degree, in order to excite adjacent cones. This angular measure stays the same regardless of whether an object is nearby or far away. Distant objects must be much larger to subtend the same angle as near objects. The full moon is 30 arcminutes across, whereas Venus is barely resolvable as an extended object at around 1 arcminute across. Human-scale objects are resolvable as extended objects from a distance of just under 2 miles, 3 kilometers. For example, at that distance, we would just be able to make out 2 distinct headlights on a car. Of course, as the sun recedes to a point where it is simply beyond vision completely because of the vanishing point, plus thousands of miles of opaque atmolayer, plus the human limitations of the human eye's cone cells to detect any light at all from such a distance equals nighttime. Water does not curve. When you mention to people that large bodies of contiguous water droplets do not curve, and that there is not one instance in all of scientific investigation that empirically demonstrates water curving in a lake or ocean, or even in a water glass, you are confronted with mockery and ridicule. Most people just assume that water curves around a huge spinning planet. What they will tell you is that the surface of all water is curved. Even a small lake's surface follows the curvature of the earth, they say. We just don't notice it in such a small body. They continue to say that it is not only water that has this effect. Much of the interior of the earth itself is liquid and the continents float on this. Gravity causes the planet to be round because every part of it is pulled to the center, but this motion to the center is opposed by pressure. It means a condition or shape that if pushed by some external force to be different will return the same condition when the force is removed. The curved shape of the water is due to a stable equilibrium or balance between pressure and gravity. Additionally, they say, there is another way to make water round: surface tension. Water molecules have electric charges that cause them to be attracted to each other. But the last layer of molecules in a water drop are special because they only have other water to one side, but not on the other side. They flip around and attract to each others and form a kind of balloon-like shell that compresses the water inside. In the water drop we have the same balance of pressure pushing out and surface tension pushing in, and we see the same lowest energy equilibrium shape, a sphere. But, of course, this effect only works on smaller drop of water, they may confess, but nevertheless, on larger bodies of water, gravity dominates. But gravity has never been proven to exist, and if the planet is too big to see the curved oceans, then how is it that we are seeing ships sail over the horizon at the same time? There is a massive contradiction in the heliocentric logic regarding curved water. Water always seeks its own level. Lastly, if gravity is so strong it could hold and shape trillions of tons of ocean water to conform to a massive ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, how is that a little helium balloon or butterfly can defy gravity? None of this adds up. Show me the curve? So many say they see the curvature of the round ball Earth, and that settles it for them. I simply ask, on the flattest places on Earth, where hundreds, and even thousands of miles show only a few feet of elevation change, where is the curve? The math is simple. There must be curvature on a round ball. There must, yet there is none. We should at least see some curvature on the left and right sides, if Earth were truly a globe. Measuring the non-curvature of the Earth, basic spherical geometry, if the Earth is a globe, and is 25,000 English statute miles in circumference, the surface of all standing water must have a certain degree of convexity, every part must be an arc of a circle. From the summit of any such arc there will exist a curvature or declination of 8 inches in the first statute mile. In the second mile the fall will be 32 inches, in the third mile, 72 inches, or 6 feet, as shown in the following diagram.